Journey Through Utopia, A Critical Examination of Imagined Worlds in Western Literature. Marie Louise Berneri, 1918–1949. Biographical note. Marie Louise Berneri was born in Arezzo, near Florence, on March 1, 1918. 8 years later her family had to flee from persecution by the fascists, and the next 11 years were spent in Paris. During these formative years she developed her interest in political and social questions and in child psychology, which she studied at the Sorbonne. In 1937, and until her sudden death, following a short illness, on April 13, 1949, she lived in London. During these years her principal unpaid activity was in political journalism in the cause of anarchism. She was joint editor of the journals published by Freedom Press, Spain and the World, 1937–39, War Commentary, 1939–45, and Freedom from 1945 until a month before her death. She was specially interested in the aspects of social revolution, and her Workers in Stalin's Russia, first published by Freedom Press in 1944, was an immediate success. She also wrote extensively on the Spanish Revolution but never had the time to produce a volume of conclusions on that epic struggle. With her fluent knowledge of 4 languages she maintained an extensive correspondence with anarchists and sympathizers throughout the world, but she also spent many hours attending political meetings, and selling our literature at demonstrations, meetings, and every Sunday at Speaker's Corner, Marble Arch in London. Foreword. George Woodcock. Introduction. 1. Utopias of Antiquity. 2. Utopias of the Renaissance. 3. Utopias of the English Revolution. 4. Utopias of the Enlightenment. 5. Utopias of the 19th century. 6. Modern utopias. Bibliography. Afterword. Rhiannon Firth. Postscript. Kim Stanley Robinson. Index. About the authors. The Black Rose of Anarchism, Marie Louise Berneri. Matthew S. Adams. Marie Louise Berneri was evidently the kind of person who inspired verse. In the Gedenkschrift published in 1949, the year of her tragically early death, Louis Adine attempted to capture the grief felt by those that she had left behind. Into the silence of the sun. Risen in dust the rose is gone. The blood that burned along the briar. Branches invisibly on the air. A child walks in her grace. The light glows on his face. Where the great rose has burned away. Within the terrible silence of the day. 1. These feelings were shared by Adine's friend George Woodcock, the future historian of anarchism, who identified in Berneri a mental affinity that blossomed into a firm friendship as he entered Britain's burgeoning anarchist movement in the 1940s. 2. He too looked to poetry to explain what Berneri had meant to him, but only long after the shock of her death had faded. Indeed, Woodcock, whose intellectual apprenticeship was as a poet frustrated by the limited publishing outlets in 1930s London, later identified Berneri's death as the cause of the 25-year loss of his poetic voice. My sudden inability to write lyric or elegiac poetry coincided with her death, he reflected later, and I was convinced that the emotional shock was the cause of this block. 3. With the muse returned, he too reached for the floral metaphors of the Romantics to memorialize Berneri and reflect on his reluctant creative silence. This is the black rose of memory. It has taken a long time to spring from the briar of silence. What could I say? Heart clogged with grief. The muse departed. Despair is inarticulate. And I became a silent poet. Regaining his voice, he offered the black/rose of memory to the long-departed Berneri, noting that its colors/ will never offend/ an anarchist shade/ and in its dark heart/ you live in your/ brightness and beauty. 4. Appreciations such as these indicate the emotional shock of Berneri's untimely death and the force of her personality, but her comrades also mourned the loss of a figure who had played a vital role in revitalizing British anarchism. The volume in which Adine's verse appeared, Marie Louise Berneri 1918–1949, a tribute, while defined by the sadness of its purpose, ruminated on these manifold contributions as well as her extraordinary life. Where one of the schisms in this movement was a tension between the intellectual and practical captured in the mutual antagonism between the bourgeois, careerist, misinformed Professor Woodcock, as Albert Meltzer described him, on the one hand, and, returning the compliment, Woodcock's appraisal of Meltzer as a pompous young man of undefined education, on the other. Berneri managed to transcend such divisions, combining commitment to anarchist activism with an intellectual curiosity and adventurousness. 5 She threw herself, one refugee observed, into aiding those who had fled Spain for Britain as the revolutionary experiment foundered on the rocks of fascist reaction, raised funds for a colony of orphaned children on the northeastern tip of the Spanish coast, and, a good and spontaneous speaker, often publicly preached the virtues of anarchism. 6 At the same time, she was a committed propagandist for anarchist ideas, writing critical articles exploring the rapidly changing geopolitics of the 1930s and 1940s, and thereby offering a distinctive anarchist response to current affairs, as rival ideologies crowded the world stage. In effect, the practical and intellectual aspects of her contribution to the anarchist cause met in this output. Through her involvement with Freedom Press, she helped organize funding and undertook editorial work for the newspaper Spain and the World, its air revolt. And, in turn, became the driving force behind its successor War Commentary. Berneri's brief life was thus defined by a devotion to anarchist politics in all its manifestations. Her seminal intellectual achievement, however, was Journey Through Utopia, posthumously published in 1950. A comprehensive survey of utopian literature from Plato to Aldous Huxley, Berneri did not intend her book to be a simple exploration of the richness of the utopian stance through history, but rather a warning and a reminder, if it were needed in the mid-century, that freedom of thought did not necessarily translate to freedom in the speculative visions of writers and intellectuals. For this reason, as Herbert Reed noted in a review of the book, Berneri's achievement should stand alongside a work like Peter Kropotkin's Mutual Aid as evidence of an expansive intellect showing the relevance of anarchist principles to issues outside the traditional confines of anarchist theory. What we require, he wrote, now that anarchist principles have been adequately defined, is a general orientation towards the sociology of knowledge. 7 Lest this sound too desiccated for the passionate and experimental politics of anarchism, Reed added that utopian speculation had always been the proving ground for social advancement. The shining utopian visions of today may not be actualized tomorrow, but perhaps the societies that are to come will bask in the furtive, sun-dappled light of the utopias of yesterday. For this reason, Reed thought that the utopian imagination was vital, if only to clarify those social arrangements that were patently the enemies of freedom of thought and action. Berneri would have agreed. Meaningful freedom should be our index of success, and this was, for her, a commitment that ran deeply and started early. I should face up to everything, but really I don't have the courage. Anarchist lives. Anarchists are not typically much exercised about matters of pedigree. After all, two of their greatest theorists, Mikhail Bakunin and Peter Kropotkin, were members of the Russian nobility who found their political consciences stimulated by recognizing the stark contrast between their privilege and the struggles that marked the lives of those surrounding them. If anarchists were, however, interested in family lineages as indicators of ideological fidelity, then Berneri's was exemplary, even if it too seemed seeded with tragedy in ways that appeared to foreshadow her own future. The daughter of Italian anarchists Camillo and Giovanna Berneri, Maria Luisa, as she was known until adopting the French version of her name in exile, was born in March 1918 near Florence. Her father Camillo, born in Lodi, in 1897, traveled a well-trodden path for anarchists, initially being politicized by mainstream socialism before becoming disenchanted by its tactical inclinations. Associating with the youth group Federazione Giovanile Socialista Italiana, FGSI, upon arriving in Reggio Emilia, he encountered a party that bore the imprint of the struggles between syndicalism and Marxism that had characterized the Italian labor movement in the opening decades of the 20th century. 8 Under the tutelage of the Partito Socialista Italiano, SI, the FGSI was directed away from the militancy of syndicalism toward reformism, with its members instructed to dress neatly. Avoiding such sartorial outrages as long and high-pointed collars, behave seriously, and devote their spare time to study and evangelization of the socialist word. 9. The division between the reformists of the PSI and the predominantly maximalist FGSI. The two factions essentially separated over the issue of whether socialism would arrive via a revolution, through parliamentary and legislative activity, or as a result of mass intransigence. Demonstrates that this was an uneasy and temporary settlement. A confluence of factors would cause Camillo's break with the FGSI, chief among them being the PSI's equivocal position on the First World War and meeting his future companion Giovanna Calafai, already an anarchist. Camillo's anti-militarism did not save him, however, from being conscripted in 1917. While accounts of his years in the army are fragmentary, his health, never robust, appeared to suffer, as he complained of being deboli maladicho and had frequent periods in field hospitals. 10. Camillo's post-war activity was inevitably marked by the rise of fascism in Italy, but the immediate aftermath of the war found him serving a prison sentence for anarchist propagandizing, as the Italian state, rocked by high unemployment and the dislocations of hasty demobilization, struggled to maintain control. 11. This tumult provided a fertile bed for fascism to grow, but it was a propitious time for anarchism too, and the soon freed Berneri quickly threw himself into efforts to strengthen the anarchist movement as an effective opposition to the forces of reaction. Setting a pattern that was later followed by Marie Louise, this combined intellectual and practical activity. He was actively involved in the Unione Anarchica Italiana, for example, and worked with Enrico Malatesta, recently returned from exile, in establishing the newspaper Umanità Nova. Fighting fascism would ultimately cost Camillo his life, but in the immediate it cost him his comfort, as it displaced him and his young family. Completing the studies interrupted by military service, upon graduation he began teaching in secondary schools, before fleeing to France in 1926 to escape the police intimidation that accompanied Mussolini's efforts to suppress opposition and consolidate his power. Camillo then followed a path that a host of 19th-century political dissidents had wearily trudged before, moving between countries, Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, France, Germany, and their prisons in search of respite and refuge, his two daughters remaining in Paris. While his intellectual curiosity remained considerable, writing to Luigi Fabbri that he regretted squandering so much time on stupid things, psychology, zoology, telepathy etc., and that he had in hand a large book of material on finalism, much of his energy was devoted to confronting the fascism incubating in Europe. 12. In El Delirio Racista, The Racist Delirium, published in early 1935 in Argentina, for instance, he attacked fascism as a triumph of the irrational, and lamented the great eclipse of German intellect and culture that Hitlerism represented, its faddish racial theories underpinned by intellectually barren pseudoscience. For all the boorish stupidity of Nazi racial theories, Camillo closed by noting the importance of challenging such ideas, not only because of the clear human cost that these notions were exacting as Hitlerite sterilization projects gathered pace, but because the re-emergence of such theories seemed to rub against the grain of history. It was looking as if racial prejudice had become a thing of the past among the educated classes, Camillo complained. Instead, it lingers. As he pointed to the growth of fascism in Lithuania, the emergence of the blatantly racist and anti-Semitic Celtic League in France, and the endurance of anti-miscegenation laws in the United States, it was clear that action would soon be required if this trend was to be reversed. 13. The opportunity to do just this arose, fatefully, in 1936. With La Revolución breaking out in Spain, Berneri packed his bags for the heart of the storm, Barcelona, and by August had helped establish an Italian column to fight for the revolution, resisting official overtures for him to assume a more comfortable position in government. He was soon at the Aragon front, participating in the Battle of Monte Pelado, where he and his outnumbered comrades repulsed successive waves of attack by the nationalist forces. With his health precarious, however, he soon found his skills as a writer were deemed more valuable than his skills with a rifle. Put to use propagandizing for the future of the Republic, he oversaw the operations of the newspaper Guerra de Classe, which railed against Western indifference to the Spanish experiment, Soviet duplicitousness, and the barbarities of fascism. 14 As the Soviet Union sought to increase its control over events in Spain, Berneri's outspoken criticism of the Communists' efforts to harness the revolutionary momentum and his warning that once fascism was bested it would be necessary to continue the fight to ensure that anarchism's achievements were not lost in a new Kronstadt brought him unwanted attention. On May 5, 1937, a group of Barcelona city police and members of the Communist Partit Socialista Unificat de Catalunya, PSUC, arrested Camilo, accusing him of counter-revolutionary activity. His body, riddled with machine gun bullets, was found by the Red Cross the following day. 15. Although Philip Larkin overstated the extent to which the foibles of parents are visited upon their children, he was perhaps on to something when he added, "Man hands on misery to man / it deepens like a coastal shelf." 16 He was wrong, because Marie Louise Berneri was clearly, if anything, the inheritor of her father's gifts rather than the product of his failures. The combination of acquisitive intellect and a flinty determination to fight the forces of racism and irrationality that clouded the late 1920s and 1930s guided Camilo's life and would similarly shape his daughters'. And yet, when their story is trapped in black ink on crisp white paper, retold as history, where, it so often seems, everything unexpected in its own time is chronicled on the page as inevitable, it is difficult not to imagine a melancholy shadow shrouding their lives. 17 Separated from her father for so long by either imprisonment or revolution, Marie Louise Berneri grew up in Paris, obtaining a baccalaureate and beginning her studies at the Sorbonne before becoming immersed in anarchist activities herself. 18 If Camilo had set an example of courage and devotion for the young Marie Louise, it was one matched by her mother. Giovanna Nicalefi, usually going by Giovanna, is a much quieter presence in the literature on the international anarchist movement. This is no doubt a product of the inevitable comparison drawn between her and Camilo, and a consequence too of the gendered division of labor pronounced in the mid-century that tended to emancipate male radicals while saddling their partners with quotidian responsibilities. But Giovanna is also outshone by her husband's death. Tragic, public, and portentous, Camilo's demise under the Spanish sun holds a mirror to the broader tragedy of Europe's 20th century, a death that signified anarchism's faltering light as the forces of reaction cast their shadows across the continent, a moment when hope, a fleeting presence in these years, was truly eclipsed. Yet the noble revolutionary death too readily crowds the imagination, obscuring the efforts of those whose bravery and dedication manifests in other ways. Giovanna pursued a parallel but independent path to Camilo. Having boldly renounced her Catholicism at the age of 15, she was drawn into the fractious Italian socialist movement, which offered an education in the problems of organizing to confront the state and capitalism as peace gave way to war. She pursued her non-political education during this time too, completing her studies in Reggio Emilia in 1915, and gaining the diploma that meant that she could become a primary school teacher. But the lines between the political and non-political education are always indistinct in anarchist lives, and one of her teachers, Adalgisa Foci, happened to not only be an active socialist involved particularly in women's issues but also Camilo's mother. By 1917, Giovanna and Camilo were married, and early in 1918, Maria Luisa was born. There was courage here too, but of a different variety to Camilo's public sacrifice, as with her husband away trying not to fight in the First World War, the care for her children fell, as it would repeatedly, squarely on Giovanna's shoulders. Once Camilo returned and the family moved to Florence, another daughter, Giuliana, arrived in late 1919, and Giovanna established not only a home for her family but also an erstwhile salon for those anxious to confront the increasing self-confidence of Italian fascism. Activism is rarely a route to financial success, or even security, and the repression that Camilo faced as a consequence of his dissent meant perpetually straitened circumstances for the family. Again, these burdens fell on Giovanna in particular, and when Camilo lost his teaching post and fled to the perceived safety of Paris in the spring of 1926, they were separated once more, until relaxed government scrutiny of the family presented an opportunity to flee Italy later that summer. Paris was not quite the reprieve that the family had anticipated. Continuing their anti-fascist agitation, Camillo, as we have seen, found himself on the run once more, and his expulsion from France placed renewed pressures on Giovanna to support her family while also campaigning for clemency for her husband. The French anarchist Louis Lecoin was a source of financial help in these years, and the small grocery shop that Giovanna opened to help make ends meet was soon home to more than vegetables, turning into a space for anarchists to congregate and debate the most fruitful strategies for confronting European fascism. When the Spanish Revolution took Camillo away first temporarily, then permanently, Giovanna's activity in the anarchist movement also started to increase, her practical support beginning to encompass theoretical interventions as well. She helped the Italian refugees fleeing Spain, whose welcome to France saw them interned in camps, and began organizing Camillo's writings so that his example and ideas might aid the now urgent fight against fascism. When France fell to Germany in 1940, this activity meant that Giovanna was soon pinpointed by the collaborationist regime as a troubling presence. At Italy's request, she was arrested, and over the next year would find herself moved between camps in France, Austria, and Germany, as she made the slow journey back to Italy and imprisonment. Liberation for Giovanna came before the liberation of Italy. After a year in an Italian prison, she was well aware of the risks posed by confronting fascism, but she marked her release by clandestinely renewing her anti-fascist activity and anarchist propagandizing. Establishing the anarchist paper La Rivoluzione Libertaria with her new partner Cesare Zaccaria, she strived to revive an Italian anarchist movement hobbled by the triumph of fascism and the dislocations of war. Post-war, she helped establish Volonta, which would be a vehicle for Ignazio Siloni and Albert Camus, while also republishing Italian anarchist classics by Enrico Malatesta and Luigi Fabbri so that younger anarchists would not lose sight of their intellectual and practical heritage. She also penned her own vital polemics. One of these, Il Controllo del Nascite, a collaboration with Zaccaria that collected Volonta articles advocating birth control, found Giovanna arraigned by the authorities once more, this time for corrupting the reproductive morals of Catholic Italy. On this occasion, however, she was acquitted. Giovanna's life was marked by resistance in the face of persecution and resilience in the face of tragedy. Just as Camillo's death prompted action, she also met the untimely death of her daughter Marie Louise with resolve. With financial help from Zaccaria, she established a colony, the Colonia Marie Louise Berneri, which was intended to help the children of Europe's anarchists. Plagued, predictably, by financial uncertainty, it nevertheless managed to keep going for 7 years before the Commune's debts and Giovanna's separation from Zaccaria meant that the property was lost. Undeterred by this setback, she migrated the project up the Italian coast from Piano di Sorrento to Massa, and with aid from anarchist comrades re-established her commune for a further 3 years. Giovanna died in 1962, outliving Marie Louise by 13 years and Camillo by 25, but survived by her other daughter Giuliana, who, following her family's example, would play a significant role in the French anarchist movement of the 1950s. 19. After Camillo's death, Marie Louise, weighed down with feelings of guilt, seized the opportunity for escape from Paris when it arose. Leaving France for England in 1937, after 2 visits to Spain to see for herself the site of the revolution for which her father gave his life, she had, through her marriage to Vernon Richards, the partial protection offered by a British passport as fascism became an international threat. Writing to Richards in the aftermath of her father's death, she confessed to divided feelings about her flight. "At bottom I believe I don't want to escape because I should feel even more the pain," she wrote, confessing that she thought this not a very courageous stand. "I should face up to everything," she continued, "but really I haven't the courage." 20. If her determination faltered in these days, it soon returned. Arriving in England, she devoted her energies to helping organize British anarchists and, as the inevitability of war became obvious, offering an anarchist perspective on the ever-changing international politics that defined the era. As a refugee from Italian fascism who lost one parent to the dying experiment in Spain, while the other faced a precarious future in one of Mussolini's prisons, Marie Louise was far from being a detached onlooker. Her commitment to anarchism, cultivated by her parents' beliefs and example and nourished by the lively political discussion that filled her childhood home in Paris as it became a hub of anti-fascist organization, necessarily had a practical edge when she encountered a British anarchist movement that had entered a barren period since its Victorian heyday. If she became the emotional and intellectual center of the group around Freedom Press, she also offered an organizational acumen and energy that was vitally important as anarchism in Britain re-emerged as a practical force in the afterglow of the Spanish Revolution. 21 Woodcock's reminiscence that one of his first encounters with Berneri was when she was minding the anarchist bookshop in Red Lion Street in Holborn, an area that had long been a home for radicals from William Morris to the dissenting South Place Ethical Society, is another reminder that the practical contribution she made to anarchism in these years was not just in helping Spanish refugees or ascending a soapbox. 22 While in Paris, she had participated in the discussions, not to mention the fundraising, that saw the newspaper Spain and the World rise from the ashes of freedom. She similarly took a leading role in its successors, as name changes mirrored the shifting imperatives of the anarchist movement in an age of crisis, revolt, war commentary, and finally a return to freedom. Writing elsewhere, Woodcock expressed this sentiment more baldly: it was Berneri who was responsible for maintaining the movement in England during the 1940s. 23. Berneri's journalism was central to this achievement. Characterized by an unbending opposition to the war and a commitment to unmasking the duplicity and ethical relativism that she identified in all the belligerents, Berneri's analysis of the unfolding Gehenna drew on anarchism's moralist critique of the state and capital in fundamental ways. She wrote, for example, of how the arrival of African American troops in Britain in early 1942 revealed both the role of the state in maintaining racial division and how this experience might be a fillip for civil rights struggles in the United States. Noting the irony that many Britons probably do not know that the color bar exists in the British colonies, she nevertheless observed that in the majority of cases, ordinary people were resistant to such discrimination, the color bar being more frequent in smart restaurants in the West End than in working-class districts of London. 24 What was egregious, she continued, was that in the face of this sympathy and friendship, under pressure from the American government, the military authorities were encouraging the institution of a color bar in Britain. The anarchist lesson to learn from all of this was that the innate qualities of mutual support and solidarity must inform skepticism of government mandates and translate into concerted opposition to the state. As African American troops landed in Britain on their way to restore freedom and democracy on the continent, it was important to recognize the contradiction at the heart of the struggle, that their sacrifice was made to return liberties they had never possessed in their homeland. To meet these new arrivals with true principles of fraternity rather than the prejudice and discrimination they had left could be a revolutionary act, Berneri concluded, ensuring that the exigencies of the fight against tyranny in Europe would not inaugurate despotism in Britain. Perhaps it might also stiffen resistance to racism in the United States. 25. Running through this critique was a warning that though the liberal democracies presented themselves as the guardians of a freedom imperiled by grey-clad soldiers filing through Europe's ancient capitals, the inherent moral superiority of the Allied powers should not be taken at face value. Fascism was, as Berneri knew personally, an existential threat, but she had little time for British or American democracy. The congressional elections of 1942 were a case in point. The U.S. may well have wasted vast sums of money in maintaining the patina of democratic governance in contrast, that is, to Britain, where elections were suspended for the duration of the war, but she saw the conduct of these elections as evidence of the bankruptcy of the parliamentary fetish underpinning the war effort. The prevailing unpopularity of Congress that Berneri gleaned from an admittedly modest engagement with the American press was an expression, she felt, of a growing recognition that Congress was primarily concerned with protecting its own interests or those of the various capitalist groups it represents. She noted that in a highly industrialized country the fact that the 432 representatives in Congress, what happened to the other 3 is unclear, emerged overwhelmingly from the ranks of business, journalism, finance, and, above all, the law made the absence of industrial workers stark. 26 Coupled with the spectacularly low voter turnout, this illustrated for Berneri a weakening of confidence in the institutions of Western democratic government. Equally, however, it also pointed to the fact that to presume that bourgeois democracy would deliver meaningful protection and freedom to those vulnerable to the whims of the market was misguided. Neither, of course, was the Soviet Union any better. Like her father before her, as much as Berneri devoted her energies to challenging fascism, she was also committed to unmasking the threat and the barbarism of the Soviet Union. This project became all the more important when the Western democracies suddenly found themselves in an unlikely marriage of convenience with Stalin. As Berneri noted sardonically in War Commentary in 1942, this about-face must have been dizzying for journalists and politicians so recently outraged by Moscow's show trials and the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Just a few months ago Hitler forced Russia to come into the war on our side, Berneri commented, and the Republic of Soviets immediately lost its totalitarian character and became one of the great defenders of democracy. 27 Trying to persuade citizens in the liberal democracies of Uncle Joe's new credentials as a friend rather than a scourge of liberty produced, she observed, some farcical genuflections. Stalin is successively the protagonist of parachutists, a technician, the Pope's friend, the brother of colonial people, Buddha with multiple arms, or the Trinity, the Father of the people, Jesus Christ, and spiritual power. He has not yet been portrayed as the Holy Virgin, but that will come in time. 28. Simply reflecting on the possible shape of post-war Europe was enough to demonstrate the icy logic of self-interest that was truly motivating Stalin's actions. The US knew that Stalin was not concerned with spreading the revolution to Europe, but Berneri, writing in 1942, observed that he might very well, like Hitler, want to expand his territories and military power. Even if fascism was crushed by this unholy alliance of communists and capitalists, future instability looked inevitable, with much resting on which country emerged from the inferno in the strongest economic and military position. That, Berneri concluded, would really test the strength of the Allies' newfound friendship and expose the prime importance that a desire for dominance rather than any more benign moral principles played in guiding these states' actions. This was something that even Mr. Molotov, who, since the war started, has signed a pact both with Hitler and Churchill, might well testify. 29. Exposing the amoral pragmatism of the Allies' realpolitik was one concern of Berneri's, but she was equally committed to lancing the hypocrisy of the Big Three's overwrought identification with the language and cause of human freedom. Just as she lampooned the US for deploying African American troops to fight for liberties they were denied at home and saw little superiority in the parliamentary system, she was equally sensitive to the paradox that the horror at hearing stories of Nazi atrocities in occupied Europe did not necessarily translate into a warm welcome for the refugees fleeing them. 30 How quickly democratic governments will allow hospitality and comfortable homes to the Queen Geraldines, Jugoslav princelings, and Dutch princesses, she wryly observed, but how much more slowly they acted when boatloads of refugees bobbed anxiously in ships moored on their coastlines awaiting asylum. This was all too reminiscent of the betrayal that followed the Spanish Civil War, when those fleeing Republicans not lucky enough to reach London and possibly Berneri's help were treated like animals and many were handed over to Franco. Such a lack of empathy revealed the clay feet supporting the Allies' claims of their moral superiority, something also seen in the belligerents' treatment of their enemies' civilian populations. After all, Berneri reminded readers of War Commentary in 1943, those suffering most in the Allies' saturation bombing of Naples or Hamburg were not those ensconced in the sumptuous villas of rich fascists but those who have led lives of misery and toil just like the workers of Clydeside or Coventry. 31. A parallel lesson that such Hamburgizing offered was the base destructiveness of the state. Pulverized German and Italian cities put into perspective the cliché that anarchism was a nihilistic, violent creed, with the smattering of assassinations to its name paling into insignificance compared to the bloodshed unleashed by the war. What this also put into perspective, Berneri suggested, was the disproportionality of the state's efforts to harass anarchist activists and suppress anarchism as a movement, a reflex that tended to accompany states' preparations for war. 32 This was something to which her personal history, defined by the itinerance and instability that so often accompanied anarchist activism, testified, but if she needed further evidence of the state's desire to curtail dissent, Berneri would soon have it. Unsurprisingly, war commentary, with its radical anti-war message, had been the subject of official interest for some time. At the end of 1944, this translated into active repression when the Freedom Press Office, and the houses of its editors were raided by special branch officers. In February 1945, Berneri, Vernon Richards, and their CO editor John Hewitson were arrested under Defense Regulation 39A, charged with distributing 3 seditious issues of war commentary. They were joined in the dock at the Old Bailey by another editor, Philip Sansom, who was already in custody, charged with being in possession of an army waterproof coat and for failing to notify a change of address. 33. The trial of the Freedom Press Group was significant for a number of reasons. 34 For one, it gave George Woodcock a fleeting part in an episode reminiscent of a Graham Greene entertainment. Called to a clandestine meeting at Camden Town Tube Station by Berneri in December 1944, she informed him of the raid earlier that day on the Freedom Press offices. The police had been especially interested in a typewriter on which an anti-militarist manifesto had been written. Intended for distribution in military camps once the war had ended, the missive advocated mass disobedience at the conclusion of peace and the forming of soldiers' Soviets akin to Russia in 1917, hoping to capitalize on the dislocations of demobilization to spurn a revolutionary situation. Although concerned that the piece was unnecessarily provocative in the context of wartime restrictions, Woodcock complied in preparing the stencils for the publication. At their twilight meeting, Berneri advised Woodcock to flee London, taking the incriminating typewriter with him, not only with the object of saving himself from prison, but also because his incarceration alongside Berneri, Richards, Hewitson, and Sansom would leave no one at the helm to continue opposing the state's conduct in the columns of war commentary. As the London fog rolled in, Woodcock hopped from bus to bus and passed through pubs whose rear exits led onto quiet backstreets to evade any trailing members of the Secret Service. Collecting the typewriter and a case of incriminating papers, he hurriedly departed for Euston Station, the capital now encased in a thick fog. Boarding a night train to Caernarfon, he met friends at a quiet mountainside hotel, and stashing the typewriter and papers in a farmhouse, steeled himself to direct the newspaper's anti-war activities alone. 35. Of more practical significance than this moment of excitement for Woodcock was the outcry that greeted the prosecution of the war commentary editors. The decision to press charges, even though by 1945 it was clear that the war was reaching its sanguinary conclusion, made the editors something of a cause célèbre for dissidents who viewed the state's actions as a heavy-handed and clumsy attempt to silence opposition. Joined by Herbert Reed, who had also stashed a cache of incriminating Freedom Press literature in the attic of his Buckinghamshire home, Woodcock sought publicity for the case that would highlight the prosecution as an attack on civil liberties. With Reed and Woodcock possessing the varied literary connections that accompanied their diverse activities in the arts, they sought, and received, support from a host of prominent intellectuals who, while not anarchists, were sympathetic to the cause of the freedom editors. T.S. Eliot, George Orwell, and Dylan Thomas all appended their names to letters of protest, and the outpouring of support led to the creation of the Freedom Defense Committee. Initially intended to coordinate efforts to aid the war commentary editors, the organization subsequently became a more general civil liberties pressure group that briefly attracted a similarly distinguished catalogue of supporters from politics, academia, and the arts. Here, Aneurin Bevan and Fenner Brockway rubbed shoulders with Bertrand Russell, Henry Moore, and Benjamin Britten, before the surge of enthusiasm that created the Defense Committee began to fade. 36. Such initiatives failed in their immediate attempt to spare Richards, Hewitson, and Sansom from prison. Berneri was luckier, although she did not see it that way. Spared from prison on the technicality that under English law a wife could not be prosecuted for conspiring with her husband, much to her disgust, she was set free. Returning to her work with war commentary, she continued to offer an anarchist response to current events, as the dying embers of World War offered pyromantic visions of the international order that would emerge from its ashes. Years before, as the United States hesitated on the margins of involvement, Berneri had observed that behind Roosevelt's professions of loyalty to the imperiled European democracies lingered the convenient fact that the war could potentially be a real boon for American power. As she wrote in December 1939, the U.S. had a great deal to gain by a war which will weaken their three great rivals, Germany, Britain, and France, as it would find its access to Asian markets, currently so often foreclosed by the presence of bowler-hatted financiers, German engineers, and French diplomats, suddenly opened. 37 With the war's close, Berneri thought she was seeing this realignment take shape. Decrying the Marshall Plan as an effort to render Western Europe politically and economically subservient to the United States, she was equally trenchant in her rebuttal of Soviet efforts to expand its power. The control by Russia of countries generally described as being behind the Iron Curtain, she wrote, was even more ruthless than military occupation. And while indigenous communist parties were responsible for carrying out the dirty work of repression, Berneri noted that their model was one imported directly from Moscow. All of this informed a perilous balance of power that presaged an uncertain future for the peace and stability that so much blood had been shed pursuing. As Clement Attlee's newly minted Labour government pointed to an apparent third way between Washington and Moscow, Berneri agreed that there was, indeed, a third way, but it did not rest in a parliament. It lies only in opposition to any kind of state, she wrote, for, where the state continues, the restriction of freedom at home and imperialist ventures abroad are inevitable. 38. The Living Dreams of Poets, Tour Guide Through Utopia. Berneri's journalism offered anarchists a compass for navigating the uncertain terrain and pathways of wartime politics. Resolutely anti-war, she advanced a scathing critique of all the belligerents, challenging the hubris underpinning the Allies' sense of moral superiority, while also denouncing Soviet and fascist totalitarianism. Her words rested on unshakable anarchist values, including opposition to the state, capitalism, and the imperialism both of these nourished, as well as on anarchism's ethical core, a commitment to principles in a world where totalitarians and democrats forged alliances in the name of defending freedom. While her supporters tended to see these qualities as a great contribution to the anarchist cause, such iron resolution could, however, meet with a more qualified assessment. Bucking the trend toward hagiography in the aftermath of her death, the American intellectual and erstwhile Trotskyist Dwight MacDonald wrote to Woodcock admitting that he found much of the coverage of Berneri unsatisfying. She seemed to have been much more of an anti-intellectual, party organizer than I myself like or admire. I got the impression she believed in sacrificing one's more difficult and esoteric ideas, that is, one's real ideas, as against party slogans and moral tags, in order to educate and be understood by the common people. I have long believed this to be a bad idea, and especially foolish because I don't believe the masses are thus educated, or even moved. I must say I thought M.L.'s pamphlet on Russian workers in Stalin's Russia, Freedom Press, 1944, a bad job, tritely written, a badly organized mass of undigested facts. This confirms my above suspicions. Am I wholly wrong? 39. Such attacks on the deleterious effects of middlebrow popularizing would become MacDonald's bailiwick, but Woodcock no doubt dissented from this assessment. Berneri had, after all, been a contributor to his erratically published journal Now, whose early subtitle A Journal of Good Writing made clear his aesthetic expectations as editor. Here Berneri rubbed shoulders with some of the 20th century's most significant writers, including Orwell, Henry Miller, and E. E. Cummings, as well as unorthodox anarchist thinkers such as Reed, Paul Goodman, and D.S. Savage. While mainly limited to occasional pieces, a review of Gerald Brennan's The Spanish Labyrinth, which she praised for recognizing the moral force of anarchism in Spanish revolutionary politics, and a fresh translation of her father's article Nietzsche as Anti-Nietzsche. Berneri also contributed a lengthier article on sexuality and freedom. 40. Drawing on the psychoanalyst Wilhelm Reich, whose heretical work stressed the importance of the liberation of sexuality as an antidote to the neuroses that fed totalitarian politics, she finished her article with a helpful glossary of some of Reich's coinages: orgastic impotence, stasis anxiety, and vegetotherapy. While enthusiasm for an eccentric thinker like Reich may today be seen as an embarrassment, Berneri's warm but critical appraisal of his work highlights an intellectual inquisitiveness and a willingness to engage with various strands of contemporary radical thought. And, indeed, rather than argon energy or cloud-busting machines, Berneri's reading of Reich's work stressed its contribution to the cause of human freedom that, in a world so recently violated by the public sadism, at Buchenwald and Belsen, a solution rested in something far more substantial than ameliorative family allowances, maternity benefits, or old age pensions. Rather than divide biological, psychological, and sociological issues, Berneri continued, the only answer was to approach human nature as a whole in a manner that only anarchism truly achieved. Reich's exploration of sexuality, she concluded, was thus a crucial component of a complete freedom from the authority of the family, the church, and the state. 41. That MacDonald's words might have done an injustice to Berneri is further suggested by a book that he confessed he was looking forward to. 42. Finished before her death, Journey Through Utopia was published posthumously with editorial input from Woodcock, Colin Ward, and John Hewitson. In perhaps unexpected ways for a book that ruminated on the history of attempts to imagine ideal states, the text bore the imprint of the perilous years in which it was written. 43. As Ruth Levitas, one of the most distinguished modern commentators on the politics of utopianism, notes, the barbarities of the war and the uncertainty it sowed were efficient in undermining confidence in the future, a feeling that can be seen in Berneri's book. An untroubled assumption of progress had been severely shaken. Fascism, the Holocaust, and the militarily unnecessary bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki left a legacy of anxiety and pessimism. The U.S. action, taken to limit the potential Soviet sphere of influence in Asia, precipitated the Cold War between the superpowers. 44. Berneri's role as a witness to the tragedies of the 20th century examined in her journalism and experienced personally in the price that both fascism and communism had extracted from her family meant that this context was felt especially keenly. But in looking to the history of utopia, her intervention was also intended to contribute to the project of creating a worthwhile future beyond this nadir. Journey Through Utopia was by no means the only piece of scholarship in these years grappling with grand political questions as chaos reigned. An obvious point of comparison is Karl Popper's two-volume opus The Open Society and Its Enemies, 1945, which, although written in a Christchurch, New Zealand, that was rather more sedate than Berneri's London, was also crucially shaped by its wartime context. His preface to the 1950 edition of his book reflected on the clarifying effect of the war on his thoughts. Although much of what is contained in this book took shape at an earlier date, the final decision to write it was made in March 1938, on the day I received the news of the invasion of Austria. The writing extended into 1943. Neither the war nor any other contemporary event was explicitly mentioned in the book, but it was an attempt to understand those events and their background. 45. An implicit thesis of both Popper's and Berneri's books was that looking at the history of political thought would illuminate this background, revealing the dogmatism that was the inflexible core of much utopian thinking and the ways in which this intransigent politics paved the way for the crimes of the mid-century. Both were also united in the belief that only a deep historical perspective would provide this clarifying light. Popper placed much at Plato's door, charging him with developing a politics defined by a commitment to social engineering, a belief that man is the master of his own destiny and can be reshaped by well-designed social institutions, and a historicism, a conviction that such an ideal state had a literal existence in the golden age of a distant past and that achieving it again could rescue humanity from the stormy uncertainty of modern life. 46. This was a pernicious mixture, and one Popper saw inaugurating a tradition in Western political thought. Turning to Hegel, he impugned him as a direct follower of Plato before attacking his historicism as an effort to entrench the power of the Prussian state, hidden behind a language of bombastic and mystifying cant that prefigured the philosophy of modern totalitarianism. Moving on to Marx, Popper commented that his curse was to have followers. While he saw something of value in Marx's efforts to understand contemporary society and its workings, the prophetic element in his philosophy, assimilated as he digested Hegelianism, was all that remained for his modern epigones. 47 Its determinism bridled the critical thinking it supposedly offered, he concluded, and, most abhorrently, threatened to paralyze the struggle for the open society. 48. Where Popper turned the fight against the forces of a liberalism that defined the context of his writing into a defense of political liberalism, Berneri's book drew on the same crisis to defend a more radical project. Indeed, where Popper looked to democratic piecemeal interventionism as a sobering alternative to the chiasm of revolutionary philosophers drunk on their own theories of history, Berneri opened her account by rejecting just such timidity. 49 If the war highlighted for Popper the toxicity of grand schemes and total solutions, for Berneri the scale of the crisis precisely demanded breaking out from the banality of what had become political life. Our age is an age of compromises, of half-measures, of the lesser evil. Practical men rule our lives. We no longer seek radical solutions to the evils of society, but reforms. We no longer try to abolish war, but to avoid it for a period of a few years. 50. Looking at the history of utopian thinking would be, Berneri hoped, a humbling experience, one that demonstrated the poverty of vision characteristic of modern politics and pointed to the possibility of doing things differently. 51 What would surprise readers, she predicted, was that such audacity was a distinctive feature of utopianism long before the emergence of modern socialism in the 19th century. In fact, she identified the century of Proudhon and Bakunin as an era characterized by the degeneration of utopian thought, when the boldness of Zeno's internationalism, Plato's gender equality, or Campanella's insistence on the 4-hour day were replaced by utopias of timidity, where private property and money were sacrosanct, where the 8-hour day was a gift, and where women were placed under the tutelage of their husbands. Such concessions to realism, she noted, in words that also bore the imprint of her wartime context, should make us doubt the self-congratulatory celebrations of all the social progress achieved since the 19th century. 52 If death camps and smoking cities were not enough, a longer historical perspective would therefore guard against hubris or, indeed, any temptation to consider the work of improving the lives of the many complete. Berneri may have held a more magnanimous view than Popper of the promise of utopian thinking, but she was not ignorant of the striking lack of freedom that was so often characteristic of the utopias sketched by the capricious minds of dreaming philosophers. Plato was a case in point, for while she may have praised his efforts to liberate women from the responsibilities of childcare, she ultimately lambasted his republic as an affront to human freedom. It was puzzling, she observed, that his utopia in particular had captivated so many minds, especially when those minds were fundamentally threatened by Plato's authoritarianism. It has been praised by poets who would have been banned from it, by revolutionaries who fought for the abolition of serfdom and seemed, unaware that Plato's regime was based on slavery. It has been extolled by Democrats in spite of the fact that one can hardly conceive a more despotic rule. It has been praised as an example of a communist society, when it is clear that the community of goods only applies to the ruling class. 53. Plato's words would then have held little comfort for those born into a world with experience of totalitarian states, but they also, for Berneri, highlighted a broader theme in the politics of utopianism. 54 Her general thesis was that there were two principal utopian currents. On the one hand, there were utopias that pursued happiness through the sinking of man's individuality into the group and the greatness of the state, and, on the other, those seeking material comfort and seeing happiness as the product of the free expression of man's personality, something that could not be sacrificed to an arbitrary moral code or to the interests of the state. 55 It was clear where Plato fit. Mounting the ideal states under her scalpel upon this frame, Berneri proceeded to dissect a host of literary utopias from Plato to Huxley. Aside from describing the idiosyncratic social arrangements that characterized many of these fancies, Berneri was also anxious to comment on the broader intellectual and political context that informed their creation. For a figure such as Gerard Winstanley, this focus reflected the fact that these utopian schemes were not always simply acts of imagination but pointed to political projects their proponents thought eminently practicable. Just as Berneri's anarchism informed her adoption of the interpretative axis that divided utopias between those that protected and those that threatened individual liberty, her politics was also significant in analyzing these contextual factors. Sprouting from a period of political and economic dislocation, she saw Winstanley, for all his biblical quotations and biblical language, as a social and intellectual rebel. 56 Indeed, Berneri portrayed him as an anticipator of the familiar anarchist argument that meaningful social change cannot come from above, an interpretation she buttressed with allusions to Godwin, Proudhon, and Kropotkin. Born as Charles I's scaffold was being removed from the front of banqueting house and the Council of State was assuming his powers, Winstanley's diggers, who took it upon themselves to occupy and cultivate public lands in the interests of the commonweal, were soon the subject of oppression. The collapse of their experiment on St. George's Hill under the weight of official pressure confirmed, in Berneri's reading, Winstanley's belief that a society could not be transformed through the work of one man, and that revolution from the top would be useless if man's mental and moral outlook remained the same. Despite these insights, however, even Winstanley could not liberate himself from the authoritarian spirit Berneri saw as a persistent theme in utopian speculation. In this instance, she found that he was too wedded to a barbarian conception of justice and that, accordingly, his utopia also failed the test. 57 Yet the digger's example did reveal the possibility of difference. And, more valuably, it held a lesson acknowledged by anarchists that she hoped would gain ground more generally, that meaningful change could not come from above and was only secured by direct action. Anarchism therefore offered Berneri something of a litmus test by which to measure the success of the individual utopias she examined, but it also guided her approach to the very concept of utopianism itself. The position she reached was not uncontroversial. Given the abuses of freedom perpetrated in most of the utopias discussed in Journey Through Utopia, many anarchists would see this baggage as enough to discredit utopianism as tool of liberation. 58 Moreover, others would see expending effort developing a preconceived plan of what a future society might look like, insisting, like Etienne Cabet, that we must first write a list of all known foods, or planning, like Edward Bellamy, the pneumatic tubes used to deliver goods from warehouses to consumers as a monumental waste of time when confronted with the practical challenges of organizing resistance to rapidly changing political circumstances. On a deeper theoretical level, this very lack of flexibility is also anathema for anarchists. If anarchism attaches special value to transience, plasticity, and openness, such that the organizational units of protest and, perhaps, future social life can never ossify into the tyrannical institutions of state society, to sit down and plan how these social arrangements would look seems like a contradiction in terms. "We cannot organize you," wrote Kropotkin, responding to an imaginary interlocutor who demanded to know how an anarchist society would be structured. "It will depend upon you what sort of organization you will choose." 59. This resistance to blueprint utopias was a core theme of 19th-century anarchism, and one that was resurrected by mid-20th century anti-utopian liberals such as Popper. Just as Popper and Berneri were shaped by contextual circumstances, war and totalitarianism inspiring a malignant trend in much utopian thinking, anarchists in the 19th century were similarly reacting to an inglorious history. As industrialization and the social dislocations that accompanied it recast the world in radical ways summoned, Marx and Engels memorably wrote, by a sorcerer no longer able to control the forces he had called up by his spells, the impulse to escape, to start anew, rationally planned life away from the anarchy of capitalist social relations was common in dissenting circles. 60 Packing their trunks and picking up their shovels, many of these bold pioneers ventured into the wilderness or the sparsely populated plains in pursuit of a brave new world. Invariably, however, for a range of reasons, these efforts failed. For some, as anarchist critics predicted, the tyranny of small-scale living was too much, and barrack-like organization offered little improvement on the slums and tenement houses they had escaped. Others failed because of the personality clashes that followed on the heels of being marooned in isolation with a small group, some because self-sufficiency was much more burdensome than anticipated and many pioneers lacked the necessary skills, and sometimes because utopian experiments were vulnerable to changing political fortunes, and because they rarely had the resources to tide them over during lean periods or to recover from unforeseen calamities. 61. Histories like these, so often repeating as tragedy and then farce, fostered a resistance to utopianism in many anarchists and strengthened the critique that aside from being pointless, such experiments might kill the very freedom they craved. Berneri was well aware of objections such as these, however, and followed Kropotkin in defending the utility of utopianism, while acknowledging the potentially baleful effects of unchecked reverie. As Kropotkin wrote in 1911, it was necessary for there to be books which will enable the mass of the people to form for themselves a more or less exact idea of what it is that they desire, while also acknowledging that a book is not a gospel, it is a suggestion, a proposal, nothing more. 62. With the test of a utopia's worth measured by its degree of centralization or individual liberty, she unapologetically tied utopianism to a language of progress seemingly discredited by the events surrounding her. When the utopia points to an ideal life without becoming a plan, that is, a lifeless machine applied to living matter, it truly becomes the realization of progress. 63. Perhaps in this way, she hoped, recovering the history of utopianism but also understanding both the limitations of the utopian method and the inadequacies of many of the ideal worlds that plagued the utopian record, might begin a progressive journey arrested by the forces of war and reaction. Utopias have often been dead structures conceived by economists, politicians, and moralists, Berneri wrote, concluding her book, but they have also been the living dreams of poets. 64. And her hope for the future, as the firing ceased and lives were rebuilt amidst the rubble of the world's cities, rested in poetic dreams such as these. Patching up a rotten world, endings. The tragedy of biography of any form is that it ends with the ultimate end, the narrative hurtling from the outset ineluctably to an inevitable silence. The tragedy of the biographer is the inescapable failure to capture fully the life of the individual at hand, the futility of confronting the misting forces of time armed only with fragments of yellowing paper, fading ink, and the memories of others. In Berneri's case, for a life cut short just as she was revealing hidden depths as a writer and critic equipped with curiosity and historical imagination, the tragedy is compounded by the sense of paths foreclosed, of, as Woodcock would have had it, budding black roses nipped on the vine. Immanuel Kant, in a similar vein, once pondered the difference between the life planned and that lived. Every human being makes his own plan of destiny in the world, a long list of pleasures or projects make up the pictures of the magic lantern, which he paints for himself and which he allows to play continuously in his imaginations. Death, which ends this play of shadows, shows itself only in the great distance. While we are dreaming, our true destiny leads us on an entirely different way. The part we really get seldom looks like the one we expected. 65. Berneri's end was as tragic as her life. She died on April 13, 1949, at the age of 31, from an infection following the stillbirth of her child. Writing to Woodcock after her death, Herbert Reed reflected on the scattering of her ashes in Kenwood in Hampstead. You have probably by now had details of Marie Louise's death from others, and in my case I don't know exactly what happened. I have heard technical terms from Alex Comfort but can't remember them. It was some kind of blood syncope, probably a consequence of the stillbirth a few weeks earlier. The scattering of the ashes was a rather painful ceremony. It showed that there is some wisdom in traditional ritual, which enables such experiences to take significant shape. What the movement will do without Marie Louise I don't know. No one else has her particular and fanatical devotion to the cause. It was in her blood as well as her brain. And she, as few others, could bridge the gap between workers and intellectuals. 66. As Reed recognized, bridging the gap between workers and intellectuals was a project that Berneri was better placed to achieve than those who followed her. Journey Through Utopia was composed, like her journalism, for this purpose, focused, clearly argued, and direct, but also subtly sophisticated, challenging, and morally demanding. These were the qualities of her politics, and the values that defined her short life, as she grappled with the personal and political calamities confronting the world in the dark years of the mid-20th century. Her protest against this fate was a refusal to patch up a rotten world, and, instead, striving to build a new one defined by the fellowship and freedom that had been so noticeably absent. 67 Despair is inarticulate, wrote Woodcock, as he confronted the pain of losing his friend many years after her death. 68 But Berneri, despite the despair of her age, had a knack for finding the words. Foreword. In Journey Through Utopia, Marie Louise Berneri has set out to give a description and a critical assessment of the most important, and by this the reader will soon learn that she does not mean necessarily the most famous, utopian writings, since Plato first gave, in his Republic, a literary form to the dreams of a golden age and of ideal societies which had doubtless been haunting man since the beginning of the conscious discussion of social problems. A few words of reminiscence are, I think, necessary to explain the form the book has taken. Early in 1948, when the project of publishing a compilation of extracts from celebrated utopias was put to her, she agreed to undertake the selection, but contended that the plan originally put forward was inadequate, since the celebrated utopias were in fact easily available in some form or another for those really anxious to read them, and that what was needed was not merely a compilation, but a work that would combine information and commentary, presenting lengthy illustrations, but at the same time discussing them and linking them together in such a way that the development of utopian thought, and its place in the history of social conditions and ideas, should be clearly demonstrated. Her idea was accepted, with slight modifications, and she set to work with characteristic thoroughness to trace the obscure as well as the familiar utopias. Even a brief glance through this book and its bibliography will show how successful she was, and it will be seen that some of the utopias she has rescued from oblivion, like that of Gabriel de Foigny, are both interesting as literature and important as reflections of the social trends of their periods. In some cases no English version existed, and Marie Louise Berneri had to make her own translations from the French or Italian. This was so with Diderot's supplement to Bougainville's Voyage and Cabet's Voyage to Icaria, while for Campanella's City of the Sun she prepared a new translation based on an Italian version of the original which was some years anterior to the Latin version used by the previous English translator. So far as I have been able to see by referring to the general works on utopias which existed up to the present, none of them has been so wide in scope as the present volume or has contrived to present its subject in so fresh and stimulating a manner. In her account of utopias, Marie Louise Berneri has emphasized the intolerant and authoritarian nature of most of these visions, the exceptions, such as those of Maurice, Diderot, and Foigny, being only a very slight minority. And she has further pointed to the fact that, although the Marxists have always claimed to be scientific as opposed to utopian socialists, their actual social experiments have in practice tended to take on the generally rigid structure and even many of the individual institutional features of the classic utopias. Fortunately, the lessons of this development are not being lost on the people of today, whether they are intellectuals or workers. Visions of an ideal future, where every action, as in Cabet's or Bellamy's schemes, is carefully regulated and fitted into a model state, are no longer popular, and it is impossible to consider such a book today achieving the fame which was enjoyed by Bellamy's Looking Backward in the late 19th century. It is significant that not only are those writers who are conscious of present-day social evils writing anti-utopias to warn people of the dangers of going further in the direction of a regimented life, but these very books have the same kind of popularity which the smug visions of a socialist paradise enjoyed before 1914. Since Journey Through Utopia was written, two important books of this kind have been published which Marie Louise Berneri would undoubtedly have mentioned had she been alive to do so. One is Aldous Huxley's Ape and Essence, a really macabre vision of a future, after the atomic war, when the people of California have turned into Belial worshippers and conduct a society which is based on the cult of hatred and evil. It is a work strictly in the utopian tradition and emphasizes its lesson for the present day with a great deal more ferocity than the same author did in his earlier anti-utopia, Brave New World. The second of these new anti-utopias is the late George Orwell's 1984, an even more powerful vision of a world destroyed by authority, a kind of extension to a logical conclusion of Plato's Republic and all the other utopias which were hostile to human individuality. In Orwell's Airstrip 1, all individuality is finally crushed out, and even thought is regulated in a manner which was unimagined by the earlier utopians. One can speculate with what delight one of the utopian authoritarians of the past would have seized upon a technique for creating uniformity of thought, for in that day all these things were distant enough to be subjects of armchair visions. Today the nightmares have closed in upon us, the utopias of the past are taking shape around us, and we realize at last that the most delightful sounding of these schemes must of necessity become a gruesome prison unless it is based firmly and securely on the foundation of individual freedom, as in the case of that brilliant exception, News from Nowhere. Marie Louise Berneri's book has not merely an academic interest. It is much more than a mere compilation and criticism of utopias, for it does in fact bring out in a striking way the close and fateful relationship between utopian thought and social reality, and takes its place among the important books which have appeared in the last few years, warning us, from various points of view, of the doom that awaits those who are foolish enough to put their trust in an ordered and regimented world. George Woodcock. Introduction. Our age is an age of compromises, of half-measures, of the lesser evil. Visionaries are derided or despised, and practical men rule our lives. We no longer seek radical solutions to the evils of society, but reforms. We no longer try to abolish war, but to avoid it for a period of a few years. We do not try to abolish crime, but are contented with criminal reforms. We do not try to abolish starvation, but to set up worldwide charitable organizations. At a time when man is so concerned with what is practicable and capable of immediate realization, it might be a salutary exercise to turn to men who have dreamed of utopias, who have rejected everything which did not comply with their ideal of perfection. We shall often feel humble as we read of these ideal states and cities, for we shall realize the modesty of our claims, and the poverty of our vision. Zeno advocated internationalism, Plato recognized the equality of men and women, Thomas More saw clearly the relationship between poverty and crime which is denied by men even today. At the beginning of the 17th century Campanella advocated a working day of 4 hours, and the German scholar Andrea talked of attractive work and put forward a system of education which could still serve as a model today. We shall find private property condemned, money and wages considered immoral or irrational, human solidarity admitted as an obvious fact. All these ideas which could be considered daring today were then put forward with a confidence which shows that though they were not generally accepted, they must have been nevertheless readily understood. In the late 17th and the 18th century we find even more startling and bold ideas concerning religion, sexual relations, the nature of government and of the law. We are so accustomed to thinking that progressive movements begin with the 19th century that we shall be surprised to find that the degeneration of utopian thought begins then. Utopias, as a rule, become timid, private property and money are often judged necessary, men must consider themselves happy if they work 8 hours a day, and there is rarely any question of their work being attractive. Women are placed under the tutelage of their husbands, and children under that of the father. But before utopias became contaminated by the realist spirit of our time, they flourished with a variety and richness which may well make us doubt the validity of our claim to have achieved some measure of social progress. This is not to say that all utopias have been revolutionary and progressive, the majority of them have been both, but few have been entirely revolutionary. Utopian writers were revolutionary when they advocated a community of goods at a time when private property was held to be sacred, the right of every individual to eat when beggars were hanged, the equality of women when these were considered little better than slaves, the dignity of manual work when it was regarded and made a degrading occupation, the right of every child to a happy childhood and good education when this was reserved for the sons of the nobles and the rich. All this has contributed to make the word utopia synonymous with a happy, desirable form of society. Utopia, in this respect, represents mankind's dream of happiness, its secret longing for the golden age, or, as others saw it, for its lost paradise. But that dream often had its dark places. There were slaves in Plato's Republic and in More's Utopia, there were mass murders of helots in the Sparta of Lycurgus, and wars, executions, strict discipline, religious intolerance, are often found beside the most enlightened institutions. These aspects, which have often been overlooked by the apologists of utopias, result from the authoritarian conception on which many utopias were built, and are absent from those which aim at achieving complete freedom. Two main trends manifest themselves in utopian thought throughout the ages. One seeks the happiness of mankind through material well-being, the sinking of man's individuality into the group, and the greatness of the state. The other, while demanding a certain degree of material comfort, considers that happiness is the result of the free expression of man's personality and must not be sacrificed to an arbitrary moral code or to the interests of the state. These two trends correspond to different conceptions of progress. For the anti-authoritarian utopians, progress is measured, as for Herbert Reed, by the degree of differentiation within a society. If the individual is a unit in a corporate mass, his life is not merely brutish and short, but dull and mechanical. If the individual is a unit on his own, with space and potentiality for separate action, then he may be more subject to accident or chance, but at least he can expand and express himself. He can develop in the only real meaning of the word develop in consciousness of strength, vitality, and joy. But, as Herbert Reed also points out, this has not always been the definition of progress. Many people find safety in numbers, happiness in anonymity, and dignity in routine. They ask for nothing better than to be sheep under the shepherd, soldiers under a captain, slaves under a tyrant. The few that must expand become the shepherds, the captains, and the leaders of these willing followers. The authoritarian utopias have aimed at giving shepherds, captains, and tyrants to the people, whether under the name of guardians, philarches, or samurai. These utopias were progressive in as much as they wished to abolish economic inequalities, but they replaced the old economic slavery by a new one. Men ceased to be the slaves of their masters or employers, to become the slaves of the nation and the state. The power of the state is sometimes based on moral and military power, as in Plato's Republic, on religion, as in Andreas Christianopoulos, or on the ownership of the means of production and distribution as in most of the utopias of the 19th century. But the result is always the same: the individual is obliged to follow a code of laws or of moral behavior artificially created for him. The contradictions inherent in most utopias are due to this authoritarian approach. The builders of utopias claim to give freedom to the people, but freedom which is given ceases to be freedom. Diderot was one of the few utopian writers who denied himself even the right to decree that each should do as he wills, but the majority of the builders of utopias are determined to remain the masters in their imaginary commonwealths. While they claim to give freedom, they issue a detailed code which must be strictly followed. There are the lawgivers, the kings, the magistrates, the priests, the presidents of national assemblies in their utopias, and yet, after they have decreed, codified, ordered marriages, imprisonments and executions, they still claim that the people are free to do what they like. It is only too apparent that Campanella imagined himself to be the great metaphysician in his City of the Sun, Bacon a father of his Salomon's House, and Cabot the lawgiver of his Icaria. When they have the wit of Thomas More, they could express their secret longing with much humour. "You cannot think how elated I am," he wrote to his friend Erasmus, "how I have grown in stature and hold my head higher, so constantly do I imagine myself in the part of sovereign of Utopia. In fact, I fancy I am walking with the crown of corn ears upon my head, wearing a Franciscan cloak, and carrying the corn sheaf as a scepter, attended by a great throng of the people of Amaurote." Sometimes others have to point out the inconsistencies of their dream, as when Gonzales in The Tempest tells his companions of the ideal commonwealth which he would like to create on his island. Gonzales: "I the commonwealth I would by contraries execute all things, for no kind of traffic would I admit, no name of magistrate. Letters should not be known, riches, poverty, and use of service, none, contract, succession, born, bound of land, tilth, vineyard, none. No use of metal, corn, or wine or oil. No occupation, all men idle. All. And women too, but innocent and pure. No sovereignty. Sebastian. Yet he would be king on T. Antonio. The latter end of his commonwealth. forgets the beginning. Another contradiction of authoritarian utopias consists in asserting that their laws follow the order of nature when in fact their code has been arbitrarily constituted. Utopian writers, instead of trying to discover the laws of nature, preferred to invent them, or found them in the archives of antient prudence. For some of them, like Mably or Morelli, the code of nature was that of Sparta, and instead of basing their utopias on living communities and on men as they have known them, they built them on abstract conceptions. This is responsible for the artificial atmosphere prevalent in most utopias. Utopian men are uniform creatures with identical wants and reactions and deprived of emotions and passions, for these would be the expression of individuality. This uniformity is reflected in every aspect of utopian life, from the clothes to the timetable, from moral behavior to intellectual interests. As H. G. Wells has pointed out, in almost every utopia except, perhaps, Morris's News from Nowhere one sees handsome but characterless buildings, symmetrical and perfect cultivations, and a multitude of people, healthy, happy, beautifully dressed, but without any personal distinction whatever. Too often the prospect resembles the key to one of those large pictures of coronations, royal weddings, parliaments, conferences, and gatherings in Victorian times, in which, instead of a face, each figure bears a neat oval with its index number legibly inscribed. The setting of the utopia is equally artificial. To the uniformed nation must correspond an uniform country or city. The authoritarian love of symmetry causes utopians to suppress mountains or rivers, and even to imagine perfectly round islands and perfectly straight rivers. In the utopia of the national state, says Lewis Mumford, there are no natural regions, and the equally natural grouping of people in towns, villages, and cities, which, as Aristotle points out, is perhaps the chief distinction between man and the other animals, is tolerated only upon the fiction that the state hands over to these groups a portion of its omnipotent authority, or sovereignty as it is called, and permits them to exercise a corporate life. Unfortunately for this beautiful myth, which generations of lawyers and statesmen have labored to build up, cities existed long before states. There was a Rome on the Tiber long before there was a Roman Imperium, and the gracious permission of the state is simply a perfunctory seal upon the accomplished fact. Instead of recognizing natural regions and natural groups of people, the utopia of nationalism establishes by the surveyor's line a certain realm called national territory, and makes all the inhabitants of this territory the members of a single, indivisible group, the nation, which is supposed to be prior in claim and superior in power to all other groups. This is the only social formation which is officially recognized within the national utopia. What is common to all the inhabitants of this territory is thought to be of far greater importance than any of the things that bind men together in particular civic or industrial groups. This uniformity is maintained by a strong national state. Private property is abolished in utopia, not merely to establish equality among the citizens or because of its corrupting influence, but because it presents a danger to the unity of the state. The attitude towards the family is also determined by the desire to maintain an unified state. Many utopias remain in the Platonic tradition and abolish the family together with monogamous marriage, while others follow Thomas More and advocate the patriarchal family, monogamous marriage, and the bringing up and education of children within the fold of the family. A third group effect a compromise by retaining family institutions but entrusting the education of the children to the state. When utopias want to abolish the family, it is much for the same reasons as they want to abolish property. The family is considered as encouraging selfish instincts and as having therefore a disintegrating influence on the community. On the other hand, the advocates of the family see in it the basis for a stable state, the indispensable cell, the training ground for the virtues of obedience and loyalty required by the state. They rightly believe that the authoritarian family, far from presenting a danger by inculcating individualist tendencies in the children, accustoms them, on the contrary, to respect the authority of the father. They will later obey just as unquestioningly the orders of the state. A strong state necessitates a ruling class or caste holding power over the rest of the people, and, while builders of ideal commonwealths took great care that property should not corrupt or disunite this ruling class, they did not see, as a rule, the danger of the love of power corrupting and dividing the rulers and oppressing the people. Plato was the chief offender in this respect. His guardians were entrusted with all the power in the city, while Plutarch was aware of the abuses which could be carried out by the Spartans, but offered no remedy. Thomas More put forward a new conception, that of a state representing all the citizens, except for a small number of slaves. His regime was what we would call democratic, that is to say, power was exercised by the representatives of the people. But these representatives had the power of administrating the laws rather than framing them, since all the major laws had been given to the country by a lawgiver. The state therefore administered a code of laws which the community had not made. Furthermore, in view of the centralized nature of that state, the laws are the same for every citizen and every section of the community, and do not take into account varying personal factors. For this reason, some utopian writers, like Gerard Winstanley, were opposed to the community delegating its power to a central body, for fear that it would in fact lose its liberty, and wanted it to retain its autonomous government. Gabriel de Foigny and Diderot went even further by abolishing governments altogether. The existence of the state also necessitates two codes of moral behavior, for the state not only divides people into classes but also divides humanity into nations. Loyalty to the state often demands the negation of the feelings of solidarity and mutual aid which naturally exist between men. The state imposes a certain code of behavior governing the relations between the citizens of the Commonwealth and another governing the relations between the citizens and the slaves or the barbarians. All that is forbidden in relations between equals is allowed towards those who are considered inferior beings. The utopian citizen is gentle and courteous towards his peers but cruel to his slaves. He loves peace at home but carries out the most ruthless wars abroad. All the utopias which follow in Plato's footsteps admit this duality in man. That this duality exists in society as we know it is true enough, but it may seem curious that it should not have been eliminated in a perfect society. The universalist ideal of Zeno who, in his Republic, proclaimed the brotherhood of men of all nations, has rarely been adopted by utopian writers. The majority of utopias accept war as an inevitable part of their system, as indeed it must be, for the existence of a national state always gives birth to wars. The authoritarian utopian state does not allow of any personality strong and independent enough to conceive of change or revolt. Since the utopian institutions are considered as perfect, it goes without saying that they cannot be capable of improvement. The utopian state is essentially static and does not allow its citizens to fight or even to dream of a better utopia. This crushing of man's personality often takes a truly totalitarian character. It is the lawgiver or the government which decides the plan of cities and houses. These plans are prepared according to the most rational principles and the best technical knowledge, but they are not the organic expression of the community. A house, like a city, may be made of lifeless materials, but it should embody the spirit of those who build it. In the same way, utopian uniforms may be more comfortable and attractive than ordinary clothes, but they do not allow for the expression of one's individuality. The utopian state is even more ferocious in its suppression of the freedom of the artist. The poet, the painter, the sculptor must all become the servants and propaganda agents of the state. They are forbidden individual expression either on aesthetic or moral grounds, but the real aim is to crush any manifestation of freedom. Most utopias would fail the test of art suggested by Herbert Reed. Plato, as is too often and too complacently recalled, banished the poet from his republic. But that republic was a deceptive model of perfection. It might be realized by some dictator, but it could only function as a machine functions mechanically. And machines function mechanically only because they are made of dead inorganic materials. If you want to express the difference between an organic progressive society and a static totalitarian regime, you can do so in one word, this word art. Only on condition that the artist is allowed to function freely can society embody those ideals of liberty and intellectual development which to most of us seem the only worthy sanctions of life. The utopias which pass this test are those which oppose to the conception of the centralized state, that of a federation of free communities, where the individual can express his personality without being submitted to the censure of an artificial code, where freedom is not an abstract word but manifests itself concretely in work, whether that of the painter or of the mason. These utopias are not concerned with the dead structure of the organization of society, but with the ideals on which a better society can be built. The anti-authoritarian utopias are less numerous, and exerted a lesser influence than the others, because they did not present a ready-made plan but daring, unorthodox ideas, because they demanded each of us to be unique and not one among many. When the utopia points to an ideal life without becoming a plan, that is, a lifeless machine applied to living matter, it truly becomes the realization of progress. 1. Utopias of antiquity. Greek philosophical and political thought possesses such a richness and variety as to make it the greatest source of inspiration for utopian writers throughout the ages. The legends of the Golden Age, the descriptions of ideal states belonging to a mythical past or to a distant future, the theoretical writings on the art of government, have all had a profound influence on the builders of ideal commonwealths, from Thomas More to H.G. Wells. It is not always easy to determine which works can be considered as utopias, for the difference between imaginary and historical accounts is sometimes a very tenuous one. Plato himself, to whom later writers have most often turned, has left works which contain various forms of utopian thought. The Timaeus and the Critias are both descriptions of mythical societies and of ideal commonwealths. The Republic lays down the basis for an ideal city of the future, and the laws that of a second-best state. In Aristotle we find the frame of an ideal constitution and also an account of the institutions governing many Greek states. In Diodorus Siculus, historical accounts of early communities and legends of the Golden Age. In Zeno a study of governments and a sketch of an ideal republic, and in Strabo and Plutarch a fairly accurate description of society as it had existed in Crete and Sparta. Among these works, those which come nearer to the definition of an ideal commonwealth and to which, at the same time, subsequent utopias have been most indebted, are Plato's Republic and Plutarch's Life of Lycurgus. Both represent the authoritarian and communistic trends of Greek thought, but their influence on later thinkers has often been tempered by the reformist petty bourgeois ideas of Aristotle or the libertarian and cosmopolitan ideals of Zeno. If our aim were to trace the influence of Greece on utopian thought rather than to present schemes of ideal commonwealths, their works should have been considered here. It may also seem an arbitrary choice to include the Republic and leave out the Timaeus, the Critias, and the Laws, but, as Alexander Gray has remarked, there is an immensity of Plato as there is an immensity of Shakespeare, and the limitations of a short survey are necessarily somewhat arbitrary. Plato. The Republic. The period in which Plato wrote the Republic was one of decline in Greek history. The Peloponnesian War, 431 to 404 BC, had ended with the crushing defeat of Athens, and the independent cities which had taken part in it were weakened by the long struggle and by internal factions. Their lack of unity rendered them vulnerable to foreign aggression and had allowed the military and authoritarian state of Sparta to triumph over them. Plato was 23 years old when the war came to an end, leaving Athens in a state of political and economic exhaustion. It is understandable, therefore, that his writings should show such an interest in political and social questions, and that he should have attempted to draw some lessons from the defeat of Athens and the victory of Sparta. The mind of the defeated is often fascinated by the power of the conquerors, and when Plato came to build his ideal city he turned to Sparta for a model. He did not, of course, imitate that model slavishly, but his republic is more similar to the authoritarian organization of Sparta than to the liberal institutions which the other Greek cities had enjoyed during the preceding centuries. To the spirit of independence and extreme individualism which characterized Greek life, Plato opposed the conception of a strong and homogeneous state based on authoritarian principles. The Sophists, against whom Plato directed his most persistent and bitter attacks, had sought a solution to the disintegration of Greek life along opposite lines. Their cure was not less, but more freedom. They turned to the traditional belief in a golden age when men lived in a state of complete freedom and equality, and they put forward the theory that it was with the birth of political institutions that men had lost that freedom and happiness which belonged to them as a natural right. In his Nationalism and Culture, Rudolf Rocker described this social conception thus. It was especially the members of the sophist school who in their criticism of social evils used to refer to a past natural state where man as yet knew not the consequences of social oppression. Thus Hippias of Elis declares that the law has become man's tyrant, continually urging him to unnatural deeds. On the basis of this doctrine Alcidamas, Lycophron, and others advocated the abolition of social prerogatives, condemning especially the institution of slavery, as not founded upon the nature of man, but as arising from the enactments of men who made a virtue of injustice. It was one of the greatest services of the much maligned sophist school that its members surmounted all national frontiers and consciously allied themselves with the great racial community of mankind. They felt the insufficiency and the spiritual limitations of the patriotic ideal and recognized with Aristippus that every place is equally far from Hades. These ideas were taken up later by the Cynics, who considered the institutions of the state as being opposed to the natural order of things and denied class and national distinctions, and by the school of Stoics, founded by Zeno of Kitchen, who refused to submit to external compulsion but followed the inner law which revealed itself in nature. In Zeno's ideal commonwealth there were to be no states or political institutions, but complete freedom and equality for all human beings, while marriage, temples, law courts, schools, and money were to be abolished. Zeno did not, however, confuse freedom with license or irresponsibility. He believed that human social instinct has its roots in communal life and finds its highest expression in the sense of justice, and that man combines a need for personal freedom with a sense of responsibility for his own actions. Plato represented a reaction against the major trends of philosophical thought in his time, for he believed in moral and external compulsion, in inequality and authority, in strict laws and immovable institutions, and in the superiority of the Greeks over the barbarians. Though his influence on modern thought has been far greater than that of the other philosophers, there were times when thinkers proclaimed, like the Stoics, the natural right of men to complete freedom and equality. Like the Sophists and the Stoics, however, Plato was convinced that his institutions were in accord with the law of nature, but, for him, nature had created some men to rule and others to be ruled. In the Republic he says, "The truth established by nature is that he who is ill, whether he be rich or poor, ought to wait at the doctor's door, and every man who needs to be ruled, at the door of him who can rule." Having denied that each man is to be his own ruler and established the necessity of a ruling class, Plato logically wished to establish a strong government, strong not only by the power it would have over the mass of the people but by its moral and intellectual superiority and its internal unity. The rulers or guardians of his ideal republic are not to be chosen for their birth or their wealth but for the qualities which predispose them to their task. They must be men of good stock, good physique, good mind, and good education. This is how Socrates explains to Glaucon the essential qualities of the guardians. Then, I said, because the work of our guardians is the most important of all, it will demand the most exclusive attention and the greatest skill and practice. I certainly think so, he said. And will it not need also a nature fitted for this profession? Surely. Then it will be our business to do our best to select the proper persons and to determine the proper character required for the guardians of the city. Yes, we shall have to do that. Well, certainly it is no trivial task we have undertaken, but we must be brave and do all in our power. Yes, we must, he said. Do you not think, then, I said, that so far as their fitness for guarding is concerned, a noble youth and a well-bred dog are very much alike? What do you mean? I mean, for example, that both must be sharp-sighted, quick of foot to pursue the moment they perceive, and strong enough to make captures and overcome opposition when necessary. Yes, he said, all these qualities are required. And since they are good fighters, they must certainly be brave. Surely. But will either horse or dog or any animal be brave if it is not spirited? Have you not observed that spirit is unconquerable and irresistible? Every soul possessed by it will meet any danger fearless and unshrinking. I have noticed that. Then we are quite clear as to what must be the bodily characteristics of our guardians. Yes. And as to their mental qualities, we know they must be spirited. Certainly. Then, Glaucon, I said, with such natures as these, how are they to be prevented from behaving savagely towards one another and the other citizens? By Zeus, he said, that will not be easy. Still we must have them gentle to their fellows and fierce to their enemies. If we can't effect that, they will prevent the enemy from destroying the city by doing it first themselves. True, he said. What then are we to do? I said. Where shall we find a character at once gentle and high-spirited? For a gentle nature is surely the antithesis of a spirited one. So it appears. Nevertheless, if either is lacking, we shall certainly not have a good guardian. But this combination is apparently unattainable, and so you see it follows that a good guardian is an impossibility. It looks like it, he said. I was perplexed, but reflecting on what had gone before I said, we certainly deserve to be in difficulties, for we have forsaken the simile we set before ourselves. What do you mean? Have you noticed that natures are to be found possessed of those opposite qualities, for all that we thought them non-existent? Where? In many animals, but perhaps best in that with which we compared our guardian. Well-bred dogs, you surely know, are naturally of that disposition as gentle as possible to their friends and those whom they know, but the very opposite to strangers. Yes, I know that. Then, I said, we may assume that the character we seek in our guardian is possible, and not contrary to nature. I think we may. Do you think, then, that there is another quality indispensable to the guardian? The spirited element is not enough, he must be of a philosophical nature as well. What are you saying? He said. I don't understand. You will notice this other quality in dogs, I said. It certainly is surprising in the creatures. What quality? Why, when dogs see a stranger, without any provocation they get angry, but if they see someone they know, they welcome him, even though they have received no kindness at his hands. Have you never wondered at that? I have hardly thought of it before. But that certainly is how they behave. Well, but this instinct in the dog is a very fine thing, and genuinely philosophical. In what way? Why, he distinguishes between a friendly and an unfriendly face, simply by the fact that he knows the one and is ignorant of the other. Now, how could the creature be anything but fond of learning when knowledge and ignorance are its criterion to distinguish between the friendly and the strange? How indeed? Well, but is it not the same thing to be fond of learning and to be philosophical? I asked. It is, he said. Then shall we confidently apply this to man? If he is to be gentle to his friends and acquaintances, he must be by nature philosophical and fond of learning. Let us do so, he said. Then he who is to be a good and noble guardian of our city will be by nature philosophical and spirited and quick and strong. This body of guardians will be chosen by a small number of men who are true philosophers and know who is a fit person to compose the ruling class. Plato does not explain very clearly how this government of philosophers is to come into being, but merely says that in his republic, either the philosophers must become kings or the kings philosophers. Having assumed then that the reins of government have been put into the hands of the philosophers, their first task must be to select those who are to become guardians, and this is how it will be done. Then we must discover who are the best guardians of the doctrine that is in them, that they must do whatever they think at any time best for the city. We must watch them from their earliest childhood, and set them tasks in which there are the strongest temptations to forget or be cheated out of their devotion to the city. We must select those that are tenacious of memory and hard to deceive, the others we must reject. Do you agree? Yes. We must impose upon them, too, labors, and vexations, and contests, and watch for the same things there. You are right, he said. Then, I said, we must prepare for them a contest of the third kind, a trial and resistance to witchcraft, and watch them then. As men try whether colts are easily frightened by taking them near noises and alarming sounds, so we must bring our men, while still young, into the midst of terrors, and then again plunge them into pleasures, testing them more hardly than gold is tested in the fire, and if one appears in all things gracious and a resister of enchantment, if he is a good guardian of himself and the music he has learnt, if he bears himself in all his trials with rhythm and harmony, such a man would be of the greatest service to himself and to the city. Therefore we must elect as ruler and guardian of the city him who as boy and youth and man has been tested and has come out without stain, and render him honours in life and after death, giving him the highest rewards of public burial and other memorials. The others we must reject. Some such method as that, Glaucon, I said, seems to me the best for the election and appointment of rulers and guardians. I give the outline only without accurate details. My opinion is much the same, he said. Then is it really most correct to give these the name of perfect guardians, inasmuch as they watch over both enemies without and friends at home, taking care that the first shall be unable, and the second unwilling, to do harm, and to call the young men, whom we formerly counted as guardians, auxiliaries, and upholders of the doctrines of the rulers. Once the guardians have been chosen they must be invested with authority, and that authority will be all the more respected if it is believed to be of a predestined character. By means of a myth or, as Plato calls it, a necessary lie or a noble falsehood, the rulers must be persuaded that they belong to a superior class, that they are born to be leaders, and what is more important, the rest of the citizens must be coached into believing that they are born to be ruled and that these class distinctions are all part of a divine scheme. Rather shyly, because he is afraid that his noble falsehood may not be easily accepted, Socrates expounds to Glaucon his ingenious myth. You in this city are all brothers, so we shall tell our tale to them, but God as he was fashioning you, put gold in those of you who are capable of ruling, hence they are deserving of most reverence. He put silver in the auxiliaries, and iron and copper in the farmers and the other craftsmen. For the most part your children are of the same nature as yourselves, but because you are all akin, sometimes from gold will come a silver offspring, or from silver a gold, and so on all round. Therefore the first and weightiest command of God to the rulers is this, that more than aught else they be good guardians of and watch zealously over the offspring, seeing which of those metals is mixed in their souls. If their own offspring has an admixture of copper or iron, they must show no pity, but giving it the honor proper to its nature, set it among the artisans or the farmers, and if on the other hand in these classes children are born with an admixture of gold and silver, they shall do them honor and appoint the first to be guardians, the second to be auxiliaries. For there is an oracle that the city shall perish when it is guarded by iron or copper. Can you suggest any contrivance by which they may be made to believe this story? No, he said, I see no hope of succeeding with your original citizens, but possibly their sons and their descendants, and subsequent generations, might believe it. Once the guardians have been selected and invested with authority, the task remains to regulate their lives so as to ensure the greatest unity among them. This is achieved by requiring them to share their goods, their houses, and their meals. Furthermore, the guardians will not know any greed or covetousness which might sow dissension among themselves and distract them from their tasks. In the first place, no one shall have any private property, unless it is absolutely necessary. Secondly, no one shall have dwelling place or storehouse which any one who pleases may not freely enter. To supply the proper necessities of men who are warrior athletes, and both prudent and courageous, they shall receive from the other citizens a fixed reward for their guardianship, large enough to support them for a year and leave nothing over. They shall live in common, taking their meals at the public tables, as in an army. As for silver and gold, we shall tell them that they have the divine metals always in their hearts, given them by the gods, and have no need of men's silver and gold, nay, that it is an act of impiety to pollute their possession of the divine gold by conjoining it with the mortal, for many unholy deeds are done for the common currency, but the coinage in their souls is unsullied. They alone in all the city are not allowed to handle or touch silver and gold, or to be under the same roof with it, or hold it in their hands, or drink out of gold and silver vessels. This will be their salvation, and the salvation of the city. But if at any time they acquire land or houses or money of their own, and are men of business and farmers instead of guardians, they will become the hated masters instead of the allies of the other citizens. The city will be best governed when the largest number of men agree in applying these words, mine or not mine, to the same thing. There must be communion in pleasure and pain, for individuality in these feelings is a dissolving force. This unity must be particularly strong among the guardians, and for this reason there must be a community of wives and children, so that in every one he meets he will think he has a brother or sister, or father, or mother, or son or daughter, or grandchild, or grandparent. This law will do still more to make them true guardians, and prevent the disruption of the city which would result if each man gave the name of mine not to the same but to different things, if all took what they could for themselves, and dragged it off to their different private houses, if each called a different wife and different children his own, and thus implanted in the city the individual pleasures and griefs of individuals. Marriages, or it would be more exact to say, sexual unions, are to be carried out according to strict eugenic principles, and here again Plato has recourse to the use of necessary lies. Then you, the lawgiver, as you have selected the men, will select the women, choosing as far as possible those of a similar nature, and place them together. Both sexes will live together, with common houses and common meals, no one possessing any private property, and associating with one another in the gymnasia and in the rest of their daily life. They will be led, I imagine, by an inherent necessity to form alliances. Do you not think that this will be the inevitable? Yes, he said, not by geometric but by lover's necessity, which, perhaps, is stronger than the other in its power to persuade and constrain the mass of men. You are right, I replied. But next, Glaucon, promiscuous unions or anything of that kind would be a profanation in a state of happy citizens, and the guardians will not allow it. No, it would not be just, he said. Then clearly we shall next see to making the marriages as sacred as possible, and this sanctity will attach to those which are most advantageous. Most certainly. How then will they be most advantageous? Tell me this, Glaucon. I see that you have in your house hunting dogs and a great many game birds. Tell me, I conjure you, have you paid any attention to their unions and breeding? In what respect? He said. Firstly, though they are all well bred, are there not some which are, or prove themselves to be, the best? There are. Then do you breed from all alike, or are you anxious to breed as far as possible from the best of them? From the best of them. Then do you breed from those that are very young or very old, or as far as possible from those that are in their prime? From those in their prime. And if you did not breed in this way, are you of opinion that the stock of birds and dogs would greatly deteriorate? I am, he said. What is your opinion in regard to horses and other living creatures? I said. Would it be different with them? The idea is absurd, he said. Good heavens, my dear friend, I said, what surpassing excellence we need in our rulers, if the same principles apply to the human race. They certainly do, he said. What then? Because, I said, they will have to administer a great deal of medicine. You know that for cases where medicine is not needed, and the constitution will respond to a diet, we think a quite ordinary doctor good enough, but when medicine has to be administered, we know that a much more courageous doctor is needed. True. But what is your point? This, I answered. It seems that our rulers will have to administer a great quantity of falsehood and deceit for the benefit of the ruled. For we said, if you remember, that all such practices were useful in the form of medicine. Yes, and we were right, he said. And the rightness of it seems to find special application in marriages and the begetting of children. In what way? From our admissions, I said, it follows that the best of both sexes ought to be brought together as often as possible, the worst as seldom as possible, and that we should rear the offspring of the first, but not the offspring of the second, if our herd is to reach the highest perfection, and all these arrangements must be secret from all save the rulers if the herd of guardians is to be as free as possible from dissension. You are perfectly right, he said. We must then have statutory festivals, at which we shall bring together the brides and bridegrooms. There should be accompanying sacrifices, and our poets must compose strains as honor of the marriages which take place. But the number of marriages we shall place under the control of the rulers, that they may as far as possible keep the population at the same level, having regard to wars and disease and all such ravages, and also taking care to the best of their power that our city become neither great or small. You are right, he said. They must invent, I fancy, some ingenious system of lots, so that those less worthy persons who are rejected when the couples are brought together may on each occasion blame their luck, and not the rulers. Certainly, he said. And surely to our young men who acquit themselves well in war or other duties we may give, along with other rewards and prizes, a more unrestricted right of cohabitation in order that there may be a colorable excuse for such fathers having as many children as possible. You are right. Then the children as they are born will be taken in charge by the officers appointed for the purpose, whether these are men or women, or both. For of course offices also are common to men and women. Yes. The children of good parents, I suppose, they will put into the rearing pen, handing them over to nurses who will live apart in a particular portion of the city, but the children of inferior parents and all defective children that are born to the others they will put out of sight in secrecy and mystery, as is befitting. Yes, they must, he said, if the race of guardians is to be pure. And will not these officers also superintend the rearing of the children, bringing the mothers to the nursery when their breasts are full, and taking every precaution to prevent any woman knowing her own child, and providing wet nurses if the mothers are not enough, and will they not take care that the mothers do not give too much time to suckling the children, and assign night watches and all troublesome duties to nurses and attendants? As you describe it, he said, childbearing will be a very easy matter for the wives of the guardians. So it ought to be, I said. Let us now discuss the next point in our proposals. We said that children must be born from parents in their prime. True. Then do you agree with me that on an average a woman is in her prime for 20 years, and a man for 30? Which 20, and which 30, he said. For a woman, I said, the proper time is to begin at 20 years and bear children for the city until she is 40, for a man the proper time to begin is when he has seen the swiftest prime of his running go by, and to beget children for the state until 55. Yes, he said, in both cases that is the period of their prime both in body and mind. Therefore if a man above or below these ages meddles with the begetting of children for the commonwealth, we shall declare this to be a transgression both impious and unjust. He is raising up a son for the state who, though his birth be secret, will not be born the child of the sacrifices and prayers which the priests and priestesses and the whole city will offer, when on each occasion of marriage they pray that the children may be ever better and more useful than their good and useful parents. But he will be born in darkness, the child of dire incontinence. You are right, he said. And the same law will apply, I said, if a man who is still of an age to be a father meddles with a woman of marriageable age when the ruler has not joined them. We shall say that he is giving to the city a child that is a bastard, unauthorized and unholy. You are perfectly right, he said. Then I fancy that when the men and women have passed the age of having children we shall, of course, leave them at liberty to associate with whosoever they please, except that a man must not associate with his daughter or his mother, or his granddaughter or grandmother, and the women we shall allow to associate with any one but a son or a father, or grandson or grandfather, and all this only after we have exhorted them to be very careful that no child, if one should be so conceived, should see the light, but if one should by any chance force its way to the light, they must dispose of it on the understanding that such an offspring is not to be reared. These are certainly reasonable proposals, he said. But how will they distinguish one another's fathers and daughters, and the relations you have just mentioned? They will not do so, I said. But all the children that are born in the 10th month, and also in the 7th, after a man's bridal day, will be called by him, if male his sons, and if female his daughters, and they will call him father, and similarly he will call the offspring of his generation grandchildren, and they again will call him and his fellow bridegrooms and brides grandfathers and grandmothers, and, lastly, those born in the time when their fathers and mothers were having children will be called brothers and sisters, so that in accordance with what we said a moment ago, they will not associate with one another, but the law may allow the union of brothers and sisters if the lot falls in that way and the priestess of Apollo approves. Quite right, he said. Such, then, Glaucon, is the community of wives and children for the guardians of your city. The wives of the guardians, having been freed from the task of bringing up children and looking after their family, are able to share the duties of their husbands in governing the city. Do you agree, Socrates asks Glaucon, to this community of women with men in education, in the care of the children and guardianship of the other citizens, and that they must both remain in the city and go out to war, guard and hunt with them like dogs, and as far as possible take their full share in everything, and that by so doing their actions will be most desirable and not contrary to the natural relations of male and female or their natural community? And Glaucon dutifully replies, I agree. The relations between men and women must not be allowed to have a disturbing effect on the life of the community. Plato conceives only of love between people of the same sex, but, even then, it must be devoid of passion. True love really consists in loving in a temperate and musical spirit that which is orderly and beautiful. And, says Socrates to Glaucon, in the city we are founding you will lay down a law that the lover may kiss his beloved, may frequent his society and embrace him, as though he were his son, if he so persuade him, for beauty's sake, but in all else his relations with the person he affects shall be such that they shall never be suspected of going beyond this. If he acts otherwise, he shall draw upon himself the reproach of bad taste and vulgarity. The government of Plato's ideal commonwealth is thus to be carried out by a particularly gifted class of men and women who have renounced property and material privileges, who marry and procreate in the best interests of the state, who scorn passions and individuality of feeling. But even among the guardians there are some who are more fitted to govern than others. Those who have a more philosophical nature will be the rulers, while the others, who are less intelligent but more inclined to violent sports, will become the auxiliaries or soldiers and will form a regular, professional army. Our city will need to be still greater, and by no small amount either, but by a whole army. It will defend all the substance and wealth we have described, and will march out and fight the invaders. Why, he said, are they not capable of doing that themselves? Certainly not, I said, if you and the rest of us were right in the principle we agreed upon when we were shaping the city. I think we agreed, if you remember, that it was impossible for one man to work well at many crafts. True, he said. Well, I said, does not the business of war seem a matter of craftsmanship? Yes, certainly, he said. Then ought we to be more solicitous for the craft of shoemaking than for the craft of war? By no means. But did we not forbid our shoemaker to attempt to be at the same time a farmer or a weaver or house builder? He was to be a shoemaker only, in order that our shoemaking work might be well done. So with all the others, we gave each man one trade, that for which nature had fitted him. Nothing else was to occupy his time, but he was to spend his life working at that, using all his opportunities to the best advantage and letting none go by. And is not efficiency in war more important than anything else? Or is it such a simple profession that a farmer or a shoemaker, or any other craftsman, can be a soldier in the intervals of his craft, though no one in the world would find that practice in his leisure moments or anything short of studying the game from his youth, would make him a good draught or dice player? Is he to take up a shield, or any other of the weapons and tools of war, and in a single day to become an efficient antagonist in a heavy armed engagement or in any other kind of battle, though the mere handling of any other tools will never make a craftsman or an athlete, and though tools are useless to the man who has not acquired the special knowledge and gone through the proper training for their use? There is a passage, at the beginning of the Republic, which seems to indicate that Plato believed that in a truly ideal city there would be no army, for people would lead a simple existence and would not require to increase their territory to satisfy their needs. It is the desire for luxury which creates wars. Socrates has been explaining that cities originate because by nature no man is self-sufficient and he has therefore to associate with other men who have the same needs but different capacities to supply these needs. These men will lead a leisurely and peaceful life. Let us consider what will be the manner of life of men so equipped. Will they not spend their time in the production of corn and wine and clothing and shoes? And they will build themselves houses. In summer they will generally work without their coats and shoes, but in winter they will be well clothed and shod. For food they will make meal from their barley and flour from their wheat, and kneading and baking them they will heap their noble scones and loaves on reeds or fresh leaves, and lying on couches of bryony and myrtle boughs will feast with their children, drink wine after their repast, crown their heads with garlands, and sing hymns to the gods. So they will live with one another in happiness, not begetting children above their means, and guarding against the danger of poverty or war. Here Glaucon interrupted and said, "Apparently you give your men dry bread to feast on." "You are right," I said, "I forgot that they would have a relish with it. They will have salt and olives and cheese, and they will have boiled dishes with onions and such vegetables as one gets in the country. And I expect we must allow them a desert of figs and peas and beans, and they will roast myrtle berries and acorns at the fire, and drink their wine in moderation. Leading so peaceful and healthy a life they will naturally attain to a good old age, and at death leave their children to live as they have done." "Why," said Glaucon, "if you had been founding a city of pigs, Socrates, this is just how you would have fattened them." "Well, Glaucon, how must they live?" "In an ordinary decent manner," he said. "If they are not to be miserable, I think they must have couches to lie on and tables to eat from, and the ordinary dishes and dessert of modern life." "Very well," I said, "I understand. We are considering, apparently, the making not of a city merely, but of a luxurious city. And perhaps there is no harm in doing so. From that kind, too, we shall soon learn, if we examine it, how justice and injustice arise in cities. I, for my part, think that the city I have described is the true one, what we may call the city of health. But if you wish, let us also inspect a city which is suffering from inflammation. There is no reason why we should not. Well, then, for some people the arrangements we have made will not be enough. The mode of living will not satisfy them. They shall have couches and tables and other furniture, rich dishes, too, and fragrant oils and perfumes, and courtesans, and sweetmeats, and many varieties of each. Then again we must make more than a bare provision for those necessities we mentioned at the first, houses and clothes and shoes. We must start painting and embroidery, and collect gold and ivory, and so on, must we not?" "Yes," he said. "Then we must make our city larger. For the healthy city will not now suffice. We need one swollen in size, and full of a multitude of things which necessity would not introduce into cities. There will be all kinds of hunters and there will be the imitators, one crowd of imitators in figure and color, and another of imitators in music, poets and their servants, rhapsodists, actors, dancers, and theatrical agents, the makers of all kinds of articles, of those used for women's adornment, for example. Then, too, we shall need more servants, or do you think we can do without footmen, wet nurses, dry nurses, ladies' maids, barbers, and cooks and confectioners, besides? Then we shall want swineherds too. We had none in our former city, there was no need, but we shall need them along with all the others for this city. And we shall need great quantities of all kinds of cattle if people are to eat them. Shall we not?" "Surely. Then if we lead this kind of life we shall require doctors far more often than we should have done in the first city." "Certainly. Then I dare say even the land which was sufficient to support the first population will be now insufficient and too small." "Yes," he said. "Then if we are to have enough for pasture and plough land, we must take a slice from our neighbors' territory. And they will want to do the same to ours, if they also overpass the bounds of necessity and plunge into reckless pursuit of wealth." "Yes, that must happen, Socrates," he said. "Then shall we go to war at that point, Glaucon, or what will happen?" "We will go to war," he said. It is curious to see that, though Socrates seems to be reluctant to inspect a city which is suffering from an inflamed constitution, he does not attempt to persuade his listeners to give up their desire for a more comfortable life, and accepts its consequences, which are war and the need for a permanent army. Plato deals at great length with the education of the guardians and indeed with education in general. As it has been pointed out, the Republic is, among other things, a treatise on education. Education is divided, in the traditional Greek manner, between gymnastic, which includes military training, and music. Of music, Lowes Dickinson remarks, we have to remind ourselves that the term in Greek was far more comprehensive than it is with us, and included all moral, aesthetic, and intellectual culture. The education of the future ruler, however, must go beyond gymnastic and music. His mind must be trained to think and rise above the senses by the study of mathematical sciences, so that he will then be able to devote himself to the study of real philosophy, which is called dialectic. Calculation, then, and geometry, and all those preliminary studies which must pave the way for dialectic, should be set before our guardians when they are boys, and in such a fashion as will not seem compulsory. Why so? Because, I said, the free man should learn no study under bondage. And while enforced bodily labors do no harm to the body, study forced on the mind will not abide there. True, he said. Then, my excellent friend, train your children in their studies not by compulsion but by games, and you will be better able to see the natural abilities of each. What you say is reasonable, he said. Do you remember, I said, that we declared that even in battles the children must be taken on horseback to look on, and must be taken near the fighting line if safety allowed, and have their taste of blood like puppies? I remember, he said. Then he, I said, who in all those toils and studies and alarms proves himself the readiest on every occasion will be put on a select list. At what age? He asked. When they are released from the necessary gymnastics, I answered. For in the 2 or 3 years occupied in those it will be impossible to do anything else. For weariness and sleep are foes to study. And at the same time the proficiency shown in gymnastics will be one of our tests, and that not the least important. Surely, he said. Then after this, I said, from their 20th year those who have been selected shall have special privileges, and the studies which they have come across at random in their education as children, they must now bring together so that they will have a general view of their kinship with one another and with the nature of being. Yes, he said, such knowledge alone is abiding in those who possess it. And it is also, I said, the best test of a dialectical or non-dialectical nature. For the power of seeing things as a whole distinguishes the dialectician. I agree, he said. Then you will have to watch these tests, I said, and see who best come up to our requirements, and are persevering in their studies, and persevering in battle and the other duties the law imposes upon them, and then when they are past 30 you must select those out of the selected, and give them greater privileges, and by testing their power in dialectic examine which of them can do without his eyes and his other senses and approach in truth to real being. Then for the acquisition of dialectic, is it sufficient if the student perseveres in constant and intense study to the exclusion of everything else, in the same way as he was disciplined in bodily exercises, but for twice the number of years? Do you mean 6 or 4? He asked. It is of no consequence, I said. Say 5. And after that you will have to force them down into the cave again, and compel them to take command in war and in such offices as pertain to the young, in order that they may not come short of others in practical experience. And still in these pursuits also you must test them and see whether they abide steadfastly every kind of temptation, or whether they give way in anything. What time do you give for this? He asked. 15 years, I said. And when they are 50, those who have come safely through, and have always triumphed throughout in word and deed, must at last be taken to the goal. They must be compelled to look upon that which gives light to all, and turn the gleam of their soul upon it and see the real good, then using that as the pattern for the rest of their life, they must take their turn in ordering city and individuals and their own lives. The most of their time they will spend in philosophy, but when their turn comes, they will endure the toil of directing politics and being rulers for the sake of their city, regarding such action not as anything noble but as a compulsion laid upon them, and so each generation, having trained up others like to themselves whom they can leave to be the city's guardians, will depart to the islands of the blessed and dwell there. The city shall establish monuments and sacrifices to them, if the Pythian allows, honoring them as demigods, if not as happy and divine. You have finished off your ruling men most beautifully, Socrates, like a sculptor, he said. And the ruling women, also, Glaucon, I replied, for don't imagine that anything I have said applies any more to men than to women, so long as we have women of adequate natural gifts. We have, until now, dealt almost exclusively with the selection, the education, and the institutions governing the guardians whose task is to rule and defend the city. We have said nothing about the questions of production and distribution, about the peasants, artisans, and tradesmen without whom the city could not live. Plato is little concerned with them, for he thought that if a state had a good government the rest could take care of itself. The Republic is more the description of an ideal ruling class than of an ideal commonwealth, for it says little about the producers, who seem to be left to their old institutions. It is the task of the philosophers to legislate about matters concerning the common people. Then in heaven's name, I said, what of those market troubles about contracts which the various classes make with one another in the market, and, if you please, about the contracts of craftsmen, what of libels, assaults, the bringing of lawsuits, and the empaneling of juries, and all such exaction or payment of dues as may be necessary in markets and harbors, and, in a word, all market, city, and harbor regulations, and the like are we to venture to legislate in these matters? No, he said, in these matters there is no need to dictate to true men. They will easily find for themselves most of the legislation required. One searches in vain in the Republic for some indication of how the class of producers are to govern their lives. There are only a few hints, which indicate that private property has not been abolished and that monogamy and family life are allowed to exist in the old way. Aristotle seems to have been amply justified in criticizing Plato for having determined nothing about the main body of the state, which is composed, not of the guardians, but of the mass of the other citizens. These citizens, according to Plato, would have left all the matters of the state in the hands of the guardians, in exchange for whose administrative work they would provide the bare necessities of existence. From a Marxist point of view it would seem paradoxical that Plato should have given no economic power to his guardians. They possess no property, are not allowed to touch gold and silver, and if they are paid in kind it is clear that they are badly paid, for they are not allowed to indulge in luxury. The producers on the other hand have all the economic power, though they are deprived of all political power. The necessary consequence, says Aristotle, is that there will be two states in one and two states mutually hostile, and enlarging on this view Alexander Gray remarks, an age which has been, and is being increasingly taught the importance of economic power, will have little difficulty in deciding which of the two mutually hostile states will enter the contest with most advantage. However unrealistic Plato's division between economic and political power may appear at first sight, it would be a mistake to think that the guardians are completely at the mercy of the rest of the citizens, who would be in the position to starve them if they had a mind to do so. If the guardians do not possess economic power, they have military power, being the only citizens trained for war. It is not difficult to foresee that if the husbandmen refused to supply them with food, the auxiliaries would soon force them to do so. There are several passages which show that Plato did not imagine that the affairs of his ideal republic would always run smoothly, and that the auxiliaries would have to defend the state not only against foreign aggression but internal revolts. For example, when the guardians examine which is the best place in the city for establishing their camp, they select a site from which they can not only repel attacks from without but also control any disobedience to the law within the city. One must also remember that, in the eyes of the people, the guardians are endowed with a kind of divine power, they are made of gold, they are a chosen people. That such a myth could be believed is shown by the fact that for centuries kings were thought to be the representatives of God upon earth. Plato has clearly perceived that a state could be created by placing the productive classes under the tutelage of a caste owing its power to military and religious domination. Throughout history one sees that the existence of a state implies the division of society into classes, but that the ruling class does not necessarily owe its power to its economic wealth but to an ideology which clothes it with a superior power, maintained by the use of armed forces. Plato has been described as being in some respects the greatest of revolutionaries, in others the greatest of reactionaries. It would be perhaps more exact to say that he is the greatest exponent of totalitarianism. Though his ideal state is ruled by philosophers, there is no more freedom in it than if it were ruled by Gauleiters. In fact, there is less freedom, because philosophers can crush freedom much more effectively, being more able to detect any nonconformist idea. They are prepared to allow a certain latitude in matters of little importance such as trade, but in matters of art and education, that is to say, in all that relates to intellectual freedom, they are completely ruthless. No innovation can be introduced in teaching because it would be a subversive influence. The overseers of the city must devote themselves to this principle, preserving it from secret destruction, and guarding it with all care, the principle, namely, that there shall be no innovation of the established order in gymnastic and music. They must watch over this with all possible care, fearing when they hear such words as "for men more praise," that which is newest of the minstrel's lays. Lest, perchance, someone thinks the poet means, not new songs, but a new fashion of songs, and praises that. But he must neither praise such a novelty nor understand this to be the poet's meaning. He must beware of changing to a new kind of music, for the change always involves far-reaching danger. Any alteration in the modes of music is always followed by alteration in the most fundamental laws of the state. So says Damon, and I believe him. You may put me down also as a believer, said Adeimantus. Then, I said, here it would seem, in music, the guardians must erect their guard-house. The first beginnings of lawlessness in music are very hard to detect, he said. Yes, it is looked on as an amusement which can do no harm. All it does, he said, is gradually to establish and quietly to insinuate itself into manners and customs. From these it issues in greater force and penetrates men's mutual dealings, from mutual dealings it advances, with the utmost insolence, Socrates, to laws and constitutions, till in the end it overturns all things public and private. In the Republic of Plato all music, literature, architecture, and painting must conform to certain ethical standards. Art ceases to be the expression of individual personality and is made to serve only the interests of the state. It is the state which determines what is good and evil, what is beautiful or ugly. Musical instruments and rhythms which express meanness and pride, or madness, or other evils must be forbidden. Poets must be compelled to impress upon their poems only the image of the good or not to make poetry, and if they do not conform they must be asked to leave the city. Painting, weaving, embroidery, architecture and other crafts must all show good rhythm and good harmony, but by this Plato obviously means the approved rhythm, the approved harmony. Plato saw very clearly the relation between art and ethics, or, as we would say now, art and politics. Though he claims to be defending truth and beauty, it is clear that he wants to preserve the stability of the state from the subversive influence of free art. The architecture of a house as well as a poem can manifest certain tendencies which he called good or evil, that is to say, conformist or revolutionary. With the rise of the modern totalitarian states we have become familiar with the view that the artists may be considered as dangerous enemies of the state, not merely because of the ideas they express but because of the form which their art may take. In recent years works of art have been destroyed or banned because they were considered a manifestation of bourgeois decadence, and writers, poets, and musicians have been purged for being counter-revolutionary or petit bourgeois. It is not an accident that the description of Plato's Republic should begin and end with an attack on the freedom of the artist, which is really an attack on the freedom of thought, for there were no books or press in Plato's time and men's ideas could only manifest themselves through their teaching or their literary and artistic productions. It is always the first task of every totalitarian government to suppress that freedom and to try to make the artist into a tool of the state, with the result that, under totalitarian regimes, art invariably stagnates or degenerates. Art can only reach its highest expression when it is allowed maximum freedom, as can be seen by the wealth and the diversity of the artistic productions of ancient Greece. If, instead of being a loose federation of free cities, Greece had been a totalitarian republic such as Plato imagined, Homer, Sophocles, Aristophanes and Plato himself would not have been able to produce their masterpieces. This would in itself be sufficient to make us hope fervently that a system of society such as the one described in the Republic shall never become a reality. But the lack of intellectual freedom is not the only unattractive feature of Plato's ideal commonwealth. The idea that each man is gifted for one task and one task only, leading to the artificial division of the citizens into producers, soldiers, and rulers, is completely divorced from the most elementary psychological observation. Some men are certainly more gifted for certain tasks than others, but the same man may be able to carry out several activities equally efficiently, and his many-sided interests generally result in the enrichment of his personality. Nor can Plato convince us that by nature some men are born to rule and others to be ruled, for throughout history, we find examples of flourishing societies where the affairs of the community were carried out by all its members. And one cannot but applaud Erasmus who, under the mask of folly, pokes fun at Plato for putting so much faith in the rule of philosophers. And next to these is cried up, forsooth, that goodly sentence of Plato's, happy is that commonwealth where a philosopher is prince, or whose prince is addicted to philosophy. When yet if ye consult historians, you'll find no princes more pestilent to the commonwealth than where the empire has fallen to some smatterer in philosophy or one given to letters. To the truth of which I think the Catos give sufficient credit, of whom the one was ever disturbing the peace of the commonwealth with his hair-brained accusations, the other, while he too wisely vindicated its liberty, quite overthrew it. Add to these the Brudi, Cassii, nay Cicero himself, that was no less pernicious to the commonwealth of Rome than was Demosthenes to that of Athens. Besides Antoninus, that I may give ye one instance that there was once a good emperor, for with much ado I can make it out, was become burthensome and hated of his subjects, upon no other score that he was so great a philosopher. But admitting him good, he did the commonwealth more hurt in leaving behind him such a son as he did, than ever he did it good by his own government. For these kind of men that are so given up to the study of wisdom are generally most unfortunate, but chiefly in their children, nature, it seems, so providently ordering it, lest this mischief of wisdom should spread farther among mankind. For which reason 'tis manifest why Cicero's son was so degenerate, and that why Socrates' children, as one has well observed, were more like their mother than their father, that is to say, fools. One may also question Plato's idea that family institutions cannot be reconciled with the existence of a totalitarian state, in view of the observations of sociologists, which show that in primitive societies where the state has not made its appearance family institutions are generally non-existent. The family, far from being inimical to the state, is necessary to its stability, for children who are brought up to respect the authority of the father will accept more readily the authority of the state. Modern totalitarian regimes which had begun by trying to break up family life, soon reinstated family institutions, realizing that they offered a better guarantee to the security of the state. If Plato seems to have been obsessed by the fear that riches, or even mere comfort, may corrupt his guardians, he was completely unaware that, in the words of Lord Acton, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. There is nothing, in his ideal republic, which provides a check on the authority of the rulers, and we do not see what would prevent his auxiliaries from behaving like the Spartans who, according to Plutarch, took great delight in butchering their slaves. It is rather puzzling that Plato's Republic should have aroused such admiration and, paradoxically, it has been chiefly admired by men whose principles were completely opposed to those of Plato. It has been praised by poets who would have been banned from it, by revolutionaries who fought for the abolition of serfdom and seemed to have been unaware that Plato's regime was based on slavery. It has been extolled by democrats in spite of the fact that one can hardly conceive a more despotic rule than that of the guardians. It has been praised as an example of a communist society, when it is clear that the community of goods only applies to the ruling class and that private property is concentrated in the hands of a class, which, contrary to Marxist doctrines, does not hold any political power. The enthusiasm which many enlightened thinkers have shown for Plato's Republic can be explained partly by the fact that they attributed to him ideas which they wished he had held, and partly because, having little experience of totalitarian states, they could not visualize their disadvantages. Unfortunately for us, we can have few illusions as to the merits of a totalitarian state, however wise it claims to be, and we begin to feel that each of us may be his own best guardian. Plutarch. Life of Lycurgus. Sparta rivals Athens in its influence on utopian thought, and just as Athens has come to be identified with Plato's Republic, Sparta has been seen chiefly through the idealized description, written by Plutarch in the 1st century BC, of Lycurgus who, according to tradition, was the lawgiver of Sparta. Plutarch himself says that nothing certain and uncontroverted is known, least of all the times in which he lived, and that it is even possible that there were two Lycurguses in Sparta, at different times. The institutions attributed to this semi-mythical figure lasted, according to Plutarch, for 500 years. However, whether Plutarch's account is based on historical facts, or whether it is his own creation, is of little importance here. We are merely concerned with the influence of the laws and institutions he described on later ideal constitutions and utopias, and that influence could not have been greater had Lycurgus really lived. When Lycurgus assumed the direction of the affairs of Sparta, he had spent many years traveling in Crete, Asia, and Egypt, where we are told that he had acquired political knowledge in a scientific manner, just as physicians compare bodies that are weak and sickly with the healthy and robust. He was furthermore in the fortunate position of being supported both by the Lacedaemonians, who were dissatisfied with the rule of the kings, and by the kings themselves who hoped that in his presence they would experience less insolence amongst the people. They soon discovered that he was not a mild peacemaker or a timid reformer, but that he was bent on carrying out a complete revolution, for he believed that a partial change, and the introduction of some laws, would be of no sort of advantage, but, as in the case of a body diseased and full of bad humors, whose temperament is to be corrected and new formed by medicines, it was necessary to begin a new regimen. His seizure of power followed the now familiar pattern of a putsch, except for the consultation of the oracle at Delphi. Dictators nowadays generally consult some foreign power. He ordered 30 of the principal citizens to appear armed in the marketplace at break of day, to strike terror into such as might desire to oppose him. He succeeded in intimidating the kings who gave him their support, and he immediately formed a senate composed of 28 members, the men who had assisted him in his enterprise, i.e. his party, who, together with the two kings, formed a body of 30 members. Later, to fill up any vacancy, he ordered the most worthy men to be selected, of those that were full 60 old, and these were elected by the assembled people. The Senate, sharing in the power of the kings, too imperious and unrestrained before, and having equal authority with them, was the means of keeping them within the bounds of moderation, and highly contributed to the preservation of the state. For before it had been veering and unsettled, sometimes inclining to arbitrary power, and sometimes towards a pure democracy, but this establishment of a Senate, an intermediate body, like ballast, kept it in just equilibrium, and put it in a safe posture, the 28 senators adhering to the kings, whenever they saw the people too encroaching, and, on the other hand, supporting the people, when the kings attempted to make themselves absolute. We are not told how the Senate was endowed with such admirable impartiality. The Senate was assisted by the assembly of the people, which had no right of debate but was invested with the power to ratify and reject what might be proposed to them by the Senate and the kings. Lycurgus, via the Delphic oracle, ordered that the people should have their assemblies in the open. He thought halls of no advantage to their councils, but rather a disservice, as they distracted attention, and turned it upon trifles, on observing the statues and pictures, the splendid roofs, and every other theatrical ornament. Having settled the question of government, Lycurgus turned his attention to social problems. He was struck by the inequality between rich and poor, and determined to carry out a redistribution of the land. This inequality, as we shall see, shocked him more for political reasons than for humanitarian ones. Property exerted an evil influence on the rich and had a disturbing effect on the stability of the state. This attitude is very remote from that of modern socialists, who are more concerned with the empty stomachs of the poor than with the corrupting influence of riches on the wealthy. But Lycurgus, in spite of those socialists who want to see in him an ancestor, was not the defender of the dispossessed, the slaves or helots, and his redistribution of wealth was carried out within the ruling class. He aimed at bringing the small bourgeoisie and the capitalist class to the same level so as to create a united, homogeneous body, and not at abolishing classes or castes. If this is overlooked, the following account acquires a strong communistic flavor. A second and bolder political enterprise of Lycurgus was a new division of the lands. For he found a prodigious inequality, the city overcharged with many indigent persons, who had no land, and the wealth centered in the hands of a few. Determined, therefore, to root out the evils of insolence, envy, avarice, and luxury, and those distempers of a state still more inveterate and fatal, I mean poverty and riches, he persuaded them to cancel all former divisions of land, and to make new ones, in such a manner that they might be perfectly equal in their possessions and way of living. Hence, if they were ambitious of distinction, they might seek it in virtue, as no other difference was left between them but that which arises from the dishonour of base actions and the praise of good ones. His proposal was put in practice. He made 9,000 lots for the territory of Sparta, which he distributed among so many citizens, and 30,000 for the inhabitants of the rest of Laconia. But some say he made only 6,000 shares for the city, and that Polydorus added 3,000 afterwards, others, that Polydorus doubled the number appointed by Lycurgus, which were only 4,500. Each lot was capable of producing, 1 year with another, 70 bushels of grain for each man, and 12 for each woman, besides a quantity of wine and oil in proportion. Such a provision they thought sufficient for health and a good habit of body, and they wanted nothing more. A story goes of our legislator, that some time after returning from a journey through the fields just reaped, and seeing the shocks standing parallel and equal, he smiled, and said to some that were by, "How like is Laconia to an estate newly divided among many brothers?" Lycurgus then proceeded to divide movable property, but here he was less successful in persuading the Lacedaemonians, and he had to adopt indirect measures which rendered money more or less of no value. First he stopped the currency of the gold and silver coin, and ordered that they should make use of iron money only, then to a great quantity and weight of this he assigned but a small value, so that to lay up 10 minae, a whole room was required, and to remove it, nothing less than a yoke of oxen. When this became current, many kinds of injustice ceased in Lacedaemon. Who would steal or take a bribe, who would defraud or rob, when he could not conceal the booty, when he could neither be dignified by the possession of it, nor if cut in pieces be served by its use. For we are told that when hot, they quenched it in vinegar, to make it brittle and unmalleable, and consequently unfit for any other service. In the next place, he excluded unprofitable and superfluous arts. Indeed, if he had not done this, most of them would have fallen of themselves, when the new money took place, as the manufactures could not be disposed of. Their iron coin would not pass in the rest of Greece, but was ridiculed and despised, so that the Spartans had no means of purchasing any foreign or curious wares, nor did any merchant ship unlade in their harbours. There were not even to be found in all their country either sophists, wandering fortune-tellers, keepers of infamous houses, or dealers in gold and silver trinkets, because there was no money. Thus luxury, losing by degrees the means that cherished and supported it, died away of itself. Even they who had great possessions, had no advantage from them, since they could not be displayed in public, but must lie useless, in unregarded repositories. Hence it was, that excellent workmanship was shown in their useful and necessary furniture, as beds, chairs, and tables, and the Lacedaemonian cup called kothon, as Critias informs us, was highly valued, particularly in campaigns, for the water, which must then of necessity be drank, though it would often otherwise offend the sight, had its muddiness concealed by the colour of the cup, and the thick part stopping at the shelving brim, it came clearer to the lips. Of these improvements the lawgiver was the cause, for the workmen having no more employment in matters of mere curiosity, showed the excellence of their art in necessary things. Plutarch's remarks on the Lacedaemonians' cup have a very modern ring and could almost serve as a definition of functional art. There was, however, little opportunity for artistic expression in Sparta, and the following ordinance of Lycurgus gives an idea of the severity of that Spartan austerity which has become proverbial. Another ordinance leveled against magnificence and expense directed that the ceilings of houses should be wrought with no tool but the axe and the doors with nothing but the saw. For, as Epaminondas is reported to have said afterwards, of his table, treason lurks not under such a dinner, so Lycurgus perceived before him, that such a house admits of no luxury and needless splendor. Indeed, no man could be so absurd as to bring into a dwelling so homely and simple, bedsteads with silver feet, purple coverlets, golden cups, and a train of expense that follows these, but all would necessarily have the bed suitable to the room, the coverlet of the bed and the rest of their utensils and furniture to that. Austerity is a familiar feature of most utopias, and we have seen that Plato considers temperance one of the essential virtues of the citizens of his republic. In Sparta, however, austerity was not merely welcomed on ethical grounds, it was a necessity, for the Lacedaemonians lived in a constant state of war or readiness for war. Anticipating modern dictatorships, Lycurgus realized that a dictatorial regime can survive only if war is made a permanent institution. The sharing of the land, the leveling of incomes were not only necessary to a war economy, they were also designed to keep up war morale. The expediency of these measures has been tested again in recent years when we have seen conservative statesmen adopt regulations enforcing a certain equality of responsibilities and sacrifices, without which war morale could not have been maintained. The only difference is that Sparta carried out her conscription of persons and wealth, her rationing and common feeding with a thoroughness which has probably never been equaled by any country at war. There seems to have been a limit even to the patience of the Lacedaemonians, and they revolted when Lycurgus obliged them to take their repasts in common. We see that here again practical considerations were of secondary importance. Desirous to complete the conquest of luxury, and exterminate the love of riches, he introduced a third institution, which was wisely enough and ingeniously contrived. This was the use of public tables, where all were to eat in common of the same meat, and such kinds of it as were appointed by law. At the same time they were forbidden to eat at home, upon expensive couches and tables, to call in the assistance of butchers and cooks, or to fatten like voracious animals in private. For so not only their manners would be corrupted, but their bodies disordered, abandoned to all manner of sensuality and dissoluteness, they would require long sleep, warm baths, and the same indulgence as in perpetual sickness. To effect this was certainly very great, but it was greater still, to secure riches from rapine and from envy, as Theophrastus expresses it, or rather by their eating in common, and by the frugality of their table, to take from riches their very being. For what use or enjoyment of them, what peculiar display of magnificence could there be, where the poor man went to the same refreshment with the rich? Hence the observation, that it was only at Sparta where Plutus, according to the proverb, was kept blind, and like an image, destitute of life or motion. It must further be observed, that they had not the privilege to eat at home, and so to come without appetite to the public repast, they made a point of it to observe any one that did not eat and drink with them, and to reproach him as an intemperate and effeminate person that was sick of the common diet. There were 15 persons to a table, or a few more or less. Each of them was obliged to bring in monthly a bushel of meal, 8 gallons of wine, 5 pounds of cheese, 2 pounds and a half of figs, and a little money to buy flesh and fish. If any of them happened to offer a sacrifice of first fruits, or to kill venison, he sent a part of it to the public table, for after a sacrifice or hunting, he was at liberty to sup at home, but the rest were to appear at the usual place. Children also were introduced at these public tables, as so many schools of sobriety. There they heard discourses concerning government, and were instructed in the most liberal breeding. The same thoroughness and disregard for people's individual freedom were present in all of Lycurgus's laws, which accompanied the citizen from the cradle, and even before, to the grave. Lycurgus began the education of youth at the very source, taking into consideration their conception and birth. For this reason marriage was carried out, not according to the inclinations of the individual, but in the interest of the state. Although the idea that the love of the family should not supersede the love of the state is not expressed as clearly in the life of Lycurgus as it was to be later by Campanella in the City of the Sun, it is evident that the unity of the citizens must not be broken by too strong ties between men and women. Just as envy is eliminated by the leveling of fortunes, jealousy is prevented by allowing husbands to share their wives with men capable of producing healthy offspring. And even after marriage the men lead a bachelor's life, sleeping in dormitories and meeting their wives only for sexual intercourse. This is how Lycurgus justified extramarital relations. When he had established a proper regard to modesty and decorum with respect to marriage, he was equally studious to drive from that state the vain and womanish passion of jealousy, by making it quite as reputable to have children in common with persons of merit, as to avoid all offensive freedom in their own behavior to their wives. He laughed at those who revenge with wars and bloodshed the communication of a married woman's favors, and allowed, that if a man in years should have a young wife, he might introduce to her some handsome and honest young man, whom he most approved of, and when she had a child of this generous race, bring it up as his own. On the other hand, he allowed, that if a man of character should entertain a passion for a married woman on account of her modesty and the beauty of her children, he might treat with her husband for admission to her company, that so planting in a beauty-bearing soil, he might produce excellent children, the congenial offspring of excellent parents. For, in the first place, Lycurgus considered children, not so much the property of their parents as of the state, and therefore he would not have them begot by ordinary persons, but by the best men in it. In the next place, he observed the vanity and absurdity of other nations, where people study to have their horses and dogs of the finest breed they can procure either by interest or money, and yet keep their wives shut up, that they may have children by none but themselves, though they may happen to be doting, decrepit or infirm. As if children, when sprung from a bad stock, and consequently good for nothing, were no detriment to those whom they belong to, and who have the trouble of bringing them up, nor any advantage, when well descended and of a generous disposition. These regulations tending to secure a healthy offspring, and consequently beneficial to the state, were so far from encouraging that licentiousness of the women which prevailed afterwards, that adultery was not known amongst them. If Lycurgus discouraged love, as we understand it, between men and women, he did, on the other hand, take great pains to see that women should be sexually attractive to men, and instituted public dances and other exercises of naked young maidens in the presence of the young men, not only to take away the excessive tenderness and delicacy of the sex, the consequence of a recluse life, but also because these exercises were incentive to marriage. If this failed to have the desired effect on the young Spartans and they persisted in refusing to get married, some marks of infamy were set upon those that continued bachelors, for they were not permitted to see these exercises of the naked virgins, and the magistrates commanded them to march naked round the market-place in the winter, and to sing a song composed against themselves, which expressed how justly they were punished for their disobedience of the laws. But even when marriage took place, Lycurgus did not leave the union to follow its natural course, but laid down an elaborate routine. In their marriages, the bridegroom carried off the bride by violence, and she was never chosen in a tender age, but when she had arrived at full maturity. Then the woman that had the direction of the wedding, cut the bride's hair close to the skin, dressed her in man's clothes, laid her upon a mattress, and left her in the dark. The bridegroom, neither oppressed with wine nor enervated with luxury, but perfectly sober, as always having supped at the common table, went in privately, untied her girdle, and carried her to another bed. Having stayed there a short time, he modestly retired to his usual apartment, to sleep with the other young men, and observed the same conduct afterwards, spending the day with his companions, and reposing himself with them in the night, nor even visiting his bride but with great caution and apprehensions of being discovered by the rest of the family. The bride at the same time exerted all her art to contrive convenient opportunities for their private meetings. And this they did not for a short time only, but some of them even had children before they had an interview with their wives in the daytime. This kind of commerce not only exercised their temperance and chastity, but kept their bodies fruitful, and the first ardor of their love fresh and unabated, for as they were not satiated like those that are always with their wives, there still was place for unextinguished desire. We see that Lycurgus attached more importance to regulating the consummation of the marriage than to the choice of the partners. Unlike Plato, he seemed to have allowed his citizens a certain latitude in deciding with whom they could produce beautiful children. If they happened to be mistaken, the fault could always be rectified, for it was not left to the father to rear what children he pleased, but he was obliged to carry the child to a place called Lesha, to be examined by the most ancient men of the tribe, who were assembled there. If it was strong and well proportioned, they gave orders for its education, and assigned it one of the 9,000 acres of land, but if it was weakly and deformed, they ordered it to be thrown into the place called Apothetai, which is a deep cavern near the mountain Taygetus, concluding that its life could be no advantage either to itself or to the public, since nature had not given it at first any strength or goodness of constitution. Parents were not, of course, at liberty to educate their children as they pleased. As soon as they were 7 years old, Lycurgus ordered them to be enrolled in companies, where they were all kept under the same order and discipline, and had their exercises and recreations in common. He who showed the most conduct and courage amongst them, was made captain of the company. The rest kept their eyes upon him, obeyed his orders, and bore with patience the punishments he inflicted, so that their whole education was an exercise of obedience. The old men were present at their diversions, and often suggested some occasion of dispute or quarrel, that they might observe with exactness the spirit of each, and their firmness in battle. As for learning, they had just what was absolutely necessary. All the rest of their education was calculated to make them subject to command, to endure labor, to fight and conquer. They added, therefore, to their discipline, as they advance in age, cutting their hair very close, making them go barefoot, and play, for the most part, quite naked. At 12 years of age, their undergarment was taken away, and but one upper one a year allowed them. Hence they were necessarily dirty in their persons, and not indulged the great favour of baths, and oils, except on some particular days of the year. They slept in companies, on beds made of the tops of reeds, which they gathered with their own hands, without knives, and brought from the banks of the Eurotas. In winter they were permitted to add a little thistledown, as that seemed to have some warmth in it. The education of elder boys was more ruthless, but not unlike that of some English public schools. At this age, the most distinguished amongst them became the favourite companions of the elder, and the old men attended more constantly their places of exercise, observing their trials of strength and wit, not slightly and in a cursory manner, but as their fathers, guardians, and governors, so that there was neither time nor place where persons were wanting to instruct and chastise them. One of the best and ablest men of the city was, moreover, appointed inspector of the youth, and he gave the command of each company to the discreetest and most spirited of those called irons. An iron was one that had been 2 years out of the class of boys, a melaren one of the oldest lads. This iron, then, a youth 20 years old, gives orders to those under his command in their little battles, and has them to serve him at his house. He sends the oldest of them to fetch wood, and the younger to gather pot herbs. These they steal where they can find them, either slyly getting into gardens, or else craftily and warily creeping to the common tables. But if any one be caught, he is severely flogged for negligence or want of dexterity. They steal, too, whatever victuals they possibly can, ingeniously contriving to do it when persons are asleep, or keep but indifferent watch. If they are discovered, they are punished not only with whipping, but with hunger. Indeed, their supper is but slender at all times, that, to fence against want, they may be forced to exercise their courage and address. The education of women was not neglected, but was directed to improve their bodies rather than their minds. He ordered the virgins to exercise themselves in running, wrestling and throwing quoits and darts, that their bodies being strong and vigorous, the children afterwards produced from them might be the same, and that, thus fortified by exercise, they might the better support the pangs of childbirth, and be delivered with safety. They also praised or criticized the men, and we are told that they were not excluded from their share of bravery and honor. There is, however, no indication that they took a direct part in the administration of the state, as in Plato's Republic, and it seems that the great power they had acquired in the past, on account of the frequent expeditions of their husbands, was curbed rather than increased. There is little to say about the organization of work in Sparta, for the Lacedaemonians were essentially a leisured class, and probably the only nation where work was practically forbidden. They engaged in unproductive work such as military exercises, teaching, learning and trade, but the task of providing for their daily needs was left to their slaves, the helots. Though many enthusiastic admirers of Sparta seem to overlook it, the Lacedaemonian society was based on slavery and adult citizens could not work with their hands even if they wished to do so. The discipline of the Lacedaemonians continued after they were arrived at years of maturity. For no man was at liberty to live as he pleased, the city being like one great camp, where all had their stated allowance, and knew their public charge, each man concluding that he was born, not for himself, but for his country. Hence, if they had no particular orders, they employed themselves in inspecting the boys, and teaching them something useful, or in learning of those that were older than themselves. One of the greatest privileges that Lycurgus procured his countrymen, was the enjoyment of leisure, the consequence of his forbidding them to exercise any mechanic trade. It was not worth their while to take great pains to raise a fortune, since riches there were of no account, and the helots, who tilled the ground, were answerable for the produce above mentioned. To this purpose we have a story of a Lacedaemonian, who, happening to be at Athens while the court sat, was informed of a man who was fined for idleness, and when the poor fellow was returning home in great dejection, attended by his condoling friends, he desired the company to show him the person that was condemned for keeping up his dignity. So much beneath them they reckoned all attention to mechanic arts, and all desire of riches. Lawsuits were banished from Lacedaemon with money. The Spartans knew neither riches nor poverty, but possessed an equal competency, and had a cheap and easy way of supplying their few wants. Hence, when they were not engaged in war, their time was taken up with dancing, feasting, hunting, or meeting to exercise, or converse. They went not to market under 30 years of age, all their necessary concerns being managed by their relations and adopters. Nor was it reckoned a credit to the old to be seen sauntering in the market-place, it was deemed more suitable for them to pass great part of the day in the schools of exercise, or places of conversation. On this question of the slaves, Plutarch's boundless admiration for Lycurgus is put to a severe strain. The mass murders of helots carried out as a sport by young Spartans, even if they took place after Lycurgus's time, throw a sinister light on Sparta's ideal institutions. And Plutarch has to admit that, in some respects, they treated their slaves with great inhumanity, sometimes they made them drink till they were intoxicated, and in that condition led them to the public halls, to show the young men what drunkenness was. They ordered them to sing mean songs, and to dance ridiculous dances, but not to meddle with any that was genteel and graceful. By these methods of direct, if somewhat crude, propaganda the two races were kept apart. Those who say that a freeman in Sparta was most a freeman, and a slave most a slave, says Plutarch, seem well to have considered the difference of states. As to the second part of his statement, one can only agree, but it is doubtful whether men who hold others in slavery, and can insult, torture, or kill them at will, deserve the appellation of free men. It is not surprising to hear that these free men were in fact themselves prisoners in their own country. He would not permit all that desired to go abroad and see other countries, lest they should contract foreign manners, gain traces of a life of little discipline, and of a different form of government. He forbade strangers too to resort to Sparta, who could not assign a good reason for their coming, not, as Thucydides says, out of fear they should imitate the constitution of that city, and make improvements in virtues, but lest they should teach his own people some evil. For along with foreigners come new subjects of discourse, new discourse produces new opinions, and from these there necessarily spring new passions and desires, which, like discords in music, would disturb the established government. He, therefore, thought it more expedient for the city to keep out of it corrupt customs and manners, than even to prevent the introduction of a pestilence. That Lycurgus should have been charmed with the beauty and greatness of his political establishment and that he should have rejoiced at his own work like the deity when he had created the world, does not surprise us. A lawgiver is as uncritical towards his own laws as he expects other people to be submissive to them. What is more surprising is the influence Sparta has had on so-called progressive thought. Revolutionaries, humanitarians, reformists, and communists, from Harrington to Mabley, from Campanella to Marat, from Napoleon to Stalin, have all sought inspiration from this most perfect example of a totalitarian state. Aristophanes. Before we leave Greece we should glance at the satirical utopias of Aristophanes, because their influence on utopian thought has only been second to that of the utopias they set out to ridicule. Aristophanes' plays give us, furthermore, an idea of how the general public received the schemes of the great philosophers. Their reactions must have been very different from those of the pupils in the gymnasia, always ready to discuss and accept new ideas, with the enthusiasm and the lack of prejudice of youth. Though Aristophanes presents a distorting mirror to the public opinion of the time, there is a ring of authenticity in his plays. His personages talk about Plato's communism very much as most people do today about Bolshevism, or about anarchism. The majority of the ancient Greeks, like the majority of modern men, probably dismissed communism as a state of society where women belong to everybody, nobody will do any work, everyone will get drunk and overeat. Aristophanes laughs and sneers with them, but he occasionally puts forward some better arguments in favor of communism than Plato himself. Praxagora, who leads a revolution of women which is going to abolish property and institute a reign of plenty, makes a more convincing propagandist than Socrates. This is how she describes to her husband, Blepyros, how she will bring about this happy and free society. Prax. The rule which I dare to enact and declare is that all shall be equal and equally share all wealth and enjoyments, nor longer endure. That one should be rich, and another be poor. That one should have acres, far-stretching and wide, and another not even enough to provide himself with a grave, that this at his call should have hundreds of servants, and that none at all. All this I intend to correct and amend. Now all of all blessings shall freely partake. One life and one system for all men I make. Blab. And how will you manage it? Prax. First, I'll provide that the silver and land and whatever beside each man shall possess, shall be common and free. One fund for the public, then out of it we will feed and maintain you, like housekeepers true, dispensing, and sparing, and caring for you. Blab. With regard to the land, I can quite understand. But how, if a man have his money in hand? Not farms, which you see, and he cannot withhold, but talents of silver and darics of gold? Prax. All this to the stores he must bring. Blab. But suppose he choose to retain it, and nobody knows. Rank perjury doubtless, but what if it be 'twas by that he acquired it at first? Prax. I agree. But now 'twill be useless, he'll need it no more. Blab. How mean you? Prax. All pressure from want will be o'er. Now each will have all that a man can desire. Cakes, barley loaves, chestnuts, abundant attire, wine, garlands, and fish, then why should he wish the wealth he has gotten by fraud to retain? If you know any reason, I hope you'll explain. Blab. 'Tis those that have most of these goods, I believe, that are always the worst and the keenest to thieve. Prax. I grant you, my friend, in the days that are past, in your old-fashioned system, abolished at last. But what he's to gain, though his wealth he retain? When all things are common, I'd have you explain. Velb. If a youth to a girl his devotion would show, he surely must woo her with presents. Prax. Oh no. All women and men will be common and free. No marriage or other restraint there will be. Blab. But if all should aspire to the favors of one, to the girl that is fairest, what then will be done? Prax. By the side of the beauty, so stately and grand, the dwarf, the deformed, and the ugly will stand. And before you are entitled the beauty to woo, your court you must pay to the hag and the shrew. Blab. For the ladies you've nicely provided no doubt. No woman will now be a lover without. But what of the men? For the girls, I suspect. The handsome will choose, and the ugly reject. Prax. No girl will of course be permitted to mate, except in accord with the rules of the state. By the side of her lover, so handsome and tall, will be stationed the squat, the ungainly, and small. And before she's entitled the beau to obtain her love she must grant to the awkward and plain. Blab. Oh then such a nose as Lysicrates shows will vie with the fairest and best, I suppose. Prax. Oh yes, 'tis a nice democratic device. A popular system as ever was tried. A jape on the swells with their rings and their pride. Now, fopling, away, Gaffer Hobnail will say. Stand aside, it is I have precedence today. Blab. But how, may I ask, will the children be known? And how can a father distinguish his own? Prax. They will never be known, it can never be told. All youths will in common be sons of the old. Crimes. A nuisance much greater than this might befall you. Blab. How so? Crimes. If the skunk Aristillus should call you his father, and seize you, a kiss to imprint. Blab. Oh hang him! Confound him! Oh how I would pound him! Crimes. I fancy you soon would be smelling of mint. Prax. But this, sir, is nonsense, it never could be. That whelp was begotten before the decree. His kiss, it is plain, you can never obtain. Blab. The prospect I view with disgust and alarm. But who will attend to the work of the farm? Prax. All labour and toil to your slave you will leave. Your business 'twill be, when the shadows of eve 10 feet on the face of the dial are cast, to scurry away to your evening repast. Blab. Our clothes, what of them? Prax. You have plenty in store. When these are worn out, we will weave you some more. Blab. Just one other thing. If an action they bring, what funds will be mine for discharging the fine? You won't pay it out of the stores, I opine. Prax. A fine to be paid when an action they bring. Why, bless you, our people won't know such a thing as an action. Blab. No actions. I feel a misgiving. Pray what are our people to do for a living? Crimes. You are right, there are many will rue it. Prax. No doubt. But what can one then bring an action about? Blab. There are reasons in plenty, I'll just mention one. If a debtor won't pay you, pray what's to be done? Prax. If a debtor won't pay. Nay, but tell me, my friend, how the creditor came by the money to lend. All money, I thought, to the stores had been brought. I've got a suspicion, I say it with grief. Your creditor's surely a bit of a thief. Blab. Now that is an answer acute and befitting. But what if a man should be fined for committing some common assault, when elated with wine? Pray what are his means for discharging that fine? I have posed you, I think. Prax. Why, his victuals and drink will be stopped by command for a while, and I guess that he will not again in a hurry transgress when he pays with his stomach. Blab. Will thieves be unknown? Prax. Why how should they steal what is partly their own? Blab. No chance then to meet at night in the street some highwayman coming our cloaks to abstract? Prax. No, not if you're sleeping at home, nor, in fact, Though you choose to go out that trade, why pursue it? There's plenty for all, but suppose him to do it. Don't fight and resist him, what need of a pother? You can go to the stores, and they'll give you another. Blab. Shall we gambling forsake? Prax. Why, what could you stake? Blab. But what is the style of our living to be? Prax. One common to all, independent and free. All bars and partitions forever undone. All private establishments fused into one. Blab. Then where, may I ask, will our dinners be laid? Prax. Each court and arcade of the law shall be made a banqueting hall for the citizens. Blab. Right. But what will you do with the desk for the speakers? Prax. I'll make it a stand for the cups and the beakers. And there shall the striplings be ranged to recite the deeds of the brave, and the joys of the fight, and the coward's disgrace, till out of the place each coward shall slink with a very red face, not stopping to dine. Blab. Oh, but that will be fine. And what of the balloting booths? Prax. They shall go to the head of the marketplace, all in a row. And thereby harmonious taking my station, I'll tickets dispense to the whole of the nation, till each one has got his particular lot, and manfully bustles along to the sign of the letter whereat he's empanelled to dine. Ecclesiazusy. Plato's Commonwealth was designed for supermen who despised the joys of the table, of laughter, of poetry, of music, and of love-making. Praxagoras' utopia is that of ordinary people who, fortunately, do not believe that beautiful women or men should be wooed merely for the sake of the beautiful children they can produce, and that man becomes wicked if he enjoys some of the less noble pleasures of life. Her communism is not one of austerity but of abundance, with cakes, barley loaves, chestnuts, abundant attire, wine, garlands and fish. Because Aristophanes has made fun of Socrates and Plato, he has often been described as a reactionary. G. Lowes Dickinson, for example, has said of him that he was the defender of instinctive life, of the old religion, the old habits and the old traditions, and he has seen in the clouds the essence of the better Toryism. One feels more inclined to believe that Aristophanes only defended the old institutions when he was afraid that the new ones, put forward by authoritarian philosophers, would be worse than the old. In the Birds he not only ridicules Greek mythology but also a frustrated, power-seeking politician, who succeeds in using the birds to satisfy his imperialistic aspirations. Before the arrival of Pisistratus, an Athenian adventurer, the birds were leading a somewhat primitive but happy and carefree life, and their time passed like a perpetual wedding day. Their king describes their life in these words: "Time passes smoothly enough. And money is out of the question. We don't use it. We have our field sports. We spend our idle mornings with banqueting and collations in the gardens, with poppy seeds and myrrh." The first task of the Athenian politician and demagogue is to awaken the pride of the birds and convince them that they are superior to the gods and should rule the earth. Their gullible king makes himself the advocate of Pisistratus and tells the birds to follow the example of the civilized nations. Look on earth. Behold the nations, all in emulation vying. Active all, with busy science engineering, fortifying. To defend their hearths and homes, with patriotic industry. Fencing every city round with massy walls of masonry. Tactical devices old they modify with new design. Arms offensive and defensive to perfection they refine. Galleys are equipped and armed, and armies trained to discipline. And the birds, infused with nationalist spirit, set about constructing a city in their atmospheric domain, bigger and stronger than Babylon. They succeed in frighting the gods, but they do not gain by it. They have to spend their time building, fortifying, guarding the city, and their life is no longer a perpetual wedding feast. It is difficult not to sympathize with Aristophanes' satire on the town planners, moralists, and philosophers whose ideas went against the instinctive life of the people. And in spite of all its simplicity, the kingdom of the birds appears as a more pleasant place than the republic. 2. Utopias of the Renaissance. F. From the Greek ideal commonwealths we now pass to those of the Renaissance. This does not mean that during this gap of 15 centuries the mind of man had ceased to be interested in building imaginary societies, and a complete survey of utopian thought should describe its manifestations during the Roman Empire and even more during the following period, which is generally, and unjustly, called the Dark Ages. In many legends of that time one finds that the utopian dream assumes a primitive form as in the early Greek myths. With the theological thought of the Middle Ages the ideal commonwealths are projected in the next world, either in the mystic and philosophic manner of St. Augustine's De Civitate Dei, or in the poetical and naive fashion of the narrative of the great Irish traveller St. Brendan. This intrepid monk tells how, during one of his travels, his ship was driven towards the north, and how after 15 days he and his companions reached a country where they saw cathedrals of crystal and where day followed day without night, and they landed on an island which was the abode of the blessed. Though in this 6th century legend, utopia is identified with paradise, the combination of actual travels with the vision of an ideal island is a feature which will be found in many later utopias. If the utopian writers of the Renaissance owe a great deal to Greek philosophy, they are also indebted to the Christian fathers and to later theologians. St. Thomas Aquinas's De Regimen Principium, written during the 13th century, contains some passages which are worth quoting because they express ideas common to almost all the utopias of the Renaissance. Firstly, that human happiness is dependent on ethical principles as well as material comfort. For an individual to lead a good life, two things are required. The first and most important is to act in a virtuous manner, for virtue is that by which one lives well. The second, which is secondary and as it were instrumental, is a sufficiency of those bodily goods whose use is necessary to an act of virtue. The self-sufficiency of the city and surrounding country is the ideal to be achieved. Now there are two ways in which an abundance of foodstuffs can be supplied to a city. The first is where the soil is so fertile that it nobly provides for all the necessities of human life. The second is by trade, through which the necessities of life are brought to the town from different places. But it is quite clear that the first means is better. For the higher a thing is, the more self-sufficient it is, since whatever needs another's help is by that very fact proven inferior. But that city is more fully self-sufficient which the surrounding country supplies with all its vital needs, than is another which must obtain these supplies by trade. A city which has an abundance of food from its own territory is more dignified than one which is provisioned by merchants. It is safer, too, for the importing of supplies can be prevented whether owing to the uncertain outcome of wars or to the many dangers of the road, and thus the city may be overcome through lack of food. St. Thomas Aquinas perceived the disruptive effect of commerce upon the community. Again, if the citizens themselves devote their lives to matters of trade, the way will be opened to many vices. For since the object of trading leads especially to the making of money, greed is awakened in the hearts of citizens through the pursuit of trade. The result is that everything in the city will be offered for sale, confidence will be destroyed and the way opened to all kinds of trickery. Each one will work only for his own profit, despising the public good. The cultivation of virtue will fail, since honor, virtue's reward, will be bestowed upon everyone. Thus in such a city civic life will be corrupted. It would have been impossible for the Renaissance writers to model their ideal commonwealth entirely upon those of the Greek thinkers, for the structure of the society they had before their eyes was fundamentally different from that of ancient Greece. The Athenian or Spartan city, with its watertight division between citizen and slaves, its primitive economy based almost exclusively on agriculture, could not be transplanted into the society of the 16th century without undergoing some radical changes. The most important change was in regard to manual labor. For Plato, manual work was merely a necessity of life and should be left to the slaves and artisans, while a special caste busied itself with the affairs of state. The experience of the medieval city had shown, on the contrary, that the whole community was capable of governing itself through its guilds and city councils, and this community was entirely composed of producers. Thus work had acquired an important and respected position which it did not altogether lose with the breaking up of communal institutions. All the utopists of the Renaissance insist that work is a duty for all citizens, and some of them, like Campanella and Andrea, maintain that all work, even the most menial, is honorable. Nor was this a mere statement of principle, it was reflected in the institutions which gave equal rights to the laborer as to the craftsman, to the peasant as to the schoolmaster. These utopian institutions deprived work of its mercenary character by abolishing wages and trade, and they further endeavored to make work pleasant by reducing the number of working hours. These institutions, which strike us as modern, had in fact existed in the medieval city where hired labor was practically non-existent and where manual labor was no token of inferiority, while the idea that work must be pleasant was a current one and was well expressed in this medieval Kuttenberg ordinance which says, "Every one must be pleased with his work, and no one shall, while doing nothing, appropriate for himself what others have produced by application and work, because laws must be a shield for application and work." 1. The utopian idea of a short working day, which to us, accustomed to think of the past in terms of the 19th century, seems a very radical one, does not appear such an innovation, if it is compared with an ordinance of Ferdinand I relative to the imperial coal mines, which settled the miner's day at 8 hours. And according to Thorold Rogers, in 15th century England men worked 48 hours a week. During the 14th and 15th centuries the cities gradually lost their independence, their prosperity began to decline and soon the most abject poverty prevailed generally among working people. But the experience of the free cities was not lost and was consciously or unconsciously assimilated in the constitution of ideal states. The utopias of the Renaissance introduced, however, some important innovations. The medieval city had not succeeded in allying itself with the peasantry, and this had been one of the chief causes of its decay. The peasant had remained in a condition of slavery and, though in England serfdom had been abolished, in most European countries the peasants were enduring conditions not dissimilar from those of the Helots in Sparta. The utopian writers of the 16th and 17th century realized, as St. Thomas Aquinas had done, that a stable society must integrate the town and the countryside, craftsmen and peasants, and that agricultural work should be given an honored position equal to that of the other crafts. The importance given in utopian writings to the scientific cultivation of the land was probably inspired by the work done by the monasteries in this field. Other features of monastic life, such as the rigid timetables, the meals taken in common, the uniformity and austerity of clothes, the considerable amount of time devoted to study and prayer were also included in the constitutions of ideal cities. Of more importance than the experiences of the past, however, is the direct influence that the movements of the Renaissance and the Reformation have had on utopian thought. This influence is a complex one for, though the utopias of Thomas More, Campanella and Andrea embody to a great extent the spirit of the Renaissance, they are also a reaction against it. The splendid artistic and scientific movement of the Renaissance was accompanied by a disintegration of society. The assertion of man's individuality, the development of his critical faculties, and the widening of knowledge, had consolidated the destruction of the collective spirit of the Middle Ages and undermined the unity of the Christian world. The Renaissance furthermore had led to the formation of a class of intellectuals by creating a division between the worker and the technician, the craftsman and the artist, the mason and the architect. A new aristocracy was born, not, at first, based on wealth and power, but on intelligence and knowledge. Burckhardt, the brilliant apologist of the Renaissance, admits that this movement was anti-popular, that through it Europe became for the first time sharply divided into the cultivated and the uncultivated classes. This division quickened the disintegration of society. The rising power of the nobles and the kings was no longer held in check by the communes, and led to continuous and exhausting warfare. The old associations had been broken up and nothing had come to take their place. The condition of the people grew increasingly worse until it reached that abject poverty so powerfully described in More's Utopia. The utopias of the Renaissance represented a reaction against its extreme individualism and were an effort to create a new unity among nations. For this purpose they sacrificed the most cherished conquests of the Renaissance. Thomas More, the scholar and humanist, the patron of painters and friend of Erasmus, produced an utopia where the lack of individuality is evident from the uniformity of the houses and clothes to the adherence to a strict routine of work, where artistic manifestations are completely absent, where the unique man of the Renaissance is replaced by a standard man. Except for Rabelais, who is in a category of his own, all the other utopian writers are as parsimonious as More, in their allowance of personal freedom. If these utopias represented a reaction against the movement of the Renaissance, they also anticipate its logical outcome. The development of the individuality had taken place in a minority at the expense of the majority. A cathedral built according to the plan conceived by one artist more clearly expresses his individuality than one built by the common efforts of an association, but the workmen who execute the plan have less chance to develop their personalities. In the political sphere, the initiative also passed from the people to a few individuals. The condottieri, the princes, kings, and bishops, dispensed justice, waged wars, contracted alliances, regulated commerce and production, all tasks which had been previously undertaken by the communes, guilds, or city councils. The Renaissance, which had allowed the development of the individual, also created the state, which became the negation of the individual. The utopias of the Renaissance try to offer a solution to the problems facing a society in the process of evolving a new form of organization. As has often been pointed out, the discovery of the New World gave a new impetus to utopian thought, but it played only a secondary role, and one can safely assume that had More never read Vespucci's travels, he would have imagined an ideal commonwealth in a different setting, like Campanella or Andrea, who did not bother to consult travel books before they described their ideal cities. The main impetus came from the need to replace the associations, and the philosophical and religious systems of the Middle Ages, with new ones. Next to the utopias we find, as we did in Greece under similar circumstances, the elaboration of ideal constitutions which sought a solution in political reforms rather than in the establishment of a completely new system of society. Among the creators of ideal constitutions of that period, Jean Bodin probably exerted the greatest influence. This French philosopher strongly resisted the temptation of wishing to build a republic in the imagination and without effects such as those which Plato and Thomas More, the Chancellor of England, have imagined. He believed, like Aristotle, that private property and family institutions should remain untouched, but that a strong state should be created which would be able to maintain the unity of the nation. At the time when Bodin wrote his Republic, 1557, France was torn by religious wars, and there began to grow up a movement in favor of a monarchical state which would be strong enough to prevent religious struggles but which would at the same time allow political and religious freedom. Bodin's theories on the state answered these preoccupations, and his works were read with interest all over Europe. He himself translated La République into Latin in 1586, when it had already been translated into Italian, Spanish and German. His ideas seem to have met with similar interest in England, for when Bodin came to this country in 1579, private lectures were held both in London and Cambridge to explain his work. We have only included in this section works which can be defined as ideal, imaginary commonwealths or communities, rather than those which, like Bodin's Republic, are treatises on government or politics. Though the utopias which follow were all conceived by thinkers who had been profoundly influenced by the ideas of the Renaissance, they are, in many respects, widely dissimilar. Thomas More abolishes property but retains family institutions and slavery. Campanella, though a staunch Catholic, wants to abolish marriage and the family. Andrea borrows many of his ideas from More and Campanella but puts his faith in a new religious reformation which would go deeper than that inspired by Luther. Bacon wants to preserve private property in a monarchical government but believes that the happiness of mankind can be achieved through scientific progress. Sir Thomas More. Utopia. W. Hen. Sir Thomas More wrote his Utopia. He took great delight in trying to mystify his readers, and he seems to have succeeded beyond his expectations, for even today, over 400 years after its publication and in spite of all the learned commentaries written around it, this book is still considered, by some, as an enigma. Is it to be taken merely as an amusing satirical work, or can More's ideas be identified with those of his utopians? These questions have a purely academic interest, but it might help the understanding of utopia to remember that it was written in a transitory period of history when the movement of the Renaissance was giving birth to that of the Reformation with its profound social and political upheavals. At that moment it was still possible to hope that the much-needed economic and religious reforms could be carried out in a peaceful manner. A few years later this hope had to be abandoned, and it became obvious that reforms would be carried out only through violence and schisms, and the Chancellor of England, who condemned heretics to the stake and was himself to die for his religious beliefs, could no longer have conceived a society where the greatest religious tolerance was observed. Although More wrote during the lull which preceded the storm, he was acutely aware of the social and political problems that demanded a solution. But he was no practical reformer, and the solution he offered was completely divorced from realities. It was an escapist dream and at the same time a means to satirize the institutions and governments under which he lived. Utopia is the work of a scholar and reflects More's wide reading, consequently the sources to which it can be attributed are innumerable. The most obvious influence is that of the works of Plato and Plutarch, and of St. Augustine's De Civitate Dei, on which More had delivered public lectures, and from which the conception of penal and corrective slavery as a substitute for capital punishment, is believed to be derived. As for the setting of More's Utopia, commentators are more divided. It is generally assumed that it was inspired by the account of Amerigo Vespucci's travels which had been published in 1507. This clue was furnished by More himself, for his hero, the Portuguese Hythloday, who is given the task of describing the Commonwealth of Utopia, is alleged to be one of the 24 men whom Vespucci left behind at Cape Frio on his fourth voyage. The island of Utopia was supposed to have been discovered somewhere between Brazil and India. G. Richards, in the introduction to his translation of Utopia into modern English, also suggests that More met some mariner at Antwerp who gave him an account of Japan, and he points out the similarities which exist between the position and shape of More's imaginary island and that of Japan, and between the physical appearance of the Japanese and the Utopians. In recent years a new theory has been put forward according to which More may have been acquainted with the Inca civilization and used it as a model for his own commonwealth. 1. All these theories do not necessarily exclude one another. The influence of Greek and Roman writers is unmistakable, as also is that of St. Augustine and other fathers of the Church whom More had assiduously studied before his journey to the Netherlands. In Antwerp he may have met some mariner or traveller and heard him relate stories of the Inca Empire or of Japan which gave him the idea for the setting of his Utopia. But Utopia is neither a replica of Plato's or Plutarch's ideal commonwealths, nor a second-hand description of the Inca civilization of Peru before the Spanish conquest. It is an original production, inasmuch as More has been able to combine the teachings of classical writers with the widening of horizons brought about by the discovery of the New World, and the Renaissance. However much More may have been influenced by Greek philosophers, or by a dim knowledge of the Inca regime, his Utopia answers the preoccupations of his time and of his country. Utopia is divided into two books which were written at different times, but it is not known for certain which was written first. The second book, which contains the description of the Utopian Commonwealth, was probably begun during More's stay in the Netherlands, in 1515, where he went as a member of the embassy to Flanders to settle what he describes as weighty matters in dispute with His Serene Highness Charles, King of Castile. It was then that he met Peter Gil, the friend and host of Erasmus, for whom he conceived a great friendship and to whom his Utopia was dedicated. When More returned to London, he completed his work and sent it to Erasmus, on the September 3, 1516, asking him to get it printed and to provide it with high recommendations, if possible not only from scholars but also well-known public men. Erasmus executed his task, with the help of Gil, and the book was printed in Louvain and appeared at the end of 1516.1. It was extremely well received and two more editions followed almost immediately, one printed by Gilles de Gourmont in Paris at the end of 1517 and the other printed by Froben of Bâle in March, 1518. Yet another appeared in November 1518. Though Erasmus loyally endeavoured to introduce More's book to the European scholars with whom he was in contact, he does not seem to have approved of it entirely, and provided a preface only to the third edition, in which he turned his misgivings into an elegant compliment. I have always hitherto been exceedingly pleased with all my friend More's writings, but on account of our close friendship, I somewhat distrusted my own judgment. But now I see that all learned men unanimously subscribe to my opinion, and even more warmly admire the man's preeminent genius. Not that they have more affection, but they have greater discernment. I am quite inclined to approve of my verdict, and shall not hesitate in future to express my opinion. Erasmus and More had a common outlook on many questions. They both believed in the need for a reform of the Church in a liberal and humanist sense and without a schism. Both had a great admiration for Greek philosophy and hated scholastic doctrines. Both attacked the tyrannical power of the clergy and the monarchy. Both believed that before a better society could be created, man had to shed his selfishness, covetousness, and pride. But it is unlikely that Erasmus would have been much attracted by More's state communism. In one of his adages he asks, "Should we deprive the rich of their wealth?" And he answers, "No, all revolutions are impious. I want them to shed their riches themselves, or at least that they should be detached from their riches and possess them as if they did not possess them." This represents the traditional Christian attitude towards property, and Erasmus is merely echoing the Christian fathers. More also wanted a change of heart, but he believed that if the institutions were to be changed by some lawgiver, the moral progress of mankind would be facilitated. Erasmus could also have been little attracted by the strictly regulated society of More. It smelt too much of the monastery, against which he had written some of his most virulent pages. If he was opposed to an artificially regulated life, he was equally against depriving man of his natural instincts and passions to transform him into a rational automaton. More's ideal men are completely inhuman in that they are incapable, or are forbidden, to have any feelings other than those dictated by certain laws. They are all like the wise man whom Erasmus had ridiculed in his praise of folly. And much good to them with this wise man of theirs. Let them enjoy him to themselves, love him without competitors, and live with him in Plato's commonwealth, the country of ideas, or Tantalus's orchards. For who would not shun and startle at such a man, as at some unnatural accident or spirit? A man dead to all sense of nature and common affections, and no more moved with love or pity than if it were a flint or rock, whose censure nothing escapes, that commits no errors himself, but has a lynx's eyes upon others, measures everything by an exact line, and forgives nothing, pleases himself with himself only, the only rich, the only wise, the only free man, and only king, in brief, the only man that is everything, but in his own single judgment only, that cares not for the friendship of any man, being himself a friend to no man, makes no doubt to make the gods stoop to him, and condemns and laughs at the whole actions of our life? And yet such a beast is this their perfect wise man. But tell me, pray, if the thing were to be carried by most voices, what city would choose him for its governor, or what army desire him for their general? What woman would have such husband, what good fellow such a guest, or what servant would either wish or endure such a master? The praise of folly contains many passages which show that Erasmus's admiration for Plato did not blind him to his authoritarian philosophy, which More on the other hand accepted almost in its entirety. The first book of Utopia is, in part, a description of the conditions which prevailed in England at the beginning of the 16th century, but, in the main, it is a discussion of two problems which occupied More's mind at the time. The first was a personal one: should he enter the service of the king, and more generally, should philosophers help kings with their advice and experience and thereby endeavor to benefit the commonwealth? The other problem was one of penal reform. More, through his office as a lawyer, had a close knowledge of the administration of justice and must have been strongly perturbed by the liberal use of the death penalty even for petty thefts. He had seen that so far from it acting as a deterrent, crimes against property were increasing daily, and it was natural that he should try to find a better way of dealing with them. These questions are discussed in a conversation between Peter Gill, Raphael Hythloday, one a philosopher and a scholar, with a passion for exploring foreign countries, and More himself. In the garden of More's house, in Antwerp, Hythloday begins to tell his companions of his voyages and of the customs he has met among the strange nations he has visited. After listening to him for a while, Peter Gill expresses his surprise that a man with such experience of world affairs should not attach himself to the court of some king, whom he could entertain with his learning and experience of countries and people, and whom he could assist with counsel, thereby serving public interest. Hythloday replies that not only would he lose his independence by doing so, but also he would not be promoting the public interest in entering the service of kings, for most princes apply themselves more to affairs of war than to the useful arts of peace, and in these I neither have any knowledge, nor do I much desire it. They are generally more set on acquiring new kingdoms, right or wrong, than on governing well those they possess. He then goes on to denounce the evils of courts and their indifference towards the sufferings of the people. When he visited England, he learned that thieves were everywhere condemned to death and were hanged so fast, that there were sometimes 20 to 1 gibbet, and he remarked that this manner of dealing with thieves was neither just in itself nor good for the public, for as the severity was too great, so the remedy was not effectual, simple theft not being so great a crime that it ought to cost a man his life, no punishment how severe soever being able to restrain those from robbing who can find out no other way of livelihood. There are dreadful punishments enacted against thieves, but it were much better to make such good provisions by which every man might be put in a method how to live, and so be preserved from the fatal necessity of stealing and of dying for it. But, instead of providing the people with a means of livelihood, men who come back from the wars maimed, infirm or too old to work, are forced to steal, beg, or starve. Nor do noblemen discharge their obligations towards those who served them better than the state. There is a great number of noblemen, that are themselves as idle as drones, that subsist on other men's labour, on the labour of their tenants, whom, to raise their revenues, they pare to the quick. This indeed is the only instance of their frugality, for in all other things they are prodigal, even to the beggaring of themselves, but besides this, they carry about with them a great number of idle fellows, who never learned any art by which they may gain their living, and these, as soon as either their lord dies, or they themselves fall sick, are turned out of doors, for your lords are readier to feed idle people, than to take care of the sick, and often the heir is not able to keep together so great a family as his predecessor did. Now when the stomachs of those that are thus turned out of doors, grow keen, they rob no less keenly, and what else can they do? For when, by wandering about, they have worn out both their health and their clothes, and are tattered, and look ghastly, men of quality will not entertain them, and poor men dare not do it, knowing that one who has been bred up in idleness and pleasure, and who was used to walk about with his sword and buckler, despising all the neighbourhood with an insolent scorn, as far below him, is not fit for the spade and mattock, nor will he serve a poor man for so small a hire, and in so low a diet as he can afford to give him. The enclosure of lands is another of the main causes of the poverty and vagrancy of the people. The increase of pasture by which your sheep, which are naturally mild, and easily kept in order, may be said now to devour men, and unpeople, not only villages, but towns, for wherever it is found that the sheep of any soil yield a softer and richer wool than ordinary, there the nobility and gentry, and even those holy men the abbots, not contented with the old rents which their farms yielded, nor thinking it enough that they, living at their ease, do no good to the public, resolve to do it hurt instead of good. They stop the course of agriculture, destroying houses and towns, reserving only the churches, and enclose grounds that they may lodge their sheep in them. As if forests and parks had swallowed up too little of the land, those worthy countrymen turn the best inhabited places in solitudes, for when an insatiable wretch, who is a plague to his country, resolves to enclose many thousand acres of ground, the owners, as well as tenants, are turned out of their possessions, by tricks, or by main force, or being wearied out with ill usage, they are forced to sell them. By which means those miserable people, both men and women, married and unmarried, old and young, with their poor but numerous families, since country business requires many hands, are all forced to change their seats, not knowing whither to go, and they must sell almost for nothing their household stuff, which could not bring them much money, even though they might stay for a buyer. When that little money is at an end, for it will be soon spent, what is left for them to do, but either to steal and so be hanged, God knows how justly, or to go about and beg. And if they do this, they are put in prison as idle vagabonds, while they would willingly work, but can find none that will hire them, for there is no more occasion for country labour, to which they have been bred, when there is no arable ground left. To punish theft by death is not only unjust and ineffectual, it is also conducive to greater crimes. It is plain and obvious that it is absurd, and of ill consequence to the commonwealth, that a thief and a murderer should be equally punished, for if a robber sees that his danger is the same, if he is convicted of theft as if he were guilty of murder, this will naturally incite him to kill the person whom otherwise he would only have robbed, since if punishment is the same, there is more security, and less danger of discovery, when he that can best make it is put out of the way, so that terrifying thieves too much, provokes them to cruelty. The most convenient way for punishing crime is to be found in the method which was in use among the old Romans who condemned such as they found guilty of great crimes, to work their whole lives in quarries, or to dig in mines with chains about them. Or in the method used by the Polyelrites, one who oblige the thieves to repay the owner what they have taken from him and then condemn them to hard labor, but are neither imprisoned, nor chained, unless there happen to be some extraordinary circumstances in their crimes. To prevent them from escaping, they all wear a peculiar habit, of one certain color, and their hair is cropped a little above their ears, and a piece of one of their ears is cut off. Hythloday suggests that such methods should be adopted in England, and more, impressed by the wisdom of his alter ego, renews Gill advice that he should persuade himself not to shun the courts of kings, and invokes Plato, for whom Hythloday professes a great admiration. Your friend Plato thinks that nations will be happy, when either philosophers become kings, or kings become philosophers. It is no wonder if we are so far from that happiness. While philosophers will not think it their duty to assist kings with their counsels. Hythloday does not accept this reproach, and he too quotes Plato to support his point of view. They are not so base-minded, said he, but that they would willingly do it. Many of them have already done it by their books, if those that are in power would but hearken to their good advice. But Plato judged right, that except kings themselves became philosophers, they who from their childhood are corrupted with false notions, would never fall in entirely with the counsels of philosophers, and this he himself found to be true in the person of Dionysius. This is an almost prophetic passage, though Thomas More could not foresee that Henry VIII would treat him with even less gratefulness than Dionysius, according to tradition, treated Plato. It is also interesting because it would lead one to believe that the ideal commonwealth of utopia is to be ruled by philosophers, but this idea is not developed in the second part of the book and seems to indicate that More's conception of an ideal state underwent a change in the period which separated the composition of the two books. Hythloday then goes on to denounce the passion of kings for wars, which they carry out in a dishonest manner, by not respecting treaties, by obtaining subsidies on false pretenses and debasing the coinage at home, by intrigues and bribery. A philosopher would feel compelled to reproach a king for these actions, but if he did so he would be immediately dismissed. But More is still not convinced and maintains that, providing the philosopher is a clever politician, he can have some influence on princes. This argument forces Hythloday to reveal the whole of his thought. Kings not only need to be good philosophers to rule wisely, the whole structure of society must be changed. To speak plainly my real sentiments, I must freely own, that as long as there is any property, and while money is the standard of all other things, I cannot think that a nation can be governed either justly or happily. Not justly, because the best things will fall to the share of the worst men, not happily, because all things will be divided among a few, and even these are not in all respects happy, the rest being left to be absolutely miserable. Therefore when I reflect on the wise and good constitution of the Utopians, among whom all things are so well governed, and with so few laws, where virtue hath its due reward, and yet there is such an equality, that every man lives in plenty, when I compare with them so many other nations that are still making new laws, and yet can never bring their constitution to a right regulation, where notwithstanding every one has his property, yet all the laws that they can invent have not the power either to obtain or preserve it, or even to enable men certainly to distinguish what is their own from what is another's, of which the many lawsuits that every day break out, and are eternally depending, give too plain a demonstration. When, I say, I balance all these things in my thoughts, I grow more favorable to Plato, and do not wonder that he resolved not to make any laws for such as would not submit to a community of all things. For so wise a man could not but foresee that the setting all upon a level was the only way to make a nation happy, which cannot be obtained so long as there is property, for when every man draws to himself all that he can compass, by one title or another, it must needs follow, that how plentiful soever a nation may be, yet a few dividing the wealth of it among themselves, the rest must fall into indigence. So that there will be two sorts of people among them, who deserve that their fortunes should be interchanged, the former useless, but wicked and ravenous, and the latter, who by their constant industry serve the public more than themselves, sincere and modest men. From whence I am persuaded, that till property is taken away there can be no equitable or just distribution of things, nor can the world be happily governed, for as long as that is maintained, the greatest and the far best part of mankind will be still oppressed with a load of cares and anxieties. I confess without taking it quite away, those pressures that lie on a great part of mankind may be made lighter, but they can never be quite removed. For if laws were made to determine at how great an extent in soil, and at how much money every man must stop, to limit the prince that he might not grow too great, and to restrain the people that they might not become too insolent, and that none might factiously aspire to public employments, which ought neither to be sold, not made burthensome by a great expense, since otherwise those that serve in them would be tempted to reimburse themselves by cheats and violence, and it would become necessary to find out rich men for undergoing those employments which ought rather to be trusted to the wise. These laws, I say, might have such effects, as good diet and care might have on a sick man, whose recovery is desperate. They might allay and mitigate the disease, but it could never be quite healed, nor the body politic be brought again to a good habit, as long as property remains, and it will fall out as in a complication of diseases, that by applying a remedy to one sore, you will provoke another, and that which removes the one ill symptom produces another, while the strengthening one part of the body weak the rest. To this more objects that men cannot live conveniently, where all things are common, and Jill refuses to believe that any nation in that new world is better governed than those among us, and to prove his case Hythloday proceeds to describe the wise and prosperous commonwealth of Utopia. The second book begins with a description of the island and of its cities. The island of Utopia 1 is in the middle 200 miles broad, and holds almost at the same breadth over a great part of it, but it grows narrower towards both ends. Its figure is not unlike a crescent. Between its horns, the sea comes in 11 miles broad, and spreads itself into a great bay, which is environed with land to the compass of about 500 miles, and is well secured from winds. In this bay there is no great current, the whole coast is, as it were, one continued harbour, which gives all that live in the island great convenience for mutual commerce, but the entry into the bay, occasioned by rocks on the one hand, and shallows on the other, is very dangerous. But they report, and there remains good marks of it to make it credible, that this was no island at first, but a part of the continent. Utopus that conquered it, whose name it still carries, for Abraxa was its first name, brought the rude and uncivilized inhabitants into such a good government, and to that measure of politeness, that they now far excel all the rest of mankind. Having soon subdued them, he designed to separate them from the continent, and to bring the sea quite round them. There are 54 cities in the island, all large and well built, the manners, customs, and laws of which are the same, and they are all contrived as near in the same manner as the ground on which they stand will allow. The nearest lie at least 24 miles distance from one another, and the most remote are not so far distant, but that a man can go on foot in one day from it, to that which lies next it. The cities present a monotonous resemblance, and Amorat, the capital, is an improved version of London. This description betrays a lively interest in town improvement. He that knows one of their towns, knows them all, they are so like one another, except where the situation makes some difference. I shall therefore describe one of them, and none is so proper as Amorat, for as none is more eminent, all the rest yielding in precedence to this, because it is the seat of their supreme council, so there was none of them better known to me, I having lived 5 years altogether in it. It lies upon the side of a hill, or rather a rising ground. Its figure is almost square, for from the one side of it, which shoots up almost to the top of the hill, it runs down in a descent for 2 miles to the river Aniter, but it is a little broader the other way that runs along by the bank of that river. There is a bridge cast over the river, not of timber, but of fair stone, consisting of many stately arches. It lies at that part of the town which is farthest from the sea, so that ships without any hindrance lie all along the side of the town. There is likewise another river that runs by it, which though it is not great, yet it runs pleasantly, for it rises out of the same hill on which the town stands, and so runs down through it, and falls into the Aniter. The inhabitants have fortified the fountainhead of this river, which springs a little without the towns, that so if they should happen to be besieged, the enemy might not be able to stop or divert the course of the water, nor poison it. From thence it is carried in earthen pipes to the lower streets, and for those places of the town to which the water of that small river cannot be conveyed, they have great cisterns for receiving the rain water, which supplies the want of the other. The town is compassed with a high and thick wall, in which there are many towers and forts. There is also a broad and deep dry ditch, set thick with thorns, cast round 3 sides of the town, and the river is instead of a ditch on the 4th side. The streets are very convenient for all carriage, and are well sheltered from the winds. Their buildings are good, and are so uniform, that a whole side of a street looks like one house. The streets are 20 feet broad, there lie gardens behind all their houses. These are large but enclosed with buildings, that on all hands face the streets, so that every house has both a door to the street and back door to the garden. Their doors have all 2 leaves, which, as they are easily opened, so they shut of their own accord, and there being no property among them, every man may freely enter into any house whatsoever. At every 10 years' end they shift their houses by lots. They cultivate their gardens with great care, so that they have both vines, fruits, herbs, and flowers in them, and all is so well ordered, and so finely kept, that I never saw gardens anywhere that were both so fruitful and so beautiful as theirs. And this humour of ordering their gardens so well, is not only kept up by the pleasure they find in it, but also by an emulation between the inhabitants of the several streets, who vie with each other, and there is indeed nothing belonging to the whole town that is both more useful and more pleasant. So that he who founded the town, seems to have taken care of nothing more than of their gardens, for they say, the whole scheme of the town was designed at first by Utopus, but he left all that belonged to the ornament and improvement of it, to be added by those that should come after him, that being too much for one man to bring to perfection. The land is the principal source of wealth in Utopia, as it was in England at that time, and the Utopians cultivate their land skillfully and none of it is allowed to go to waste. They have not, however, a specific class of peasants or farmers. There is a complete integration, or better, identity, between city and country workers, for each citizen is both in turn. Agricultural work is carried out as a form of military service, which each citizen undertakes for a period of 2 years. This would appear to be too short a time to acquire sufficient experience to cultivate the land efficiently, but the inhabitants of Utopia are trained in agriculture long before they join the land army. Agriculture is that which is so universally understood among them, that no person, either man or woman, is ignorant of it. They are instructed in it from their childhood, partly by what they learn at school, and partly by practice, they being led out often into the fields, about the town, where they not only see others at work, but are likewise exercised in it themselves. In the towns families are composed of not more than 17 members, but while some of their members are sent to work on the land, they belong to households of less than 40 members. They have built over all the country, farmhouses for husbandmen, which are well contrived, and are furnished with all things necessary for country labour. Inhabitants are sent by turns from the cities to dwell in them. No country family has fewer than 40 men and women in it, besides 2 slaves. There is a master and a mistress set over every family, and over 30 families there is a magistrate. Every year 20 of this family come back to the town, after they have stayed 2 years in the country, and in their room there are other 20 sent from the town, that they may learn country work from those that have been already 1 year in the country, as they must teach those that come to them the next from the town. By this means such as dwell in those country farms are never ignorant of agriculture, and so commit no errors, which might otherwise be fatal, and bring them under a scarcity of corn. But though there is every year such a shifting of the husbandman, to prevent any man being forced against his will to follow that hard course of life too long, yet many among them take such pleasure in it, that they desire leave to continue in it many years. These husbandmen till the ground, breed cattle, hew wood, and convey it to the towns, either by land or water, as is most convenient. They breed an infinite multitude of chickens in a very curious manner, for the hens do not sit and hatch them, but vast number of eggs are laid in a gentle and equal heat, in order to be hatched, and they are no sooner out of the shell, and able to stir about, but they seem to consider those that feed them as their mothers, and follow them as other chickens do the hen that hatched them. 1. The close relationship between town and country is further strengthened by the free exchange of goods and by periodically drafting citizens to the land when extra labor is required. When they want anything in the country which it does not produce, they fetch that from the town, without carrying anything in exchange for it. And the magistrates of the town take care to see it given them, for they meet generally in the town once a month, upon a festival day. When the time of harvest comes, the magistrates in the country send to those in the town, and let them know how many hands they will need for reaping the harvest, and the number they call for being sent to them. They commonly dispatch it all in one day. The whole island of Utopia is a federation of cities and the land which surrounds them. Every city sends 3 of their wisest senators once a year to Amorat, to consult about their common concerns, for that is chief town of the island, being situated near the center of it, so that it is the most convenient place for their assemblies. The jurisdiction of every city extends at least 20 miles, and where the towns lie wide, they have much more ground. No town desires to enlarge its bounds, for the people consider themselves rather as tenants than landlords. Each city is composed of roughly 100,000 inhabitants who, for electoral and administrative purposes, are divided into 4 sectors and within each sector into groups of 30 families. Every 30 families elect each year a magistrate whom they call suffragant. Over every 10 suffragants with their families there is a trônibor, who is elected annually but is not changed without good reason. The whole body of suffragants, who number 200 and form a kind of senate, appoint the prince of the city from one of the 4 candidates previously named to them by the people. The prince holds office for life, unless he be suspected of aiming at tyranny. He is assisted by a council or cabinet composed of 20 trônibors and 2 suffragants. The trônibors meet every 3rd day, and oftener if necessary, and consult with the prince, either concerning the affairs of the state in general, or such private differences as may arise sometimes among the people, though that falls out but seldom. There are always 2 suffragants called into the council chamber, and these are changed every day. It is a fundamental rule of their government, that no conclusion can be made in anything that relates to the public, till it has been first debated 3 several days in their council. It is death for any to meet and consult concerning the state, unless it be either in their ordinary council, or in the assembly of the whole body of the people. 1. These things have been so provided among them, that the prince and the trônibors may not conspire together to change the government, and enslave the people, and therefore when anything of great importance is set on foot, it is sent to the suffragants, who after they have communicated it to the families that belong to their divisions, and have considered it among themselves, make report to the Senate, and upon great occasions, the matter is referred to the council of the whole island. The magistrates seem to be chosen rather for the confidence they inspire in the families which elect them than for their knowledge and intellectual gifts. There is, however, an indication that in the choice of priests, trônibors, and princes, special regard is given to knowledge, whether it has been acquired by scholars or craftsmen. Exemption from work is allowed to those, who being recommended to the people by the priests, are by the secret suffrages of the suffragants privileged from labor, that they may apply themselves wholly to study, and if any of these fall short of those hopes that they seemed at first to give, they are obliged to return to work. And sometimes a mechanic, that so employs his leisure hours, as to make a considerable advancement in learning, is eased from being a tradesman, and ranked among their learned men. Out of these they choose their ambassadors, their priests, their trony-bors, and the prince himself, anciently called their barzans, but is called of late their adamus. In Utopia the family is not only the political but also the economic unit of society. As their cities are composed of families, so their families are made up of those that are nearly related to one another. Their women, when they grow up, are married out, but all the males, both children and grandchildren, live still in the same house, in great obedience to their common parent, unless age has weakened his understanding, and in that case, he that is next to him in age comes in his room. But lest any city should become either too great, or by any accident be dispeopled, provision is made that none of their cities may contain above 6,000 families, besides those of the country round it. No family may have less than 10, and more than 16 persons in it, but there can be no determined number for the children under age. This rule is easily observed, by removing some of the children of a more fruitful couple to any other family that does not abound so much in them. The oldest man of every family, as has been already said, is its governor. Wives serve their husbands, and children their parents, and always the younger serves the elder. Every city is divided into 4 equal parts, and in the middle of each there is a marketplace. What is brought thither, and manufactured by the several families, is carried from thence to houses appointed for that purpose, in which all things of a sort are laid by themselves, and thither every father goes and takes whatsoever he or his family stand in need of, without either paying for it, or leaving anything in exchange. All the inhabitants, with the few exceptions already mentioned, are engaged in some useful trade, and work ceases to become a burden when the hours of labor are reduced and ample time for leisure is allowed. Besides agriculture, which is so common to them all, every man has some peculiar trade to which he applies himself, such as the manufacture of wool or flax, masonry, smith's work, or carpenter's work, for there is no sort of trade that is in great esteem among them. The same trade generally passes down from father to son, inclinations often following descent, but if any man's genius lies another way, he is by adoption translated into a family that deals in the trade to which he is inclined, and when that is to be done, care is taken not only by his father, but by the magistrate, that he may be put to a discreet and good man. And if after a person has learned one trade, he desires to acquire another, that is also allowed, and is managed in the same manner as the former. When he has learned both, he follows that which he likes best, unless the public has more occasion for the other. The chief, and almost the only business of the Syphagrants, is to take care that no man may live idle, but that everyone may follow his trade diligently, yet they do not wear themselves out with perpetual toil, from morning to night, as if they were beasts of burden, which as it is indeed a heavy slavery, so it is everywhere the common course of life amongst all mechanics except the Utopians, but they dividing the day and night into 24 hours, appoint 6 of these for work, 3 of which are before dinner, and 3 after. They then sup, and at 8 o'clock, counting from noon, go to bed and sleep 8 hours. The rest of their time besides that taken up in work, eating and sleeping, is left to every man's discretion, yet they are not to abuse that interval to luxury and idleness, but must employ it in some proper exercise according to their various inclinations, which is for the most part reading. It is ordinary to have public lectures every morning before daybreak, at which none are obliged to appear but those who are marked out for literature, yet a great many, both men and women of all ranks, go to hear lectures of one sort or other, according to their inclinations. But if others, that are not made for contemplation, choose rather to employ themselves at that time in their trades, as many of them do, they are not hindered, but are rather commended, as men that take care to serve their country. After supper, they spend an hour in some diversion, in summer in their gardens, and in winter in the halls where they eat, where they entertain each other, either with music or discourse. Here More foresees that many objections would be raised at his shortening of the working day, and he explains how this can be done with arguments which clearly show that his idea is not an utopian one. The time appointed for labor is to be narrowly examined, otherwise you may imagine, that since there are only 6 hours appointed for work, they may fall under a scarcity of necessary provisions. But it is so far from being true, that this time is not sufficient for supplying them with plenty of all things, either necessary or convenient, that it is rather too much, and this you will easily apprehend, if you consider how great a part of all other nations is quite idle. First, women generally do little, who are the half of mankind, and if some few women are diligent, their husbands are idle. Then consider the great company of idle priests, and of those that are called religious men, add to these all rich men, chiefly those that have estates in land, who are called noblemen and gentlemen, together with their families, made up of idle persons, that are kept more for show than use. Add to these, all those strong and lusty beggars, that go about pretending some disease, in excuse for their begging, and upon the whole account you will find that the number of those by whose labours mankind is supplied, is much less than you perhaps imagined. Then consider how few of those that work are employed in labours that are of real service, for we who measure all things by money, give rise to many trades that are both vain and superfluous, and serve only to support riot and luxury. For if those who work were employed only in such things as the conveniences of life require, there would be such an abundance of them, that the prices of them would so sink, that tradesmen could not be maintained by their gains. If all those who labour about useless things, were set to more profitable employments, and if all they that languish out their lives in sloth and idleness, every one of whom consumes as much as any 2 of the men that are at work, were forced to labour, you may easily imagine that a small proportion of time would serve for doing all that is either necessary, profitable, or pleasant to mankind, especially while pleasure is kept within its due bounds. Working hours can be shortened not only by distributing work more equally but by avoiding waste of manpower. But besides all that has been already said, it is to be considered that the needful arts among them are managed with less labour than anywhere else. The building or the repairing of houses among us employ many hands, because often a thriftless heir suffers a house that his father built to fall into decay, so that his successor must, at a great cost, repair that which he might have kept up with a small charge. It frequently happens, that the same house which one person built at a vast expense, is neglected by another, who thinks he has a more delicate sense of the beauties of architecture, and he suffering it to fall to ruin, builds another at no less charge. But among the Utopians, all things are so regulated that men very seldom build upon a new piece of ground, and are not only very quick in repairing their houses, but show their foresight in preventing their decay, so that their buildings are preserved very long, with but little labour, and thus the builders to whom that care belongs are often without employment, except the hewing of timber, and the squaring of stones, that the materials may be in readiness for raising a building very suddenly, when there is any occasion for it. A certain austerity is also necessary. One cannot have leisure and at the same time indulge in extravagant tastes. As to their clothes, observe how little work is spent in them. While they are at labour, they are clothed with leather and skins, cast carelessly about them, which will last 7 years, and when they appear in public they put on an upper garment, which hides the other, and these are all of one colour, and that is the natural colour of the wool. As they need less woolen cloth than is used anywhere else, so that which they make use of is much less costly. They use linen cloth more, but that is prepared with less labour, and they value cloth only by the whiteness of the linen, or the cleanness of the wool, without much regard to the fineness of the thread, while in other places, 4 or 5 upper garments of woolen cloth, of different colours, and as many vests of silk, will scarce serve one man, and while those that are nicer think 10 too few, every man there is content with one, which very often serves him 2 years. Nor is there anything that can tempt a man to desire more, for if he had them, he would neither be warmer, nor would he make one jot the better appearance for it. And thus, since they are all employed in some useful labour, and since they content themselves with fewer things, it falls out that there is a great abundance of all things among them, so that it frequently happens, that for want of other work, vast numbers are sent out to mend the highways. But when no public undertaking is to be performed, the hours of working are lessened. The magistrates never engage the people in unnecessary labour, since the chief end of the constitution is to regulate labor by the necessities of the public, and to allow all the people as much time as is necessary for the improvement of their minds, in which they think the happiness of life consists. We have already seen that in utopia there is no private property, no money, nor wages. Each citizen receives according to his needs, and here again More forestalls the inevitable objections which would be voiced against such a system, and he points out that it is a feeling of economic insecurity which induces people to accumulate more goods than they can use. There is no reason for giving a denial to any person, since there is such plenty of everything among them, and there is no danger of man's asking for more than he needs. They have no inducements to do this, since they are sure that they shall always be supplied. It is the fear of want that makes any of the whole race of animals either greedy or ravenous. The builders of Greek imaginary commonwealths had banished family institutions as being antagonistic to the unity of the state. Thomas More was too much a family man to abide by the verdict of Athens or Sparta, but he must have seen the danger that the utopian family, closely knit by the authority of the elder member and by common work, might destroy the homogeneity of the community. It was probably to offset this danger that he introduced the institution of common repasts, though he did not make them compulsory as Lycurgus had done. It will be noticed that in regard to meals More relents somewhat from his austere principles. At the hours of dinner and supper, the whole Syphagranti being called together by sound of trumpet, they meet and eat together, except only such as are in the hospitals, or lie sick at home. Yet after the halls are served, no man is hindered to carry provisions home from the market-place, for they know that none does that but for some good reason, for though any that will may eat at home, yet none does it willingly, since it is both ridiculous and foolish for any to give themselves the trouble to make ready an ill dinner at home, when there is a much more plentiful one made ready for him so near hand. They sit at 3 or more tables, according to their number, the men sit towards the wall, and the women sit on the other side, that if any of them should be taken suddenly ill, which is no uncommon case amongst women with child, she may, without disturbing the rest, rise and go to the nurse's room, who are there with the sucking children, where there is always clean water to hand, and cradles in which they may lay the young children if there is occasion for it, and a fire that they may shift and dress them before it. All the children under 5 years old sit among the nurses, the rest of the younger sort of both sexes, till they are fit for marriage, either serve those that sit at table, or if they are not strong enough for that, stand by them in great silence, and eat what is given them, nor have they any other formality of dining. In the middle of the first table, which stands across the upper end of the hall, sit the Syphagrant and his wife, for that is the chief and most conspicuous place. Next to him sit 2 of the most ancient, for there go always 4 to a mess. If there is a temple within the Syphagranti, the priest and his wife sit with the Syphagrant above all the rest. Next them there is a mixture of old and young, who are so placed, that as the young are set near others, so they are mixed with the more ancient, which they say was appointed on this account, that the gravity of the old people, and the reverence that is due to them, might restrain the younger from all indecent words and gestures. Dishes are not served up to the whole table at first, but the best are first set before the old, whose seats are distinguished from the young, and after them all the rest are served alike. The old men distribute to the younger any curious meats that happen to be set before them, if there is not such an abundance of them that the whole company may be served alike. Thus old men are honoured with a particular respect, yet all the rest fare as well as they. Both dinner and supper are begun with some lecture of morality that is read to them, but it is so short, that it is not tedious nor uneasy to them to hear it. From hence the old men take occasion to entertain those about them, with some useful and pleasant enlargements, but they do not engross the whole discourse so to themselves, during their meals, that the younger may not put in for a share. On the contrary, they engage them to talk, that so they may in that free way of conversation find out the force of every one's spirit, and observe his temper. They dispatch their dinners quickly, but sit long at supper, because they go to work after the one, and are to sleep after the other, during which they think the stomach carries on the concoction more vigorously. They never sup without music, and there is always fruit served up after meat. While they are at table, some burn perfumes, and sprinkle about fragrant ointments and sweet waters. In short, they want nothing that may cheer up their spirits. They give themselves a large allowance that way, and indulge themselves in all such pleasures as are attended with no inconvenience. The utopians have not only abolished money and trade amongst themselves, they have also succeeded in depriving gold, silver and precious stones of their magic and corrupting power. They invented an ingenious method by which they were able to preserve them and use them occasionally in trade, with foreign countries, without attaching any value to them, and even regarding them with contempt. They eat and drink out of vessels of earth, or glass, which make an agreeable appearance though formed of brittle materials, while they make their chamber pots and close stools of gold and silver, and that not only in their public halls, but in their private houses. Of the same metals they likewise make chains and fetters for their slaves, to some of which, as a badge of infamy, they hang an earring of gold, and make others wear a chain or a coronet of the same metal, and this they take care, by all possible means, to render gold and silver of no esteem. And from hence it is, that while other nations part with their gold and silver, as unwillingly as if one tore out their bowels, those of Utopia would look on their giving in all they possess of those metals, when there were any use for them, but as the parting with a trifle, or as we would esteem the loss of a penny. They find pearls on their coast, and diamonds and carbuncles on their rocks. They do not look after them, but if they find them by chance, they polish them, and with them they adorn their children, who are delighted with them, and glory in them during their childhood. But when they grow to years, and see that none but children use such baubles, they of their own accord, without being bid by their parents, lay them aside, and would be as much ashamed to use them afterwards, as children among us, when they come to years, are of their puppets and other toys. As is to be expected in a state where the family plays such an important role, great care is taken to make marriage as stable as possible and, though divorce is permitted, adultery is punished by slavery and sometimes death. Their women are not married before 18, nor their men before 22, and if any of them run into forbidden embraces before marriage they are severely punished, and the privilege of marriage is denied them, unless they can obtain a special warrant from the prince. Such disorders cast a great reproach upon the master and mistress of the family in which they happen, for it is supposed that they have failed in their duty. The reason of punishing this so severely is, because they think that if they were not strictly restrained from all vagrant appetites, very few would engage in a state in which they venture the quiet of their whole lives, by being confined to one person, and are obliged to endure all the inconveniences with which it is accompanied. In choosing their wives they use a method that would appear to us very absurd and ridiculous, but it is constantly observed among them, and is accounted perfectly consistent with wisdom. Before marriage some grave matron presents the bride naked, whether she is a virgin or a widow, to the bridegroom, and after that some grave man presents the bridegroom naked to the bride. We indeed both laughed at this, and condemned it as very indecent. But they, on the other hand, wondered at the folly of the men of all other nations, who, if they are but to buy a horse of a small value, are so cautious that they will see every part of him, and take off both his saddle and all his other tackle, that there may be no secret ulcer hid under any of them, and that yet in the choice of a wife, on which depends the happiness or unhappiness of the rest of his life, a man should venture upon trust, and only see about a hand's breadth of the face, all the rest of the body being covered, under which there may lie hid what may be contagious, as well as loathsome. All men are not so wise as to choose a woman only for her good qualities, and even wise men consider the body as that which adds not a little to the mind, and it is certain there may be some deformity covered with the clothes as may totally alienate a man from his wife when it is too late to part with her. If such a thing is discovered after marriage, a man has no remedy but patience. They therefore think it is reasonable that there should be good provision made against such mischievous frauds. There was so much the more reason for them to make a regulation in this matter, because they are the only people of those parts that neither allow of polygamy, nor of divorces one except in the case of adultery, or insufferable perverseness, for in these cases the Senate dissolves the marriage, and grants the injured person leave to marry again, but the guilty are made infamous, and are never allowed the privilege of a second marriage. None are suffered to put away their wives against their wills, from any great calamity that may have fallen on their persons, for they look on it as the height of cruelty and treachery to abandon either of the married persons when they need most the tender care of their comfort, and that chiefly in the case of old age, which as it carries many diseases along with it, so it is a disease of itself. But it frequently falls out that when a married couple do not well agree, they by mutual consent separate, and find out other persons with whom they hope they may live more happily. Yet this is not done without obtaining leave of the Senate, which never admits of a divorce, but upon a strict inquiry made, both by the senators and their wives, into the grounds upon which it is desired, and even when they are satisfied concerning the reasons of it, they go on but slowly, for they imagine that too great easiness in granting leave for new marriages would very much shake the kindness of married people. They punish severely those that defile the marriage bed. If both parties are married they are divorced, and the injured persons may marry one another, or whom they please, but the adulterer and the adulteress are condemned to slavery. Yet if either of the injured persons cannot shake off the love of the married person, they may live with them still in that state, but they must follow them to that labor to which the slaves are condemned, and sometimes the repentance of the condemned, together with the unshaken kindness of the innocent and injured person, has prevailed so far with the prince that he has taken off the sentence, but those that relapse after they are once pardoned are punished with death. More must have had a poor opinion of the intricacies of the legal system and the artifices of lawyers, for he deals with them in a drastic manner. They have but few laws, and such is their constitution that they need not many. They very much condemn other nations, whose laws, together with the commentaries on them, swell up to oblige men to obey a body of laws that are both of such a bulk, and so dark as not to be read and understood by every one of the subjects. They have no lawyers among them, for they consider them as a sort of people whose profession is to disguise matters, and to wrest the laws, and therefore they think it is much better that every man should plead his own cause, and trust it to the judge, as in other places the client trusts it to a counselor. By this means they both cut off many delays, and find out truth more certainly, for after the parties have laid open the merits of the cause, without those artifices which lawyers are apt to suggest, the judge examines the whole matter, and supports the simplicity of such well-meaning persons, whom otherwise crafty men would be sure to run down, and thus they avoid those evils which appear very remarkably among all those nations that labor under a vast load of laws. Every one of them is skilled in their law, for as it is a very short study, so the plainest meaning of which words are capable is always the sense of their laws. Their law does not determine the punishment for other crimes, but that is left to the Senate, to temper it according to the circumstances of the fact. Husbands have power to correct their wives, and parents to chastise their children, unless the fault is so great that a public punishment is thought necessary for striking terror into others. For the most part, slavery is the punishment even of the greatest crimes. We have, so far, shown the brighter side of life in utopia. The abolition of property and wages, the rational integration of agriculture and industry, the reduction of working hours and the opportunities given for study may well arouse our admiration. It would be more difficult to be attracted by the strict timetable which governs work, leisure, and sleep for, as Rabelais said, can there be any greater dotage in the world than for one to guide and direct his course by the sound of a bell, and not by his own judgment and discretion? Nor would the laws governing marriage suit our modern taste, and women might well think that to obey and serve their husbands is not exactly their idea of utopia. More's utopia contains, however, some even more shocking features. There is a class of slaves not as numerous or cruelly treated as in Lycurgus's Commonwealth, but the institution exists nevertheless. Though work is not carried out by the slaves alone, all the community being employed in some kind of useful labor, none of the free citizens do what More considers to be dirty work. The slaves do not form a caste as they did in ancient Greece, but are recruited in the following manner. They do not make slaves of prisoners of war, except those that are taken in battle, nor of the sons of their slaves, nor of those of other nations. The slaves among them are only such as are condemned to that state of life for the commission of some crime, or, which is more common, such as their merchants find condemned to die in those parts to which they trade, whom they sometimes redeem at low rates, and in other places have them for nothing. They are kept at perpetual labor, and are always chained, but with this difference, that their own natives are treated much worse than others. They are considered as more profligate than the rest, and since they could not be restrained by the advantages of so excellent an education, are judged worthy of harder usage. Another sort of slaves are the poor of the neighboring countries, who offer of their own accord to come and serve them. They treat these better, and use them in all other respects as well as their own countrymen, except their imposing more labor upon them, which is no hard task to those that have been accustomed to it, and if any of these have a mind to go back to their own country, which indeed falls out but seldom, as they do not force them to stay, so they do not send them away empty-handed. If the death penalty is rarely inflicted in Utopia, it is for reasons of expediency rather than on humane or ethical grounds. For the most part, slavery is the punishment even of the greatest crimes, for as that is no less terrible to the criminals themselves than death, so they think the preserving them in a state of servitude is more to the interest of the Commonwealth than killing them. It is surprising, in view of the obvious advantages which this method presents, from the point of view of governments, that it has not been applied on a great scale until the present day. But when it was applied it was on a scale and with such results that even more could not have foreseen. Armies of slaves numbering hundreds of thousands have, in the last 20 years, built the Baltic White Sea Canal, double-tracked the Trans-Siberian Railroad, erected engineering works in the heart of Siberia, mined uranium, dug underground factories, have, in a word, achieved feats before which the construction of the pyramids look like child's play. Experience has shown, however, that this method presented certain dangers. Slave labor is cheap, since the slaves can be made to live on a starvation diet and in crowded barracks, and it is extremely useful for work which a government might want to carry out in circumstances which no free man would dream of accepting. It was only natural, therefore, that some governments should have been tempted to acquire as vast an army of slaves as possible, and as the number of criminals, particularly that of major criminals, is always small compared with the total of the population, a method had to be devised by which the number of crimes were multiplied. Compared with the work carried out by some 20th century slaves, that of the utopian slaves seems very light and even pleasant. They clean the halls where the meals are taken, kill animals for human consumption, and go hunting. In a society which admits of slavery, even the free citizen is not free, his chain is only longer than that of the slave. In Utopia, to go out and spend a weekend in the country, without having first obtained permission from the suffragant and the tranibor, and a passport from the prince certifying that leave has been granted for travelling and how long one can stay away, is considered a crime. If any man goes out of the city to which he belongs without leave and is found rambling without passport, he is severely treated, he is punished as a fugitive, and sent home disgracefully, and if he falls again into the like fault, is condemned to slavery. We are beginning to suspect that these utopians are less free and happy than more would have us believe, for, if the magistrates and prince are loved and respected, if the people are contented with their institutions, what need is there to punish someone who feels a sudden urge to ramble in the country? Elsewhere we are told that men are obliged to five in full view, to make sure that they perform their ordinary tasks, which would seem unnecessary if their work was made really easy and pleasant. And again, what has the state to fear from its loyal subjects that it prevents them from meeting for a drink lest they should form themselves into parties? Our suspicions are strengthened when we read of the manner in which the utopians conduct wars. These paternal, modest, good-humored people become the most ruthless, Machiavellian politicians when engaged in war. They cannot even invoke the excuse that they are obliged to defend their country against aggression, for their country is so situated as to make it unassailable. But they carry out wars of aggression and pursue, in fact, a barefaced policy of expansion. If there is any increase over the whole island, then they draw out a number of their citizens out of the several towns, and send them over to the neighboring continent, where, if they find that the inhabitants have more soil than they can well cultivate, they fix a colony, taking the inhabitants into their society, if they are willing to live with them, and where they do that of their own accord, they quickly enter into their method of life, and conform to their rules, and this proves a happiness to both nations, for according to their constitution, such care is taken of the soil, that it becomes fruitful enough for both, though it might be otherwise too narrow and barren for any one of them. But if the natives refuse to conform themselves to their laws, they drive them out of those bounds which they mark out for themselves, and use force if they resist. For they account it a very just cause of war, for a nation to hinder others from possessing a part of that soil, of which they make no use, but which is suffered to lie idle and uncultivated, since every man has by the law of nature a right to such a waste portion of the earth as is necessary for his subsistence. Their other wars are dictated by loyalty towards friendly neighbor nations. Utopia plays a role similar to that of the great powers today who, for allegedly altruistic reasons, are strongly concerned in the interests of smaller nations. The utopians, however, detest war as a very brutal thing and think that there is nothing more inglorious than that glory that is gained by war. They prefer to owe their victories to skillful diplomacy or to political maneuvers. They have even adopted a kind of permanent Marshall Plan by which they distribute their surplus food to neighborly nations free of charge. Though Moore does not explain why they behave in such an apparently philanthropic manner, he may have realized that no nation, however well governed, can hope to enjoy permanent prosperity if it is surrounded by starving nations whose covetousness it would arouse. If political methods fail to settle matters, they declare war, but even then they rely more on fifth-column activities than on battles. As soon as they declare war, they take care to have a great many schedules, that are sealed with their common seal, affixed in the most conspicuous places of their enemy's country. This is carried out secretly, and done in many places all at once. In these they promise great rewards to such as shall kill the prince, and lesser in proportion to such as shall kill any other persons, who are those on whom, next to the prince himself, they cast the chief balance of the war. And they double the sum to him that, instead of killing the person so marked out, shall take him alive and put him in their hands. They offer not only indemnity, but rewards, to such of the persons themselves that are so marked, if they will act against their countrymen. By this means those that are named in their schedules become not only distrustful of their fellow citizens, but are jealous of one another, and are much distracted by fear and danger, for it has often fallen out that many of them, even the prince himself, have been betrayed by those in whom they have trusted most, for the rewards that the utopians offer are so unmeasurably great, that there is no sort of crime to which men cannot be drawn by them. They also make a clever use of terrorism and are skilled in war propaganda. They think it likewise an act of mercy and love to mankind to prevent the great slaughter of those that must otherwise be killed in the progress of the war, both on their own side and on that of their enemies, by the death of a few that are most guilty, and that in so doing they are kind even to their enemies, and pity them no less than their own people, as knowing that the greater part of them do not engage in the war of their own accord, but are driven into it by the passions of their prince. If this method does not succeed with them, then they sow seeds of contention among their enemies, and animate the prince's brother, or some of the nobility, to aspire to the crown. In battles they are as parsimonious with the lives of their citizens as they are liberal with those of their mercenaries whom they recruit among a nation called the Epaulettes. Here Moore takes the opportunity of venting his contempt and hatred of the Swiss, who used to supply most armies of mercenaries in his time. The utopians are not at all troubled how many of these, the epaulettes, happen to be killed, and reckon it a service done to mankind if they could be a means to deliver the world from such a lewd and vicious people, that seem to have run together as to the drain of human nature. It would take too long to describe the wars of the utopians in detail, but it will be sufficient to say that they do to their enemies all the things they would not like to be done to themselves. Some of the most ardent admirers of Moore have been so shocked by his treatment of wars that they have assumed that he has not described wars as he thought they should be carried out, but that he has satirized the war methods of his contemporaries. However, though charitable, this is an improbable theory. It would be unreasonable, however, to expect Moore to have described a rational and just way of waging wars. War is, as he said himself, a very brutal thing, and the only way he could have dealt with it in a humane manner would have been by abolishing it altogether. We can only say a few words about the religious and philosophical ideas of the utopians. Moore, like Erasmus and many of the Renaissance humanists, believed that man was naturally a Christian and that his faith did not depend on divine revelation. Religion sprang from the heart and consisted in loving God and man and should therefore unite men and not divide them into sects. The inhabitants of Utopia have not been converted to Christianity, but the majority of them worship one God who made and governs the world. They tolerate all doctrines and every variety of creeds and have adopted a simple form of worship in which all can unite. They respect the law given them by their king Utopus, that every man might be of what religion he pleased, and might endeavor to draw others to it by the force of argument, and by amicable and modest ways, but without bitterness against those of other opinions, such as did otherwise were to be condemned to banishment or slavery. Like the magistrates, the priests are elected by the people in secret ballot. They are men of eminent piety and therefore they are but a few, only 13 in every town, one for every temple. They have no temporal power and their task is to exhort and admonish people. If their counsels are not followed, they exclude those who are desperately wicked from joining in their worship. Their priests can marry, take part in wars, and women are not barred from priesthood. This, then, is the constitution of that commonwealth which, according to Raphael Hythloday, is not only the best in the world, but indeed the only commonwealth that truly deserves that name. In all other places it is visible, that while people talk of commonwealth, every man only seeks his own wealth, but there, where no man has any property, all men zealously pursue the good of the public. This is a bold claim and we prefer to admire more for his indictment of the society of his time rather than for the set of laws and institutions which he himself devised. Tommaso Campanella. The City of the Sun. N. In 80 years later another utopia was conceived by a friar, philosopher, poet, and astrologer with a fanatical belief in his own ideas. There is none of More's literary elegance and fine irony in Campanella's City of the Sun, for unlike him he did not write in the pleasant circle of refined humanists but with his mind and limbs still aching from the tortures of the Inquisition. Giovan Domenico Campanella was born in 1568, at Stillo, in Calabria, that province of Italy which even today remains a mystery to the Italians themselves and stubbornly refuses to become assimilated into Europe. He came from a poor family, and his father, when called as a witness at one of the trials of his famous son, testified with a touching simplicity, "I had heard that my son had written a book in Naples and everybody told me how fortunate I was, now they all tell me how unlucky I am, as for me I can neither read nor write." Campanella was put in a monastery when he was still a child. When he was 14 years old he entered the order of the Dominicans and it was then that he took the name of Tommaso. He said later that he chose a monastic life more to satisfy his desire for study than from the call of religion. He soon showed an independent spirit and attacked the scholastic method and doctrines. When he was 18 he became acquainted with the works of Bernardino Telesio, the great philosopher of the Renaissance, and felt such enthusiasm for his ideas that he left the monastery to visit him at Cosenza, but he arrived just after Telesio's death. Shortly afterwards, when he was staying at the monastery of Altomonte, he met a rabbi who made a profound impression on him by his prophetic gifts and his knowledge of astrology. It was probably through this acquaintance that Campanella acquired a passion for astrology and prophecy which never left him. The curious combination of rationalist and scientific ideas and of a superstitious belief in supernatural phenomena, which characterizes many thinkers of the Renaissance, manifests itself in a remarkably acute form throughout Campanella's writings. His philosophical ideas very soon attracted the attention of the religious authorities. At the end of the 15th century, Italy no longer enjoyed that tolerance for new ideas which had characterized the early period of the Renaissance. The Reformation had robbed the Catholic Church of its power over a great part of Western Europe, and a state of siege had been declared in the countries which had remained under its domination. Italy was in the grip of the Counter-Reformation and no one, from the Pope to the most obscure monk, escaped the watchful eye of the Inquisition. In 1590 Campanella was summoned to appear before a Dominican tribunal for his writings in defense of Telesio. 3 years later, while he was staying in a Dominican monastery at Bologna, he was robbed of all his manuscripts by the Pope's secret police. Campanella, suspecting the Vatican, applied to them for the return of his manuscripts, but they denied all knowledge of the affair. He found them, however, 30 years later in the archives of the Holy See. In 1594 Campanella was accused of heresy for his ideas concerning universal animation, and sent for trial before the Roman Inquisition, which was unable to prove the charge, but ordered him to remain in Rome under close watch. In 1597 he returned to Naples, where he clashed once again with the religious authorities, and was obliged to retire to the monastery at Stillo. There was a widespread belief at that time that the end of the century would bring profound changes, and even that the world might come to an end. Campanella was very much affected by these rumors, and he saw, in the unrest of Naples under Spanish rule, in events such as floods, earthquakes and the appearance of comets, a confirmation that social convulsions were imminent. A strange and powerful dream arose in his mind. He believed that the coming changes would lead to a complete reformation of society, and that the moment had come for the creation of an universal republic. His native Calabria, under his leadership, would be the starting point for this movement. Until now Campanella had fought against the old ideas in his writings alone, but the philosopher was now to become a man of action. Campanella believed that a threefold reformation should take place. On the social plane, by improving the conditions of the people, politically, by making Spain the leader of an unification of the world, and in the sphere of religion by a reformation of the Church. But Campanella did not conceive a reformation in the sense of Calvin or Luther, who wanted to detach themselves from the domination of the Church of Rome and thereby encouraged national aspirations. Campanella was a staunch Catholic, and he wanted to unite the world under the standard of the Catholic faith. He attributed the defeats of the Catholic Church to her adherence to the old scholastic doctrines, and thought that she would neither regain nor increase her power through religious persecutions, but only in the acceptance of the new philosophical ideas. He sought to modernize the Church rather than to reform it. The Republic of Calabria which he planned to institute would serve as an example as well as a starting point for the creation of an universal republic. Campanella was not, as he has sometimes been described, an Italian patriot. If he plotted against Spain, it was in order to achieve this holy universal republic under the spiritual leadership of the Catholic Church, and, though he rebelled against the Spanish authorities, he believed that Spain was the only power capable of bringing the universal republic into being. In the church of the convent at Stillo he preached that the moment had come for revolt, and he persuaded some political exiles who had taken refuge in the monastery, and a number of the friars themselves, that the Holy Universal Republic would take place before the end of the world, and that it was necessary to find propagandists and men of the deed to achieve it. The friars with their tongues, the people with arms, would start a movement to create new laws and institutions for a better world. Some of the reforms and laws which he advocated at the time were later incorporated in the City of the Sunday. The plot was discovered and Campanella and his associates were arrested. On the November 8, 1599, they were taken to Naples by sea, and some of Campanella's companions were quartered on the galleys, in full view of the people of Naples, who had assembled in the harbour to see their arrival. A charge of heresy was added to that of conspiring against Spain, and out of the 140 men who had been arrested, of whom 14 were friars, 10 were sentenced to death. For 5 months Campanella was kept in a humid and dark cell, with chains on his legs. He was submitted to terrible tortures, and eventually some kind of a confession was extracted from him, which allowed the Inquisition to proceed with the charge of heresy. But a few weeks before his trial was due to begin he set fire to his cell, and began to talk and behave as if he had lost his reason. Whether he was simulating madness, as most historians are inclined to believe, or whether the tortures had really affected his mind, will never be known. On the May 10, 1600, the trial for heresy began again, and his madness did not protect him from being tortured once more, with greater cruelty than before and, on one occasion, for 24 hours without a break. The record of Campanella's ravings and cries, faithfully noted by an officer of the Inquisition, has been preserved and constitutes a truly terrifying document. This time he refused to answer any questions, and continued to behave as if he were insane. The Inquisition suspected him of simulating madness, but they had to abide by their own tests, and they could not condemn him to death because it would have meant damning his soul. After a trial which lasted a whole year, he was condemned to life imprisonment. It was just after this trial, in 1602, that Campanella wrote his City of the Sunday. It is generally believed that this work was written at a later date in Latin, and the circumstances in which it was first composed having been generally overlooked, it has been described as an exotic and eccentric dream, completely divorced from reality. The City of the Sun is in fact closely related to Campanella's unsuccessful attempt to create a Republic of Calabria. The tortures and trials had not succeeded in crushing his spirit, and he may have written it as an act of defiance, or simply to explain what would have been carried out had he been successful. It is also possible that he hoped to escape, and that he sought in this way to gain support for a renewed attempt. He himself said later that he tried to gain an ascendancy over his guardians by some magic practices which impressed them greatly. They helped to smuggle his manuscripts out of prison, and might have helped him to escape had he not been transferred to another fortress. Campanella seems to have had a considerable popular following at the time, and the sonnets, which he wrote in his cell, were recited all over Naples. The fact that he wrote the City of the Sun in Italian, and not in Latin, indicated that he did not consider it an academic work but wanted it to be as widely read as possible. It has often been pointed out that Campanella has taken very little trouble to give an appearance of reality to his ideal city, and it is true that we are told practically nothing as to where it is situated or how the seaman who tells the story reached it. This is understandable if one considers that he had preached and agitated, plotted and faced torture, in order to create an ideal republic in his native Calabria. He did not wish his readers to consider his work as one of fiction and to imagine the ideal city in some distant and foreign country, but to think of it as around them and themselves as its citizens. That Campanella did not lack imagination and poetical gifts is shown by the many sonnets and poems he wrote throughout his life, yet the City of the Sun is as arid and uninspiring as a political blueprint, which in fact, it was meant to be. Campanella remained a prisoner in Naples, until September 1626, when he was freed through the intervention of the Italian Council in Madrid. After being at liberty for a month, he was arrested again, this time by order of the Pope, and was kept prisoner in the Vatican for 3 years. After his release he enjoyed a period of relative quiet until 1633, when the Spaniards began to persecute him anew because they held him responsible for the pro-French policy of the Pope, Urban VIII. These suspicions were probably justified, for Campanella had abandoned the hope that Spain would unify the world as he had dreamt, and believed that France should take her place. In 1636 he was obliged to flee to Paris, where he lived under the protection of Richelieu and Louis XIII, and where he was able to publish his works and lecture at the Sorbonne in spite of protests from the Vatican. He died on May 21, 1639, in a monastery. Campanella has achieved fame through his tragic life and his City of the Sun rather than by his philosophical works, which, however, occupy an important, if not a foremost, place in the philosophy of the later Renaissance. In his own Calabria his memory still lives among the people, and it is said that he appears in dreams to reveal hidden treasures, a legend which would not have displeased the philosopher who liked sometimes to be thought a magician and a prophet. Campanella composed most of his writings in prison, sometimes under really inhuman conditions, and he said later that he had fought death by work. Many of his manuscripts were confiscated and some of them destroyed by his jailers, and this partly explains why there are so many versions of most of his works. Some of them were composed as many as 5 times. The City of the Sun was written a second time in Italian in 1611, and for the first time in Latin in 1613–14. He wrote it for a 4th time in Latin, in a revised version, in 1630–31. The Latin versions differ considerably from the Italian, not only in style, which is more polished in the later versions, but also because his ideas altered a great deal during his imprisonment. As the years pass his ideal city becomes more and more authoritarian, and conforms more to the ideas of the Church. For example, the community of goods and of women is not abolished, but the fathers of the Church are quoted to justify it, and sexual freedom becomes severely restricted. Astrology occupies a less important place in the later versions, probably in view of the war the Vatican was waging against astrologers. Campanella was never a revolutionary, he was a reformer with a rebellious spirit, and when that spirit of rebellion left him he became a conformist. During his youth and the first years of imprisonment he fought for the new philosophical ideas and for a better system of society, but as the years of imprisonment went by he sought to regain his freedom by trying to make his ideas acceptable to the authorities, and at the end of his life he aspired to become a cardinal in the Church which had persecuted him, and wrote flattering poems to the King of France and Richelieu. The first version of The City of the Sun was written during his youth, when his body was bound but his mind was still free, and it is therefore more truly utopian than the others. Later, Campanella's vision was clouded by the fear of perpetual imprisonment and the necessity of compromise. It was, however, through the Latin versions that The City of the Sun became mostly known. It must have reached Germany before 1619, for it clearly influenced Andreas Christianopolis, published in that year. It may have been taken there by Sciopio, a German scholar who had been converted to Catholicism and was leader of the Counter-Reformation in Germany. He tried hard to obtain Campanella's release, traveling from Italy to Germany in order to see the emperor and win him to Campanella's cause, taking with him some of his manuscripts. The City of the Sun was published for the first time in 1623 in Frankfurt, by Tobias Adani, a German jurist who published most of Campanella's works from 1617 to 1629. An English translation, by T. W. Halliday, did not appear until 1886, when it was included in Henry Morley's Ideal Commonwealths. There is no indication from which Latin edition the translation was made, but it contains several obvious mistranslations which, in some cases, render the text meaningless. Some passages which have been left out are described by Morley as one or two omissions of detail which can well be spared. These cuts seem to have been dictated by a Victorian sense of propriety rather than by considerations of space. The passages which follow have been translated from the edition of the first Italian version which was published in Italy in 1905 and which contains, in footnotes, the variations of the 1623 and 1637 Latin editions. These variations have been mentioned when they seemed of particular interest. The full title of the first composition clearly shows the identity between The City of the Sun and Campanella's dream of a Christian republic. City of the Sun, by Friar Tommaso Campanella, or Dialogue of the Republic, in which is demonstrated the idea of a reform of the Christian Republic according to the promise God made to Saint Catherine and Saint Bridget. The dialogue takes place between a night hospitaller and a Genoese seaman, who describes the ideal city he has visited in the course of one of his voyages. The city is situated near Taprobane, on a large plain immediately under the equator. Genoese, on the vast plain rises a hill on which the greater part of the city is built, but its circles extend for some distance beyond the base of the hill, which is of such size that the diameter of the city is 2 miles or more and its circumference about 7. But being built on a slope, the city has more houses than if it were built on a plain. The city is divided into very great circles named after the 7 planets, and one passes from one to the other through 4 streets and 4 gates which look towards the 4 corners of the earth. It is so arranged that if the first circle were stormed, it would require more effort to storm the second, and still more for the others, so that it would be necessary to storm it 7 times to capture it. But I am of the opinion that it would be impossible to seize even the first circle, so thick are the earthworks, and so well fortified with towers, artillery, and ditches outside. Entering then through the northern gate, which is covered with iron and which can be raised and lowered thanks to an ingenious device, one sees a level space 50 paces wide between the first and second walls. One finds places, all joined round the wall in such a manner as to appear one, and above they have ravelins supported by 2 columns, as in the cloisters of monasteries, and there are no entrances to be seen, for they are all on the concave side of the palaces. The rooms are beautiful and are divided by thin walls, and have windows both on the concave and convex sides of the building. The convex wall is 8 spans in thickness, the concave 3, and the interior walls slightly more than 1 span. And so one enters the second circle, which is 2 or 3 paces narrower than the first, and sees the second walls with ravelins and galleries for promenading, and from the inside there is another wall enclosing the palaces. Halfway up the buildings there is a gallery supported by columns and containing beautiful pictures. And in this way one reaches the last circle, and the ground is always level except when one goes through the doors, which are double because of the interior and exterior walls, and going from one to the other one mounts some steps which are scarcely noticeable, as they proceed in a slanting direction and their height is hardly perceptible. On the top of the hill there is a great flat space on which a temple has been built with wondrous art. After the Genoese has described the temple, the Knight Hospitaller expresses the desire to hear how the city is governed. Genoese, they have among them a consecrated prince whose name is O, which in our language means metaphysic. He is their spiritual and temporal head and all matters are referred to him. He is assisted by 3 princes of equal rank, Pon, Sin, and more whose names signify power, knowledge and love. Power is in charge of all the matters related to war and peace, and to military art. He has supreme power in wars, second only to O. He looks after the military magistrates, the warriors, the soldiers, ammunition, and fortifications. Knowledge is in charge of all sciences and of the doctors and magistrates dedicated to the liberal and mechanical arts. He is assisted by as many magistrates as there are sciences, that is to say, the astrologer, the cosmographer, the geometer, the physicist, the rhetorician, the grammarian, the doctor, the political scientist, the moralist, and he has but one book, which contains all the sciences and which is read to all the people after the custom of the Pythagoreans. It is knowledge who has caused all the walls, and the interior and exterior of the galleries to be covered with paintings representing all the sciences. On the exterior walls of the temple and on the curtains, which are lowered during the sermons to prevent the voice being lost, are pictures of stars and each is described in 3 verses. On the interior wall of the first circle are painted all the mathematical figures, more numerous than those discovered by Euclid and Archimedes, and each is accompanied by a clear explanation. On the exterior side of the wall there is map of the whole world, and beside it tablets for each province with the places, customs, and laws appertaining to it and also its alphabet, against which their own is written. In the interior of the second circle there are all the precious and common stones, the minerals and metals, both painted and in reality, with an explanation of 2 verses each. On the outside there are all kind of lakes, seas, rivers, wines, oils, and other liquors, with their virtues, origin, and quality. And there are also vessels containing various liquors, some 100 and others 300 years old, which can cure all illnesses. 1. In the third circle are to be found all kinds of herbs and trees of the world, some painted on the walls and some actually growing in baskets filled with earth, which are put over the ravelins, and there are explanations as to where they were first found, their virtues, their resemblances to the stars, metals, and parts of the human body, and their use in medicine. Outside the wall, there are all kinds of fishes found in rivers, lakes, and the sea, and an explanation of their qualities, their ways of living and breeding, and how they can be preserved as well as of their uses and the resemblances they bear to celestial and earthly things in art and in nature. Inside the fourth circle are found pictures of all kinds of birds and the description of their qualities, size, and customs, and they have a real phoenix. Outside there are all kinds of animals, reptiles, serpents, dragons, worms, and insects like flies, ox flies, and so on with their peculiarities, venoms, and virtues, which are more numerous than we think. Inside the fifth circle they have all the animals of the earth, and it is really surprising to see so many different kinds. We know not 1,000th part of them. Those which are of a bigger size are painted outside the ravelin, and of horses alone how many different breeds there are. And how cleverly are these beautiful pictures described in the verses which accompany them. Inside the sixth circle they have all the mechanical arts and their own inventions and the different manners in which they are practiced in different parts of the world. Outside are represented all the inventors in law, science, and warfare. I found Moses, Osiris, Jupiter, Mercury, Muhammad, and many others. In a place of great honor there was Jesus Christ and the 12 apostles, whom they hold in high esteem. There was also Caesar, Alexander, Pyrrhus, and all the Romans. I expressed my admiration that they should know so much history, and they told me that they knew the languages of all nations, for they were in the habit of sending ambassadors throughout the world for the purpose of learning the good and evil of all, and they greatly benefited by it. There are also masters who teach these things, and the children learn without any pain. Before they are 10 years old they have learned all the sciences in the way of history. Love is in charge of reproduction, and he unites men and women in such a manner that they produce a good race. They laugh at us, who show such care for the breeding of dogs and horses, and neglect our own race. Love also takes care of the education of children, of medicines and drugs, of sowing and the gathering of fruits, grains, and herbs, and whatever else is connected with food, clothing, and courtship. He is assisted by many masters and mistresses devoted to these arts. Metaphysic looks after all these matters in cooperation with the other three. They consult him about everything, nothing is done without him, and in whatever metaphysic decides they agree. In the following passage it will be seen that Campanella, though much influenced by Plato and Plutarch, goes further than they, for he abolishes property, not for one class only, but for the whole community. All things are in common and are administered by the magistrates. Not only food but knowledge, honors, and pleasures are common, in such a manner that no one can appropriate anything to himself. They say that property is born out of living in separate houses and possessing a wife and children, and that from it grows self-love. For in order to raise his son to wealth and dignities, a man becomes either grasping of the public wealth, if he is strong and fearless, or avaricious and hypocritical if he is weak. But when self-love is taken away, there remains only love for the community. Here the knight interjects with the common objection, in this case no one will want to work, while he will expect the others to do the work, as Aristotle argued against Plato, and the Genoese answers. I am not able to argue, and I can only tell you that they love their fatherland with a truly amazing force. Their love is even greater than that of the Romans for their country, for they have given up property to a greater extent. And I think that if our priests and monks had no family and friends, and no ambition to rise to greater dignities, they would have less property and would thereby be more imbued with a spirit of holiness and charity towards all. The magistrates are very careful to see that no one receives more than another or than he deserves, yet everyone receives whatever he needs, and friendship shows itself in wars, in illnesses, or in study, when they help and teach one another. All the young men call each other brothers, and those who are 15 years older than they call fathers, and those who are 15 years younger they call sons. The magistrates, who watch carefully over all things, see to it that no one should do injury to another in this brotherhood. Knight, and how? Genoese, there are among them as many magistrates as there are virtues among us. They are called liberality, magnanimity, chastity, firmness, criminal and civil justice, diligence, truth, kindness, gratitude, and charity. Each one of these is chosen when he is still a boy, and he shows at school an inclination for a particular virtue. But as they do not have amongst them either thefts or murders, either rape, or incest, or adultery as among us, they accuse one another of ingratitude, or malignity, when one refuses an honest pleasure, or of deceit, which they hate more than the plague. And those who are guilty are deprived of the common table and of commerce with women, until the judge thinks that they have amended themselves. In the city of the sun the study of sciences occupies an important place, but, at the same time, manual labor is highly esteemed. Everyone is taught all the arts. After their 3rd year, children learn the language and the alphabet by walking round the walls in 4 ranks, and 4 elders lead and teach them. Until the age of 7 they always go barefoot with their hair uncombed. They are taken round the workshops of the various trades, tailors, painters, jewelers, etc., to discover where their inclination lies. After their 7th year all the children follow courses in natural sciences, and when they are older they study mathematics, medicine, and other sciences. They continually debate among themselves and emulate one another, and eventually they become magistrates of that science or mechanical art in which they are most proficient. They also go into the country to learn the work in the fields and pastures, and he who has studied most arts, and knows how to practice them is considered most noble. They laugh at us, who consider our workmen ignoble, and hold to be noble those who have learned no trade and live in idleness, and also keep in idleness and lasciviousness so many servants that it is the ruin of the republic. The position of or metaphysic, has often been compared to that of the Pope, but the following passage shows that if Campanella had modelled him on the Pope, it was an ideal Pope, resembling more a philosopher, i.e. Campanella himself, than the popes of the time. No one can become if he does not know the histories of the peoples, their rites, sacrifices and laws. Then he must know about all the mechanical arts, and every 2 days he learns a new one, but experience and drawings make it easy for them to know them all. He must know all the sciences, mathematics, physics, and astrology. He does not need to know many languages, for he has interpreters. The most important thing is that should be a good metaphysician and theologian, that he should be well acquainted with the origin and demonstration of every art and science, the similarities and differences of all things, the object, fate and harmony of the world, power, knowledge, love of God and of all things. He must know the species of being and their relation to the celestial, earthly, and marine things. He must make a careful study of the prophets and the astrologers. They therefore know beforehand who must become and he must be over 35 years of age to attain such a position, and his office is perpetual until some man more learned, and more apt to govern, has been found. Knight, and who can have such knowledge? And how can anyone devoted to all sciences be skilled in ruling? Genoese, I asked them this question, and they answered, we are more certain that a learned man has the ability to govern, than you who place ignorant persons in positions of authority because they are born nobles, or have been elected by some powerful faction. But our own knows too much ever to be cruel or wicked or tyrannical. Your argument is valid for the countries which you have in mind, where a man is considered learned if he knows more grammar or logic than Aristotle or some other author. For that one only needs a servile memory, and man becomes inert, for he does not observe facts but books, his soul is degraded in the contemplation of dead things, and he does not know how God orders all things, and the customs of nature and of various nations. We too are aware that he who knows only one science, does not really know either that or any other, and he who is only gifted for one science, and has gathered his knowledge from books alone, is dull and unskilled. But this does not happen to alert minds, which acquire knowledge with ease, as ours must do. Furthermore, in our city sciences are learned so quickly, that one learns more in 1 year here than in 10 among your people. The laws of the city of the sun concerning sexual relationships are solely dictated by the concern to produce a healthy race. Campanella is more thorough than Plato in his eugenic theories and believes that the magistrates should be assisted by doctors and astrologers. As an extra precaution, prayers are also addressed to God asking him to grant a healthy offspring. It is rather startling to see how little Campanella conforms to the orthodox Christian morality, which condemns all sexual unions whose purpose is not that of reproduction, and the idea that sexual repression in young people is harmful and must be avoided strikes one as very modern. No woman is allowed to submit to a man before she is 19 years old, and a man must not procreate before he is 21 years old. Before that age, coitus is allowed with pregnant or sterile women to ease physical needs. The matrons are told in secret of those who are more tormented by Venus, and provide for their wants, not however before they have told the chief magistrate, who is a great doctor. If they are found guilty of sodomy, they are reproached and made to carry a shoe around their neck for 2 days, which signifies that they have perverted the order, and put the feet where the head should have been. 1. If they abstain from coitus till they are 21, they are celebrated with honors and songs. When they practice fighting, both women and men are naked, like the Greeks, and the magistrates can see who is impotent and which organs are suited to each other. Having been well washed, they give themselves to coitus every 3 evenings, and they couple tall and beautiful women to tall and virtuous men, and the thin with the fat to equalize them. They go to bed by order of the magistrate and the matron, and do not begin coitus, until after they have digested their food. They pray first, and have beautiful pictures of men whom the women look at. Then they go to the window and pray to God in heaven to grant them a good offspring. They sleep in separate cells until the hour in which they must mate has come, and then the matron goes and opens the doors of both cells. The hour is fixed by the astrologer. If some women do not conceive with one man, they change him for another, and if she is found to be sterile, she can go with whom she pleases, but she is deprived of the honor given to the matrons either at the common tables or in the temple, and this is done to prevent any woman from making herself sterile in order to be promiscuous. The women of the city of the sun share in the work of the men, though they are given lighter tasks. They are trained in the use of arms, under their own magistrates and mistresses, so that they may be able, in case of need, to assist the men in the battles near the city. Military training plays an important part in the lives of the inhabitants of the city of the sun, but they do not engage in wars of conquest. They only wage wars, in which they are always the victors, when they have suffered some insult or their land has been plundered. They also go to the assistance of nations which are oppressed by a tyrant of the state, for they are always the defenders of liberty. Unlike the citizens of Plato's Republic, they do not despise less enlightened nations but believe that the whole earth will in time come to live in accordance with their customs, and consequently they always find out whether there be a nation whose manner of living is better and more approved than the rest. Agriculture is held in high esteem and is carried out scientifically. Though there are a few feeble-minded individuals who are exclusively engaged in agricultural work, work on the fields is carried out by all the citizens of the city. They go to their tasks armed, and with flags and drums and trumpets sounding. Not a span of earth is left untilled, and they use wagons fitted with sails which are borne along by the wind even when it is contrary, by the marvelous contrivance of wheels within wheels. There are many other interesting inventions in the city of the sun, and Campanella's is the first utopia which gives a leading role to natural sciences. It is also the first utopia which abolishes slave labor and considers all manual work, however humble it may appear, as an honorable duty. As in other utopias, however, there is little freedom in the city of the Sunday. Women can be condemned to death for using makeup or wearing high heels, and crimes against the liberty of the Republic, God, or the supreme magistrates are also punished by death. But, not unnaturally, Campanella bans prisons and torture from his ideal city. Valentine Andrea. Christianopolis. A. Andries. Christianopolis was published in 1619, only 17 years after Campanella wrote his City of the Sun, yet it bears a much closer resemblance to the reformist utopias of the 19th century than to that of the Calabrian monk. Johann Valentin Andrea, the German scholar and humanist, has much in common with the cotton manufacturer and great reformer, Robert Owen, and it is perhaps for this reason that his ideal city seems more familiar than the unreal dreams of More and Campanella. Andrea does not write with the imagination and originality of a visionary, he discusses questions which he must have known intimately and for which he offers immediate solutions. And like most reformers, he is not exempt from proselytism. His book is written in the form of a letter addressed to those who would wish to take refuge in his ideal city, and reads more like a recruiting tract than a story meant purely for edification or amusement. Andrea was born in 1586. An extensive education and wide travels made him thoroughly acquainted with the thought and writings of the Renaissance. The revolution in knowledge had been accomplished, the Aristotelian method was vanquished, but the task of replacing it by a new method of education was still to be completed. Andrea devoted most of his life to this work, and already, when he was at the university, he planned a reform of the educational system, and later published several pedagogical works which were received with great interest. As a teacher, he was able to put some of his ideas into practice and produced the first plan for a well-regulated gymnasium. His interests, however, spread outside education, to more general schemes of social reform, which again he tried to put into practice. Professor Held, whose translation of Christianopolis is prefaced by a very interesting study of Andrea's work and influence, tells us how, when Andrea became decan and spzial superintendent at Calu on the Nagold, he tried to establish a social system such as he had described in Christianopolis, he made his own congregation the starting point of his activities, and the children his material. Thence his efforts spread to the working classes in the city, whether in his church or not. He founded a mutual protective association among the workmen in the cloth factories and dye works, and supported it from voluntary subscriptions of his parishioners and friends. It is probably thanks to Andrea's direct experience in social reforms that his utopia has a concreteness that is absent from those which inspired him. His scheme of education, carefully described in Christianopolis, had a great influence on Comenius, who acknowledged himself a pupil of Andrea, and on English writers such as Hartlib, Drury, Milton and others, who were similarly interested in educational reform. He also influenced Samuel Gott, whose Utopia, Nova Solima, closely resembles Andrea's. 1 The book did not, however, achieve the fame of More's or Campanella's works. A German translation did not appear until 1741 and it was not translated into English until 1916. Little did Robert Boyle, who, in a letter to Samuel Hartlib written in 1647, expressed the wish that an English version might be made of Christianopolis, suspect that it would only appear 300 years later, and in New York. The neglect of this work might be attributed partly to the troubled times in which it appeared and partly to its style, but a further contributory cause may well have been the accusation of some writers that it was merely a copy of More's Utopia and Campanella's City of the Sunday. Andrea was acquainted with both works, and his ideal city bears many resemblances to that of Campanella. But these are mostly superficial, and his scheme of education, which occupies the greater part of the book, is entirely original. Contrary to the previous utopias, the influence of Greek writers hardly makes itself felt in Andrea. On the other hand, the influence of the medieval city is very strong. The conception of brotherhood, the respect for craftsmanship, the attitude towards work and trade, the importance given to the craft and the family, all remind us of the guilds which had been so flourishing in the German towns of the Middle Ages. There is also a completely new influence in Andrea's ideal commonwealth, that of the city of Geneva, which he had visited during his youth and which had made a very strong impression on him. He had been filled with admiration by the high moral standard of the Genevan people, and he says, in his autobiography, if differences in religion had not restrained me, the harmonious unity of their customs and morals would have bound me to the place forever. Andrea did not subscribe to the teachings of Calvin but wholeheartedly supported the severity of morals he had introduced in Geneva, and he would have liked to see a new Reformation in the Lutheran Church carried out in the spirit of Iron Calvin. Another passage from his Vita showed how much he owed to his visit to Geneva. When I was in Geneva, I made a notable discovery, the remembrance of which and longing for which will die only with my life. Not alone is there in existence an absolutely free commonwealth, but as an object of pride a censorship of morals in accordance with which investigations are made each week into the morals and even into the slightest transgressions of the citizens, first by the supervisors of the wards, then by the alderman, and finally by the magistrate, according as the case demands. As a result, all cursing, gambling, luxury, quarreling, hatred, conceit, deceit, extravagance, and the like, to say nothing of greater sins, are prevented. What a glorious adornment such purity of morals, for the Christian religion! With our bitterest tears we must lament that this is lacking and almost entirely neglected with us, and all right-minded men must exert themselves to see that such is called back to life. We shall see later how another utopian, the unfrocked monk, Gabriel de Foigny, was to fare in the city which aroused such admiration in Andrea. This free commonwealth, in which investigations are made each week into the morals of the citizens, must have already been somewhat bleak at the time of Andrea's visit. The means by which purity of morals was achieved in Geneva give us an idea of what Andrea's utopia might have been like, had it not remained in the imagination of its author. In 1562, an historian tells us, 12 men were burnt alive for witchcraft, a woman was drowned in the Rhône for having committed adultery, and a bourgeois of Geneva was condemned to death for the same offence. A certain Jacques Chapelaz, who confessed that he had cursed God and said that he had eaten the devil but could not swallow his horns, and who had already been punished for a previous similar offense, was condemned to have his tongue cut out. If the spirit of the Renaissance makes itself strongly felt in Andrea's views concerning education, it is the mentality of the religious reformers which guides his moral outlook. The freedom of the inhabitants of Christianopolis, like that of the inhabitants of Geneva, does not include the right to ignore God. Calvin's ordinances of the year 1609 and 1617 made it compulsory for all inhabitants of Geneva to attend sermons regularly, and we find the same compulsion in Andrea's ideal city. The censorship of books is also there, as well as the house inspectors. Adultery is severely punished, and though the German reformer has some very humane things to say about the death penalty and the wickedness of men who punish rather than reform, his statement that crimes against God are to be punished more severely than any other has an ominous sound. One would feel more attracted to Christianopolis if Andrea's religious principles had allowed him more understanding for human feelings, and if man's nature were allowed to express itself without being suspected of falling, at every moment, into the snares of Satan. But we are reminded at every other line of the wickedness of man. Everyone, Andrea warns us, carries with him domestic, rustic, or even paternal and inborn evil and wickedness, and communicates these to his comrades, with so poisonous a contagion that it spares not even those who ought to be consecrated entirely to God, but winds its way with varying wickedness, deceit, and rudeness, and takes possession of them so entirely that they cannot throw it off throughout their whole lives, and among the most honorable offices. In order to keep Satan away, Andrea accompanies his descriptions of the manners and customs of the inhabitants of Christianopolis with long sermons, of which one can truly say that to have read one is to have read them all. There are few subjects which do not provide him with an opportunity to preach, and in his godly city even dishes are seasoned with pious thoughts. These exhortations take so much space in the book that one may be forgiven for quoting one of them on Andrea's favorite theme of light. Street lighting offers him an admirable excuse, and, after stating very briefly that the inhabitants of Christianopolis do not allow the night to be dark, but brighten it up with lighted lanterns, the object being to provide for the safety of the city and to put a stop to useless wandering about, but also to render the night watches less unpleasant, he continues with this long tirade on the symbolic significance of light. They would strive in this way to resist the dark kingdom of Satan and his questionable pastimes, and they wish to remind themselves of the everlasting light. What Antichrist expects from the great number of wax candles, let him see for himself, but let us not shrink back from any system which lessens the fear of a man working at night in the darkness, and which removes the veil which our flesh is so anxious to draw over license and dissoluteness. Oh, if we would but turn more to light, there would not be such an opportunity for every sort of meanness, nor such great number of swindlers. Would that the light of our hearts were burning more frequently, and that we would not so often endeavor to deceive the all-seeing eye of God. Now that the darkness serves as excuse for the world and opens it for all sorts of baseness, while it spreads blindness over those things of which it is ashamed, what will be the situation when at the return of Christ, the Son, every fog will be dispelled and the world's corruptness which it guards with so many covers, shall appear, when the wantonness of the heart, the hypocrisy of the lips, the deceitful deeds of the hands and its much other filth shall be a disgrace to itself and a mockery to the blessed? The whole personality of Andrea seems to be expressed in this passage. His goodness and consideration for his fellow men, as well as his practical sense, asked that the city should be lighted to provide for safety and to render night watches less tiresome, but his moral and religious feelings made him go beyond these practical considerations. Throughout his utopia one feels that his love of men inclined him to trust them as sensible beings capable of going about their lives in a reliable and honest way, but his religion told him that man is wicked and has to be carefully guided, preached to and, if necessary, threatened, to be kept away from sin. That is why his ideal city is a curious combination of free guilds and religious tyranny, of personal responsibility and of complete submission to religion. It would be perhaps more exact to describe Christianopolis as an ideal community than as an ideal commonwealth. Though the island on which it is situated is described as a world in miniature and the city contains all the elements of a state, Andrea did not conceive it as being inhabited by people who happen to be there but by those who have come together, through a community of ideals and principles. It appears, from Andrea's introduction to Christianopolis, that he had attempted to form a secret society for the purpose of carrying out the religious reform which stood so near to his heart. This Bruderschaft, generally described as a Rosicrucian brotherhood, was intended for a small elite and did not answer the desire of the people who wanted to find a haven of rest and safety in the midst of the horrors and confusion of the times. It was to fulfill their wish that the greater community of Christianopolis was described. Whether this Rosicrucian brotherhood was purely a mythical organization and whether we must believe Andrea's reasons for presenting the plan of an ideal city are matters for speculation. If we accept Andrea literally, Christianopolis was meant as a pattern for a community which could come into existence as soon as a sufficient number of people have gathered together for this purpose. This is how, 2 centuries later, Owen and Fourier were to conceive the formation of their ideal communities. Yet Andrea begins his narrative with a purely allegorical chapter which has led many to believe that his book was only a fable. Here is the passage, which does not lack poetical beauty. While wandering as a stranger on the earth, suffering much impatience from tyranny, sophistry, and hypocrisy, seeking a man, and not finding what I so anxiously sought, I decided to launch out once more upon the academic sea, though the latter had very often been hurtful to me. And so ascending the good ship, Fantasy, I left the port together with many others and exposed my life and person to the 1,000 dangers that go with desire for knowledge. For a short space of time conditions favored our voyage, then adverse storms of envy and calumny stirred up the Ethiopian sea against us and removed all hope of calm weather. The efforts of the skipper and the oarsmen were exerted to the limit, our own stubborn love of life would not give up, and even the vessel resisted the rocks, but the force of the sea always proved stronger. Finally, when all hope was lost and we, rather of necessity than on account of bravery of soul, had prepared to die, the ship collapsed and we sank. Some were swallowed up by the sea, some were scattered to great distances, while some who could swim or who found planks to float upon, were carried to different islands scattered throughout this sea. Very few escaped death, and I alone, without a single comrade, was at length driven to a very minute islet, a mere piece of turf, it seemed. The traveller lands on the island, Kafar Salama, which was rich in grain and pasture fields, watered with rivers and brooks, adorned with woods and vineyards, full of animals, just as if it were a whole world in miniature. Before being admitted into the city, the traveller is interrogated by 3 examiners. Andrea is the first to make the entrance to his utopia dependent on an examination, and we can be grateful that immigration officers nowadays are not as thorough as those of Christianopolis. The first examiner satisfies himself that the traveller is not a quack, or a beggar, or a stage player. The second investigates his moral character and temperament, and the third wants to know, amongst other things, what progress he has made in the observation of the heavens and the earth, in the close examination of nature, in instruments of the arts, in the history and origin of languages, the harmony of all the world. The traveller is not very well prepared for answering these questions, but as he brings an unsullied slate, washed clean, as it were, by the sea itself, he is admitted into the city. The city is small but compact, and built as a unit in which each section serves a specific function. It betrays that love of perfect symmetry which characterizes the architecture of the Renaissance. Its shape is a square, whose side is 700 feet, well fortified with 4 towers and a wall. It looks, therefore, toward the 4 quarters of the earth. Of buildings there are 2 rows, or if you count the seat of government and the storehouses, 4, there is only 1 public street, and only 1 market-place, but this one is of a very high order. If you measure the buildings, you will find from the innermost street, being 20 feet in width, the numbers increase by 5s even up to 100. At this point there is a circular temple, 100 feet in diameter. All buildings are in 3 stories, and public balconies lead to these. All buildings are made of burnt stone and are separated by fireproof walls so that a fire could not do very severe damage. Things look much the same all around, not extravagant nor yet unclean. Fresh air and ventilation are provided throughout. About 400 citizens live here in religious faith and peace of the highest order. Outside the walls is a moat stocked with fish, that even in times of peace it may have its uses. The open and otherwise unused spaces contain wild animals, kept, however, not for purposes of entertainment but for practical use. The whole city is divided into 3 parts, one to supply food, one for drill and exercise, and one for books. The remainder of the island serves purposes of agriculture and for workshops. The organization of Christianopolis is not based on the patriarchal family as in Amorat, or on the monastic community as in the City of the Sunday. The city is divided into sections according to the work carried out in each of them. On the periphery we find those devoted to the production and storing of food, as well as that for heavy industry. The section of the corporation which faces east is the farm quarter. It is divided into 2 parts, agriculture proper on the one side, and animal husbandry on the other. The section which faces south is occupied by mills and bakeries, that which faces north by the meat shops and supply stores, and finally, the section on the west is given over to the forge. Inside the city craftsmen are also divided into 4 sections, for even as the city is 4-cornered, so also the inhabitants deal with 4 materials, metals, stones, woods, and the things that are needed for weaving, but with this difference, that the occupations which require more skill and innate ability are assigned to the inner square, while those which admit of more ease in working, to the outer or greater square. This functional town planning is being followed by our modern architects and has aroused the admiration of an authority on cities, Lewis Mumford. In planning the industrial quarters of Christianopolis, these 17th-century utopians have anticipated the best practice that has been worked out today, after a century of disorderly building. The separation of the city into zones, the distinction between heavy industries and light industries, the grouping of similar industrial establishments, the provision of an agricultural zone adjacent to the city, in all this our garden cities are but belated reproductions of Christianopolis. For all its modernism, however, Christianopolis is based, to a certain extent, on the medieval city which Kropotkin describes as being usually divided into 4 quarters, or into 5 to 7 sections radiating from the center, each quarter corresponding to a certain trade or profession which prevailed in it, but nevertheless containing inhabitants of different social positions and occupations. The local administration of the city is based on this division according to occupation. In the east section, that is the farm quarter, a tower dominates the buildings, and under the dome of this tower the citizens of that side of the town may come together, as often as the ordinances require, and act on sacred as well as on civil matters. Thus we see that the guild is based on the work performed and on the place where the worker lives. The government is carried out by a triumvirate because, though a monarchy has many advantages, yet they prefer to preserve this dignity for Christ, and they distrust, not without cause, the self-control of human beings. The central part of the state is governed by 8 men, each of whom lives in one of the larger towers and has under him 8 other subordinates, distributed through the smaller towers. There are a further 24 councillors elected by the citizens. The members of the triumvirate, the officials, and the councillors, owe their position not to their birth or wealth but to their higher virtues, their experience in public affairs, and the love and respect they inspire. The state is ruled by religion, and a double tablet, inscribed in letters of gold, sets down their confession of faith and the aims and rules of daily life, for these are a people of Christ, whose religion agrees with that of the apostles and the state administration with the law of God. In this Christian republic there is no private property. Everyone receives whatever he needs from the community, no one has any money, nor is there any use for any private money, yet the republic has its own treasury. And in this respect the inhabitants are especially blessed because no one can be superior to the other in the amount of riches owned, since the advantage is rather one of power and genius, and the highest respect, that of morals and piety. Work occupies an honored place in Christianopolis, and though Andrea echoes Campanella in abolishing slavery and condemning the injustice that working people should support idlers, he goes further by showing how even unpleasant work can cease to be a burden if it is carried out in an atmosphere of equality and freedom. They have very few working hours, yet no less is accomplished than in other places, as it is considered disgraceful by all that one should take more rest and leisure time than is allowed. Since in other places it is true that 10 working men with difficulty support one idler, it will not be difficult to believe that with all these men working there is some time of leisure left for individuals. And yet they all together attend to their labors in such a way that they seem to benefit rather than harm their physical bodies. Where there is no slavery, there is nothing irksome in the human body which weighs down or weakens. And elsewhere he attacks the prejudice attached to manual labor. There are also public duties, to which all citizens have obligation, such as watching, guarding, harvesting of grain and wine, working roads, erecting buildings, draining ground, also certain duties of assisting in the factories, which are imposed on all in turn according to age and sex, but not very often nor for a long time. For even though certain experienced men are put in charge of all the duties, yet when men are asked for, no one refuses the state his services and strength. For what we are in our homes, they are in their city, which they not undeservedly think a home. And for this reason it is no disgrace to perform any public function, so long as it be not indecent. Hence all work, even that which seems rather irksome, is accomplished in good time and without much difficulty, since the promptness of the great number of workmen permits them easily to collect or distribute the greatest mass of things. Who does not believe, since we are willing, all of us, to rejoice in and enjoy privileges and conveniences of a community, that the care and the work are ordinarily imposed upon a few, while continual idleness and gluttony are made permissible to the many? On the contrary, who denies that every citizen, in his own place and order, owes his best efforts to the Republic, not merely with his tongue but also with hands and shoulder? With an entirely mistaken sense of delicacy do the carnal-minded shrink from touching earth, water, stones, coal, and things of that sort, but they think it grand to have in their possession to delight them, horses, dogs, harlots and similar creatures. While More thought that some traits had a degrading effect on those who carried them out, Andrea says that in Christianopolis, men that have to do the heavy work do not become wild and rough, but remain kindly. The guards are not gluttons, but are temperate, not evil-smelling but cleanly washed. A district on the north is devoted to the slaughter-houses, this part has no suggestion of the bestial about it. And yet in other places men become coarse from the daily custom of shedding blood, or the handling of meats, fats, hides, and the like. He also shows that work is not a penance if it is accompanied by sufficient leisure, while among us one is worn out by the fatigue of an effort, with them the powers are reinforced by a perfect balance of work and leisure so that they never approach a piece of work without alacrity. Unlike Plato, he does not think that manual and intellectual work should be separated, but rather that each individual should engage in both. Their artisans are almost entirely educated men. For that which other people think is the proper characteristic of a few, and yet, if you consider the stuffing of inexperience as learning, the characteristic of too many men already, this the inhabitants argue should be attained by all individuals. They say neither the subtleness of letters is such, nor yet the difficulty of work, that one man, if given enough, cannot master both. His views on the application of science to industry are interesting. Science will not merely benefit production, it will also permit the workers to understand what they are doing and thereby increase their interest in their work. In the section given over to the forge, on the one side are 7 workshops fitted out for heating, hammering, welting, and molding metals, while on the other side are 7 others assigned to the buildings of those workmen who make salt, glass, brick, earthenware, and to all industries which require constant fire. Here in truth you see a testing of nature herself. Everything that the earth contains in her bowels is subjected to the laws and instruments of science. The men are not driven to a work with which they are unfamiliar, like pack animals to their task, but they have been trained long before in an accurate knowledge of scientific matters, and find their delight in the inner parts of nature. If a person does not here listen to the reason and look into the most minute elements of the microcosm, they think that nothing has been proved. Unless you analyze matter by experiment, unless you improve the deficiencies of knowledge by more capable instruments, you are worthless. Here one may welcome and listen to true and genuine chemistry, free and active, whereas in other places false chemistry steals upon and imposes on one behind one's back. For true chemistry is accustomed to examine the work, to assist with all sorts of tests, and to make use of experiments. Or, to be brief, here is practical science. This is how, in Christianopolis, production is carried out for use instead of profit. Their work, or as they prefer to hear it called, the employment of their hands, is conducted in a certain prescribed way, and all the things made are brought into a public booth. From here every workman receives out of the store on hand, whatever is necessary for the work of the coming week. For the whole city is, as it were, one single workshop, but of all different sorts of crafts. The ones in charge of these duties are stationed in the smaller towers at the corners of the wall. They know ahead of time what is to be made, in what quantity, and of what form, and they inform the mechanics of these items. If the supply of material in the work booth is sufficient, the workmen are permitted to indulge and give play to their inventive genius. If the inhabitants of Christianopolis are wise enough not to produce more than they can use, they also guard themselves against unnecessary wants. The families, being small, do not need big houses, but live in small flats. They do not require servants except on rare occasions, and, being all equals, they do not wish to impress one another by unnecessary luxury. Almost all the houses are built after one model. They are well kept and especially free from anything unclean. There are 3 rooms in the average house, a bathroom, a sleeping apartment, and a kitchen. And the latter 2 are generally separated by a board partition. The middle part within the towers has a little open space with a wide window, where wood and heavier things are raised aloft by pulleys. The houses are kept up at the expense of the state, and provision is made by the carefulness of inspectors that nothing is thoughtlessly destroyed or changed. No one need be surprised at the rather cramped quarters, for there being only a very few persons, there is also need for only a very little furniture. Other people who house vanity, extravagance, and a family of that sort, and who keep up baggage of iniquity, can never live spaciously enough. They burden others and are burdened themselves, and no one measures their necessities, nay even their comforts, easily otherwise than by an unbearable and unmovable mass. Now it will be easy to guess what the furnishings are. There are none except the most necessary, and even then scant. There are the necessary dishes for the table and enough cooking utensils. For why should you want great numbers of things when all that you may reasonably desire can always be obtained at the public storehouse? They have only 2 suits of clothes, one for their work, one for the holidays, and for all classes they are made alike. Sex and age are shown by the form of the dress. The cloth is made of linen or wool respectively for summer or winter, and the color for all is white or ashen gray. None have fancy, tailored goods. Since grown children are brought up elsewhere, in most instances a family consists of 4 or 5, less frequently 6 individuals, father, mother, and 1 or 2 children. Servingmen and serving women are a rare thing, nor very noticeable, except in the case of those attending the sick, those in confinement, or babies. The husband and wife perform together the ordinary duties of the home, and the rest is taken care of in the public workshop. Contrary to most utopias, there are no common meals in Christianopolis, but this does not lead to inequalities, for a comprehensive rationing system is applied. Their meals are private to all, but the food is obtained from the public storehouse. And because it is almost impossible to avoid unpleasantness and confusion when the number of those partaking of a meal is so great, they prefer that individuals shall eat together privately in their own homes. Even as the food is distributed according to the nature of the year, so also it is apportioned weekly according to the number of families. But provision of wine is made for a half year, or if conditions admit, of still longer period. They get their fresh meat from the meat shop, and they take away as much as is assigned to them. Fish, as also game, and all sorts of birds are distributed to them according to each one's proportion, the time and age being taken into consideration. There are ordinarily 4 dishes, and these after being carefully washed are prepared by the women, and are seasoned with wise and pious words. Whoever wishes to have a guest may do so, and the parties concerned, join their dishes accordingly, or if it be a foreigner, they ask from the public supplies that may be necessary. In previous utopias, one of the reasons for abolishing private meals was obviously to free the women for what were considered more worthy occupations such as, for example, military training. From Plato to Campanella, the utopian woman had been Amazonian. Andrea gives her a purely feminine role, but he is not altogether Victorian. He would have women keep their place, and refuses them the vote, but he provides girls with the same college education as boys. The married women make use of the knowledge which they acquire while in college. For whatsoever human industry accomplishes by working with silk, wool, or flax, this is the material for woman's arts and is at her disposal. So they learn to sew, to spin, to embroider, to weave, and to decorate their work in various ways. Tapestry is their handiwork, clothes their regular work, washing their duty. In addition to this, they care for the house and the kitchen and have them clean. Whatever scholarship they have, being mentally gifted, they improve diligently, not only to know something themselves, but that they may sometimes also teach. In the church and in the council they have no voice, yet none the less do they mold the piety and morals, none the less do they shine with the gifts of heaven. God has denied this sex nothing, if it is pious, of which the eternally blessed Mary is a most glorious example. If we read the histories, we shall find that no virtue has been inaccessible to women, and there is none in which they have not excelled. However rarely do many of them comprehend the value of silence, women have no adornments except that mentioned by Peter, no dominion except over household matters, no permission to do servant's work, a thing that will surprise you, unless disease or some accident demands it. No woman is ashamed of her household duties, nor does she tire of attending to the wants of her husband. Likewise no husband of whatsoever employment thinks himself above honorable labors. For to be wise and to work are not incompatible if there is moderation. His views on marriage are also much more conservative than those of earlier utopians. It is not carried out according to eugenic principles, but according to inclination, if this does not meet with the disapproval of the family and the state. It is nowhere safer to get married than here. For as the unusualness of the dowry and the uncertainty of daily bread are lacking, it remains only that the value of virtues and sometimes of beauty be made. It is permitted a youth of 24 years to marry a girl not under 18, but not without the consent of the parents, consultation of the relatives, approbation of the laws, and benediction of God. There is with them the greatest reverence of relationship of blood. The factors considered in joining in marriage are for the most part conformity of natures and propriety, but also a thing that is elsewhere so rare, recommendation of piety. The greatest fault is considered to be impurity, and the laws against such offenders are severe. But by removing opportunities they easily eliminate the sins. The marriages have almost no expense or noise, they do not at all expect worldly foolishness and senselessness, without any drunkenness, which usually initiates all sacred functions elsewhere, but not without a hymn and Christian congratulations, they are married. There is no dowry at all except the promises of Christ, the example of parents, the knowledge acquired by both, and the joy of peace. Furniture is provided together with the house out of the public store. In this summary fashion they render most safe and speedy, our cross, punishment, torment, purgatory, and however else we are accustomed to call inauspicious marriages. The purpose of marriage is that of reproduction, and Andrea, unlike Campanella, does not admit of sexual relationships for pleasure alone. They have the greatest desire for conjugal chastity, and they set a premium upon it, that they may not injure or weaken themselves by too frequent intercourse. To beget children is quite proper, but passion of license is a disgrace. Others live together like beasts, yet even the cattle have characteristics which put such persons to shame, who might better with mutual love and mutual aid first care for heaven and later for things of the earth. So the citizens of Christianopolis believe that there may be to a certain extent fornication and pollution even in marriage. Oh, the carnal-minded who are not ashamed to make sin out of lawful as well as unlawful practices. Religion is the keynote of education, as it is of marriage. Children are not brought up to become the soldiers of the state, but good Christians. As the family and the state are one with religion, there is no need for segregating the children from their parents, as all citizens are equal, the system of education is the same for all children, boys and girls. Ideas on education had made enormous progress during the Renaissance, and there had been, particularly in Italy, many academies and colleges where the sons and daughters of the aristocracy and of the wealthy received a thorough and liberal education. Andrea did not concern himself, however, with the education of a small, privileged minority, the sons of princes and rich merchants who could afford tutors or private schools. For this reason his education has none of the glamour of that received by the fortunate Thelemites, but it has the advantage of being accessible to all. The great majority of the schools of his time had not been influenced to any great extent by the ideas of the Renaissance, and radical changes were needed not only in the methods of education, but also in the schools themselves and the teaching profession. Conditions at the time of Andrea were still the same as those Erasmus denounced with such vehemence in his praise of folly. The grammarians, being ever hunger-starved, and slovens in their schools, did I say? Nay, rather cloisters, bridwells or slaughterhouses grown old among a company of boys, deaf with their noise, and pinned away with stench and nastiness. And yet by my courtesy it is that they think themselves the most excellent of all men, so greatly do they please themselves in frighting a company of fearful boys, with a thundering voice and big looks, tormenting them with ferrules, rods, and whips, and, laying about them without fear or wit, imitate the ass in the lion's skin. In Christianopolis the school is roomy and beautiful, all is open, sunny, and happy, so that with the sight of pictures, even, they attract the children, fashion the minds of the boys and girls, and advise the youths. They are not baked in summer nor frozen in winter, they are not disturbed by noise nor frightened because of loneliness. Whatever is elsewhere given over to luxury and leisure of palaces, is here devoted to honorable recreation and pursuits, an investment that is nowhere more satisfactory or better paying. Next to the appearance of the school, the greatest care must be given to the choice of masters. Their instructors are not men from the dregs of human society nor such as are useless for other occupations, but the choice of all the citizens, persons whose standing in the Republic is known and who very often have access to the highest positions in the state. The teachers who are well advanced in years and are specially remarkable for their pursuit of four virtues, dignity, integrity, activity, and generosity, must spur their charges on as free agents with kindness, courteous treatment, and a liberal discipline rather than with threats, blows and like sternness. All the children of both sexes are taken into training. When they have completed their 6th year, their parents give them over to the state. They eat and sleep at the school, but parents can visit their children, even unseen by them, as often as they have leisure. The living quarters are arranged with the same attention as the school itself to create hygienic conditions. They see to it carefully that the food is appetizing and wholesome, that the couches and beds are clean and comfortable, and that the clothes and attire of the whole body are clean. The pupils wash often and use linen towels for drying. The hair is also combed to prevent anything unclean from collecting. If diseases of the skin or body are contracted, the individuals in question are cared for in good time, and to avoid the spreading of infection, they are quarantined. Education in Christianopolis is directed towards 3 aims, and the first is, naturally, to worship God with a pure and faithful soul, the second, to strive toward the best and most chaste morals, the third, to cultivate the mental powers. It is clear that Andrea does not conceive of education as the acquisition of knowledge in the narrow sense we give it today. He is more concerned with forming the mind and personality of the child and with developing his faculties than with increasing the volume of his learning. Boys and girls follow the same courses, though not simultaneously. The boys have their study periods in the morning, the girls in the afternoon. The rest of their time is devoted to manual training, domestic art, and science. Matrons as well as learned men act as instructors. The school is divided into 8 halls, which correspond to the 8 departments of education. The first is the School of Arts, divided into 3 sections according to the age of the pupils. The youngest students begin with grammar and languages, and learn to name all sorts of things and actions in 3 languages, Hebrew, Greek, and Latin, but Andrea reassures us by saying that they are careful not to overload delicate and fragile creatures, and that liberal recreation is allowed. The more mature students are taught oratory, that is, to refute all sorts of arguments in accordance with the rules of the art. Though they learn how to adorn their speeches with little flowers of elegance, more stress is laid upon natural force than artificial form. Those who are old enough also learn modern languages not merely for the sake of knowing more, but that they may be able to communicate with many peoples of the earth, the dead as well as the living, and that they may not be compelled to put faith in every supposed scholar. But the study of languages should not be valued beyond its uses. The important thing is what one has to say, and that can be expressed just as well in one's native tongue. If righteousness and honesty are at hand, it matters little in what tongue they are spoken. If they are absent, it is of no advantage whether one goes astray speaking Greek or Latin. The students who have already made some progress enter the second department, where they attend lectures on logic, metaphysics, and theosophy. Logic must be used as a means and not as an end in itself. No skilled workman boasts of his sundial pin or his plumb line alone, unless there is something of his own work on hand to exhibit. In their study of metaphysics and theosophy, all concern for concrete things, for investigation and invention, is left behind, and knowledge is acquired by consulting the divine Son and ascending to the known God. In the third hall we come back to the less esoteric sciences of arithmetic, geometry, and algebra, which develop mental faculties and help to solve practical matters with remarkable diligence. Here is also taught the science of mystic numbers, which played such an important role in the philosophy of the Renaissance. To the planners of the Renaissance it seemed impossible that God, the arch-planner, should not have organized the world according to harmonious rules and measurements. Surely, says Andrea, that supreme architect did not make this mighty mechanism haphazard, but he completed it most wisely by measures, numbers, and proportions, and he added to it the elements of time, distinguished by a wonderful harmony. This admirable plan cannot be discovered with compasses from human philosophy, but only through God's revelation, which is not always easy to detect. The same caution must be used in the divination of the future. Andrea does not deny the value of prophecies, but warns that God has reserved the future for himself, revealing it to a very limited number of individuals and then only at the greatest intervals. To enter the fourth department, that of music, one must have a knowledge of arithmetic and geometry. Music in Christianopolis, he says, aspires to that of heaven and does not encourage the madness of dancing, the frivolity of vulgar songs, the wickedness of roisters. All of these things have been long ago driven out of this republic and are now unheard. Their instruments, of which they have a great number and variety and which are skillfully used by practically everyone, are attuned to the instruments of God, and their chorus, which is also devoted only to solemn music, passes through the city once every week, in addition to the holidays. The fifth department is devoted to astronomy and astrology, which are deserving of humankind as any other art. It is unworthy of man to look at the sky no more observantly than any beast, and those who do not know the value of astrology in human affairs, or foolishly deny it, should be condemned to dig in the earth, cultivate and work the fields, for as long a time as possible, in unfavorable weather. But astrology is far from playing here the capital role it plays in the city of the Sunday. The inhabitants of Christianopolis say that it is an uncertain thing to make everything dependent on the stars on the first moment of existence and birth, and from this moment to accept judgment of life or death. And so they emphasize rather this as to how they may rule the stars, and by faith shake off the yoke if any exists. In the sixth hall are taught natural philosophy, secular and church history. The knowledge of the worlds and their creatures must be accompanied by that of the events of human tragedy. Andrea stresses the need for historical truth, but also warns against those who merely look on the wickedness of mankind, on the monstrous deeds, the hideousness of wars, the horrors of massacres, and ignore the germs of virtue, the dignity of the human soul, the abundance of peace and restful quiet. There are scholars who are bold enough to be unacquainted with such facts and who rank them with fables. They are very worthy themselves to be told of in fable. We have seen that the whole of Andrea's scheme of education is as much concerned with giving a moral education as with dispensing knowledge. In spite of this, the seventh department is reserved to ethics, which includes the study of all human virtues not only in theory, but also in practice, as well as the art of government and Christian charity. The three qualities of man most valued are equality, the desire for peace, and the contempt for riches. The last school is devoted to theology, which teaches the strength, elegance, efficacy, and depth of the Holy Scriptures, and practical theology, which instructs them on how to pray and meditate. They have also a school of prophecy, not to give instruction in soothsaying, but to test those who have been favored with the gift of prophesying, and to observe the harmony and truth of the prophetic spirit. Besides the 8 halls already described, there are 2 rooms assigned to the study of medicine and 2 to jurisprudence. The study of the latter is purely academic, as there is no need for lawyers in Christianopolis. For some reason, however, lawyers and notaries have not disappeared, and Andrea informs us that, so that they may not be idle, if anything has to be copied it is entrusted to these men. There is nothing surprising in the importance attached by Andrea to chemistry, natural sciences, anatomy, mathematics, and astronomy. They were sciences that a man of the Renaissance would not dream of neglecting any more than a Greek would have left music or gymnastics out of a system of education. What is surprising, however, is the modern and rational attitude displayed in the method of teaching. His laboratories were not reserved for great savants like Bacon's House of Salomon. They were available to students, and if they were made as attractive as possible it was not for show but because instruction enters altogether more easily through the eyes than through the ears, and much more pleasantly in the presence of refinement than among the base. They are deceived who think that it is impossible to teach except in dark caves and with gloomy brow. Andrea is also the first to include the teaching of pictorial arts in his utopian scheme of education. The city has its studio, a very roomy shop for pictorial art, and not merely art painting, drawing and sculpture used to decorate the city with beautiful and useful paintings and statues, but the teaching of art is encouraged, for those who practice with the brush, wherever they enter, bring along their experienced eyes, their hands adapted to imitation, and what is of greater importance, a judgment equal to and already trained for things, not unfruitful or mean. However, even when using a brush one may be caught in Satan's snares, and the artists of Christianopolis are seriously commanded to observe purity, so that they will not poison the eyes of the innocent with impure pictures. Next to the work of educational reform, Andrea was interested in the formation of a college or society which would unite all men of learning and provide them with the necessary means to carry out their researches. Already in the Fama, published in 1614, and circularized in manuscript form as early as 1610, he outlined a plan for scientific investigation and had given the model for a college or society of fellows which would institute a general reformation of the whole civilized world. Professor Held in his introduction to Christianopolis has shown how Andrea's ideas influenced those writers and philosophers who laid the foundations of the Royal Society in London. It is probable also that Bacon was acquainted with Andrea's works and that they influenced his invention of the House of Salomon. In Christianopolis the college is described rather briefly, and it is not clear whether it is composed of all those who wish to carry out studies or researches, or whether it is limited to a chosen few. Now is the time when we approach the innermost shrine of the city, which you would rightly call the center of activity of the state. Here religion, justice, and learning have their abode, and theirs is the control of the city, and eloquence has been given them as an interpreter. Never have I seen so great an amount of human perfection collected into one place. If we are left rather vague as to the exact attributes of the college, we are given on the other hand a detailed and concrete description of the library, armory, laboratories, and botanic gardens, which belong to it. In the laboratory dedicated to chemical science the properties of metals, minerals, and vegetables, and even the life of animals are examined, purified, increased, and united, for the use of the human race and in the interests of health. Here men learn to regulate fire, make use of the air, value the water, and test the earth. There is a pharmacy where one can find a carefully selected collection of all that can be found in nature, not only for the cause of health, but also with a view toward the advancement of education in general. They have also a place given over to anatomy, where animals are dissected, for the inhabitants of Christianopolis teach their youth the operations of life and the various organs, from the parts of the physical body. They show them the wonderful structure of the bones, for which purpose they have not a few skeletons and of the required variety. Meantime they also show the anatomy of the human body, but more rarely because the rather sensitive human mind recoils from a contemplation of our own suffering. The greatest care is devoted to the natural science laboratory. Here we find, as in the City of the Sun, that natural history is painted on the walls in detail and with the greatest skill. The phenomena in the sky, views of the earth in different regions, the different races of men, representations of animals, forms of growing things, classes of stones and gems are not only on hand and named, but they even teach and make known their nature and qualities. But the laboratory does not merely contain pictorial representations, it is also a well-ordered museum where all the specimens of nature that can be beneficial or injurious to man's body are kept, and a competent demonstrator explains their uses and properties. The citizens of Christianopolis condemn those who acquire their knowledge merely from books and hesitate when placed face to face with some little herb. Mathematics of course play an important part, and there is an excavated workshop for astronomical instruments in a hall of mathematics, remarkable for its diagrams of the heavens, as the hall of physics is for its diagrams of the earth. While war or the preparations for war play such an important part in the utopias considered previously, they are mentioned extremely briefly in Christianopolis. Of the armory, they have a still more critical opinion. For while the world especially glories in war engines, catapults, and other machines and weapons of war, these people look with horror upon all kinds of deadly and death-dealing instruments, collected in such numbers, and they show them to visitors not without disapproval of human cruelty. However, they do bear arms, though unwillingly, for keeping off some greater evil, and they distribute them privately among the individual citizens, that they may serve in the homes in the case of sudden emergency. Before we leave Christianopolis we shall quote these passages which express well the idealist character of Andrea's community. You will want to know of what advantage it is for one of regular morals and excelling talent to live in this city when you hear nothing of rewards. Well, he of the Christian city solves this difficulty very easily, for it is glory and gain enough for him to please God. The pleasure of the consciousness of having done right, the dignity of a nature that has overcome darkness, the greatness of domination over the passions, and above all, the unspeakable joy of the companionship of the saints, take possession of a refined soul far too deeply than that the renouncing of worldly pleasures should be feared. In the same way we may say of penalties, there is no use of these in a place that contains the very sanctuary of God and a chosen state, in which Christian liberty can bear not even commands, much less threats, but is borne voluntarily toward Christ. Yet it must be confessed that human flesh cannot be completely conquered anywhere. And so if it does not profit by repeated warnings, and in case of need, serious corrections, severer scourges must be used to subdue it. For this purpose fit remedies are on hand, not of one sort only, but chosen to suit different individuals. For truly, if one withdraws the sustenance from one's carnal appetites, or substitutes the cudgel for the tickle of lust, much may be remedied. It is the art of arts to guard against permitting sin to become easy for anyone. On the other hand, how wicked it is to vent one's wrath against those towards whose ruin you hurl stones. At any rate, the judges of the Christian city observe this question especially, that they punish most severely those misdeeds which are directed straight against God, less severely those which injure men, and lightest of all those which harm only property. How differently the world does, punishing a petty thief much more harshly than a blasphemer or an adulterer. As the Christian citizens are always chary of spilling blood, they do not willingly agree upon the death sentence as a form of punishment, whereas the world, ever prodigal even of a brother's blood, pronounces wantonly the first sentence which occurs to it, feeling safe in this subterfuge that it has not personally employed sword, rope, wheel, and fire, but only through a servant of the law. Christ be my witness, it is certainly handsome logic on the part of a government to make thieves of dissolute characters, adulterers of the intemperate, homicides of loafers, witches of courtesans, in order that it may have someone with whose blood to make expiation to God. It is far more humane to tear out the first elements and roots of vice than to lop off the mature stalks. For anyone can destroy a man, but only the best one can reform. Francis Bacon. New Atlantis. T. Here is some doubt as to whether the New Atlantis should be considered as an ideal commonwealth or as the description of an ideal scientific college, and indeed Bacon's utopia is not as many-sided as that of More or Campanella. The fact that this fable is described in the subtitle as a fragment would also lead one to believe that the scientific college, or House of Salomon, was only one institution, among others, which Bacon intended to depict. And Dr. Raleigh, his chaplain and literary executor, says that, his lordship thought also in the present fable to have composed a frame of laws, or of the best state or mould of a commonwealth, but foreseeing it would be a long work, his desire of collecting the natural history diverted him, which he preferred many degrees before it. Whether or not Bacon intended to write a second part to the New Atlantis, it is unlikely that he would have altered the fundamental character of his society, which was to give to science, and the scientists, the predominant role. Like Plato, who describes in detail the laws governing the lives of the guardians, but tells us little about the other classes, Bacon is only interested in the institutions and work of his guardians, the fellows of Salomon's house, and says next to nothing about the lives of the rest of the people. What is left unsaid can be, however, as significant as what is said. Plato and Bacon are only concerned with the ruling caste, because it is, in their opinion, the only one which counts. In this sense the New Atlantis can be considered as an ideal commonwealth. Bacon's work has been chiefly admired, however, for being the first description of a complete scientific college based on experimental science. Whether his scheme was in fact the first of its kind or whether he borrowed it from the writings of Andrea and Campanella, or from the scientific academies which had sprung up in Italy during the Renaissance, has given rise to much controversy. Without involving oneself in it, one can fairly safely state that the idea of a college for scientific research was very much in the air at the time when Bacon conceived his scheme, and that the importance of experimental science had been appreciated by many philosophers before him. If his woe is considered against the background of that which had already been done, it would appear, as Harold Hofting points out, that this man, who has so often been described as the founder of empirical science, does not even merit the name of a Moses who has seen the promised land. He possessed, it is true, a certain prophetic insight, and he often gave inspired utterances to thoughts which illuminated the course of human inquiry. He was, moreover, perfectly conscious of his attitude of opposition towards scholasticism, but the promised land had already been conquered, though he was not aware of it, by Da Vinci, Kepler, and Galileo. He modestly declares himself to be no warrior, but merely a herald inciting to combat. The inquirers who founded modern empirical science, however, did not require the sound of his blast to inspire them for the struggle. If too much credit has been given to Bacon for the originality of his philosophical ideas, no one, however, has disputed the fact that he was the first philosopher to envisage a renovation of society through science. In previous utopias this renovation was to be achieved through social legislation, religious reforms, or the spreading of knowledge, and even when science occupied an important place, as in the City of the Sun or in Christianopolis, the magistrates were not chosen merely for their knowledge but for their religious and moral virtues. In the New Atlantis the scientists form a caste endowed with a power superior to that of the king. The House of Salomon was not a society sponsored by the king and dependent on him, like the Royal Society which it inspired. It was a state within the state, with seemingly limitless funds, secret agents, and the right to withhold secrets from the rest of the community. Bacon, furthermore, is an innovator by the almost exclusive importance which he gave to natural sciences. He carried a step forward the specialization which had begun to take place during the Renaissance and which spelt the end of the universal man, equally interested in philosophy and art, science, and literature. The New Atlantis occupies a very small place in Bacon's vast production, but it has been said that there is perhaps no single work of his which has so much of himself in it. Bacon was not a moralist like More, a religious reformer like Andrea, or a universal philosopher like Campanella. He was a politician with a passionate interest in science, and his New Atlantis is a dream of compensation where science and power unite and reign supreme. It is a dream of immense laboratories, numerous assistants, and enormous funds such as any scientist, struggling alone with inadequate equipment and frustrated by lack of money and assistance, might have. But it is also the dream of a frustrated politician who, in spite of his gifts and absence of scruples, failed to secure the power he desired. Bacon was firmly convinced that to carry out his philosophical and scientific work he needed to be in a position of power, and to this end he applied himself to politics. But power also attracted him for its own sake. In the New Atlantis power and knowledge are ideally united, but in his life his thirst for power and honors hindered rather than helped his scientific work. To quote Hofting again, he saw before him a great work which required powerful means. He admired Machiavelli and like him believed that the end justified the means, and he was not very particular in the choice of these. For him, like Machiavelli, the means gained the upper hand over the end which was to consecrate them. The New Atlantis is an illustration of his famous statement, "Knowledge is power," but if Bacon was successful in demonstrating that science would give power to men over nature, he assumed, rather than proved, that science, by satisfying man's needs, would automatically increase his happiness. Bacon's belief in science as the weapon for human improvement anticipates the modern conception of progress, which is materialistic rather than idealistic. It assumes that happiness consists in the satisfaction of ever-increasing material needs. Plato, and other utopian writers after him, had seen, on the contrary, in the multiplication of man's needs a hindrance to his freedom and happiness. The New Atlantis was written around 1624 and was published after Bacon's death in 1627. It was first written in English and later translated into Latin by Bacon himself. It appeared in the English text in the volume containing the Silva Silvarum, for which place Bacon had himself designated it, for the description of Salomon's house was meant to provide an illustration of the practical results he anticipated from the study of natural history. The New Atlantis owes little to previous descriptions of ideal commonwealths, though the setting for this fable was suggested by the myth of Atlantis, contained in Plato's Timaeus and his fragmentary dialogue, the Critias. There is no conclusive evidence to prove that Bacon was acquainted with the City of the Sun, but he mentions Campanella in one of his letters and there are many resemblances of detail between the two works. It is also probable that Bacon had read Andreas Christianopolis. The New Atlantis, however, differs considerably in all its main institutions from earlier utopias. Private property, money, and class distinctions are not abolished, and while an air of austerity pervaded most of the utopias so far considered, Bacon never tires of describing sumptuous dresses, headgear, shoes, cloaks, jewels and coaches, with a wealth of detail which is as tedious as it is superfluous. Bacon only gives a few hints on the social and political institutions of Bensalem, as this ideal country is called. Mr. Alfred B. Goff remarks that the spirit of movement or of progress which dominates the intellectual life of the nation, appears to be totally absent from its political and moral life. The form of government is monarchical, and has been so for at least 3,000 years. The fundamental laws of the kingdom laid down by King Solomon 1,900 years ago are still in force. The basis of society is the patriarchal family and, though we are not told how its members spend their daily life, a long passage describes in the minutest detail what happens when a man has 30 descendants above the age of 3 and is given a sumptuous feast at the expense of the state. Modern governments have generally recompensed the mother of large families rather than the father. Marriage is greatly respected and is unbreakable, and, though Bacon ridicules more for suggesting that men and women should see one another naked before marriage, he institutes an examination by proxy. This is how an inhabitant of Bensalem explains to the traveler their attitude towards sex and their customs relating to marriage. You shall understand that there is not under the heavens so chaste a nation as this of Bensalem, nor so free from all pollution or foulness. It is the Virgin of the world. I remember, I have read in one of your European books, of an holy hermit amongst you, that desired to see the spirit of fornication, and there appeared to him a little foul ugly Ethiopia. But if he had desired to see the spirit of chastity of Bensalem, it would have appeared to him in the likeness of a fair beautiful cherubim. For there is nothing, amongst mortal men, more fair and admirable than the chaste minds of this people. Know, therefore, that with them there are no stews, no dissolute houses, no courtesans, nor anything of that kind. Nay, they wonder, with detestation, at you in Europe, which permit such things. They say ye have put marriage out of office, for marriage is ordained a remedy for unlawful concupiscence, and natural concupiscence seemeth as a spur to marriage. But when men have at hand a remedy, more agreeable to their corrupt will, marriage is almost expulsed. And therefore there are with you seen infinite men that marry not, but choose rather a libertine and impure single life, than to be yoked in marriage, and many that do marry, marry late, when the prime and strength of their years is past. And when they do marry, what is marriage to them but a very bargain, wherein is sought alliance, or portion, or reputation, with some desire, almost indifferent, of issue, and not the faithful nuptial union of man and wife, that was first instituted. Neither is it possible that those that have cast away so basely so much of their strength, should esteem children, being of the same matter, as chaste men do. So likewise during marriage is the case much amended, as it ought to be if those things were tolerated only for necessity. No, but they remain still as a very affront to marriage. The haunting of those dissolute places, or resort to courtesans, are no more punished in married men than in bachelors. And the depraved custom of change, and the delight in meretricious embracements, where sin is turned into art, maketh marriage a dull thing, and a kind of imposition or tax. They hear you defend these things, as done to avoid greater evils, as advoutries, deflowering of virgins, unnatural lust, and the like. But they say, this is a preposterous wisdom, and they call it Lot's offer, who to save his guests from abusing, offered his daughters. Nay, they say further, that there is little gained in this, for that the same vices and appetites do still remain and abound, unlawful lust being like a furnace, that if you stop the flames altogether it will quench, but if you give it any vent it will rage. As for masculine love, they have no touch of it, and yet there are not so faithful and inviolate friendships in the world again as are there, and to speak generally, as I said before, I have not read of any such chastity in any people as theirs. And their usual saying is that whosoever is unchaste cannot reverence himself, and they say that the reverence of a man's self, is, next religion, the chiefest bridle of all vices. They have also many wise and excellent laws, touching marriage. They allow no polygamy. They have ordained that none do intermarry, or contract, until a month be passed from their first interview. Marriage without consent of parents they do not make void, but they mulct it in the inheritors, for the children of such marriages are not admitted to inherit above a third part of their parents' inheritance. I have read in a book of one of your men, of a feigned commonwealth, where the married couple are permitted, before they contract, to see one another naked. This they dislike, for they think it a scorn to give a refusal after so familiar knowledge, but because of many hidden defects in men and women's bodies, they have a more civil way, for they have near every town a couple of pools, which they call Adam and Eve's pools, where it is permitted to one of the friends of the man, and another of the friends of the woman, to see them severally bathe naked. Of the many wise laws which the king Solomon gave to the people of Ben-Salem, the only ones described concern the traffic with foreign countries, which he forbade, and the considerate treatment to be meted out to travelers who happened to reach the country. The greatest achievement of this king, however, was the institution of an order, or society, which he called Solomon's or Salomon's House. It was also sometimes called College of 6 Days' Works, the noblest foundation that ever was upon the earth, and the lantern of this kingdom, and was dedicated to the study of the works and creatures of God, for finding the true nature of all things, whereby God might have the more glory in the workmanship of them, and men the more fruit in the use of them. To allow the fellows of this college to gather information for their work, the king made another ordinance. When the king had forbidden to all his people navigation into any part that was not under his crown, he made nevertheless this ordinance, that every 12 years there should be set forth out of this kingdom 2 ships, appointed to several voyages, that in either of these ships there should be a mission of 3 of the fellows or brethren of Salomon's house, whose errand was only to give us knowledge of the affairs and state of those countries to which they were designed, and especially of the sciences, arts, manufactures, and inventions of all the world, and withal to bring unto us books, instruments, and patterns in every kind, that the ships, after they had landed the brethren, should return, and that the brethren should stay abroad till the new mission. The ships are not otherwise fraught than with store of victuals, and good quantity of treasure to remain with the brethren, for the buying of such things, and rewarding of such persons, as they should think fit. Now for me to tell you how the vulgar sort of mariners are contained from being discovered at land, and how they that must be put on shore for any time, colour themselves under the names of other nations, and to what places these voyages have been designed, and what places of rendezvous are appointed for the new missions, and the like circumstances of the practice, I may not do it, neither is it much to your desire. But thus you see we maintain a trade, not for gold, silver, or jewels, nor for silks, nor for spices, nor any other commodity of matter, but only for God's first creature, which was light, to have light, I say, of the growth of all parts of the world. This is the first time that we find science surrounded by such secrecy, and this passage has a curiously modern ring. The scientists of Ben Salem act as spies on behalf of their state or college, and though they drain the world of all its new inventions and ideas, they give nothing in exchange. Science is no longer the property of mankind but of a particular state. This is a familiar conception today, when gold and silver are guarded less jealously than atomic secrets, but at the time it represented a break with the universalist tradition of the humanism of the Renaissance. The same atmosphere of secrecy surrounds the House of Salomon itself. The arrival in the city of a father of the college is a great event, for none of them have been seen during the past 12 years, and his coming is in state, but the cause of his coming is secret. It is true that the father of Salomon's house calls one of the visitors to him and gives him a long description of the riches of Salomon's house, concluding with these words, "God bless thee, my son, and God bless this relation which I have made. I give thee leave to publish it, for the good of other nations, for we are here in God's bosom, a land unknown." But from the relation, it is obvious that he gives away no secret, and that he seems more intent on impressing his guest than in helping him to understand how the institution works. In Christianopolis, when the visitor was taken round the college, nothing was hidden from him, and we gather that he was able to ask questions. Here we have the impression of being at the fair. The showman outside the tent excites our curiosity with a highly colored description of what goes on inside, but we are not even allowed to peep through the chink in the curtain. And what a magnificent showman Bacon is! Inventions are described with a complete disregard for order or method, but with the one aim of dazzling the reader. Many have been dazzled and have talked of his extraordinary prophetic vision, but most of the inventions he describes as having been achieved had occupied the attention of the philosophers and scientists of the Renaissance and of many others long before their time. For example, an attempt at building a flying machine had been made about 880 by the Andalusian Abul Abbas Qasim ibn Firnas, and Leonardo da Vinci was reputed to have invented a submarine. Burckhardt mentions that in the 15th century Leon Battista Alberti excited great admiration by his mysterious camera obscura, in which he showed, at one time the stars and the moon rising over rocky hill, at another wide landscapes with mountains, and gulfs receding into dim perspective, and with fleets advancing on the waters in shade or sunshine. As for libraries, botanical gardens, and even zoological gardens, and the use of agents who collected manuscripts in foreign countries, these are all features of the Italian Renaissance. The new Atlantis is more interesting in its modern preoccupation with the practical, one could almost say industrial application of scientific discoveries. Bacon's description of the manufacture of ersatz alimentary products and synthetic materials would warm the hearts of many contemporary industrial scientists. We have large and deep caves of several depths, the deepest are sunk 600 fathoms, and some of them are digged and made under great hills and mountains, so that if you reckon together the depth of the hill, and the depth of the cave, they are, some of them, above 3 miles deep. For we find that the depth of an hill, and the depth of a cave from the flat, is the same thing, both remote alike from the sun and heaven's beams, and from the open air. These caves we call the lower region. And we use them for all coagulations, indurations, refrigerations, and conservations of bodies. We use them likewise for the imitation of natural mines and the producing also of new artificial metals, by compositions and materials which we use and lay there for many years. We have also perfume houses, wherewith we join also practices of taste. We multiply smells which may seem strange, we imitate smells making all smells to breathe out of other mixtures than those that give them. We make divers imitations of taste likewise, so that they will deceive any man's taste. And in this house we contain also a confiture house, where we make all sweetmeats, dry and moist, and divers pleasant wines, milks, broths, and salads, far in greater variety than you have. Bacon also mentions such discoveries as perpetual motion, elixirs to prolong life, and spontaneous generation, which had preoccupied alchemists and philosophers for centuries and were only abandoned when it was realized that they were based on a false conception of science. The organization of scientific research is based upon a strict division of work. For the several employments and offices of our fellows, we have 12 that sail into foreign countries under the names of other nations, for our own we conceal, who bring us the books and abstracts, and patterns of experiments of all other parts. These we call merchants of light. We have 3 that collect the experiments which are in all books. These we call deprepators. We have 3 that collect the experiments of all mechanical arts, and also of liberal sciences, and also of practices which are not brought into arts. These we call mystery men. We have 3 that try new experiments, such as themselves think good. These we call pioneers or miners. We have 3 that draw the experiments of the former 4 into titles and tables, to give the better light for the drawing of observations and axioms out of them. These we call compilers. We have 3 that bend themselves, looking into the experiments of their fellows, and cast about how to draw out of them things of use and practice for man's life and knowledge, as well for works as for plain demonstration of causes, means of natural divinations, and the easy and clear discovery of the virtues and parts of bodies. These we call dowry men or benefactors. Then after divers meetings and consults of our whole number, to consider of the former labors and collections, we have 3 that take care out of them to direct new experiments, of a higher light, more penetrating into nature than the former. These we call lamps. We have 3 others that do execute the experiments so directed, and report them. These we call inoculators. Lastly, we have 3 that raise the former discoveries by experiments into greater observations, axioms, and aphorisms. These we call interpreters of nature. We have also, as you must think, novices and apprentices, that the succession of the former employed men do not fail, besides a great number of servants and attendants, men and women. This specialization in scientific work contains certain dangers, as Mr. A. B. Goff has pointed out in his introduction to the edition of New Atlantis which was published in 1924. In dealing with this new problem of the distribution of labor, to which his own experience forced him, Bacon made what in the light of later history seems the strange mistake of apportioning, not different sciences, but different stages in the general process of investigation to different workers. There must, it is true, always be subordinate workers of various kinds, explorers, collectors, field naturalists, etc., who gather the materials, students and assistants, who perform minor experiments, calculators and statisticians, who work out the mathematical and other details, editors who collect, summarize, and review the results of the world's scientific work in yearbooks and journals, technicians who apply discoveries to practical ends. Such workers correspond roughly to some of Bacon's classes. But their functions cannot be rigidly prescribed or limited. Thus lamps or interpreters of nature have often been dowry men as well. Davy invented the safety lamp, and Kelvin improved the mariner's compass and the telegraph. The higher the work, the more vitally important becomes the personal factor, which Bacon almost ignored. The organization of Salomon's house, like Bacon's logical system which it reflects, is too mechanical and inflexible to allow for the free play of genius. There is no room in Ben Salem for a Copernicus, a Newton, a Darwin, or a Pasteur, they would have never been interpreters of nature if they had not been constantly occupied with humbler work as well. It is astonishing to find the state maintaining a constant succession of neither more nor less than 3 gorgeously arrayed functionaries to prosecute the work, which in reality is the crowning achievement of the patient life work of the rarest and highest scientific genius. What is more astonishing is that these functionaries are entitled to withhold their discoveries from the state, as the father of Salomon's House explains. We have consultations, which of the inventions and experiences which we have discovered shall be published, and which not, and take all an oath of secrecy for the concealing of those which we think fit to keep secret, though some of those we do reveal sometime to the state, and some not. Today, when most states have their scientific colleges and research stations and keep on their payroll an army of scientists, we realize how impossible it would be for a society holding all the prerogatives of that conceived by Bacon to exist within the state. The existence of a dual power is impossible. Either the scientists are the instruments of the state, as they are today, or they rule the state, as they must have done in Ben Salem. The new Atlantis can have little attraction for us, since we are all living in a Salomon's house today and, like Bacon, we have been dazzled by the riches and marvels it contains. Now we are gradually realizing that knowledge and scientific progress are not synonymous with human happiness, and we begin to suspect that the enthusiastic supporters of progress were not really concerned with the happiness of mankind but with the power that this knowledge and progress gave them. And this is why Bacon talks such a great deal about the honors, privileges, and power which belonged to the fellows of Salomon's house, and so little about the happiness they brought to the people. We are also in a better position to appreciate the dangers of science without conscience. The thought that the harnessing of atomic energy may spell the end of our civilization has deprived science of its glamorous halo. The scientist is no longer considered as a benefactor of humanity, but unwillingly assumes a sinister role and is himself sometimes overcome by feelings of guilt. François Rabelais. The Abbey of Theleme. It would be difficult to resist the temptation to include Rabelais' Abbey of Theleme among the utopias of the Renaissance, even knowing full well that it cannot be honestly described as an ideal commonwealth. But we shall, for once, follow the rule of the Thelemites and do what we will, not, however, without some justification, for Rabelais' imaginary community embodies the spirit of the Renaissance, far more completely than the utopias we have considered up to now. Rabelais himself is a typical man of the Renaissance. His encyclopedic knowledge, his profound admiration for Greek literature, his hatred of scholastic doctrines, his pagan Christianity, his contempt for monastic life, his love of freedom and beauty, were all characteristics of the Italian humanists. Like them, he had a passion for knowledge and did not only study literature and philosophy, but also medicine and law. Again, like most humanists, he was not interested in social questions. His revolt was purely an individual one, and he did not associate it with a revolt against the system of society. He saw the evils of the society of his time, but he did not try to find their cause or devise remedies for them. The Renaissance was not a movement of reform, it was a rebellion of individuals who sought freedom chiefly for themselves. In spite of their name, the humanists were not interested in humanity, they were concerned with their own individuality and the means to express it. They deeply resented any interference from civil or religious authorities, and they were deeply conscious of their rights, but they did not fight for the freedom, or rights of the mass of the people. The Abbey of Theleme is more than the description of an ideal court, or an ideal college, or, as Mumford saw it, an ideal country house. It is the utopia of the new aristocracy of the Renaissance, an aristocracy based on intelligence and knowledge rather than on power or wealth. Rabelais describes how these well-born, well-bred, gifted and handsome men and women should live. For them there is no need for laws and lawyers, politics and preachers, money and usurers, religion and monks. They do not need any rules, for they know how to employ their time in the most useful and pleasant way. They do not need any external moral constraint, for they are naturally honest and endowed with noble sentiments. They can enjoy complete freedom and complete equality between men and women. Nothing can be too beautiful and sumptuous for men and women who are, so to speak, the flower of humanity. They live in a chateau surpassing in splendor those of Touraine, they are dressed in the richest clothes, they have a patron whose funds are apparently limitless and an army of servants and craftsmen to serve them and supply all their wants. There was about the wood of Theleme a row of houses of the extent of half a league, very neat and cleanly, wherein dwelt the goldsmiths, lapidaries, jewellers, embroiderers, tailors, gold drawers, velvet weavers, tapestry makers and upholsterers, who wrought there every one in his own trade, and all for the aforesaid jolly friars and nuns of the new stamp. The education received by the Thelemites is such as would suit future princes or courtiers and is indeed similar to that prescribed for the ideal courtier of the Renaissance by Gasticlian I. The courtier must be at home in all noble sports, among them running, leaping, swimming, and wrestling. He must, above all things, be a good dancer and, as a matter of course, an accomplished writer. He must be master of several languages, at all events of Latin and Italian. He must be familiar with literature and have some knowledge of the fine arts. This education, like that received by the jolly friars and nuns of the Abbey of Theleme, may create a high degree of individual perfection, but it is strangely divorced from any utilitarian purpose. The Thelemites do not seem to be destined to enter any useful profession or trade, but to have throughout their lives a body of servants at their command. It is also unlikely that they will find much pleasure in work which is merely an exercise of the body or the mind, but which never aims at creating something useful. One cannot help feeling that, for all its splendor, life in Rabelais Abbey would soon become monotonous, and boredom would overcome the Thelemites, as indeed it overcame many princes and courtiers even in the most brilliant courts. In fairness to Rabelais one must remember, however, that in his ideal community there is no king or prince to flatter and amuse. These remarks would have been superfluous if many people carried away by enthusiasm for Rabelais' famous "Do what thou wilt," had not forgotten that he meant it only for lively, jovial, handsome, brisk, gay, witty, frolic, cheerful, merry, frisk, spruce, jocund, courteous, furtherers of trades. And in a word, all worthy Gentile blades. Ladies of high birth. Delicious, stately, charming, full of mirth. Ingenious, lovely, miniard, proper, fair. Magnetic, graceful, splendid, pleasant, rare. Obliging, sprightly, virtuous, young, salacious. Kind, neat, quick, feet, bright, kind, ripe, choice, dear, precious. Alluring, courtly, comely, fine, complete. Wise, personable, ravishing, and sweet. In spite of its exclusive conditions of admission and of its thoroughly immoral love of luxury, the Abbey of Theleme remains a delightful fantasy, and we are sorry that we can only reproduce here the two following chapters. How Gargantua caused to be built for the monk the Abbey of Theleme. There was left only the monk to provide for, whom Gargantua would have made abbot of Seville, but he refused it. He would have given him the Abbey of Bourgueil, or of Sanct Florent, which was better, or both, if it pleased him, but the monk gave him a very peremptory answer, that he would never take upon him the charge nor government of monks. For how shall I be able, said he, to rule over others, that have not full power and command of myself? If you think I have done you, or may hereafter do any acceptable service, give me leave to found an abbey after my own mind and fancy. The motion pleased Gargantua very well, who thereupon offered him all the country of Theleme by the river of Loire, till within 2 leagues of the great forest of Porthout. The monk then requested Gargantua to institute his religious order contrary to all others. First then, said Gargantua, you must not build a wall about your convent, for all other abbeys are strongly walled and mured about. See, said the monk, and not without cause, seeing wall and mure signify but one and the same thing. Where there is mure before, and mure behinda, there is store of murmur, envy, and mutual conspiracy. Moreover, seeing there are certain convents in the world, whereof the custom is, if any woman come in, I mean chaste and honest women, they immediately sweep the ground which they have trod upon. Therefore was it ordained that if any man or woman entered into religious orders, should by chance come within this new abbey, all the rooms should be thoroughly washed and cleansed through which they had passed, and because in all other monasteries and nunneries all is compassed, limited, and regulated by hours, it was decreed that in this new structure there should be neither clock nor dial, but that according to the opportunities, and incident occasions, all their hours should be disposed of, for, said Gargantua, the greatest loss of time, that I know, is to count the hours, what good comes of it? Now can there be any greater dotage in the world than for one to guide and direct his courses by the sound of a bell, and not by his judgment and discretion? Item, because at that time they put no women into nunneries, but such as were either purblind, blinkards, lame, crooked, ill-favoured, misshapen, fools, senselessy, spoiled or corrupt, nor encloistered any men, but those that were either sickly, subject to defluxions, ill-bred loats, simple sots, or peevish trouble houses, but to the purpose, said the monk, a woman that is neither fair not good, to what use serves she? To make a nun of, said Gargantua, yet, said the monk, and to make shirts and smocks, therefore was it ordained, that into this religious order should be admitted no women that were not fair, well featured, and of a sweet disposition, nor men that were not comely, personable, and well conditioned. Item, because in the convents of women men come not but underhand, privily, and by stealth, it was therefore enacted, that in this house there shall be no women in case there be not men, nor men in case there be not women. Item, because both men and women, that are received into religious orders after the expiring of their novitiate or probation year, were constrained and forced perpetually to stay there all the days of their life, it was therefore ordered, that all whatever, men or women, admitted within this abbey, should have full leave to depart with peace and contentment, whensoever it should seem good to them so to do. Item, for that the religious men and women, did ordinarily make 3 vows, to wit, those of chastity, poverty, and obedience, it was therefore constituted and appointed, that in this convent they might be honourably married, that they might be rich, and live at liberty. In regard of the legitimate time of the persons to be initiated, and years under, and above, which they were not capable of reception, the women were to be admitted from 10 till 15, and the men from 12 till 18. How the Thelemites were governed, and of their manner of living. All their life was spent not in laws, statutes, or rules, but according to their own free will and pleasure. They rose out of their beds, when they thought good, they did eat, drink, labour, sleep, when they had a mind to it, and were disposed for it. None did awake them, none did offer to constrain them to eat, drink, nor to do any other thing, for so had Gargantua established it. In all their rule, and strictest tie of their order, there was but this one clause to be observed. Do what thou wilt. Because men that are free, well-born, well-bred, and conversant in honest companies, have naturally an instinct and spur that prompteth them unto virtuous actions, and withdraws them from vice, which is called honour. Those same men, when by base subjection and constraint they are brought under and kept down, turn aside from that noble disposition, by which they formerly were inclined to virtue, to shake off and break that bond of servitude, wherein they are so tyrannously enslaved, for it is agreeable with the nature of man to long after things forbidden, and to desire what is denied us. By this liberty they entered into a very laudable emulation, to do all of them what they saw did please one. If any of the gallants or ladies should say, let us drink, they would all drink. If any one of them said, let us play, they all played. If one said, let us go a walking into the fields, they went all. If it were to go a hawking or a hunting, the ladies mounted upon dainty well-paced nags, seated in a stately palfrey saddle, carried on their lovely fists, miniardly begloved every one of them, either a sparhawk, or a laneret, or a marlin, and the young gallants carried the other kinds of hawks, so nobly were they taught, that there was neither he nor she amongst them, but could read, write, sing, play upon several musical instruments, speak 5 or 6 several languages, and compose in them all very quaintly, both in verse and prose. Never were seen so valiant knights, so noble and worthy, so dexterous and skilful both on foot and a horseback, more brisk and lively, more nimble and quick. or better handling all manner of weapons than were there. Never were seen ladies so proper and handsome, so manierd and dainty, less forward, or more ready with their hand, and with their needle, in every honest and free action belonging to that sexy, than were there, for this reason, when the time came, that any man of the said abbey, either at the request of his parents, or for some other cause, had a mind to go out of it, he carried along with him one of the ladies, namely her whom he had before that chosen for his mistress, and were married together, and if they had formerly in Theleme lived in good devotion and amity, they did continue therein and increase it to a greater height in their state of matrimony, and did entertain that mutual love till the very last day of their life, in no less vigour and fervency, than at the very day of their wedding. 3. Utopias of the English Revolution. W. While on the continent the 17th century saw the consolidation of absolute governments, in England the absolutism of the kings was resolutely opposed by a great section of the population, and the power of the monarchy was held in check by Parliament. At a time when Louis XIV was able to proclaim l'état c'est moi, Charles I was led to the scaffold. The doctrine of the divine right of kings, which had allowed the French monarchs to crush all political and religious freedom, had gained little support among English people who believed, on the contrary, that the power of the rulers must respect the inalienable rights of the individual and that certain limitations must be put to the power of the head of the state. While the ideal commonwealth conceived by James Harrington tried to combine the existence of a powerful state with respect for the political rights of the citizens, Thomas Hobbes and Gerard Winstanley, for opposite reasons, denied the possibility of power being shared between the state and the people. We shall only say a few words here about Hobbes' Leviathan and Harrington's Oceana because, though they are often referred to as utopias, the first would be more correctly described as a treatise on government, while the second belongs to the category of ideal constitutions rather than to that of ideal commonwealths. On the other hand, we shall deal at length with Winstanley's Law of Freedom, partly because it has generally been overlooked, and partly because it embodies the spirit of the English Revolution in its more popular and revolutionary form. Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan, which was published in 1651, claimed to establish the right of the state to absolute power, and denied that man possessed any natural rights. Hobbes maintained that man is not by nature a social being, provided with moral sense, but that it was the state which had put an end to the war of all against all. The first rulers had been given, by contract, absolute power over the rest of the people, and that contract was to be respected by following generations, and whoever broke it was guilty of the worst of all crimes. He recommended absolute monarchy as the best form of government and held that the individual is under obligation to submit unquestioningly to such a government. Even the Church must be denied all temporal power and religion must be recognized and taught by the state. The name Leviathan, says F. A. Lang, is only too appropriate for this monster, the state, which guided by no higher consideration, like a terrestrial god orders law and justice, rights and property, according to its pleasure, even arbitrarily defines the concepts of good and evil, and in return guarantees protection of life and property to those who fall on their knees and sacrifice to it. Harrington's Oceana was written after the execution of Charles I, at a time when it seemed possible that far-reaching reforms might solve England's economic and political problems. While the Law of Freedom, which had appeared a few years earlier, is concerned mainly with improving the conditions of the landless labourers, Oceana offers to ameliorate the situation of the middle classes. The right of the elder brothers to the whole inheritance was concentrating property in the hands of an ever-shrinking number of people, destroying the economic balance of property in the country, and creating a class of parasites composed mainly of clergymen and lawyers, which was the refuge of the younger sons. Harrington believed that there could be no political power without economic power, and he wished to spread this economic power over a large section of the population by the application of an agrarian law which would restrict the size of land property to that yielding a revenue of £3,000. This new balance of property was to be preserved by a republican government in which all offices were to be filled by men chosen by ballot and holding office for a limited time. There was to be a double-chamber system, one house for debate and the other for voting. This curious division was based on the assumption that there is an important distinction between the capacity for invention and the capacity for judgment, and that eloquence presents a danger for the democratic state. Only the freemen, that is to say the property owners, were to have the right to participate in the government of the Commonwealth. The servants, being economically dependent, could not take part in the affairs of the state. Unlike the slaves of ancient Greece, however, the servants could by their industry rise to the status of freemen. Harrington had been greatly influenced by Plutarch, Plato, and Aristotle, and he said himself that Oceania was not discovered in fancy but in the archives of antient prudence. But, as H. F. Russell has pointed out in his book on Harrington and his Oceania, it is a work of a different type from Plato's Republic or More's Utopia. It was meant neither for the skies nor for some spot of earth that did not exist, but for England. Its author had very clearly defined views as to the needs of his country, and his love of the picturesque prompted him to bring them forward in the form of what he called a political romance. The book, stripped of its allegorical trappings, is little more than a magnified written constitution. Though Harrington dedicated his Oceania to Cromwell, who is also the hero of the story and given the task of accomplishing for England what Lycurgus did for Sparta, the book was confiscated while it was passing through the press under the newly enacted order against scandalous books and pamphlets. It was, however, allowed to appear 1 year later, in 1656, and immediately enjoyed a great popularity, though Cromwell's supporters tried their best to ridicule it. Oceania, as Russell has shown, received great attention in America, and many of Harrington's ideas were embodied in the constitutions of the American colonies of the Restoration period, and in particular in the Constitution of Pennsylvania. Harrington shared with the Levelers the belief that political freedom must rest on the possession of the earth, but he only sought that freedom for a class of gentlemen farmers who were to be the guardians of the laboring classes. Gerard Winstanley. The Law of Freedom. D. During the century and a half which separate More's Utopia from Winstanley's Law of Freedom, the conditions of the English labourer had steadily worsened. Though commerce and industry were expanding, the 17th century was, in the words of Thorold Rogers, a period of excessive misery among the mass of the people and the tenants, a time in which a few might have become rich, while the many were crushed down into hopeless and almost permanent indigence. The unemployment, homelessness, and vagrancy brought about by the enclosure of the lands was continually increasing. Copyhold tenants were being deprived of the strips of land they cultivated in the open fields, and the landless labourers of their right to pasture their beasts and cut firewood on the commons. As during the reign of Henry VIII, the ruling class sought to crush popular discontent by increasing the severity of the laws against beggars and vagrants, it was ordered that when apprehended for the first time they should be branded with the letter R, and if found again wandering or begging they would suffer death without benefit of clergy. In spite of these measures, vagrancy and petty theft increased, for, as More had said, when the stomachs of those that are turned out of doors grow keen, they rob no less keenly, and what else can they do? They could also revolt, and they did. Fences and hedges which enclosed the once common fields were levelled, and peasants' insurrections followed one another at short intervals. Movements also came into existence which sought a remedy to the misery of the people through political action. With the fall of the monarchy and the rise of the independents, there was a hope that radical reforms would take place, but these hopes were short-lived. Discontent spread to the army, and mutinies had to be crushed by wholesale cashiering. Even among the Levelers who had advocated constitutional political reforms, many began to lose faith in the Long Parliament, dominated by the landlords, who did little to relieve the increased poverty brought about by the Civil War, and showed no concern for the families of those who had been maimed or killed serving in their own army. The left wing of the Levelers realized that a solution to the economic situation could only be found by improving the conditions of the peasantry, and they advocated the restoration of all common lands to the landless labourers and the abolition of base tenures. Towards 1648 a movement sprang up, of the true Levelers or diggers, which went beyond the demands of even the most extreme of the Levelers. They saw that nothing, short of direct action, would give back to the peasants the lands they had lost, and eventually they even challenged the right of a few to private property in the land. This involved a complete change in the structure of society, for, as Gerard Winstanley, who became the leader and theoretician of the Diggers movement, expressed it was not enough to remove the conqueror's power out of the king's hand into other men's, maintaining the old laws still. By the beginning of 1649 the conqueror's power had been removed out of the king's hands, the king had been executed, the House of Commons had been purged of its malignant members and the councils of state had been appointed to administer the public affairs of England. But the Diggers took it upon themselves to remove the old laws. On the 16th of April, 1649, the Council of State was informed that a disorderly and tumultuous sort of people led by one Everard, once of the army but was cashiered, had begun to dig on St. George's Hill in Surrey and sowed the ground with parsnips, carrots, and beans. The Council of State was so alarmed by the activities of the Diggers, though they only numbered 20 or 30, that they instructed Lord Fairfax, the Lord General of the Armed Forces of the Commonwealth, to send some force of horse, with orders to disperse the people so met, and to prevent the like for the future and, so as almost to excuse themselves for their fears, they added although the pretence of their being there may seem very ridiculous, yet that conflux of people may be a beginning to whence things of a greater and more dangerous consequence may grow, to the disturbance of the peace and quiet of the Commonwealth. Thus at a momentous time in history the tiny Digger movement occupied the attention of the Council of State and of the Lord General of the Armed Forces of the Commonwealth. Had they known the reasons which prompted the Diggers to occupy St. George's Hill their fears would have been still greater. These reasons had been set down by Gerard Winstanley before they began their activities. The work we are going about is this, to dig up George's Hill and the waste grounds thereabouts, and sow corn, and to eat our bread together by the sweat of our brows. And the first reason is this, that we may work in righteousness, and lay the foundation of making the earth a common treasury for all, both rich and poor, that everyone that is born in the land may be fed by the earth his mother that brought him forth, according to the reason that rules in the creation. Of Gerard Winstanley, who emerges at that time as one of the leaders of the movement, little is known until 1648 when he published 4 pamphlets expressing some daring theological views and for which he was accused, by some orthodox ministers of the Church, of denying God, the Scriptures, and the ordinances of God. These pamphlets were probably written before he came in contact with William Everard and the True Levellers, for they do not reveal an interest in social questions, but Winstanley had already had cause to reflect on the injustices of society. He had been a small trader and a freeman of the City of London but, like so many others, he had been ruined by the Civil War. As he said later, in a letter addressed to the City of London, I had an estate in thee, by thy cheating sons in the thieving art of buying and selling, and by the burdens of and for the soldiery in the beginning of the war, I was beaten out of both estate and trade, and forced to accept the goodwill of friends, crediting of me, to live a country life. In January, 1649, he published the New Law of Righteousness, which has been described by H. N. Brailsford as the most characteristic of his books, which is in reality a communist manifesto written in the dialect of its day and in which, as George Woodcock has pointed out, he revealed an understanding of social problems in advance of any English social thinker before Godwin. He fiercely denounced the private ownership of the land. And let all men say what they will, so long as such are rulers as call the land theirs, upholding this particular propriety of mine and thine, the common people shall never have their liberty. Nor the land be ever freed from troubles, oppressions, and complainings, by reason whereof the Creator of all things is continually provoked. The man of the flesh judges it a righteous thing that some men who are clothed with the objects of the earth, and so-called rich men, whether it be got by right or wrong, should be magistrates to rule over the poor, and that the poor should be servants, nay, rather slaves, to the rich. But the spiritual man, which is Christ, doth judge according to the light of equity and reason, that all mankind ought to have a quiet subsistence and freedom to live upon earth, and that there should be no bondman nor beggar in all his holy mountain. And he advocated the end of the exploitation of man by man. No man shall have any more land than he can labor himself, or have others to labor with him in love, working together, and eating bread together, as one of the tribes or families of Israel, neither giving nor taking hire. Though his doctrines were revolutionary, Winstanley did not incite people to violence or to the expropriation of the rich. He wanted the poor to seize the wastelands and cultivate them in common, and let the common people, that say the earth is ours, not mine, let them labor together, and eat bread together upon the commons, mountains, and hills. During the 2 years which followed, the diggers of St. George's Hill were persecuted by the lords, the soldiery and the freeholders. They were beaten up, their spades were taken away, their houses pulled down, their corn was destroyed and their carts torn to pieces. Some of them were arrested and prosecuted and, as they could not pay the heavy fine imposed upon them, their meagre possessions were taken away. After 1 year only a few diggers were left, who, says Winstanley, have made little hutches to lie in, like calf cribs, and have planted divers acres of wheat and rye, and nothing shall make them slack but want of food, which is not much now, they being all poor people, and having suffered so much in one expense or other since they began. In spite of their courage and perseverance, the diggers were defeated. Winstanley had done all in his power to defend them. In several forceful pamphlets he had shown the justice of their claims and their peaceful intentions, and had appealed to the army, to Parliament, and to the City of London, that the persecutions should cease. It was after the adventure of St. George's Hill had failed to gain any support and to spread, as the pioneers had hoped, into a mass movement, that Winstanley published in 1652, The Law of Freedom, where he set forth the plan for an ideal commonwealth. It was written less than 4 years after the publication of his first pamphlet, and during this short time his religious and political ideas had undergone a swift development. They had passed from a religious mysticism to a kind of rational atheism, from agrarian reformism to integral collectivism. Winstanley was also beginning to lose faith in the methods by which he and his companions had hoped to bring about a better society. The diggers had believed that, by explaining their aims and by their example, they could persuade the people to work the wastelands communally, and that eventually even the landlords would be prepared to give up their lands. Their resistance was one of nonviolence, and they never employed force to defend themselves against the soldiers and the rich tenant farmers who attacked them. The failure of the experiment at St. George's Hill seems to have led Winstanley to the belief that as long as the army was against the people it would be impossible for them to seize and work the land as free men. It was perhaps for this reason that the Law of Freedom opens with an epistle addressed to Cromwell, who was at the time commander-in-chief of the army, and who, more than anybody else, would have had the power to carry out far-reaching reforms. From the contents and tone of the letter, however, it is clear that Winstanley had little hope that Cromwell would carry out the program set forth in his book, and that he merely told him what he should do to be in a better position to criticize what he would do. He would not have addressed Cromwell in this way if he had seen in him a future liberator and lawgiver. That which is yet waiting on your part to be done is this, to see the oppressor's power to be cast out with his person, and to see that the free possession of the land and liberties be put into the hands of the oppressed commoners of England. And now you have the power of the land in your hand, you must do one of these 2 things. First, either set the land free to the oppressed commoners, who assisted you, and paid the army their wages, and then you will fulfill the scriptures and your own engagements, and so take possession of your deserved honor. Or secondly, you must only remove the conqueror's power out of the king's hand into other men's, maintaining the old laws still, and then your wisdom and honor is blasted forever, and you will either lose yourself, or lay the foundation of greater slavery to posterity than you ever knew. Winstanley was too acute a social thinker to think that society could be transformed through the work of one man, and he realized that a revolution from the top would be useless if man's mental and moral outlook remained the same. But he was firmly convinced that when Christ or the spreading of light would penetrate people's minds, they would cease to covet and oppress, and a new society would come into being. He loved, says Brailsford, to quote the biblical prophecies which assure this triumph to the despised ones of the earth and bid the rich men weep and howl. He predicts that this revolution will be accomplished ere many years wheel about. The revolution he desired was to come through a change wrought by the spirit of reason in men's hearts. For all his biblical quotations and biblical language, Winstanley rejected all the foundations of orthodox religion. He did not believe in a personal God, and went as far as identifying God with reason, and once took the resolution, which he did not keep, to use the word reason instead of the word God in his writings. He anticipated the conception of a socialist Christ by declaring that he was the true and faithful leveler, but he did not imply by it that he was an historical figure but the spreading power of light. He condemned the belief in miracles, in heaven and hell, and even doubted man's personal survival after death. Winstanley also rejected the doctrine of original sin. Man is born good and free. The spirit of light in man loves freedom and hates bondage, and his nature has been warped by a system of society based on corruption and misery. Thomas More, and most utopian writers after him, had abolished private property because they feared its corrupting influence and saw in it the greatest danger to the unity of the state. Winstanley also abolishes the private ownership of the means of production, but on the grounds that true freedom cannot exist as long as men do not have economic freedom, and, as he considers the land as the main source of wealth, he declares, true commonwealth's freedom lies in the free enjoyment of the earth, and again, a man had better to have no body than to have no food for it. Therefore this restraining of the earth from brethren by brethren is oppression and bondage, but the free enjoyment thereof is true freedom. From the freedom to enjoy the fruits of the earth derives also the freedom of the mind, for, says Winstanley, I am assured that if it be rightly searched into, the inward bondages of the mind, as covetousness, pride, hypocrisy, envy, sorrow, fears, desperation, and madness, are all occasioned by the outward bondage that one sort of people lay upon another. Before defining the government of a true commonwealth, Winstanley denounces the kingly government based on property, and like Proudhon he believes that property is theft. Kingly government governs the earth by that cheating art of buying and selling, and thereby becomes a man of contention. His hand is against every man, and every man's hand against him. And take this government at the best, it is a diseased government and the very city Babylon, full of confusion, and if it had not a club law to support it there would be no order in it, because it is the covetous and proud will of a conqueror, enslaving the conquered people. This kingly government is he who beats pruning hooks and plows into spears, guns, swords, and instruments of war, that he might take his younger brother's creation birthright from him, calling the earth his, and not his brother's, unless his brother will hire the earth of him, so that he may live idle and at ease by his brother's labours. Indeed this government may well be called the government of highwaymen, who hath stolen the earth from the younger brethren by force, and holds it from them by force. He sheds blood not to free the people from oppression, but that he may be king and ruler over an oppressed people. Commonwealth's government governs the earth without buying and selling, and thereby becomes a man of peace, and the restorer of ancient peace and freedom. He makes provision for the oppressed, the weak and the simple, as well as for the rich, the wise, and the strong. He beats swords and spears into pruning hooks and plows. He makes both elder and younger brother free men in the earth. Micah 4:3-4, Isaiah XXXIII 1 and LXV 17-25. All slaveries and oppressions which have been brought upon mankind by kings, lords of manors, lawyers and landlords, and the divining clergy, are all cast out again by this government, if it be right in power as well as in name. For this government is the true restorer of all long-lost freedoms, and so becomes the joy of all nations, and the blessing of the whole earth, for this takes off the kingly curse, and makes Jerusalem a praise in the earth. Therefore all you who profess religion and spiritual things, now look to it, and see what spirit you do profess, for your profession is brought to trial. If once Commonwealth's government be set upon the throne, then no tyranny or oppression can look him in the face and live. For when oppression lies upon brethren by brethren, that is no Commonwealth's government, but the kingly government still, and the mystery of iniquity hath taken that peacemaker's name to be a cloak to hide his covetousness, pride, and oppression under. A Commonwealth government cannot be the work of some lawgiver or savior. This government depends not upon the will of any particular man, or men. The great lawgiver in the Commonwealth government is the spirit of universal righteousness dwelling in mankind, now rising up to teach everyone to do to another as he would have another do to him, and is no respecter of persons, and this spirit hath been killed by the pharisaical spirit of self-love, and been buried in the dunghill of their enmity. For many years past, The laws of the true commonwealth spring from common preservation, or what Kropotkin would call mutual aid, which is a principle in every one to seek the good of others as himself. This is the root of the tree magistracy, and the law of righteousness and peace, and all particular laws found out by experience, necessary to be practiced for common preservation, are the boughs and branches of that tree. And because, among the variety of mankind, ignorance may grow up, therefore this original law is written in the heart of every man, to be his guide or leader. So that if an officer be blinded by covetousness and pride, and that ignorance rule in him, yet an inferior man may tell him where he goes astray, for common preservation and peace is the foundation rule of all government. The task of the magistrates of the true commonwealth is to maintain the common law, which is the root of right government and preservation and peace to everyone, and to cast out all self-ended principles and interests, which is tyranny and oppression, and which breaks common peace. In the new law of righteousness, Winstanley had advocated a society where there would be no need for lawyers or magistrates, but in his imaginary commonwealth the administration is to be carried out by elected officers. His belief that everyone that gets an authority into his hands tyrannizes over others did not altogether abandon him, however, and he took great precautions to ensure that this would not happen. All officers of the Commonwealth must enjoy the confidence of the people and be freely elected. The first link in the magistracy is to be the father, who will rule over his family, and Winstanley argues, not very convincingly, that he has been elected by his children because the necessity of the young children chose him by a joint consent, and not otherwise. The other links in the chain are to be the officers elected by the parish, county, shire, or land. Winstanley, being convinced that power corrupts, particularly if enjoyed for long, advocates that new officers should be elected every year. When public officers remain long in place of judicature, they will degenerate from the bounds of humility, honesty, and tender care of brethren. In regard, the heart of man is so subject to be overspread with the clouds of covetousness, pride, vainglory. For though at first entrance into places of rule they be of public spirit, seeking the freedom of others as their own, yet continuing long in such a place where honors and greatness is coming in, they become selfish, seeking themselves and not common freedom, as experience proves it true in these days. According to this common proverb, great offices in a land and army have changed the disposition of many sweet-spirited men. And nature tells us that if water stands long it corrupts, whereas running water keeps sweet and is fit for common use. Therefore, as the necessity of common preservation moves the people to frame a law, and to choose officers to see the law obeyed, that they may live in peace, so doth the same necessity bid the people, and cries aloud in the ears and eyes of England, to choose new officers and to remove old ones, and to choose state officers every year, and that for these reasons. First, to prevent their own evils. For when pride and fullness take hold of an officer, his eyes are so blinded therewith that he forgets he is a servant to the Commonwealth, and strives to lift up himself high above his brethren, and oftentimes his fall proves very great. Witness the fall of oppressing kings, bishops, and other state officers. Secondly, to prevent the creeping in of oppression into the Commonwealth again. For when officers grow proud and full they will maintain their greatness, though it be in the poverty, mire, and hardship of their brethren. Witness the practice of kings and their laws, that have crushed the commoners of England a long time. And have we not experience in these days, that some officers of the Commonwealth are grown so mossy for want of removing, that they will hardly speak to an old acquaintance, if he be an inferior man, though they were very familiar before these wars began, etc. And what hath occasioned this distance among friends and brethren but long continuance in places of honour, greatness, and riches? Thirdly, let officers be chosen new every year in love to our posterity. For if burdens and oppressions should grow up in our laws and in our officers for want of removing, as moss and weeds grow in some land for want of stirring, surely it will be a foundation of misery, not easily to be removed by our posterity, and then will they curse the time that ever we their forefathers had opportunities to set things to rights for their ease, and would not do it. Fourthly, to remove officers of state every year will make them truly faithful, knowing that others are coming after who will look into their ways. And if they do not do things justly, they must be ashamed when the next officers succeed. And when officers deal faithfully in the government of the Commonwealth, they will not be unwilling to remove. The peace of London is much preserved by removing their officers yearly. Fifthly, it is good to remove officers every year, that whereas many have their portions to obey, so many may have their turns to rule, and this will encourage all men to advance righteousness and good manners in hopes of honor. But when money and riches bears all the sway in the rulers' hearts, there is nothing but tyranny in such ways. Sixthly, the Commonwealth hereby will be furnished with able and experienced men, fit to govern, which will mightily advance the honor and peace of our land, occasion the more watchful care in the education of children, and in time will make our Commonwealth of England the lily among the nations of the earth. He then determines with great care who are fit to choose and fit to be chosen officers in a Commonwealth. All uncivil livers, as drunkards, quarrellers, fearful ignorant men, who dare not speak truth lest they anger other men, likewise all who are wholly given to pleasure and sport, or men who are full of talk, all these are empty of substance and cannot be experienced men, therefore not fit to be chosen officers in a Commonwealth, yet they may have a voice in the choosing. Secondly, all those who are interested in the monarchical power and government ought neither to choose nor be chosen officers to manage Commonwealth's affairs, for these cannot be friends to common freedom. And these are of two sorts. First, such as have either lent money to maintain the king's army, or in that army have been soldiers to fight against the recovering of common freedom. These are neither to choose nor to be chosen officers in the Commonwealth as yet, for they have lost their freedom. Yet I do not say they should be made servants, as the conquered usually are made servants, for they are our brethren, and what they did, no doubt they did in conscionable zeal, though in ignorance. And seeing that but few of the Parliament's friends understand their common freedoms, though they own the name Commonwealth, therefore the Parliament's party ought to bear with the ignorance of the King's party, because they are brethren, and not make them servants, though for the present they be suffered neither to choose nor to be chosen officers, lest that ignorant spirit of revenge break out in them to interrupt our common peace. Secondly, all those who have been so hasty to buy and sell the Commonwealth's land, so to entangle it upon a new account, ought neither to choose nor to be chosen officers. For hereby they declare themselves either to be for kingly interests or else are ignorant of Commonwealth's freedom, or both, therefore unfit to make laws to govern a free Commonwealth, or to be overseers to see those laws executed. Why truly, choose such as have a long time given testimony by their actions to be promoters of common freedom, whether they be members in church fellowship or not in church fellowship, for all are one in Christ. Choose such as are men of peaceable spirits and of a peaceable conversation. Choose such as have suffered under kingly oppression, for they will be fellow-feelers of other bondages. Choose such as have adventured the loss of their estates and lives to redeem the land from bondage, and who have remained constant. Choose such as are understanding men, and who are experienced in the laws of peaceable and right-ordered government. Choose men of courage, who are not afraid to speak the truth, for this is the shame of many in England at this day, they are drowned in the dunghill mud of slavish fear of men, these are covetous men, not fearing God, and their portion is to be cast without the city of peace amongst the dogs. Choose officers out of the number of those men that are above 40 years of age, for they are most likely to be experienced men, and all these are likely to be men of courage, dealing truly and hating covetousness. And if you choose men thus principled, who are poor men as times go, for the conqueror's power hath made many a righteous man a poor man, then allow them a yearly maintenance from the common stock, until such time as a commonwealth's freedom is established, for then there will be no need of such allowances. As in More's Utopia, with which Winstanley seems to have been acquainted, the unit of society is the family, and the father not only directs the education of the children but also supervises their work. A father is to cherish his children till they grow wise and strong, and then as a master he is to instruct them in reading, in learning languages, arts, and sciences, or to bring them up to labor or employ them in some trade or other, or cause them to be instructed therein, according as is shown hereafter in the education of mankind. A father is to have a care that as all his children do assist to plant the earth, or by other trades provide necessaries, so he shall see that every one have a comfortable livelihood, not respecting one before another. He is to command them their work, and see they do it, and not suffer them to live idle. He is either to reprove them by words, or whip those who offend, for the rod is prepared to bring the unreasonable ones to experience and moderation, that so children may not quarrel like beasts, but live in peace like rational men, experienced in yielding obedience to the laws and officers of the Commonwealth, everyone doing to another as he would have another do to him. In the town, city, or parish there are to be 5 kinds of officers: the peacemakers, the overseers, the soldiers, which we would call policemen, the taskmasters, and the executioner. This is how Winstanley details the tasks of each of them. The work of a peacemaker. In a parish or town may be chosen 3, 4, or 6 peacemakers, or more, according to the bigness of the place, and their work is twofold. First, in general to sit in council to order the affairs of the parish, to prevent troubles, and to preserve common peace, and here they may be called councillors. Secondly, if there arise any matters of offence between man and man, by reason of any quarrel, disturbance, or foolish actings, the offending parties shall be brought by the soldiers before any one or more of these peacemakers, who shall hear the matter, and shall endeavour to reconcile the parties and make peace, and so put a stop to the rigour of the law, and go no further. But if the peacemaker cannot persuade or reconcile the parties, then he shall command them to appear at the judge's court at the time appointed to receive the judgment of the law. If any matters of public concernment fall out wherein the peace of the city, town, or country in one county is concerned, then the peacemakers in every town thereabouts shall meet, and consult about it, and from them, or from any 6 of them, if need require, shall issue forth any order to inferior officers. But if the matters concern only the limits of a town or city, then the peacemakers of that town shall from their court send forth orders to inferior officers for the performing of any public service within their limits. Thirdly, if any proof be given that any officer neglects his duty, a peacemaker is to tell that officer between them 2 of his neglect. And if the officer continue negligent after this reproof, the peacemaker shall acquaint either the county senate or the national parliament therewith, that from them the offender may receive condign punishment. And it is all to this end, that the laws be obeyed, for a careful execution of laws is the life of government. The work of an overseer. In the parish or town there is to be a 4-fold degree of overseers, which are to be chosen yearly. The first is an overseer to preserve peace, in case of any quarrels that may fall out between man and man. For though the earth with her fruits be a common treasury, and is to be planted and reaped by common assistance of every family, yet every house and all the furniture for ornament therein is a property to the indwellers, and when any family hath fetched in from the storehouse or shops either clothes, food, or any ornament necessary for their use, it is all a property to that family. The second office of overseership is for trades. This overseer is to see that young people be put to masters, to be instructed in some labour, trade, service, or to be waiters in storehouses, that none may be idly brought up in any family within his circuit. Truly the government of the halls and companies in London is a very rational and well-ordered government, and the overseers for trades may well be called masters, wardens, and assistants of such and such a company, for such and such a particular trade. Likewise this overseer for trades shall see that no man shall be a housekeeper and have servants under him till he hath served under a master 7 years, and hath learned his trade, and the reason is, that every family may be governed by staid and experienced masters, and not by wanton youth. And this office of overseer keeps all people within a peaceful harmony of trades, sciences, or works, that there be neither beggar nor idle person in the commonwealth. The third office of overseership is to see particular tradesmen bring in their work to the storehouses and shops, and to see that the waiters in the storehouses do their duty, and if any keeper of a shop or storehouse neglects the duty of his place the overseer shall admonish him and reprove him. If he amend, all is well; if he doth not, the overseer shall give orders to the soldiers to carry him before the peacemaker's court, and if he reform upon the reproof of that court, all is well. But if he doth not reform, he shall be sent by the officers to appear before the judge's court, and the judge shall pass sentence that he shall be put out of that house and employment, and sent among the husbandmen to work in the earth, and some other shall have his place and house till he be reformed. Fourthly, all ancient men, above 60 years of age, are general overseers. And wheresoever they go and see things amiss in any officer and tradesman, they shall call any officer or others to account for their neglect of duty to the commonwealth's peace, and they are called elders. The office of a soldier. A soldier is a magistrate as well as any officer, and indeed all state officers are soldiers, for they represent power, and if there were not power in the hand of officers, the spirit of rudeness would not be obedient to any law or government, but to their own wills. Therefore every year shall be chosen a soldier, like unto a marshal of a city, and being the chief he shall have divers soldiers under him at his command, to assist in case of need. The work of a soldier in times of peace is to fetch in offenders and to bring them before either officer or courts, and to be a protection to the officer against all disturbances. The work of a taskmaster, prison warder. The work or office of a taskmaster is to take those into his oversight as are sentenced by the judge to lose their freedom, and appoint them their work and see they do it. If they do their tasks, he is to allow them sufficient victuals and clothing to preserve the health of their bodies. But if they prove desperate, wanton, or idle, and will not quietly submit to the law, the taskmaster is to feed them with short diet, and to whip them. For a rod is prepared for the fool's back, till such time as their proud hearts do bend to the law. And when he finds them subject, he shall then carry a favourable hand towards them, as to offending brethren, and allow them sufficient diet and clothes in hopes of their amendment, but withal see they do their work, till by the sentence of the law, he be set free again. The taskmaster shall appoint them any kind of work or labour as he pleases that is to be done by man. And if any of these offenders run away, there shall be hue and cry sent after him, and he shall die by the sentence of the judge when taken again. The work of an executioner. If any have so highly broke the laws, as they come within the compass of whipping, imprisoning and death, the executioner shall cut off the head, hang, or shoot to death, or whip the offender according to the sentence of the law. Thus you may see what the work of every officer in a town or city is. The work of a judge. The law itself is the judge of all men's actions, yet he who is chosen to pronounce the law is called judge, because he is the mouth of the law, for no single man ought to judge or interpret the law. Because the law itself, as it is left in the letter, is the mind and determination of the Parliament and of the people of the land, to be their rule to walk by and to be the touchstone of all actions. And that man who takes upon him to interpret the law doth either darken the sense of the law, and so makes it confused and hard to be understood, or else puts another meaning upon it, and so lifts up himself above the Parliament, above the law and above all people in the land. Therefore the work of that man who is called judge is to hear any matter that is brought before him, and in all cases of difference between man and man he shall see the parties on both sides before him, and shall hear each man speak for himself without a feed lawyer. Likewise he is to examine any witness who is to prove a matter in trial before him. And then he is to pronounce the bare letter of the law concerning such a thing, for he hath his name judge not because his will and mind is to judge the actions of offenders before him, but because he is the mouth to pronounce the law, who indeed is the true judge. Therefore to this law and to this testimony let everyone have a regard who intends to live in peace in the commonwealth. But from hence hath arose much misery in the nations under kingly government, in that the man called the judge hath been suffered to interpret the law. And when the mind of the law, the judgment of the Parliament, and the government of the land is resolved into the breast of the judges, this hath occasioned much complaining of injustice, in judges, in courts of justice, in lawyers, and in the course of the law itself, as if it were an evil rule. Because the law, which was a certain rule, was varied according to the will of a covetous, envious, or proud judge. Therefore no marvel though the kingly laws be so intricate, and though few knew which way the course of the law goes, because the sentence lies many times in the breast of a judge and not in the letter of the law. And so the good laws made by an industrious Parliament are like good eggs laid by a silly goose, and as soon as she hath laid them she goes her way and lets others take them, and never looks after them more, so that if you lay a stone in her nest she will sit upon it as though it were an egg. And so though the laws be good, yet if they be left to the will of a judge to interpret, the execution hath many times proved bad. And surely both the judges for the law and the ministers for God's word have been both unfaithful servants to man and to God by taking upon them to expound and interpret that rule which they are bound to yield obedience to, without adding to or diminishing from. For a whole county or shire there is to be a judge's court, or county senate, which is to be composed of a judge, of the peacemakers of every town within that circuit, and of the overseers and soldiers attending thereupon. The judge's court. This court shall sit 4 times in the year, or oftener if need be, in the county, and 4 times in the year in great cities. In the first quarter of the year they shall sit in the east part of the county, and the second quarter of the year in the west, in the third in the south, and in the fourth in the north. And this court is to oversee and examine any officer within their county or limits, for their work is to see that everyone be faithful in his place. And if any officer hath done wrong to any, this court is to pass sentence of punishment upon the offender, according to his offence against the law. If any grievance lie upon any man, wherein inferior officers cannot ease him, this court shall quietly hear his complaint, and ease him. For where a law is wanting, they may prepare a way of ease for the offender till the Parliament sit, who may either establish that conclusion for a law, if they approve of it, or frame another law to that effect, for it is possible that many things may fall out hereafter, which the lawmakers for the present may not foresee. If any disorder break in among the people, this court shall set things to rights. If any be bound over to appear at this court, the judge shall hear the matter, and pronounce the letter of the law, according to the nature of the offence. So that the alone work of the judge is to pronounce the sentence and mind of the law. And all this is but to see the laws executed, that the peace of the commonwealth may be preserved. For the whole land there will be a parliament, a commonwealth's ministry, a postmaster and an army. The work of a commonwealth's parliament. A parliament is the highest court of equity in a land, and it is to be chosen every year. And out of every city, town, and certain limits of a county through the land, 2, 3, or more men are to be chosen to make up this court. This court is to oversee all other courts, officers, persons and actions, and to have a full power, being the representative of the whole land, to remove all grievances, and to ease the people that are oppressed. First, as a tender father, a parliament is to empower officers, and give out orders for the free planting and reaping of the commonwealth's land, that all who have been oppressed and kept from the free use thereof by conquerors, kings, and their tyrant laws, may now be set at liberty to plant in freedom for food and raiment, and are to be a protection to them who labor the earth, and a punisher of them who are idle. The work of a parliament, secondly, is to abolish all old laws and customs, which have been the strength of the oppressor, and to prepare and then to enact new laws for the ease and freedom of the people, but yet not without the people's knowledge. For the work of a parliament herein is threefold. First, when the old laws and customs of the kings do burden the people, and the people desire the remove of them, and the establishment of more easy laws. It is now the work of a parliament to search into reason and equity, how relief may be found out for the people in such a case, and to preserve a common peace. And when they have found out a way of debate of counsel among themselves, whereby the people may be relieved, they are not presently to establish their conclusions for a law. But in the next place, they are to make a public declaration thereof to the people of the land who chose them, for their approbation, and if no objection come in from the people within 1 month, they may then take the people's silence as consent thereunto. And then in the third place, they are to enact it for a law, to be a binding rule of the whole land. For as the remove of the old laws and customs are by the people's consent, which is proved by their frequent petitioning and requests of such a thing, so the enacting of new laws must be by the people's consent and knowledge likewise. And here they are to require the consent, not of men interested in the old oppressing laws and customs, as kings used to do, but of them who have been oppressed. And the reason is this, because the people must be all subject to the law, under pain of punishment, therefore it is all reason they should know it before it be enacted, that if there be anything of the counsel of oppression in it, it may be discovered and amended. The work of a parliament, fourthly, is this, if there be occasion to raise an army to wage war, either against an invasion of a foreign enemy or against an insurrection at home, it is the work of a parliament to manage that business for to preserve common peace. So then, a parliament is the head of power in a commonwealth, and it is their work to manage public affairs in times of war and in times of peace, not to promote the interests of particular men, but for the peace and freedom of the whole body of the land, viz., of every particular man, that none be deprived of his creation rights unless he hath lost his freedom by transgression, as by the laws is expressed. The army, in Winstanley's Commonwealth, is not to be a permanent body of hired or conscripted soldiers. It is levied only in case of emergency and is composed of the officers who form the magistracy in times of peace and, if necessary, of the whole people in arms. A ruling army is called magistracy in times of peace, keeping that land and government in peace by execution of the laws, which the fighting army did purchase in the field by their blood out of the hands of oppression. And here all officers, from the father in a family, to the parliament in a land, are but the heads and leaders of an army, and all people arising to protect and assist their officers, in defence of a right-ordered government, are but the body of an army. Winstanley saw the need to strengthen the social bonds between the various parishes and counties which compose the Commonwealth, and for this purpose he imagined that there should be postmasters, whose role is not dissimilar from that of our newspaper editors, though their aims seem more altruistic. In every parish throughout the Commonwealth shall be chosen 2 men, at the time when other officers are chosen, and these shall be called postmasters. And whereas there are 4 parts of the land, east, west, north, south, there shall be chosen in the chief city 2 men to receive in what the postmaster of the east country brings in, and 2 men to receive in what the postmaster of the west brings in, and 2 for the north, and 2 for the south. Now the work of the country postmaster shall be this. They shall every month bring up or send by tidings, from their respective parishes to the chief city, of what accidents or passages fall out, which is either to be the honour or the dishonour, hurt or profit of the Commonwealth. And if nothing have fallen out in that month worth observation, then they shall write down peace or good order in such a parish. And when these respective postmasters have brought up their bills or certificates from all parts of the land, the receivers of those bills shall write down everything in order from parish to parish in the nature of a weekly bill of observation. And those 8 receivers shall cause the affairs of the 4 quarters of the land to be printed in one book with what speed may be, and deliver to every postmaster a book, that as they bring up the affairs of one parish in writing, they may carry down in print the affairs of the whole land. The benefit lies here, that if any part of the land be visited with plague, famine, invasion, or insurrection, or any casualties, the other parts of the land may have speedy knowledge and send relief. And if any accident fall out through unreasonable action, or careless neglect, other parts of the land may thereby be made watchful to prevent like danger. Or if any through industry or ripeness of understanding have found out any secret in nature, or new invention in any art or trade or in the tillage of the earth, or such like, whereby the Commonwealth may more flourish in peace and plenty, for which virtues those persons received honour in the places where they dwelt, when other parts of the land hears of it, many thereby will be encouraged to employ their reason and industry to do the like, that so in time there will not be any secret in nature, which now lies hid, by reason of the iron age of kingly oppressing government, but by some or other will be brought to light, to the beauty of our Commonwealth. Winstanley then goes on to describe the tasks of the ministers of the Commonwealth, who are to be laymen, elected every year by the members of the parish. Each Sunday when the parish holds its meeting, the minister reads aloud the laws of the Commonwealth and the report contained in the Postmaster's Gazette, and this is followed by speeches and discussions on historical and scientific subjects. Thus we see that there is no room for religion in Winstanley's ideal Commonwealth, and that it has been replaced by the study of nature and history. His views on experimental science, on the importance of discoveries, and on education are all the more interesting since they do not come from a philosopher or a scientist, but from a man who had only received a grammar school education. If there were good laws, and the people be ignorant of them, it would be as bad for the Commonwealth as if there were no laws at all. Therefore, according to one of the laws of Israel's Commonwealth made by Moses, who was the ruler of the people at that time, it is very rational and good that one day in 7 be still set apart, for 3 reasons. First, that the people in such a parish may generally meet together to see one another's faces and beget or preserve fellowship in friendly love. Secondly, to be a day of rest or cessation from labor, so that they may have some bodily rest for themselves and cattle. Thirdly, that he who is chosen minister, for that year, in that parish may read to the people 3 things. First, the affairs of the whole land, as it is brought in by the postmaster, as it is related in his office hereafter following. Secondly, to read the law of the Commonwealth, not only to strengthen the memory of the ancients, but that the young people also, who are not grown up to ripeness of experience, may be instructed, to know when they do well and when they do ill. For the laws of a land hath the power of freedom and bondage, life and death in its hand, therefore the necessary knowledge, is, to be known, and he is the best prophet that acquaints man therewith, that as men grow up in years they may be able to defend the laws and government of the land. But these laws shall not be expounded by the reader, for to expound a plain law, as if a man would put a better meaning than the letter itself, produces 2 evils. First, the pure law in the minds of people will be thereby confounded, for multitude of words darken knowledge. Secondly, the reader will be puffed up in pride to condemn the lawmakers, and in time that will prove the father and nurse of tyranny, as at this day is manifested by our ministry. And thirdly, because the minds of people generally love discourses, therefore, that the wits of men both young and old may be exercised, there may be speeches made in 3-fold nature. First, to declare the acts and passages of former ages and governments, setting forth the benefits of freedom by well-ordered governments, as in Israel's commonwealth, and the troubles and bondage which hath always attended oppression and oppressors, as the state of Pharaoh and other tyrant kings, who said the earth and people were theirs and only at their dispose. Secondly, speeches may be made of all arts and sciences, some one day, some another, as in physics, surgery, astrology, astronomy, navigation, husbandry, and such like. And in these speeches may be unfolded the nature of all herbs and plants from the hyssop to the cedar, as Solomon writ of. Likewise men may come to see into the nature of the fixed and wandering stars, those great powers of God in the heavens above, and hereby men will come to know the secrets of nature and creation, within which all true knowledge is wrapped up, and the light in man must arise to search it out. Thirdly, speeches may be made sometimes of the nature of mankind, of his darkness and of his light, of his weakness and of his strength, of his love and of his envy, of his sorrows and of his joys, of his inward and outward bondages, and of his inward and outward freedoms, etc. And this is that which the ministry of churches generally aim at, but only that they confound their knowledge by imaginary study, when anyone takes upon him to speak without experience. And because other nations are of several languages, therefore these speeches may be made sometimes in other languages and sometimes in our mother tongue, that so men of our English Commonwealth may attain to all knowledges, arts, and languages, and that every one may be encouraged in his industry, and purchase the countenance and love of their neighbourhood for their wisdom and experimental knowledge in the things which are. Winstanley asserted that under kingly government education had remained the privilege of a few. Kingly bondage, he says, is the cause of the spreading ignorance in the earth. But when commonwealth's freedom is established, and pharisaical or kingly slavery cast out, then will knowledge cover the earth as the waters cover the seas, and not till then. In his ideal commonwealth every child will be educated both in book learning and in a particular trade, and special care will also be taken to train children into good citizens. Mankind in the days of his youth is like a young colt, wanton and foolish, till he be broke by education and correction, and the neglect of this care or the want of wisdom in the performance of it, hath been and is, the cause of much division and trouble in the world. Therefore the law of a commonwealth does require that not only a father but that all overseers and officers should make it their work to educate children in good manners, and to see them brought up in some trade or other, and to suffer no children in any parish to live in idleness and youthful pleasure all their days, as many have been, but that they be brought up like men and not like beasts, that so the commonwealth may be planted with laborious and wise experienced men, and not with idle fools. Mankind may be considered in a fourfold degree: his childhood, youth, manhood and old age. His childhood and his youth may be considered from his birth till 40 years of age, and within this compass of time, after he is weaned from his mother, who shall be the nurse herself if there be no defect in nature, his parents shall teach him a civil and humble behavior toward all men. Then send him to school, to learn and to read the laws of the commonwealth, to ripen his wits from his childhood, and so to proceed in his learning till he be acquainted with all arts and languages. And the reason is threefold. First, by being acquainted with the knowledge of the affairs of the world, by their traditional knowledge they may be the better able to govern themselves like rational men. Secondly, they may become thereby good commonwealth's men in supporting the government thereof, by being acquainted with the nature of government. Thirdly, if England have occasion to send ambassadors to any other land, we may have such as are acquainted with their language, or if any ambassador come from other lands, we may have such as can understand their speech. But one sort of children shall not be trained up only to book learning and no other employment, called scholars, as they are in the government of monarchy, for then through idleness and exercised wit therein they spend their time to find out policies to advance themselves to be lords and masters above their labouring brethren, as Simeon and Levi do, which occasions all the trouble in the world. Therefore, to prevent the dangerous events of idleness in scholars, it is reason, and safe for common peace, that after children have been brought up at schools, to ripen their wits, they shall then be set to such trades, arts, and sciences as their bodies and wits are capable of, and therein continue till they come to 40 years of age. We have already seen that Winstanley abolished private ownership of the means of production, but unlike More, Campanella, and Andrea, he retained private ownership of consumer goods. If any other man endeavour to take away his house, furniture, food, wife, or children, saying, everything is common, and so abusing the law of peace, such a one is a transgressor, and shall suffer punishment, as by the government and laws following expressed. For though the public storehouses be a common treasury, yet every man's particular dwelling is not common, but by his consent, and the commonwealth's laws are to preserve a man's peace in his person, and in his private dwelling, against the rudeness and ignorance that may arise in mankind. Nevertheless in his ideal commonwealth there is neither money nor wages, and each gives according to his ability and receives according to his needs. At the end of the law of freedom he returns to the organization of a moneyless society and explains how it will work. The earth is to be planted and the fruits reaped and carried into barns and storehouses by the assistance of every family. And if any man or family want corn or other provision, they may go to the storehouses and fetch without money. If they want a horse to ride, go into the fields in summer, or to the common stables in winter, and receive one from the keepers, and when your journey is performed, bring him where you had him, without money. If any want food or victuals, they may either go to the butchers' shops, and receive what they want without money, or else go to the flocks of sheep, or herds of cattle, and take and kill what meat is needful for their families, without buying and selling. In the last chapter of the Law of Freedom Winstanley analyzes the nature of laws and attempts to show the difference between customary, conventional, and written laws, and the unwritten laws which spring from the inward light of reason. The king's old laws, he says, cannot govern in times of bondage and in times of freedom too, and, with his characteristic concreteness, he compares them to old soldiers, who will change their name, and turn about, and as they were. The law of the true commonwealth must be a covenant of peace to whole mankind. This law sets the earth free to all. This unites both Jew and Gentile into one brotherhood, and rejects none. This makes Christ's garment whole again, and makes the kingdoms of the world to become commonwealths again. It is the inward power of right understanding, which is the true law that teaches people in action, as well as in words, to do as they would be done unto. As far as the written laws of the Commonwealth are concerned, they must be few and short and often read, and everyone, knowing when they did well and when ill, would be very cautious of their words and actions, and thus would escape the lawyer's craft. It is rather surprising, in view of this statement, to find that Winstanley ends the description of his ideal commonwealth with a list of 62 laws, many of which seem little different from the traditional law of kings which kills true freedom. They appear, however, to have been put forward tentatively, for Winstanley prefaces them with these words: "What may be those particular laws, or such a method of law, whereby a commonwealth may be governed?" It is disappointing, nevertheless, to see that Winstanley, like so many other utopian writers, shows so little faithfulness to his own theoretical views when he comes to put them into practice. He, who in the law of righteousness had said, "If any man can say, he can give life, then he hath the power to take away life. But if the power of life and death be only in the hand of the Lord, then surely he is a murderer of the creation that taketh away the life of his fellow creature, man, by any law whatsoever, makes a free use of the death penalty. As if he had had power to give life, he orders, no man shall administer the law for money or reward. He that doth shall die as traitor to the commonwealth, for when money must buy and sell justice, and bear all the sway, there is nothing but oppression to be expected. He who professes the service of a righteous God by preaching and prayer, and makes a trade to get possession of the earth, shall be put to death for a witch and a cheater. His conception of justice is wholly barbarian. He who strikes his neighbor shall be struck himself by the executioner blow for blow, and shall lose eye for eye, tooth for tooth, limb for limb, life for life, and the reason is, that men may be tender to one another's bodies, doing as they would be done by. As in More's Utopia, slavery is prescribed as the punishment for lesser crimes. He who breaks any laws shall be the first time reproved in words in private or in public, as is showed before, the next time whipped, the third time lose his freedom, either for a time or forever, and not to be any officer. He who hath lost his freedom shall be a common servant to any freeman who comes to the taskmasters and requires one to do any work for him, always provided that after one freeman hath by the consent of the taskmasters appointed him his work, another freeman shall not call him thence till that work be done. If any of these offenders revile the laws by words, they shall be soundly whipped and fed on coarse diet. If they raise weapons against the laws, they shall die as traitors. When any slaves give open testimony of their humility and diligence and their care to observe the laws of the commonwealth, they are then capable to be restored to their freedom when the time of servitude is expired, according to the judge's sentence. But if they remain opposite to the laws, they shall continue slaves till another term of time. Winstanley was a staunch defender of the family, and he had often denounced those who, through unreasonable beastly ignorance, think there must be a community of all men and women for copulation, and so strive to live a bestial life. In a free commonwealth every family shall live apart, as now they do. Every man shall enjoy his own wife, and every woman her husband, as now they do. The laws concerning marriage are however extremely simple, and though rape is, in some cases, punished by death, adultery is not considered a crime. Every man and woman shall have the free liberty to marry whom they love, if they can obtain the love and liking of that party whom they would marry. And neither birth nor portion shall hinder the match, for we are all of one blood, mankind. And for portion, the common storehouses are every man's and maid's portion, as free to one as to another. If any man lie with a maid and beget a child, he shall marry her. If a man lie with a woman forcibly, and she cry out and give no consent, if this be proved by 2 witnesses, or in the man's confession, he shall be put to death, and the woman let go free. It is robbery of a woman's bodily freedom. If any man by violence endeavour to take away another man's wife, the first time of such violent offer he shall be reproved before the congregation by the peacemaker, the second time he shall be made a servant under the taskmaster for 12 months, and if he forcibly lie with another man's wife, and she cry out, as in the case when a maid is forced, the man shall be put to death. When any man or woman are consented to live together in marriage, they shall acquaint all the overseers in their circuit therewith, and some other neighbors. And being all met together, the man shall declare by his own mouth before them all that he takes that woman to be his wife, and the woman shall say the same and desire the overseers to be witnesses. If, in the drafting of the laws of his ideal commonwealth, Winstanley reveals an authoritarian spirit common to most utopians, he is, on the other hand, completely free from that nationalism which characterizes so many of them. Not only does his commonwealth not engage in wars of aggression, but he also seems to have believed that the other nations of the world would soon follow its example and that the whole of humanity would live in peace. In that nation where this Commonwealth's government shall be first established, there shall be abundance of peace and plenty, and all nations of the earth shall come flocking thither to see his beauty, and to learn the ways thereof. And the law shall go forth from that Zion, and that word of the Lord from that Jerusalem, which shall govern the whole earth. Micah 4. 1, 2. There shall be no tyrant kings, lords of manors, tithing priests, oppressing lawyers, exacting landlords, nor any such like pricking briar in all this holy mountain of the Lord God our righteousness and peace, for the righteous law shall be the rule for everyone, and the judge of all men's actions. The whole earth would become one immense family. And the rule of right government, being thus observed, may make a whole land, nay the whole fabric of the earth, to become one family of mankind, and one well-governed commonwealth, as Israel was called one house of Israel, though it consisted of many tribes, nations, and family. The law of freedom marks the end of Winstanley's short, but intense, literary and political activity. At the time of its appearance it must have enjoyed a certain success, for it soon ran into a second edition, and like most of his other works was widely pirated. But with the return of the monarchy and the final enslavement of the English working class, Winstanley's message lost its meaning and his works were ignored both by historians and social thinkers. It was not until the beginning of this century that a comprehensive study of his activities and writings was made by L. H. Behrens in the Digger movement in the days of the Commonwealth. Since then a selection from his works has been published in England and a complete edition has appeared in America. Yet Behrens protests against the neglect from which Winstanley has suffered, which still applies today. Its perusal of the law of freedom convinced us, and our subsequent investigations have only served to strengthen the belief that Winstanley was, in truth, one of the most courageous, far-seeing, and philosophical preachers of social righteousness that England has given to the world. And yet how unequally fame bestows her rewards. More's Utopia has secured its author worldwide renown. It is spoken of, even if not read, in every civilized country in the world. Gerard Winstanley's Utopia is unknown to his own countrymen. One quoted in Rudolf Rocker's Nationalism and Culture. 4. Utopias of the Enlightenment. W. While the utopias of the English Revolution are chiefly concerned with economic and political problems, those of the latter half of the 17th and of the 18th century are mainly interested in philosophical and religious questions. It was chiefly in France that utopian literature assumed its most varied and original forms. The lack of intellectual freedom under the absolute monarchy forced writers to hide their ideas in the form of fantastic novels. Many of these utopias do not purport to be complete schemes of ideal commonwealths. The social organization is only roughly sketched and merely provides the background for the discussion of nonconformist ideas. The revolutionary influences of the Renaissance and the Reformation had turned the minds of men towards concrete problems of social reform, but, with the consolidation of national states, whether Protestant or Catholic, it would have been idle to talk of social reform. There was, however, a purpose in using some fantastic country, or even planet, to expose and ridicule customs and governments. In France the fashion for satirical imaginary travels was set by Cyrano de Bergerac, whose main works were published between 1657 and 1662. They constituted a violent attack on religion, and Catholicism in particular, as being the main support of the monarchy. About 70 years later Swift used a similar formula to criticize the society of his time, and in his turn he was imitated in France, where Gulliver's Travels were immediately translated. However much one may feel tempted to examine these satirical works, they cannot be included here, for they are just the opposite of ideal commonwealths. Occasionally, as in Swift's Voyage to the Country of the Houyhnhnms, we find a brief outline of the author's ideal society, but these descriptions are chiefly used to bring out more vividly the stupidity and wickedness of the actual world. The French utopias of the 17th and 18th century are strongly influenced by Thomas More. The institutions of his utopia are generally transposed in a new setting with very little change, but the discussion of philosophical and religious ideas, which often distinguish themselves by their boldness, occupies a much greater place. The dullest French utopia of the 17th century, on the other hand, is, without doubt, the Histoire du Grand et Admirable Royaume d'Antangle, which appeared in 1617 and has been described as the first French utopia. The author, who up to this day has remained anonymous, borrowed practically all his ideas from More, and like him, is liberal in dealing with religion. He must have been a military man, for 15 chapters of his book are devoted to the organization of the police force. The History of the Severites by Denis Veyras, of which the first 2 volumes appeared in English in 1675, and the 5 volumes in French were published in Paris from 1677 to 1679, is also to a large extent influenced by More's Utopia, but contains some daring philosophical ideas and a violent attack on revealed religion. Denis Veyras, or to use his own glamorized name Veyras d'Alais, was born of a Protestant family and, after having studied law and dissipated his father's heritage, came to London, where he seems to have been successful in English society, for he was sent with Buckingham, Arlington and Halifax on a diplomatic mission to The Hague. When he came back to London he wrote the first part of the History of the Severites, probably in English, which he seems to have known well. 1 The year before it appeared he had been obliged to leave London, following the disgrace of Buckingham and Arlington, and returned to Paris, where he completed his Histoire des Sévarambes. The first 4 volumes appeared with the King's privilege, while the last volume, which contains the strongest attack on religion, was published without official recognition. The Utopia of a Dijon lawyer, Claude Gilbert, met with a less happy fate. His Histoire de Java, or The Island of Reasonable Men, was printed in 1700, but before a single copy was sold the fear of prosecution led the author to destroy the whole edition, with the exception of 1 copy which he kept for himself. Like Veyras's Utopia, the story by Claude Gilbert is chiefly interesting for his ideas on religion. These utopias are significant from a social and religious point of view, particularly if one remembers the regime under which they were written, but they are, on the whole, too imitative of More's Utopia to make it worthwhile quoting extracts from them in this section. An exception has been made in the case of Gabriel de Foigny's ideal Australian land, for he has shown more originality and daring than his contemporaries. In spite of the care taken by the utopian writers of this period to cover their ideas under the cloak of fantastic romances, they had to protect themselves against prosecution by printing their books abroad or giving them a false imprint. The utopias appertain to the clandestine literature of the time, and the fact that their authors were generally of Protestant origin must have rendered them doubly suspicious. Even Fenelon's Telemaque, published in 1699, which belongs to a more respectable class since it was written by an archbishop for the edification of a future king of France, resulted in the disgrace of its author. It is probable that Louis XIV did not object to the description of the idyllic countries of La Batique and Salent, where men led a laborious and frugal life, where gold was turned into ploughs and war was unknown, but the veiled criticisms directed against his reign did not leave him indifferent. Fenelon criticizes Louis XIV for much the same reasons as More criticized Henry VIII: his passion for war, his love of luxury, and the neglect of agriculture which condemned the peasant population to live in abject poverty when the land could have been the main source of wealth for the nation. Throughout the 18th century, utopias became increasingly popular, and there is hardly a corner of the earth which did not provide a setting for some ideal commonwealth. The Baron de la Hontan takes us to North America, The Voyage and Adventures of François Lagout to the East Indies, Tissot de Pateau, the unorthodox teacher of mathematics at the famous school of Daventer, tells of the adventures of a Reverend Père Cordelier in Greenland. We are transported to an island of military women or to Egypt, and Australia remains, of course, extremely popular. The various ideal commonwealths supposed to have existed in Australia would alone fill an anthology. The Memoirs of Gaudencio de Luca, published in 1746, is supposed to be a report to the fathers of the Inquisition at Bologna, who have arrested him, of his travels to an unknown land situated in the middle of the African desert. And when the world becomes too small to house the ever-increasing number of utopias, ideal commonwealths are imagined in some other world, or in the future, like that of L.S. Mercier. We find also a whole literature which has many characteristics in common with the utopias, but which portrays ideal families or ideal small communities rather than whole commonwealths, and which had found its original inspiration in the story of Robinson Crusoe. While Defoe had created a one-man utopia, his imitators, more ambitious, shipwrecked a man and a woman, or a whole crew, on a desert island, and these founded an ideal family or an ideal community. They attempted to reconstitute, in this manner, the origin and formation of society. L'Isle Inconnue belongs to this type of novel. The author, according to the publisher, has given in this work the model of innocent love, the model of conjugal love, the model of domestic government, the model of a perfect education, the model of good morals, the model of an agricultural community, the model of a well-bred society. If the purely mythical noble savages described by Jean-Jacques Rousseau and Bernardin de Saint-Pierre peopled many utopias of the 18th century, others tried to discover genuine savages in countries untouched by civilization. During the 16th and 17th centuries, the dimly known continents of America or Australia merely offered a setting into which London or Paris had been transplanted. In the 18th century, these countries begin to have a life of their own, and the customs of the people discovered there by travelers or missionaries are incorporated in the framework of the utopias. We find also that while utopias had tried to represent a society where complete equality was the rule, many of them are now concerned with building a free society. The inhabitants of Diderot's Tahiti, for example, do not know either government or laws. Utopias had provided sufficient food and clothing, comfortable houses, and a good education, but in exchange they had demanded the complete submission of the individual to the state and its laws. They now sought above all these things freedom from. It was particularly regarding sexual relations that the 18th century asked for greater freedom. From Plato onwards, utopians had always taken a great interest in sexual questions, but always from an eugenic or moralist point of view, and they had devised stringent laws subordinating marriages to the interests of the state or to those of religion. The French philosophers of the 18th century also took a lively interest in questions relating to sex, but they were far from seeing sexual relations purely as a means of reproduction. For them sex was something to be enjoyed per se, and they strongly resented the restrictions put upon them by religious morality. As they tried to liberate themselves from the intellectual constraint of religion, so they also wished to overthrow all sexual moral codes. This revolt partly expressed itself in the erotic poems and novels which many of them did not think it below their dignity to write. We shall see that Diderot showed how primitive man was free from religious and moral laws and led a happy life where luxury, property, monogamous marriage are unknown. Perhaps no writer of the 18th century has expressed more lucidly than the Marquis de Sade the impossibility of reconciling religion and the accepted moral code with freedom. In the Philosophie dans le Boudoir he put forward the principles which should guide the citizens of a free state. While many utopias had tried to reconcile the ideas of equality with the Christian faith, Sade believed that there could be no equality as long as people had not thrown off the yoke of religion, and he appealed to Frenchmen to achieve their own liberation. Oh! You have the axe in your hands, deliver the final blow to the tree of superstition, do not be content to lop off the branches, uproot completely a weed whose effects are so contagious. Be absolutely convinced that your system of liberty and equality contradicts too openly the ministers of Christ's altars for there ever to be a single one of them who either accepts it in good faith, or who does not seek its downfall if he can contrive to gain a hold on people's conscience. Annihilate then forever all that might one day destroy your work. Realize that, the fruit of your labors being reserved for your posterity alone, your duty and your integrity demands that you should not leave for them any of these dangerous germs which could plunge them once more into the chaos from which we have escaped with so much trouble. Already our prejudices are disappearing, already the allegedly faithful, deserting the apostolic banquet, are leaving the holy bread for the mice to eat. Frenchmen, do not halt here. The whole of Europe, one hand already upon the bandage binding its eyes, awaits from you the effort which will tear it from its brow. Hasten, do not allow to Holy Rome frenziedly attempting in every sphere to curb your efforts the time to retain even now perhaps a few proselytes. Strike its haughty toppling head ruthlessly, and before 2 months are past the tree of liberty, overshadowing the debris of the chair of St. Peter, will cover with the weight of its triumphant branches all these miserable idols of Christianity, insolently erected upon the ashes of such men as Cato and Brutus. This appeal to Frenchmen was written in 1795 when the old regime had been destroyed but not the ideas on which that regime was based. Sada saw very clearly that it is not sufficient to change the form of government to achieve freedom, but that the old ideas must also be abandoned. Yes, citizens, religion is incompatible with the idea of liberty, you have realized that. Never shall the free man abase himself before the gods of Christianity, never shall its dogmas, its rites, its mysteries, or its morality be acceptable to a republican. One more effort, since you are working to destroy all prejudices, allow none to remain. How much more certain can we be of their return if the one you leave alive is absolutely the cradle of all the others? Let us cease to imagine that religion could be useful to mankind. Let us have good laws and we shall be able to do without religion. We want nothing more from an incredible author of an universe which moves of its own accord, we want nothing more from a God without dimension and who nevertheless fills everything with its immensity, a God all-powerful yet who never executes anything he desires, from a being friendly to order and in whose government all is in disorder. No, we want nothing more from a God who deranges nature, who is the father of confusion, who goads mankind to a point at which he abandons himself to horrors. Such a God makes us tremble with indignation, and we relegate him forever to the oblivion from which the infamous Robespierre wished to rescue him. Frenchmen, you will strike the first blows, your national education will do the rest, but undertake this task promptly, let it become one of your chief cares, above all, let it have for a basis these essential ethics, so neglected in religious education. Replace the deificatory idiocies with which you have wearied the young minds of your children by excellent social principles, instead of teaching them to recite futile prayers, which they will pride themselves on forgetting as soon as they are 16. Let them be instructed in their duties in society, teach them to cherish virtues of which you scarcely spoke to them previously and which, without your religious fables, suffice for their individual happiness. Make them realize that this happiness consists in making others as fortunate as we ourselves desire to be. Again, while most utopians had assumed that the sole task of marriage was that of reproduction, according to the law of nature, Sada sees in the satisfaction of physical love a natural action which must not be bound to marriage ceremonies or prejudices. It is in vain that women bring up the question either of sexual modesty or of their attachment to other men in their defense. These chimerical methods are worthless. We have already seen how much modesty is in fact an artificial and contemptible feeling. Love, which may be called the soul's madness, has not the right to justify their constancy, by satisfying only two individuals, the loved one and the lover. It cannot be of any use for the happiness of others, and women have been given us for the happiness of all, not for an egotistic and privileged happiness. All men have therefore an equal right to enjoy themselves with all women, and no man therefore, following the laws of nature, may set up for himself sole and personal rights over a woman. If we admit, as we have just done, that all women should be submitted to our desires, we should certainly allow them an equal opportunity to satisfy fully their own desires. With this end in view, our laws should be partial to their fiery temperament, for it is absurd to have put their honor and their virtue into the anti-natural force which they exert to resist those inclinations that they have received in far greater profusion than ourselves. This injustice of prevailing customs is all the more flagrant in that we allow ourselves at the same time to weaken them by dint of seduction and to punish them subsequently because they give in to all the efforts we have made to provoke their downfall. The whole absurdity of our customs is engraved, it seems to me, in this inequitable atrocity, and this sole consideration should make us realize the extreme need we have of changing them for one more pure. I say that women, having received far more violent inclinations towards the pleasures of lust than have we, should be able to surrender themselves to these pleasures as much as they wish, absolutely absolved from all marriage bonds and from all false prejudices of sexual modesty, absolutely in harmony with the principles of nature. I wish the laws to permit them to surrender themselves to as many men as may seem good to them. I wish the enjoyment of their whole sex and of all parts of their bodies to be yielded to men, and, under the special clause that they should give themselves equally to all who desire them, they must have the liberty likewise of enjoying all those they deem worthy to satisfy them. A new government, says Sada, necessitates new customs, for it is impossible for a free state to behave like the slave of a despotic king. A mass of trifling errors and small social misdemeanors, considered extremely important under the rule of kings, will cease to have any meaning now. Other heinous crimes, known under the names of regicide and sacrilege, would vanish under a government which no longer knows either kings or religion, that is, in a republican state. Laws, Sada goes on to argue, are inhuman because they cannot appreciate the motives of men's actions. They must be therefore as mild as possible, and in his constitution there would be no death penalty. There follows, I feel, from this, the necessity of creating mild laws and above all of abolishing forever the atrocity of the death penalty, for the law, inhuman to itself, cannot have access to the passions which are able to reconcile man to the cruel action of murder. Man receives from nature the impressions which allow one to pardon him for this action, while the law, on the contrary, being always in opposition to nature and owing nothing to it, cannot be authorized to permit itself the same motives, nor is it possible for the law to have the same rights. The second reason for which the death penalty should be abolished is that it has never done away with crime, for this is committed every day at the foot of the scaffold. In a few words, one should suppress this penalty because there is no worse calculation than that which condemns a man to death for having killed another, for the obvious result of this process is that instead of there being one man less there are suddenly two less, and it is only executioners and congenital idiots who can be familiar with such a kind of mathematics. While the writings of Foyne, Diderot, and Sada break with the utopian tradition by attaching a great importance to the freedom of the individual, Mably and Morelli, on the other hand, want to establish the equality of men, which, they assert, is laid down by nature, and to devise a stringent code of laws and institutions whose aim is to make men truly equal. They denounce property as the origin of all evils and of the unhappiness of mankind, and want the state to be the owner of everything and to distribute to the citizens all the things they require. These were familiar ideas in the 18th century and account for the popularity which the works of Mably and, to a lesser extent, Morelli enjoyed. There is little that strikes one as original in the theories put forward by l'Abbé Gabriel de Bonnat de Mably, a jurist who retired from public life when still in his youth, to dedicate himself to study and the writing of innumerable books. His utopia, as he described it in his treatise on the rights and duties of citizens, is that of Sir Thomas More. I am going to reveal to you one of my weaknesses. I never read a description in a travel book of a desert island where the sky is blue and the water pure without longing to go there and set up a republic in which all are equal, all are rich, all are poor, all are free, and our first law is that nothing is to be privately owned. We should bring to the public storehouses the fruit of our labors, that would be the treasury of the state and the inheritance of every citizen. Every year the fathers of families would elect the stewards, whose duty it would be to distribute the goods according to the needs of each individual, and to instruct them as to the work required by the community. Property, inequality, and the love of riches, he asserts continually, are the curses of mankind. Inequality is degrading and sows division and hatred, it provokes national and civil wars. Property is the chief cause of all the unhappiness of mankind. The more I reflect, the more I feel convinced that inequality of fortunes and conditions decomposes man and alters the natural feelings of his heart. Riches induce need, which is the most cowardly of all vices, or luxury, which gives to the rich all the vices of poverty and to the poor a covetousness which they can only satisfy by crimes and by the most degrading baseness. Voluptuousness is a consequence of riches, and while it softens and debilitates the souls of rich men who become incapable of any generous effort, it throws the people into a misery which renders them ferocious or stupid. It is not true, Mably asserts, that private property creates the desire to work. Men will work better when all goods are common, for it is an agreeable idea which will inspire them. Incentives, however, will be provided by granting certain honors or distinctions to the best workers. Like J.J. Rousseau, Mabley believed that man was good when he came out of the hands of nature, but that the human keyboard has been put out of tune. But, also like Rousseau, he did not think that it would be possible to abolish private property and return to a golden age in which reigned complete equality. This community of goods, he says, because of the depravity of morals, can only be a chimera in this world. It would be impossible to create such a republic nowadays, and he puts forward a few timid reforms concerning inheritance, commerce, taxation, etc. He seemed to have recognized, however, that in some cases revolutions were justified, for he said, to consider civil war in every case as an injustice is a doctrine contrary to bondsmoers and to the public good. Like so many thinkers of his time, Mabley reconciled an absolute belief in the goodness of human nature and the perfect equality established by nature, with an admiration, amounting to worship, for Greek antiquity, and for Plato and Plutarch in particular. These writers did not see the inconsistency of basing their ideal conceptions on the Sparta of Lycurgus or Plato's Republic, which represented systems based on slavery and imposed a strict hierarchy even among the citizens. Morelli's Code de la Nature ou Véritable Esprit de ses Lois, which appeared in 1755, the same year as Rousseau's Discours sur l'origine et les fondements de l'inégalité parmi les hommes, repeats the same commonplace ideas of the times. Man is fundamentally good but has been corrupted by institutions based on private property. Society has destroyed the harmony of nature. No one has succeeded in identifying who Morelli was, but it is generally believed that he was the author of a poem in prose entitled La Basiliade, which had appeared in 1753 and expressed similar ideas. But whoever Morelli may have been, there is little doubt he thought he considered himself nature's secretary, for in the last section of his Code de la Nature he set down in great detail the constitution of an ideal society according to the laws of nature. Nature, he informs us, thinks that the family should be the unit of society, that government should be by rotation, that goods should be stored and distributed from common storehouses, that every citizen should do agricultural work from the age of 20 to 25, that children should be removed from home after the 5th year and should then be educated in public, that severe penal laws should enforce the execution of public duties. Morelli is not the first to state his belief in the innate goodness of man, but after having asserted that humanity has been perverted by lawgivers, he goes on to establish a code of laws as rigid as those which ruled the society he denounced. Both Mabley and Morelli had considerable influence on the thought of their time. Mabley's most distinguished follower was probably Rousseau, while to Morelli falls the honor of having been described by Babeuf as the real instigator of the conspiracy of the equals. Thus they occupy an important place in the history of socialist thought, but as utopians they have contributed little that is new or original. Gabriel de Foigny. A New Discovery of Terra Incognita Australis. G. Gabriel de Foigny is perhaps not the most representative utopian of the second half of the 17th century, but he has the merit of having written an original and entertaining utopia, and the story of his life offers an illustration of what happens to an irreligious utopian when he lives and publishes his work in the ideal city of a Christian utopian. We have seen how Andreas Christianopolis was modelled on the city of Calvin, and we shall now see how, 50 years later, Foigny was driven from Geneva where he wrote Les Avenches de Jacques Sauder, while no doubt under the influence of that satanic spirit against which both Calvin and Andrea had waged such a ruthless war. The writing of his Utopia was not Foigny's only crime, and fortunately for him the institutions of Geneva had by this time degenerated along more liberal lines or he would have paid more dearly for his misconduct. Gabriel de Foigny was born in a small village in the Ardennes, towards 1630, of a Catholic family. After receiving a good education, he entered a monastery of the Order of the Cordeliers where, thanks to his gift for oratory, he became a preacher. His scandalous behavior, however, soon forced him to leave the order, and he was unfrocked. Life became difficult for him in France and he decided to change both his country and his religion. In 1666 he went to Geneva, in a state of complete poverty, and was extremely anxious to be allowed to reside in the city. After having examined his faith and character, the consistory, composed of the ministers and elders of the city, accepted his conversion to the true faith and he was allowed to stay. Before long the worthy citizens of Geneva had reasons to regret their decision and suspect the motives of his conversion. The consistory received reports on his scandalous behavior, and after he had seduced several servant girls, broken a promise of marriage, and announced his intention to marry a widow, who had a bad reputation, he was expelled from Geneva. From there he went to Lausanne, and then to Bern, where he led a precarious existence until, by a stroke of good luck, he became one of the masters at the College of Morges. In the meantime he had married the disreputable widow, and would probably have settled down to a peaceful family life had he not conceived the unfortunate idea of writing a work on the attractions of the divine service. He showed the manuscript to friends and it eventually reached some members of the consistory, who found the work infected with the papist spirit. Their distrust of Foigny increased and attempts were made to remove him from his post. Foigny himself soon provided them with an opportunity to do this, for he had added drunkenness to his other disorders, and one day conducted the service at the temple while under the influence of drink and vomited in front of the communion table. After being forced to leave the college, he managed to return to Geneva, where he tried to soften the hearts of the members of the consistory and the Venerable Company by re-editing the Psalms of Marot and Beze. But he added to them some arguments and prayers of his own and these were found to smell of papist idolatry. The sale of the book was therefore forbidden and all the copies were seized, to be put in the public library. 1. It seems that after this experience Foigny gave up all hope of ever becoming a good Swiss citizen, and he proceeded to write Les Avenches de Jacques Sauter dans la découverte de la Terre Australe, or, to give it its English title, A New Discovery of Terra Incognita Australis, which was published in 1676. Foigny had no illusions as to the respectability of the book and neither asked for permission to publish it nor put his name on it, while the Genevan printer, La Pierre, appended the imprint of an imaginary Jacques Verneuil, printer at Vannes, in France. As soon as the book appeared, the Venerable Company, created by Calvin as the guardian of the city's morals, took a lively interest in it and asked the professors of theology to read it and present a report. 2 professors of the Academy of Geneva perused the book and informed the Venerable Company that it was full of extravagances, falsehoods, and even dangerous, infamous and blasphemous things. They objected in particular to the chapters concerning the customs and religion of the Australians. Foigny was summoned to appear before the Venerable Company. He denied being the author of the book and told some unconvincing tale to explain how the manuscript had come into his hands. He also maintained that he had received permission to publish the book from one of the syndics, who had conveniently died a few weeks before. For 3 months the Venerable Company investigated and discussed the case of Foigny and eventually he and his printer were put in jail. When he appeared before the syndics, or judges, Foigny confessed to being the author of the book but appealed to the pity of the judges and was released on bail. He utilized his freedom to gain the support of several members of the consistory and that of the first syndic, and the matter was left indefinitely in abeyance. We cannot deal here with the latter part of his stay in Geneva and his new tribulations, though they offer an interesting insight into the morals of the city of Geneva at that time. Towards the end of his life, Foigny went back to France and the Roman Catholic Church, taking with him a maidservant, whom he had seduced, and such of his children as the inhabitants of Geneva had not succeeded in abducting. He spent his last years in a monastery, where he died in 1692. Though Gabriel de Foigny's Utopia is more edifying than his life, it is not surprising that it should have shocked the theologians of Geneva. His views on religion were blasphemous indeed, for he in fact attacks all the foundations of religion. The Australians do not believe in the doctrine of revelation, for they think it absurd that God should favour some of his creatures more than others. They ridicule the belief in the immortality of the soul, which is illogical because it admits that the dead could travel to the next world while the living could not, and this would mean that the dead have more freedom of movement than the living, which is a contradiction. Prayers are a thoughtless action. To pray is to suppose that God does not know our desires, and this is blasphemous, if we believe that he knows them, but that he does not wish to grant us satisfaction, we are impious, and if we think that he is indifferent we commit a sacrilege. God is beyond our feeble understanding and cannot be given any definite attributes, one can only affirm his existence. But even assuming that the knowledge of God were possible, it would only serve to divide us and to render us unhappy. The Australians believe in God, but they never mention him. Their religion is not to speak of religion. They have no priests, and people assemble to meditate and not to pray. Religion, thus deprived of all its customary attributes and functions, becomes the deism of the 18th and 19th century. Foyne also anticipates the philosophers of the 18th century by his belief in the innate goodness of human nature. Man is not born wicked as the Christian religion teaches, he is born free, reasonable and good. Some critics have described Foyne's utopia as paradise before the fall, but it would be truer to say that he did not believe in original sin, which he seems to have considered an invention of religion. Being born good and free, the Australians do not need a government any more than they need religion. They meet to discuss the affairs of the community, but they have no written laws and no rulers. They have, of course, no private property and do not even know the difference between mine and thine. The family does not threaten the unity of the community, because it does not exist. Sexual relationships are abolished altogether, and here Foyne's thought becomes rather obscure. The Australians are a nation of hermaphrodites, or would it be more exact to say androgynes? They do not indulge in sexual intercourse and children are born in a mysterious way. Did Foyne invent this sexless race to avoid, as Mr. Lachevre suggests, the discussion of a subject on which his views would have shocked the venerable company? This seems unlikely, for he does not refrain from being shocking in his description of James Sauter's feelings towards his fellow hermaphrodites. Perhaps Foyne wished to satirize the Christian attitude to sex. If sexual relations must only serve the purpose of reproduction, why not abolish them altogether? The secrecy with which the Australians surround the act of reproduction, the horror with which they regard sexual relations, is not unlike that of the Calvinists among whom Foyne lived. It is curious, however, to see how many utopias are conceived as sexless societies. In Plato's Republic, love between men and women is relegated to a purely eugenic function. Swift's Hohems regard sexual relationships with the same horror as Foyne's Australians. Among the inhabitants of Hudson's the Crystal Age, men and women know only brotherly feelings towards one another, while in the Brave New World of Aldous Huxley the same indifference has been achieved through a process of saturation. Les Aventures de Jacques Sauter appeared in an English translation in London, in 1693. The title page describes them as a new discovery of Terra Incognita Australis, or the Southern World by James Sauter, a Frenchman, who, being cast there by a shipwreck, lived 35 years in that country, and gives a particular description of the manners, customs, religion, laws, studies, and wars, of those southern people, and some animals peculiar to that place, with several other rarities. The imprimatur was that of Charles Hearn, and it was printed at the sign of the Raven in the Poultry for John Dunton, who was famous for his literary hoaxes, such as the publication of the minutes of an Athenian society which had never existed. He was probably responsible for inserting on the title page the following embellishment. These memoirs were thought so curious that they were kept secret in the closet of a late great minister of state, and never published till now since his death. The translation was made from the second French edition, published with the King's privilege, by public authority, in 1692, 1 year after Foyne's death. This edition is considerably different from, and shorter than, the first, and it is not known whether Foyne was responsible for these alterations. The quotations reproduced below have been taken from this English edition of 1693. The spelling has been modernized and a few mistranslations have been corrected, by comparing it with the French edition of 1692. Occasionally a few passages from the first edition have been inserted, between brackets. The version which appeared by authority of the king was much more respectable than the one which appeared bearing a false imprint in Geneva, and in justice to the learned theologians of the Venerable Company it is necessary to quote some of the passages which shocked them so much. The first part of the book deals with the adventures of James Sauter in many parts of the world, and it is the second part which is devoted to Australia. The Australian continent was very much in the news at the time when Foyne wrote his book, and he seems to have been inspired by the relation of Ferdinand de Quiros to the King of Spain, which had been published in Latin in 1612 or 1613 and in French in 1617. According to Foyne's preface, de Quiros described Australia as a country much more fertile and populous than any in Europe, that the inhabitants were much bigger and taller than the Europeans, and that they lived much longer than they. James Sauder, who tells the story, had a troubled childhood. He was born during a sea voyage, and every time he travelled by sea some major misfortune befell him. His life was further complicated by being an hermaphrodite. These peculiarities, however, stood him in good stead on his arrival in Australia, as he himself shows. If there was anything in the world which could persuade me of the inevitable fatality of humane things, and the infallible accomplishments of those events, the chain of which composes the destiny of mankind, it would certainly be this history that I am writing. There is not a single accident of my life, which has not been serviceable either to direct or support me in this new country, where it was decreed I should one day be driven. My often shipwrecks taught me to bear them. Both sexes were necessary for me under pains of being destroyed at my arrival, as I shall show in the sequel of my story. It was my good fortune to be found naked, otherwise I had been known to be a stranger in a land where no one wears any covering, without that terrible combat that I was obliged to maintain against the monstrous fowls, and which brought me into great reputation, amongst those that were witnesses of it. I should have been forced to have submitted to an examination that would have been infallibly followed by my death. In fine, the more all the circumstances of my voyages and perils shall be considered, the more clearly it will appear that there is a certain order of things in the fate of man, and such a chain of effects that nothing can prevent, and which brings us by 1,000 imperceptible turnings, to the end to which we are destined. The custom of the inhabitants of this country is never to receive any person amongst them, whose humour, birth and country, they know not before, but the extraordinary courage with which they had seen me fight, and the great admiration they conceived at my reviving after it, made me without any inquest be admitted into the neighbouring quarter, where everyone came to kiss my hands and my private parts. They would also have carried me upon their heads, the greatest mark of high esteem that they show to any person, but as they perceived it would not be done without incommoding me, so they omitted this ceremony. My reception being made, those that had brought and comforted me, carried me to the house of the Hebrew, which signifies, a house of education. They had provided me a lodging, and all things necessary, with such diligence, as surpassed the civility of the most polished Europeans. The description of the country betrays the unmistakable influence of Sir Thomas More, while in the description of the buildings and apartments Foyne was probably thinking of the monastery. What is more surprising in the Australian dominions, is, that there is not one mountain to be seen, the natives having levelled them all. This great country is flat, without forests, marshes or deserts, and equally inhabited throughout. To this prodigy may be added the admirable uniformity of languages, customs, buildings, and other things which are to be met with in this country. 'Tis sufficient to know one quarter, to make a certain judgment of all the rest, all which without doubt proceeds from the nature of the people, who are all born with an inclination of willing nothing contrary to one another, and if it should happen that any one of them had anything that was not common, it would be impossible for him to make use of it. There are 15,000 saisons in this prodigious country. Each saison contains 16 quarters, without counting the hab, and the 4 hebs. There is 25 houses in each quarter, and every house has 4 apartments which lodge 4 men each, so that there is 400 houses in each saison, and 6,400 persons, which being multiplied by 15,000 saisons, will show the number of the inhabitants of the whole Australian land, to be about 16 millions, without counting all the youth, and the masters. Lodging in the hebs, in each of which there is at least 800 persons, and as in 15,000 saisons there is 60,000 hebs, so the young men and the masters that teach them, will be found to amount to near 48 millions. The great house of the saison, which they call the hab, that is, the house of elevation, is built only with diaphanous and transparent stones, like to our finest crystal, only these stones are diversified with a prodigious quantity of figures of all sorts of colors, very fine and lively, which by their infinite variety form sometimes human figures, sometimes represent the fields in all their beauty, and sometimes suns and other figures, of such a vivacity, as can never be too much admired. The whole building is without any artifice, except the curious cut of the stone, with seats all round it, and 16 great tables of a much more lively red than that of our scarlet. There is 4 considerable entrances, that answer to the 4 great ways upon which it is situated, all without is filled with very rare inventions. They ascend unto the top of it by 1,000 steps, upon which there is a kind of platform, that will easily contain 40 persons, no one for a constancy lives in it, but each quarter take their turns to supply the tables with sufficient food for 12 persons for the refreshment of the passer-bys. The common houses, which they call hebes, that is, the habitation of the men, are in number 25 in each quarter and 80 paces in circumference. They are divided like the hebes, by 2 great walls, which make 4 distinct separations, and end each at an apartment. Each separation is inhabited by 4 persons, whom they call cli, that is, brethren. There is nothing to be seen in these buildings but 4 seats, which are kind of benches, which serve them to rest themselves on, and some different seats for the same use. There is a great quantity of water that runs from the mountains, and the Australians know how to conduct it so exactly, that they have brought it round and use it in a very ingenious way in all their saisons, quarters, and apartments, which contribute much to the fruitfulness of their ground. We pass now to a description of the Australians. All the Australians are of both sexes, or hermaphrodites, and if it happens that a child is born but of one, they strangle him as a monster. They are nimble, and very active, their flesh is more upon the red than vermilion, they are commonly 8 foot high, their face pretty long, forehead large, their eyes prominent, and mouth small, their lips are of deep red coral, nose more inclined to be long than round, and beard and hair always black, which they never cut because they grow but little, their chin is long, cleft and turns a little up again, their neck slender, their shoulders large and high, they have very little breasts. Their breasts are round and conspicuous, placed very low, a little redder than vermilion, their arms are nervous and their hands are pretty broad and long and with 6 fingers, they have a high chest, but flat belly, who appears but little when they are big with child, their hips high, their thighs large, and legs long with feet with 6 toes. They are so accustomed to go naked, that they think they cannot speak of covering themselves without being declared enemies of nature, and deprived of reason. In certain places there are some who have on their hips a kind of arm thinner but of the same length as the others, and which they can extend at will, and which is stronger than the others. Everyone is obliged at least to present 1 child to the Hebrew, but they bring them forth in so private a manner, that it is accounted a crime amongst them to speak of the necessary conjunction in the propagation of mankind. In all the time I was there, I could never discover how generation work was performed amongst them. I have only observed, that they loved one another with a cordial love, and that they never loved any one more than another. I can affirm I neither saw quarrel or animosity amongst them. They know not how to distinguish between mine and thine, and there is more perfect sincerity and disinterestment amongst them than exist between men and women in Europe. I always used to speak what I thought, but I was a little too free in declaring what I did not like in their manners, sometimes to a brother, sometimes to another. Even by maintaining with arguments mine own opinions, I spoke of their nakedness with certain terms of aversion, which extremely offended them. I tried to caress some of the brothers and excite them to what we call pleasure. In one day I stopped a brother, and waggishly demanded of him, with a seeming earnestness, where were the fathers of those children that were already born, and told him, that I thought ridiculous for them to affect such a silence in that point. This discourse and some others of the like nature gave the Australians a kind of hatred for me, and many of them, having maintained that I was but half a man, had concluded that they ought to destroy me. Foyne is the first to give a description of an utopian childbirth. As soon as an Australian has conceived, he quits his apartment, and is carried to the Hebrew, where he is received with testimonies of an extraordinary bounty, and is nourished without being obliged to work. They have a certain high place, upon which they go to bring forth their child, which is received upon some balsamic leaves, after which the mother, or person that bore it, takes it and rubs it with these leaves, and gives it suck, without any appearance of having suffered any pain. They make no use of swaddling clothes or cradles. The milk it receives from the mother gives it so good nourishment, that it suffices it without any other food for 2 years, and the excrements it voids, are in so small a quantity, that it may almost be said, it makes none. Education is carried out on strictly equalitarian lines and the school leaving age is at 35. The house of the 4 quarters by them called Hebrew, which is the house of education, is built of the same stone that the Hab is paved with, except the roof of it, which is made of transparent stone, through which the light enters into it. This fine building is divided into 4 quarters, by 12 great crossings, which are made like 4 semi-diameters. It is about 50 paces diameter, and about 153 paces in circuit. Each division is allotted to the youth of that quarter it belongs to, and there are at least 200 children, whose mothers, as soon as they have conceived of them, enter there, and depart not till the children are 2 years of age, and then they go out, leaving them to the care of certain young men, who are there on purpose to instruct them. These young men, whereof there is a very great number, are divided into 5 companies. The first are employed in teaching first principles, of which there are 6 masters. The second make it their business to give the common reasons for natural things, among which there are 4 masters. The third are such as are permitted to dispute, of whom there are 2 masters. The fourth are such as can compose, and they have but 1 master. The fifth and last are those that expect to be chosen for lieutenants, that is, to fill the place of the brethren that retire from the world. They generally speak at 8 months, they walk at a year's end, and at 2 they wean them. They begin to reason at 3, and as soon as the mother quits them, the first master of the first company teaches them to read, and at the same time instructs them in the first elements of a more advanced knowledge. They usually are 3 years under the conduct of the first master, and after pass under the discipline of the second, who teaches them to write, with whom they continue 4 years, and so with the others in proportion, till they are 35 years of age, at which time they are perfect in all sorts of sciences, without observing any difference amongst them, either for capacity, genius, or learning. When they have thus accomplished the course of all their studies, they may be chosen for lieutenants, that is to supply the place of those that would leave this life. The problem of work is greatly simplified, in Australia, because the inhabitants nourish themselves only on fruit which grows on trees all the year round. There is some gardening to do but no cooking, and as they wear no clothes and have very little furniture, there is no need for industries. They look upon our gaudy stuffs, and richest silks, as spiders' webs. They know not so much as what the names of gold or silver signify, and in a word, all that we count precious appear in their esteem to be but ridiculous. The Australians spend the first part of the day at the school or in the study of sciences, the second part at work in their gardens which they cultivate with such art and skill as is unknown in Europe, and the third for public exercise. Every 5 days they spend 1/3 of the day at the Hab, in meditation without speaking one word, observing a step's distance between person and person, and are all the while so attentive upon what they are thinking upon that nothing is able in the least to distract their thoughts. Scientific research, and discussion, play an important part. Those days in which they go not to the Hab, they are obliged to be at the Hebrew, to treat of the sciences which they do with an order and method most admirably plain, and perfectly agreeing in all its parts. They propose everyone in their turn all their difficulties, which they maintain with powerful reasons, after which they answer all the objections which their antagonists oppose against them. When the dispute is ended, if anything of importance happen to have been proposed, they write it into the public book, and everyone carefully sets it down too in private. If any of them know anything that displeases him, or that he thinks may be advantageous to his country, he proposes it to the brethren, who take such resolutions thereupon, as they judge most reasonable, without aiming at anything but the public good. The last third part of their day is allotted for 3 sorts of very diverting exercises. The first consists in producing what they have newly invented, or repeating the experiments of what they have already shown, but there seldom passes a day but they propose some new invention, upon which they always take care to register the name of the inventor in their book of public curiosities, which they esteem one of the greatest honors done to them, and in 32 years' time, I observed above 5,000 of these new inventions recorded, that would pass for so many prodigies among us. Their second exercise consists in managing two sorts of arms, one of which is very like our halberds, and the other resembles much our organ pipes, composed of 10 or 12 pipes, which are furnished with certain springs at one end, which being let go, discharge bullets with so great a force, that they pierce through the bodies of 6 men. A considerable part of the book is taken up by the dialogues between James Sauter and an old man who has taken him under his protection and who acquaints him with the philosophical ideas and manners of the Australians. In listening to the old man one has the impression of hearing some of the encyclopedists, and certain passages even recall the manifesto of the equals. James Sauter having said that like care was not equally taken throughout the world in educating men, the old man remarks that this irregularity caused many disorders, disputes, heats, and complaints, because he that knew least feeling others above him which knew more esteemed himself the more unhappy, that birth had made all alike. As for us, added he, we make a profession of being all equal, our glory consists in being all alike, and to be dignified with the same care, and in the same manner, all the difference that there is only in divers exercises to which we apply ourselves, so as to find out new inventions, that the discoverers may contribute them to the public good. After this he spoke to me of habits, which he called superfluities amongst the Europeans, and I assured him, that they had as great an horror amongst them to see a person naked, as they Australians had to see them in clothes. I alleged for reasons of this use, modesty, the rigour of the season and custom. To this, as I remember, he answered, that custom so much prevails upon your minds, that one would believe everything necessary that you practice from your birth, and that you can't change a custom without as great a violence as changing your own nature. I replied, by insisting upon the reason of divers climates, and told him, that there were some countries amongst the Europeans, where the cold was so insupportable to the body, which was more delicate than that of the Australians, and that there were some that even died upon it, and that it was impossible to subsist without clothes. In fine, I told him, that the weakness of the nature of either sex was such, that there was no looking upon one that was naked without blushing, and shame, and without being sensible of such emotions, as modesty obliged me to pass over in silence. Is there a consequence in all that thou hast advanced, said he, and from whence can this custom come? Is not this to father upon all the world what is contrary to nature? We are born naked, and we can't be covered without believing that it is shameful to be seen as we are, but as to what thou sayest concerning the rigour of the season, I can't, nay, I ought not to give any credit to it, for if this country is so insupportable, what is it that obliges him that knows what reason is, to make it his country? As for the weakness which thou calls modesty, I have nothing to say for it, since thou confessed with so much sincerity that it is a fault. 'Tis truly a great weakness which will not permit us to look upon another without resenting the brutal motions which thou speakest of. Beasts continually see themselves and one another, but this sight causes no alteration in them. How then can you who believe yourselves of a superior order to them be more weak than they? He said no more on this point, but without giving me time to answer, he passed to that of covetousness. I early perceived that he knew no more of it but the name, for having desired him to explain what he meant by it, I understood that his idea of it was a weakness of the mind, which consisted in heaping up fine things without any profit. All the Australians possess in abundance all that is necessary to their existence, but they know not what it is to heap up, not to keep anything against tomorrow, and their manner of living thus may pass for the perfect image of the state that man first enjoyed in paradise. As for ambition, he had a gross idea of it, but he defined it a desire of men being elevated above others. Foyne is the first utopian to conceive of a society without government. The libertarian character of this utopia has been noticed by the historian Max Nettolo, who mentions it in his bibliography of anarchist utopias. The Australians have no central government, all the decisions are taken at the local assemblies of each quarter. Food is not provided by the state, as in previous utopias, but is brought each morning by the members of each district when they meet for the morning conference. Even in wars there are no leaders. That which seems to me most admirable in them, is to see them without any commanders to lead them, and without having any previous discourse or communication one with another, or receiving any direction or instruction, they know how to post themselves with so much order and discipline, that one would think they were all so many experienced captains, that were all inspired with the same design, and agreed upon the means how to execute it. In his conversation with James Sauter the old man expounds his philosophy of anarchism. I told him that in Europe they held it for a maxim, that the multitude without any order begot confusion, in which there was no gust of the good things in life, and that order supposed a head, to which all others were subject. From hence the old man took occasion to explain a doctrine, of which I indeed conceived the meaning, but 'tis impossible to discover the knowledge of it to others in so strong and powerful terms as these which he made use of to make me understand it. He said, that it was the nature of man to be born, and live free, and that therefore he could not be subjected without being despoiled of his nature, and that in such subjection man was made to descend below beasts, because a beast being only made for the service of man, subjection was after some manner natural to it. But one man could not be born for the service of another man. A constraint in this case would be a sort of violence which would even degrade a man after a certain manner from his proper existence. He enlarged much to prove that the subjection of one man to another was a subjection of the human nature, and making a man a sort of slave to himself, which slavery implied such a contradiction and violence as was impossible to conceive. He added that the essence of man consisting in liberty, it would not be taken away without destroying him, and therefore he that would take away another's liberty, did tacitly bid him to subsist without his own essence. If it happens that man is bound or made captive, he loses the exterior movement of his freedom, but the interior does not decrease. Like the stone which does not lose its heaviness when it is lifted or held up in the air, for it retains its weight and gravity since it will fall to the ground as soon as we cease to prevent it, in the same way man only suffers his captivity because he is forced to do so. As soon as the compulsion is removed he reappears what he really is, and his glory is to die rather than to be constrained. This does not signify that he does not often do what others desire, but he does not do so because others compel or command him. The word of commandment is odious to him. He does what his reason dictates him to do. His reason is his law, his rule, his unique guide. There is this difference between true men and half men, that all the thoughts and desires of the first, being perfectly united, are the same without any difference, and it is sufficient to explain them for everyone to agree to them without any opposition, as reasonable persons follow with pleasure the true road when it is pointed out to them. But because half men have only a vague knowledge and feeble lights, it happens by necessity that one thinks one thing and one another, and that one wants to take a certain road while the other opposes him with almost continuous objections. The reason for this is clear, for the man who can only see imperfectly is not able to avoid the dangers of making mistakes and taking one thing for another. As we have pointed out earlier, the religion of the Australians is, in fact, a negation of religion. There is no subject more curious and secret among the Australians than that of their religion. 'Tis a crime unheard of even to speak of it, either by dispute or a form of explanation. Even the mothers do with the first principles of knowledge, inspire into the child that of the Hob, that is to say, the incomprehensible. They believe that the incomprehensible being is everywhere, and they have all imaginable veneration for him, but they recommend carefully to the young men to adore him always, without speaking of him, and they are persuaded that it was a very great crime, to make his divine perfections the subject of their discourses, for that one may in a manner say, that their great religion is not to speak of religion. And the old man points out the dangers of religious discussions. Men cannot speak of anything that is incomprehensible, without having diverse opinions of it, nay even such as are even contrary one to another. We better approve of an absolute silence of the matter, than to expose ourselves by putting off a many false notions concerning the nature of a being, which is elevated so very much above our understandings. We assemble therefore together in the Hab, only to acknowledge his supreme greatness, and adore his sovereign power, and leave each person to their liberty of thinking what they please, but we have made an inviolable law, never to speak of him, for fear of engaging ourselves by discourse in such errors as might offend him. The Australians are a peaceful people and never fight against one another, but they are forced sometimes to maintain great wars to defend their country against the invasions of foreign nations. They carry out these defensive wars with a terrifying efficiency and ruthlessness, stopping only when the last enemy is killed and, in some cases, obliterating the whole country of the enemy. One of these wars was the cause of James Sodder being forced to leave Australia, for he had the unfortunate idea of suggesting that it would be better to take the women of the enemy than to kill them. For this crime he was condemned to death by the Assembly of the Hab. The death penalty is carried out by asking the condemned man to eat a certain fruit, which puts an end to his life in a swift and pleasant manner, and they let him choose the moment of his own execution. Of this James Sodder took full advantage, and when he was asked if he had anything to say, I made a speech and told them that I began now to look upon myself as one whose being was in a manner ceased, that since it was the custom of our nation, that when anyone was at the point of death, to live with great reservedness, and that my spirit would not permit me to be the same that I had been, and that knowing that I should cease to be in a little time, I would employ the moments that remained to study out some last action which should edify them much more than my first. These reasons did very much to satisfy the assembly, and they were resolved to let me finish my life as I pleased, without speaking any more either of my words or actions. And since I ought to be reckoned in the number of the dead, they themselves named me a lieutenant, and regarded me no more but as a dying person, who was at liberty to finish his life as himself thought fit. In spite of an obvious incompatibility of character between the Australians and himself, James Sodder had the most profound admiration for their perfection, and we shall allow him a final comment on the superiority of their manners and customs over ours. I could not but admire a conduct so opposite to our defective one, that I was ashamed to remember how far we were from the perfection of these people. I said in myself, can it be true that we are not all made man? But added I, if it is not so, what is the difference of these people from us? They are by the ordinary state of life elevated to a pitch of virtue which we cannot attain but by the greatest efforts of our most noble ideas. Our best morality is not capable of better reasoning, nor more exactness, than what they practice naturally without rules, and without precepts, this union which nothing can alter, this distance from worldly goods, this inviolable purity, in a word, this adherence to strict reason, which unites them amongst themselves, and carries them to what is good and just, can't but be the fruits of consummate virtue, than which we can conceive nothing more perfect, but on the contrary how many vices and imperfections are we not subject to? The insatiable thirst after riches, these continual dissensions, these black treasons, bloody conspiracies, and cruel butcheries, which we are continually exercising towards one another, don't these things force us to acknowledge that we are guided by passion rather than reason? Is it not to be wished that in this estate, one of these men which we may call barbarians would come to disabuse us, and appear in so much virtue as they practice purely by their natural light, to confound the vanity which we draw from our pretended knowledge, and by the assistance of which we only live like beasts? Diderot. Supplement to Bougainville's Voyage. D. Diderot believed that nature gave no man the right to rule over others, and he maintained his belief by refusing to become, like so many of his contemporaries, a lawgiver. There is a charming anecdote which shows that he could resist the temptations of kingship. For 3 successive years Diderot was made king par la grâce du gâteau, that is to say he became 12th night king for finding the bean in his piece of cake. As a king, he had to produce a code, which he did in a little poem in which he said, Diviseur pour régner, la maxime est ancienne. Elle fut d'un tyran, cenest don parlament. Vous unir est monde vous, jamais la liberté. Etsijai quelque volant. C'est que chacun fasse la sienne. Le Code de Denis. In the 3rd year he wrote another poem in which he renounced even the right to decree that each should do what he wills, and declared that, as he did not wish to be given any law, neither did he wish to make one for others. Jamais au public avantage. L'homme n'a franchement sacrifié ses droits. La nature n'a fait ni serviteur ni maître. Gene ver ni donner ni recevoir de lois. Etses mains coudre les entre ils du pretre. Au défaut d'un cordon, pour étrangler les rois. Les eleutheromans ou abdication d'un roi de la five. In a more serious mood, Diderot did, however, give a description of a free, primitive society which knows neither governments nor laws. The supplement to Bougainville's voyage is an imaginary description of the customs found by Bougainville and his companions when they first landed on the island. Louis-Antoine Bougainville had explored the archipelago of Oceania, including Tahiti, during his great voyage which lasted from 1766 to 1769. On his return he published an account of his travels, 1771, which was widely read. A year later Diderot wrote his fictitious account of Bougainville's visit to Tahiti. It was a powerful indictment of civilization, with its reliance on armed forces and religion, but it also provided Diderot with the opportunity to describe a primitive society, not perhaps as it was, but as it should be. As the subtitle of the supplement indicates, it contains a strong attack on the accepted code of morals, on the disadvantages of attaching moral ideas to certain physical actions incompatible therewith. The violence and the outspokenness of the criticisms prevented it from being printed. It was circulated in manuscript form during Diderot's life, and was not printed until after the Revolution, in 1796. The supplement is written in the form of a dialogue, but rather than try to summarize it or quote extracts here and there, it may be better to give in full the old man's farewell, for this gives a fairly complete idea of the customs of the inhabitants of Tahiti. The old man's farewell. He was the father of a large family. At the arrival of the Europeans, he looked disdainfully at them, showing neither astonishment, fear, nor curiosity. They accosted him. He turned his back on them, and withdrew into his hut. His silence and his anxiety revealed his thoughts only too well. He lamented within himself for the great days of his country, now eclipsed. At the departure of Bougainville, when the inhabitants ran in a crowd to the shore, clinging to his garments, embracing his companions and weeping, the old man came forward with a stern air and said, "Weep, poor folk of Tahiti, weep! Would that this were the arrival and not the departure of these ambitious and wicked men! One day you will know them better. One day they will return, in one hand the piece of wood you now see attached to the belt of this one, and the other grasping the blade you now see hanging from the belt of another. And with these they will enslave you, murder you, or subject you to their extravagances and vices. One day you will serve under them, as corrupted, as vile, as loathsome as themselves. But I console myself, I am reaching the end of my journey, I shall not live to see the calamity I foretell. O people of Tahiti! O my friends! You have a means to escape this tragic future, but I would rather die than counsel it. Let them go their ways, let them live." Then, addressing himself to Bougainville, he continued, "And you, chief of these brigands who obey you, quickly take your vessel from our shores. We are innocent, we are happy, and you can only spoil our happiness. We follow the pure instincts of nature, and you have tried to wipe its impress from our souls. Here everything belongs to everybody. You have preached to us I know not what distinctions between mine and thine. Our daughters and our wives are common to us all. You have shared this privilege with us, and you have lighted passions in them before unknown. They have become maddened in your arms, you have become ferocious in theirs. They have begun to hate each other, you have slain each other for them, and they have returned to us stained with your blood. We are a free people, and now you have planted in our country the title deeds of our future slavery. You are neither God nor demon, who are you, then, to make slaves? Oro! You understand the language of these men, tell us all, as you have told me, what they have written on this sheet of metal, this country is ours. This country yours? And why? Because you have walked thereon? If a Tahitian landed one day on your shores, and scratched on one of your rocks or on the bark of your trees, this country belongs to the people of Tahiti. What would you think? You are the strongest. And what of that? When someone took one of the contemptible trifles with which your vessel is filled, you cried out and you were revenged. Yet at the same time in the depths of your heart you plotted the theft of a whole country. You are not a slave, you would suffer death rather than be one, yet you want to enslave us. Do you think the Tahitian does not know how to defend his liberty and to die? The Tahitian you want to seize like a wild animal is your brother. You are both children of nature, what right have you over him that he has not over you? When you came, did we rush upon you, did we pillage your ship? Did we seize you and expose you to the arrows of our enemies? Did we yoke you with the animals for toil in our fields? No. We respected our own likeness in you. Leave us to our ways, they are wiser and more honest than yours. We do not want to barter what you call our ignorance for your useless civilization. Everything that is necessary and good for us we possess. Do we deserve contempt, because we have not known how to develop superfluous wants? When we hunger, we have enough to eat, when we are cold we have wherewith to clothe us. You have been in our huts, what is lacking there, in your opinion? You may pursue as far as you like what you call the comforts of life, but allow sensible people to stop, when they would only have obtained imaginary good from the continuation of their painful efforts. If you persuade us to exceed the narrow limits of our wants, when shall we ever finish toiling? When shall we enjoy ourselves? We have reduced the sum of our annual and daily labors to the least possible, because nothing seems to us preferable to repose. Go to your own country to agitate and torment yourself as much as you like, leave us in peace. Do not worry us with your artificial needs nor with your imaginary virtues. Look on these men, see how upright, healthy, and robust they are. Look upon these women, see how upright, healthy, fresh, and beautiful they are. Take this bow, it is my own. Call 1, 2, 3, or 4 of your friends to help you and try to bend it. I can bend it myself, alone. I till the soil. I climb mountains. I pierce the forest. I can run a league on the plains in less than an hour. Your young companions would be hard put to follow me, yet I am more than 90 years old. Woe unto this island! Woe to these people of Tahiti and to all who will come after them, woe from the day you first visited us. We should know only one disease, that to which all men, animals, and plants are subject, old age, but you have brought us another, you have infected our blood. It will perhaps be necessary to exterminate our daughters, wives, children, with our own hands, all those who have approached your women, those who have approached your men. Our fields shall be soaked with the foul blood which has passed from your veins into ours, or else our children, condemned to nourish and perpetuate the evil which you have given to the fathers and mothers, will transmit it forever to their descendants. Villains! You will be the guilty ones, guilty either of the ravages of disease that will follow the fatal embraces of your people, or of the murders which we shall commit to stop the spread of the poison. You speak of crimes. Do you know any more enormous than your own? What is your punishment for him who kills his neighbor, death by the sword? What is your punishment for the coward who poisons, death by fire? Compare your crime to his, tell us then, poisoner of whole peoples, what should be the torment you deserve. But a short while ago, the young Tahitian girl yielded herself to the transports and embraces of the Tahitian youth, waited impatiently until her mother, authorized by her having reached the age of marriage, should remove her veil and make naked her breast. She was proud to excite the desire and to attract the amorous glances of unknown men, of relatives, of her mother. Without dread and without shame, in our presence, in the midst of a circle of innocent Tahitians, to the sound of flutes, between the dances, she accepted the caresses of the one to whom her young heart and the secret voice of her senses urged her. The idea of crime and the peril of disease came with you. Our enjoyments, once so sweet, are now accompanied by remorse and terror. That man in black who stands near you listening to me, has spoken to our lads. I do not know what he has said to our girls. But our lads are hesitant, our girls blush. Plunge if you will into the dark depths of the forest with the perverse companion of your pleasure, but let the good and simple Tahitians reproduce themselves without shame, under the open sky, in the full light of day. What finer and more noble feeling could you put in place of that with which we have inspired them, and which animates them now? They think that the moment to enrich the nation and the family with a new citizen is come, and they glory in it. They eat to live and to grow, they grow in order to multiply, and they find in it nothing vicious nor shameful. Listen to the continuation of your crimes. You had hardly come among our people than they became thieves. You had scarcely landed on our soil, then it reeked with blood. That Tahitian who ran to meet you, to receive you crying Tayo, friend, friend, you slew. And why did you slay him? Because he had been taken by the glitter of your little serpent's eggs. He gave you of his fruits, he offered you his wife and daughter, he seated you his hut, yet you killed him for a handful of beads which he had taken without having asked. And the people? At the noise of your murderous shot, terror seized them, and they fled to the mountains. But be assured that they would not have waited long to descend again. Then you would all have perished but for me. Ah! Why did I pacify them, why did I hold them back, why do I still restrain them, even now? I do not know, for you deserve not pity, for you have a ferocious soul which will never feel it. You have wandered, you and yours, everywhere in our island. You have been respected, you have enjoyed all things, you have found neither barrier nor refusal in your ways, you have been invited within, you have sat, and all the abundance of our country has been spread before you. When you desired young girls, only accepting those who had not yet the privilege of unveiling their faces and breasts, their mothers have presented to you all the others, quite naked. You have possessed the tender victim of the duties of hospitality, flowers and leaves were heaped up for you and her, musicians sounded their instruments, nothing has spoiled the sweetness, nor hindered the freedom of your caresses nor of hers. They have sung the anthem exhorting you to be a man, and our child to be a woman, yielding and voluptuous. They danced around your couch. And it was when you came from the arms of this woman, after experiencing on her breast the sweetest of all intoxications, that you slew her brother, friend, or father. You have done still worse. Look over there, see that enclosure bristling with weapons. These arms which have menaced only your enemies are now turned against our own children. See these unhappy companions of your pleasures. See their sadness, the grief of their fathers and the despair of their mothers. Why are those condemned to die, either by our hands or by the diseases you have given them? Away now, unless your cruel eyes revel in the spectacle of death. Go now, go, and may the guilty seas which spared you on your voyage hither, absolve themselves and avenge us, by engulfing you before you return. And you, O people of Tahiti! Go into your huts, go, all of you, and let these strangers as they leave hear only the roar of the tide and see only the foam of its fury whitening a deserted shore. One While in London he had met Colonel Scott, son of Thomas Scott the regicide, a former commander of the Roundheads in Holland and an associate of Afra Ben during her career as a spy. Veyras acted as his secretary. Later Scott seems to have been instrumental in implicating Pepys in the Papist plot. To prepare his defence, Pepys paid large sums of money to find witnesses who could discredit his accuser, and Veyras testified against his former patron, Pepys, writing to Veyras to thank him for his testimony, told him to continue writing in English, as he knew this language as well as his own. One Frederick Lachevre in his biography of Foyne, which I have used here, remarks that this meant, in reality, that the books would be destroyed, and this was in fact done so effectively that neither the Library of Geneva nor that of the Consistoire possesses a copy of this edition of the Psalms. 5. Utopias of the 19th century. History of utopias in the 19th century is closely linked with the creation of the socialist movement, and it is sometimes difficult to distinguish between schemes which belong to the realm of utopian thought and those which come within the province of practical social reform. There is hardly a single work dealing with social problems, published during this period, which has not, at some time or other, been described as utopian. The word itself lost its original significance, and came to mean the opposite of scientific. Utopian became almost a term of abuse which self-styled scientific socialists were fond of hurling at their opponents. It is thanks to these Marxist judges that the list of 19th-century utopias has assumed such enormous proportions. In Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, Friedrich Engels gave a Marxist definition of the word utopian which has come to be widely accepted. While until then an utopia was considered as an imaginary ideal commonwealth whose realization was impossible or difficult, Engels gave it a much wider meaning and included all social schemes which did not recognize the division of society into classes, the inevitability of the class struggle and of the social revolution. He classified Saint-Simon, Fourier and Owen among the utopians, for not one of them appears as a representative of the interests of the proletariat, which historical development had, in the meantime, produced. Like the French philosophers, they do not claim to emancipate a particular class to begin with, but all humanity at once. Engels, furthermore, reproached utopian writers for not having understood that socialism would be possible only when the capitalist regime had achieved a certain degree of development. To the crude conditions of capitalistic production and the crude class conditions corresponded crude theories. The solution of the social problems, which as yet lay hidden in undeveloped economic conditions, the utopians attempted to evolve out of the human brain. Society presented nothing but wrongs, to remove these was the task of reason. It was necessary, then, to discover a new and more perfect social order and to impose this upon society from without by propaganda, and, whenever it was possible, by the example of model experiments. These new social systems were foredoomed as utopian. The more completely they were worked out in detail, the more they could not avoid drifting off into pure fantasies. Engels' description of socialist utopias is substantially correct. Most of them want all the means of production and distribution to be held in common, but do not think that a revolution is necessary to bring this about. They assume that the state can take over the economic machinery of a country in a peaceful manner, when the majority of the population have agreed that it is the most sensible solution. They do not think that there is an irreducible antagonism between classes, and that the proletariat is the only class able to achieve a revolution. Again, in contradiction to Marxist theories, they assert that a new society can be created at any time or place, provided governments and peoples are resolved to bring it into being. They see no relation between the development of capitalism and the possibility of creating a new society. Engels was not, however, justified in assuming that the utopian schemes were less realistic than those of the scientific socialists. In the light of the history of the past century, it would be a difficult task to decide which school of socialism deserves the description of utopian. The high development of capitalism, far from bringing near the day of the revolution, has created a new class of technicians and managers, highly paid workers and trade union leaders whose interests are identified with those of the capitalist class. The only two European countries which have, during the past 30 years, attempted to carry out social revolutions, Russia and Spain, were countries where capitalism had not yet reached a high degree of development. We have seen, furthermore, that state socialism has been partially realized in several countries, not by the militant action of the working class, but by governments holding power through an elected parliament. More paradoxical still, from a Marxist viewpoint, fascist governments have been obliged to adopt measures of social reform similar to those advocated by socialists. Socialism, as we know it today, is nearer to the conceptions of the utopian socialists than to those of Karl Marx, the founder of scientific socialism. It no longer recognizes the inevitability of the class struggle, and aims at gradual social reforms which will eventually eliminate the economic differences between capitalists and workers. Even in a country like Russia, which claims to have carried out a Marxist revolution, the structure of society resembles more closely that described by some utopian writers than that foreseen by Marx or Lenin. It might be wiser, therefore, to leave aside what seems today an arbitrary division between utopian and scientific socialists, and to consider only the most representative of those works which remain in the utopian tradition by describing ideal commonwealths in some imaginary country or in an imaginary future. At the time of the Renaissance, utopian thought had received a strong impetus from the new philosophical ideas, the birth of national states and the discovery of the New World. At the beginning of the 19th century, events of similar magnitude infused it with new life, These included the after effects of the French Revolution, the rapid development of industry and the elaboration of socialist systems. The French Revolution had given power to the bourgeoisie, but at the same time it had asserted the rights of the workers and peasants, who had shown their readiness to defend them by force. The victorious bourgeoisie could not shut its eyes to social inequalities which might at any moment release a strong revolutionary movement. A few humanitarian thinkers and philanthropists tried to alleviate the growing misery of the people, and some went so far as to demand that equality which had been preached by pre-revolutionary philosophers and which was one of the supposed aims of the revolution. But they did not trust the people, whom they feared could only change the system by revolutionary methods, and they sought a pacific solution through social reform. As Kropotkin pointed out in his introduction to The Conquest of Bread, writing during the period of reaction which had followed the French Revolution, and seeing more its failures than its successes, they did not trust the masses, and they did not appeal to them for bringing about the changes which they thought necessary. They put their faith, on the contrary, in some great ruler, some socialist Napoleon. He would understand the new revelation, he would be convinced of its desirability by the successful experiment of the phalansteries or associations, and he would peacefully accomplish by his own authority the revolution which would bring well-being and happiness to mankind. A military genius, Napoleon, had just been ruling Europe. Why should not a social genius come forward, carry Europe with him and translate the new gospel into life? The Industrial Revolution had opened new horizons, and it seemed to many that it offered a solution to poverty and inequality. There were apparently no limits to the increase of production, and therefore there seemed no reason why everyone should not live like a bourgeois. Equality would not entail a sacrifice for anybody, since the new society would not decrease the comfort of the rich, but raise that of the poor to their level. While utopias in the past had stressed the need for detachment from material goods, those of the 19th century sought happiness in the satisfaction of an ever-increasing number of material needs. It was not only that industrial progress now allowed greater luxury, the whole attitude towards material pleasure was altered. In More's utopia people led an austere life, not out of necessity, for they had gold and silver with which they could have bought goods from foreign countries and thereby improved their standard of living, but because they thought that luxury would inevitably bring corruption and moral degeneration. With a few exceptions such as Francis Bacon, utopian writers had conceived progress in terms of mental, physical, and moral improvement of men, and this could not be achieved if too much importance were given to material goods. A too great indulgence of the flesh would bring corruption of the mind. We find no such moralistic preoccupations in 19th-century utopians. They were shamelessly materialistic and fell little short of calculating individual happiness in terms of pieces of furniture, articles of clothing or the number of courses served at each meal. Only occasionally do we find a reaction against this tendency, as in William Morris's News from Nowhere. The influence of the fathers of socialism on the utopias of the 19th century was, of course, considerable. Owen, Fourier, and Saint-Simon not only influenced utopias through their theoretical writings, but their concrete plans of social reform and of villages of cooperation, parallelograms, or phalansteries, have inspired many features of later utopias. In some respects, however, Owen and Fourier differ from the main trend of socialist thought of the 19th century, for they do not advocate a centralized government and an intensive industrialization of the countryside but believe, on the contrary, in small autonomous agricultural communities. Owen gives the initiative of forming these small agricultural communes, not containing more than 3,000 inhabitants, to some enlightened government, but they must be self-supporting and run by autonomous administrations. All the internal affairs would be governed by a general council, composed of all the members of the community between the ages of 30 and 40, while all the external affairs would be administered by another general council, composed of all the members from the ages of 40 to 60. All the members of the commune would be equal, and would receive an equal share of the goods produced. The general councils would rule according to the laws of human nature. When the whole world had become covered by federations of agricultural communities, governments would become unnecessary and would disappear altogether. Owen's ideas on education are those which perhaps had the greatest influence on utopian writers. He repeatedly stated throughout his writings that the character of man is, without a single exception, always formed for him, that it may be, and is, chiefly, created by his predecessors, that they give him, or may give him, his ideas and habits, which are the powers that govern and direct his conduct. It was therefore the task of education to train men to live without idleness, without poverty, without crime, and without punishment. Owen's attempts to put his ideas into practice, first at New Lanark and later in the communities which he founded in America, inspired many similar experiments, and in the 19th century it is not infrequent to find that utopias give birth to community movements. The name of Fourier is often linked to that of Owen because of certain superficial resemblances between the two thinkers, and in spite of the fact that Fourier always referred to Owen in the most disparaging terms. Fourier has been called, more unjustly than Owen, a father of socialism, for he did not in fact believe in the community of goods. The idea was indeed wholly repellent to him, since he thought inequality indispensable to the smooth running of his ideal society. Though he favored the abolition of wages, he thought that dividends should be paid according to the amount of capital invested, the results, and the talents of the individual shareholders. Fourier, however, believed that society should provide even for those who refused to work, not only to free work from its compulsory nature but because society has a duty towards its members whether they produce or not. But work was to be made so attractive and to provide so many enjoyable things that there would be very few idlers. Fourier did not put his faith in any enlightened government, but he hoped to find some wealthy patron who would provide the necessary funds to set up a phalanstery, and that people would be so struck by its admirable results that identical phalansteries would soon cover the whole earth. The advantage of his system, he claimed, was to combine the interests of capitalists, workers, and consumers by uniting all these functions in the same individual. These were ideas which were taken up by many associationists in the latter half of the 19th century, and even upheld by a section of the socialist movement of today. As Charles Gide remarks in A History of Economic Doctrines, a program which aims, not at the abolition of property, but at the extinction of the wage earner by giving him the right of holding property on the joint stock principle, which looks to succeed, not by advocating class war, but by fostering cooperation of capital with labor and managing ability, and attempts to reconcile the conflicting interests of capitalist and worker, of producer and consumer, debtor and creditor, by welding those interests together in one and the same person, is by no means commonplace. Such was the ideal of the French working classes until Marxian collectivism took its place, and it is quite possible that its deposition may be only temporary after all. Charles Fourier's eccentricity prevented him from exercising a wide influence, but his writings contain such a wealth of ideas as to make them an inexhaustible source of inspiration for social reformers, and even his bitterest opponents were influenced by him. His anticipation of garden cities, which would replace the agglomeration of big cities, his advocacy of market gardening, which was to replace extensive agriculture, his study of the means by which work can be made attractive, his teachings on education and sexual questions only attracted the direct attention of a small minority, it is true, but through this medium they are known to many who have never read Fourier's writings. Though Fourier himself was never able to realize his dream of setting up a phalanstery, communities based on his ideas were created both in France and in America. The most celebrated, although it did not last very long, was that of Brook Farm 1 in the United States. Associations of producers and consumers run according to Fourier's principles were also set up with a certain degree of success. Among the fathers of socialism we should also mention Saint Simon, for he, and perhaps even more his followers, put forward ideas which are to be found in many utopias of the latter half of the 19th century. While Owen and Fourier represented, in many respects, a reaction against industrialism by wanting a return to small agricultural communities, Saint Simon was an enthusiastic supporter of the new industrial regime and of the new ruling class created by the Great Revolution and enriched by the rapid expansion of industry. Under the old order, society was ruled by nobles and priests. These were now to be replaced by the bourgeoisie whose main task was to encourage the progress of science and industry. It would be ridiculous, said Saint Simon, for an industrial society to be ruled by nobles who have no longer any raison d'être, or by politicians who know nothing of industrial problems. The old form of governments must disappear, for they are completely useless to society. In the famous document which is known as Saint Simon's Parable, published in 1832, he showed vividly that the vital section of society was composed of scientists, technicians, bankers, and businessmen, and not of politicians, state officials or priests. Let us suppose, he said, that France suddenly loses 50 of her first-class doctors, 50 first-class chemists, 50 first-class physiologists, 50 first-class bankers, 200 of her best merchants, 600 of her foremost agriculturists, 500 of her most capable ironmasters, etc. Enumerating the principal industries. Seeing that these men are its most indispensable producers, makers of its most important products, the minute that it loses these, the nation will degenerate into a mere soulless body and fall into a state of despicable weakness in the eyes of rival nations, and will remain in this subordinate position so long as the loss remains and their places are vacant. Let us take another supposition. Imagine that France retains all her men of genius, whether in the arts and sciences or in the crafts and industries, but has the misfortune to lose on the same day the king's brother, the Duke of Angoulême, and all the other members of the royal family, all the great officers of the crown, all ministers of state, whether at the head of a department or not, all the privy councillors, all the masters of requests, all the marshals, cardinals, archbishops, bishops, grand vicars and canons, all prefects and sub-prefects, all government employees, all the judges, and on top of that 100,000 proprietors, the cream of her nobility. Such an overwhelming catastrophe would certainly aggrieve the French, for they are a kindly disposed nation. But the loss of 130,000 of the best reputed individuals in the state would give rise to sorrow of a purely sentimental kind. It would not cause the community the least inconvenience. 1. Already in 1816 Saint Simon had declared that politics is the science of production and that eventually it would be completely absorbed by economics. France was to be turned into a factory and the nation organized on the model of a vast workshop. In the new society all class distinctions would disappear, there would only be workers, the term being used in its larger sense to include manufacturers, scientists, bankers, and artists. But this does not mean that all would be equal, since everyone would receive according to his capacities, and even according to the capital invested. The originality of Saint Simon consists in giving to the best industrial leaders, scientists, bankers, etc., the task of administering the country. In other words, the old government of politicians will be replaced by a government of managers. More than 100 years before we began to talk of a managerial class or of a managerial revolution, Saint Simon had foreseen that the Industrial Revolution would give birth to a new ruling class. We shall see how Edward Bellamy echoes Saint Simon, while building his utopia on a socialistic basis. The idea that the governing of men must be replaced by the administration of things, and that all the problems of society resolve themselves into that of production, became current during the 19th century. In one of the many schemes of government which he put forward, Saint Simon gives the executive power to a chamber of deputies composed of representatives of commerce, industry, manufacture and agriculture, who would accept or reject the legislative proposals submitted to them by two chambers composed of scientists, artists, and engineers. The only task of this government would be to increase the material wealth of the country. This system left no initiative to the mass of the workers, in whom Saint Simon had no faith whatever. The problem of social organization, he said, must be solved for the people. The people themselves are passive and listless and must be discounted in any consideration of the question. The best way is to entrust public administration to the care of the industrial chiefs, who will always directly attempt to give the widest possible scope to their undertakings, with the result that their efforts in this direction will lead to the maximum expansion of the amount of work executed by the mass of the people. Though socialist thinkers profess to be shocked by Saint Simon's high-handed way of dealing with the proletariat, the idea that the administration of a country is a matter for experts, and that the state machine is to be composed of committees or commissariats of technicians and industrial chiefs is to be found in many socialist writings, and in Russia we have seen the creation of a managerial class endowed, as Saint Simon would have advocated, with economic and political privileges, though he would have strongly disapproved of the retention of a political party and professional politicians. While Owen, Fourier, and Saint Simon put little reliance on the intervention of the state to transform the structure of society, Louis Blanc is one of the first socialists to give the state the task of reforming society. He asserted that it was the duty of the state to see that the right to work should be respected and thereby abolish crimes, which are all due to poverty. Only by eliminating competition can the government abolish unemployment, poverty, and the moral degradation which result from them. Its task is therefore to become the supreme regulator of production and, to begin with, it must set up social workshops in the most important branches of industry, and gradually expand them to the whole country. The state would eventually become the sole owner of all the means of production, at least so long as inequalities exist, for when perfect equality reigned the state would wither away. Louis Blanc's proposals of reform were expounded in a booklet entitled L'Organisation du Travail, published in 1839, which enjoyed an immense popularity at the time. It is often described as an utopia, though it is just the opposite, being a proposal of immediate reform, and the beginning of the institution of a collectivist system of production. That Louis Blanc himself strongly believed in the practicability of his proposals is shown by the fact that, after the 1848 revolution, he asked the General Assembly to set up a Ministry of Progress which would carry out the plan he had outlined in L'Organisation du Travail. The Ministry of Progress would set the revolution in movement, banks, railways and mines would be nationalized, and the money would be used to set up social workshops in the most important branches of industry. The state would appoint officials who would direct the factory for the first year, but once the workers would have come to know one another and take an interest in the enterprise, they would elect their own officials. Each member of the social workshop would have the right to dispose of the produce of his labor as he thought fit, but soon the obvious economy and unquestionable excellence of community life would lead from the association of work to the voluntary association for the satisfaction of needs and pleasures. Louis Blanc also put forward a plan for the collective cultivation of the land by the creation of agricultural social workshops run upon similar principles to those of the industrial social workshops. Louis Blanc's scheme was never put into practice. The attempt to set up national workshops in 1848 was only made by the government in order to discredit his ideas, but many productive cooperative societies arose in France at that time under the influence of his writings. The utopias of the 19th century which derive their inspiration from the theories which we have briefly considered are on the whole depressingly uninspiring. They aim at setting up a vast machinery which will ensure a perfect running of society and bring material well-being to everyone. But in these intricate mechanisms man's individuality is completely lost. The state becomes an all-wise, all-providing God which can never make any mistakes, and if it did no one would have the power to correct them. Whether state socialism is administered through universal suffrage, as in Cabet's Voyage to Icaria, or through an industrial hierarchy as in Bellamy's Looking Backward, the results are the same: man is unable to express his personality except through the channels provided by the state. He becomes an automaton, working the number of hours prescribed by law, fulfilling tasks which excessive industrialization has rendered monotonous and impersonal. The produce of his labor is accumulated in gigantic storehouses, to be consumed by a community with which he has no real links, for it is too enormous and centralized to allow intimate relations. An attempt is sometimes made to create a sense of community by uniting all the people of the same district in communal restaurants, for example, but, like so many other institutions of the 19th century utopias, it is a purely artificial means of creating a community spirit. In utopias of the past such as Andreas Christianopolis, the unity of the community was a functional one. Workers engaged in the same craft met to discuss the problems related to their work, the whole community assembled to discuss the quantity of food, clothing, furniture, etc., which they needed, and production was regulated according to the needs of a community which, because of its small size, they knew intimately. But in the utopias of the 19th century, the amount of autonomy granted to factory committees or consumers' unions is mostly fictitious. There is little which the workers can discuss when everything is regulated by the state, thanks to its experts and bureaus of statistics. As Mumford has pointed out, these utopias become vast reticulations of steel and red tape, until we feel that we are caught in the nightmare of the age of machinery, and shall never escape. The means has become the end, and the genuine problem of ends has been forgotten. I doubt whether an intelligent peasant in India or China would get out of the whole batch of these utopias a single idea which would have any bearing on the life he has experienced. So little of human significance remains when the problems of mechanical and political organization have been disposed of. There are fortunately a few utopias where man comes into his own again, where he is not reduced to a machine which has to be fed, clothed, and housed just like any piece of machinery that requires careful handling if it is to give the maximum output, where he is not molded from his youth into a good citizen, that is to say, a citizen perfectly obedient to the law and incapable of thinking for himself. Of these utopias of free socialism, William Morris's News from Nowhere is the most attractive, and has a permanent quality which allows it to be still widely read in this country as well as abroad. There are also a number of utopian romances such as W. H. Hudson's The Crystal Age and W. H. Malloch's The New Republic, which make no pretense of giving a foolproof plan for a perfect society, but which describe the type of community in which the authors would like to live. These romances, as W. H. Hudson himself has pointed out, however fantastic they may be, have for most of us a perennial mild interest, since they are born of a common feeling, a sense of dissatisfaction with the existing order of things, combined with a vague faith in or hope of a better one to come. One cannot help asking one another, what is your dream, your ideal? What is your news from nowhere? However little one may feel attracted towards Hudson's sexless society, or W. H. Malloch's refined country house, one cannot help finding these utopian writers somewhat refreshing after the numberless messiahs with whom the path of the 19th century is strewn. I would have liked to include in this section extracts from Butler's Erewhon, for it satirizes many ideas frequently expressed in the utopias of the 19th century, and in particular the belief that the extensive use of machinery will automatically bring happiness to mankind, but Erewhon cannot properly be considered as an utopia. It belongs, as Desmond McCarthy has remarked, to the same class of fiction as Gulliver's Travels, those books in which an imaginary civilization is used as a device for criticizing our own. I have included instead extracts from Eugene Richter's Pictures of a Socialistic Future, a satirical utopia which has no philosophical pretensions, but illustrates many objections which the utopias of state socialism arouse in one's mind. There are few utopias of the 19th century which can be read today without a feeling of utter boredom, unless they succeed in amusing us by the obvious conceit of their authors in thinking themselves the saviors of mankind. The utopias of the Renaissance contained many unattractive features, yet they had a breadth of vision which commanded respect. Those of the 17th century presented many extravagant ideas, yet they revealed searching, dissatisfied minds with which one sympathizes. But, though we are in many ways familiar with the thought of the utopias of the 19th century, they are nevertheless more foreign to us than those of a more distant past. In spite of the fact that these utopian writers were no doubt inspired by the highest motives, one cannot help feeling bitter about the 19th century, like the old man in News from Nowhere, bitter even about the love these utopian writers lavished on humanity, for they seem like so many over-affectionate and over-anxious mothers who would kill their sons with attention and kindness rather than let them enjoy one moment of freedom. Etienne Cabet. Voyage to Icaria. Ne may be excused a certain nervousness in dealing with a book of which its author says, under the shape of a novel, The Voyage en Icarie is a real treatise on morality, philosophy, social and political economy. It is the fruit of long work, of immense research, of constant meditation. In order to understand it properly, it is not enough to read it, one must read it again, read it often and study it. It is also rather disarming to be informed again, by Cabet himself, that his work has been inspired by the most pure and burning love for humanity. The second statement is probably more exact than the first. Etienne Cabet belonged to that type of social reformer whose love of humanity is as boundless as their faith in their own power to work out its salvation. Cabet was born in 1788 from a working-class family, but received a good education and became a lawyer of some repute. When still young he was attracted to politics. He was a supporter of an enlightened monarchy, and when Louis Philippe, on whom he placed great hopes, became king, he was made Attorney General of Corsica. He was rash enough, however, to think that he could impose his counsels on the king and soon fell into disgrace and lost his post. He returned to Paris and devoted himself to the newspaper which he had founded and of which he was the editor, Le Populaire, and in 1834 was prosecuted for an article of which he was the author. He was condemned to 2 years' imprisonment or 5 years' exile. Cabet chose the latter and took refuge in England. He arrived in London in May, 1834, and after the feverish activity which he had displayed as a lawyer, a journalist, and a deputy to the National Assembly, the enforced leisure of exile weighed heavily upon him. He was prevented from establishing contact with English people by his lack of knowledge of the language and, according to his biographer J. Prudhomme, for 5 years London was for him an immense prison. Like other more famous exiles, he took refuge in the British Museum, and it was in the reading room that he carried out the immense research for his voyage en Icaire. The amenities provided by its library are probably partly responsible for the lack of originality of his work. The notes which Cabet took for the preparation of his Utopia, and which cover 1,000 small pages, have been preserved, and the question of the sources is therefore less speculative than in most cases. Cabet did his work conscientiously. He read, if not always in the original text, at least analyses of most utopias, and he studied with particular care Harrington's Oceana, but, most of all, More's Utopia. If we are to believe him, it was the reading of More which determined him to study the system of the community of goods. Once he had discovered that the cause of the vices and unhappiness of mankind is to be found in the bad organization of society, and the radical vice of this organization in the inequality on which it is founded, Cabet began a methodical search for thinkers, philosophers, prophets, or movements of the past which had expressed a similar view. He discovered that he had a great number of allies, not only utopian writers, but, according to him, Jesus Christ, the fathers of the Church, the early Christians, the Reformation movement, the philosophers of the 18th century, the American Revolution, the French Revolution, universal progress, all proclaimed the equality and fraternity of men and nations. Though he was unwilling to admit it, Cabet had been strongly influenced, directly and indirectly, by the communist ideas of the Babovists. He had read Philippe Bonnerati's Conspiration pour l'égalité de Babeuf, which had appeared in 1828, and though this work made little impression on him at the time, he unconsciously borrowed many of the ideas which had inspired the Babovist movement. Besides, the scheme for establishing a society of equals and a great national community of wealth, for giving to a centralized state all the power of administration and for putting the sovereignty in the general will of the community, which was advocated by Babeuf and his associates, had strongly influenced socialist thought of the first half of the 19th century in France. As David Thompson has pointed out in his book on the Babeuf plot, French socialism has always been chiefly concerned with establishing the perfect equality of men, and, to achieve it, has been prepared to sacrifice the freedom of the individual to the state. While in England even the greatest of the levellers, Gerard Winstanley, tried to combine equality with a great degree of personal autonomy and reduced the functions of the state to a minimum, in France the state was given the task of establishing and maintaining that great national community of wealth which would ensure the equality of all the citizens. While the words community of wealth, equality, fraternity, recur constantly in the Babovists' writings, as they did later in those of Cabet, the words freedom or individual rights are never mentioned, and the possibility of a conflict between the interests of the state and that of individuals is completely ignored. If there is little difference between the practical program of social reconstruction advocated by the Babovists and that of Cabet, they differed entirely as to the means to be employed to establish their communist regime. While Babeuf wanted to overthrow the government by force with the aid of a small, well-organized party, Cabet thought that the community of goods could easily come into being as soon as a nation or its government will adopt it. This community could not be established as Babeuf advocated by conspiracy or violence, but by means of discussion, propaganda, persuasion, and the force of public opinion. Cabet also attached a greater importance to industrial development than his precursors, and asserted that the progress of industry renders the establishment of the community of goods easier than ever before. The present limitless development of the power of production thanks to the use of steam and machinery can bring equality of abundance, and no other system is more favorable to the perfecting of arts and the reasonable pleasures of civilization. 1. It was probably the example of Robert Owen, with whose work he became acquainted when he was in London, that induced Cabet to give a practical shape to his theories by founding some Icarian communities in America. His Voyage en Icare, which had appeared for the first time in 1839 in a limited edition and under the title of Voyage et Aventures de Lord William Carus Dall en Icare, was reprinted under its present title in January, 1840, and was an immediate success. There were 5 editions from 1840 to 1848. In the midst of the unemployment and poverty prevalent among the French working class at the time, Cabet's Utopia was greeted with extraordinary enthusiasm. Workers who could not afford the price of the book clubbed together in order to buy it. Societies adhering to Cabet's ideas of social reform sprang up all over France, and money was collected to establish some Icarian communities in America. Towards 1847, on the eve of the 1848 revolution, Cabet decided to put his system into practice, and began to enroll members who would form the nucleus of a new nation in America. Cabet came to London in 1847 to consult Owen as to the situation of the first colony, and he was advised to set it up in Texas. This did not prove a happy suggestion, and, after having vainly tried to settle down in Texas, the first Icarian colonizers moved to an ex-Mormon colony at Nauvoo near St. Louis, where Cabet himself took over the direction, after having played an active part in the Paris Revolution of 1848, during which he was the leader of one of the most influential socialist clubs. But he was obliged to return to Paris in 1853, and after his departure the community was weakened by internal struggles. When Cabet returned to America, he was unable to put the colony on a sound basis again, and he died a disillusioned man in 1856. Nevertheless, a number of Icarian communities persisted for some decades, the last disintegrating as late as 1898. Cabet's Voyage en Icare has been called the Bible of Icarian communism, and in fact it is more than an utopia. The first part, which describes an imaginary country where a great nation is organized in community, can be considered the utopia proper, but the second part explains how a communist regime can be established, and discusses the theory and doctrine of the community in answering all the objections which may be raised against it, while the third part is a summary of the principles on which the community system is based. The reasons which determine why an utopia should be popular are as mysterious as those governing any other bestseller, but Cabet's Utopia may give some indication of the qualities required. The first essential seems to be that whoever describes the imaginary country should be as uncritical as possible in his admiration and should paint a picture in outrageously bright colors. The introduction of a romance, however improbable and sentimental it may be, is a sure way to increase the chances of success, and an added charm is achieved by the fact that a young and handsome English lord cannot conceal his admiration at the marvels of democracy, and that the dressmakers and locksmiths whom he meets in Utopia would have been under the old regime princesses and dukes. Cabet provided all this emotional background, and more, and this may explain the success of the book in spite of the lack of originality, the numerous repetitions and its style which makes it almost unreadable nowadays. However much the personal adventures of Lord William Carus Dall, and the divine Icarian women whom he met during his voyage to the most perfect country in the world, may have contributed to the success of the book, we do not propose to deal with them here, and shall begin with a short description of the country. Icaria is conveniently isolated from the rest of the world by mountains on the north and south, a river at the east and the sea at the west. It is divided into 100 provinces, more or less equal in size and population. Each province is divided into 10 communes of about the same size. The chief provincial town lies approximately in the center of the province and the communal town in the center of the commune. Each commune possesses, besides the communal town, 8 villages and many farms, regularly dispersed over its territory. An extensive network of roads, railways, and waterways connects every part of the country. As in More's Utopia, the symmetrical arrangement of the cities and towns was the work of the savior and lawgiver of the country, who has also given his name to it, Icarus. The capital, Icara, has also been reconstructed according to a super-plan, which not only fixed its shape to an almost perfect circle but also altered the course of the river to a practically straight line and embedded it between 2 walls. In the center of the city the river branches off in 2 arms between which there is an island whose shape is, of course, round. On the island there is a square planted with trees, in the middle of which stands the main public building of the city with a superb terrace garden, in the center of which rises an immense column, surmounted by a colossal statue which dominates all other buildings. Everything in Icaria is arranged with the most scrupulous regard for symmetry. All the streets are straight and wide. 50 main streets cross the city parallel with the river, and 50 at right angles to it. Between the streets there are squares with beautiful gardens, and all the houses have gardens at the back of them, which are cultivated by the families to whom they belong. Modern inventions have been extensively used to provide the maximum amenities for the inhabitants of the city. There are street cars, which are an anticipation of the horse tramcar. They run every 2 minutes, and there are thousands of them passing in different directions. People wait for them at covered stops, and all sorts of precautions are taken to prevent accidents, such as having pedestrian crossings, marked with the forerunners of Belisha beacons. The cleanliness, order, and efficiency, the love for planning and mathematical precision, which characterize the external life of the citizens is to be found in every aspect of their existence. Everything is carefully planned by the state with the help of experts, and after consultation with the whole nation. There is no room for spontaneity or fancy in Cabet's utopia. Everything has been fixed by law, from the plan of the cities to the shape of hats, from the rigid timetable to the menu for each day of the week. The government of Icaria is republican and the will of the people is sovereign, but can only express itself through national assemblies or the intermediary of a deputy. This is how a member of the Icarian Commonwealth explains the principles of the social organization in Icaria. 1. Being profoundly convinced by experience that there can be no happiness without association and equality, the Icarians form together a society founded on the basis of the most perfect equality. All of them are associates and citizens, having equal rights and duties. They all share equally the responsibilities and the advantages of the association. They all form a single family, whose members are united by the bonds of fraternity. We are therefore a people or a nation of brothers, and all our laws must aim at establishing the most absolute equality among us, in all cases where this equality is not materially impossible. In the same way as we form a single society, one people and one family, our land, with its underground mines and external construction, forms a single estate, which is our social property. All the personal property of the associates, with all the products of the land and industry, form a single social capital. This social property and capital belong indivisibly to the people, who work and exploit them in common, who administer them directly or through delegates, and then share equally all the products. All the Icarians are associated and equal, all must exercise a trade and work the same number of hours, but they employ all their intelligence to find every possible means of reducing the number of hours of work and rendering it agreeable and without danger. All the instruments of work and raw materials are provided by the social capital, and all the products of the land and of industry are deposited in public storehouses. We are all equally provided with food, clothes, a house, and furniture out of the social capital, according to the sex, age, and other circumstances fixed by law. Thus, it is the republic or community which alone is the owner of everything, which organizes its workers, and causes its factories and storehouses to be built, which sees that the land is tilled, that houses are built, and that all the objects necessary for feeding, clothing, and housing each family and each citizen are provided. Education being considered the basis and foundation of society, the Republic provides it equally for each one of its children as it provides them equally with nourishment. All receive the same elementary education and a specialized instruction suited to their particular profession. This education aims at forming good workers, good parents, good citizens, and true men. The Icarian spokesman then goes on to describe the principles of the political organization of Icaria. As we are all associates and citizens, possessing equal rights, we all have the right to vote and to be elected and are all members of the people and of the popular guard. United, we compose the nation or rather the people, for in Icaria the people includes all the inhabitants without exception. Needless to say, the people is sovereign, and to it alone belong, together with sovereignty, the power to draw up its own social contract, its constitution, and its laws. It is inconceivable to us that a single individual, or a family, or a class could have the absurd pretension to be our master. The people, having the sovereign power, has the right to regulate, by its constitutions and its laws, everything concerning its person, actions, property, food, clothing, nuisances, education, work, and even its pleasures. If the Icarian people could be assembled all together, easily and frequently, in a hall or a valley, it could exercise its sovereignty and draw up its own constitution and laws. As it is a material impossibility to assemble in this manner, it delegates the powers which it cannot exercise directly and reserves all the others for itself. It delegates to a popular assembly the power to prepare its constitution and laws, and to an executive the power to see that they are carried out, but it reserves the right to elect all its representatives and all the members of the executive, to approve or reject their proposals and their actions, to administer justice, to maintain order and public peace. All public functionaries are therefore the representatives of the people, all have been elected temporarily, and are responsible to the people and subject to recall. In order to prevent the ambitious accumulation of offices, the legislative and executive functions are incompatible. The popular representation is composed of 2,000 deputies who deliberate in common in a single chamber. It is permanent, always or nearly always assembled, and half its members are renewed each year. Its most important laws are, like the institution, submitted to the ratification of the people. The executive is composed of a president and 15 other members, half of whom can be changed every year. It is completely subordinated to the popular representation. The people exercises its rights through its assemblies where the elections, deliberations, and judgments are also carried out. In order to render the exercise of the people's rights easier, the country is divided into 100 small provinces, subdivided into 1,000 communes of approximately the same size and population. You know that each provincial town is at the center of its province, every communal town at the center of its commune, and everything is arranged in such a manner that all the citizens can attend the popular assemblies regularly. While all the communes and all the provinces deal with matters of general and national interest through their representatives, each province and each commune deals more particularly with matters related to their communal and provincial interests. In this way no question can be neglected. Divided into 2,000 communal assemblies, the people thus takes part in the discussion of its laws, either after or before the deliberations of its own representatives. To ensure that the people is able to discuss with a perfect knowledge of the question, everything is carried out in the full light of publicity, all the facts are recorded by a department of statistics, and everything is published in the popular journal which is distributed to all citizens. In order to make sure that every question is exhaustively treated, the popular representation in every communal assembly, that is to say, the whole people, is divided into 15 great principal committees dealing with the constitution, education, agriculture, industry, food, clothing, housing, furnishing, statistics, etc. Each great committee therefore comprises a 15th of the mass of the citizens, and all the intelligence of a people of men well brought up and well educated is continually applied to discovering and putting into practice all possible ameliorations and improvements. Our political organization is therefore a democratic republic or even an almost pure democracy. The unanimous will of the people is always to create political and social equality, the equality of happiness and rights, universal and absolute equality, education, food, clothing, houses and furniture, work and pleasure, rights of election, eligibility and deliberations are the same for all of us, our provinces, our communes, our towns, our villages, our farms and our houses are, as far as possible, similar. Everywhere, in a word, you will find equality and happiness. The task of describing various aspects of Icarian life has been entrusted to a young French painter, Eugene, who has exiled himself to Icaria after the July Revolution. In the letters to his brother, who has remained in Paris, he depicts with wondrous rapture the achievements of the Icarian regime. Under cover of Eugene's pen, Cabet throws overboard the little reserve he deemed necessary to observe in the case of the English lord, and exclamation marks, italics, and capitals are used even more freely than usual. Eugene's letter to his brother. Oh my dear Camille, how broken-hearted I feel when I think of France and see the happiness enjoyed by the people of Icaria. You will be able to judge for yourself in learning of their institutions concerning food and clothes. Food. Concerning this first need of man, like all the others, everything in our unfortunate country is abandoned to chance and to monstrous abuses. Here, on the contrary, everything is regulated according to the most enlightened reason and the most generous care. Imagine first, my dear brother, that everything concerning food has been regulated by the law. It is the law which accepts or rejects any type of nourishment. A committee of scientists, set up by the national representatives, with the aid of all the citizens, has made a list of all known foods, indicating which are good and which are bad, and the respective qualities of each of them. They have done more than that. Among the good ones they have indicated which are necessary, useful, and agreeable, and they have had this list printed in several volumes and each family possesses a copy. They have done still more, they have indicated the most suitable ways of preparing each food, and each family has also a cookery guide. Once the list of good foods had been agreed upon, the Republic undertook the task to have them produced by its agricultural laborers and workers, and distributed them to the families, and as none is able to get any food other than that which is distributed, you will realize that no one can eat anything which the Republic does not approve. The Republic sees first that what is necessary is produced, then what is useful, and finally, in as great a measure as possible, what is agreeable. The Republic gives an equal share to everybody, in such a manner that each citizen will receive the same quantity of certain food if there is enough for everyone, and that everyone will receive it in turn if there is only enough, each year or each day, for a section of the population. Everyone has therefore an equal share of all foods without distinction, from those which we consider most plain to the most delicate, and the whole population of Icaria is nourished not only as well, but even better, than the richest people in other countries. The committee which I have mentioned before has also discussed and indicated the number of meals, the time at which they should be eaten, how long they should last, the number of courses, their nature, and the order in which they should be served, varying them continuously, not only according to the seasons and the months but also according to the days, with the result that every meal of the week is different from the other. At 6 o'clock in the morning, before they begin work, all the workers, that is to say all the citizens, eat a very simple breakfast in common at their workshops, prepared and served by the factory restaurant. At 9 o'clock, they have a luncheon in the workshop, while their wives and their children take theirs at home. At 2 o'clock, all the inhabitants of the same street eat together, in their Republican restaurant, a dinner prepared by one of the caterers of the Republic. And every evening between 9 and 10, each family has, in its own home, a supper prepared by the women of the household. At all these meals, the first toast is to the glory of the good Icar, benefactor of the workers, benefactor of the families, benefactor of the citizens. The supper consists mostly of fruits, cakes and sweets. But the common dinner, which is taken in superb halls elegantly decorated, and which contain from 1,000 to 2,000 people, surpasses by its magnificence anything you may be able to imagine. The best restaurants and cafés of Paris are nothing, in my opinion, compared with the restaurants of the Republic. You may not believe me when I tell you that, apart from the abundance and the delicacy of the meals, apart from the decorations with flowers and many other things, a delicious music charms the ear while the sense of smell enjoys delicious perfumes. When the young people get married, they do not need to spend their dowry in a bad marriage feast and ruin in advance their future children. The dinners which the husband finds in the wife's restaurant, the wife in the husband's, and the two families in the home of each other, replace the most beautiful dinners of other countries. And yet you must realize that these common meals present a great economy compared with separate meals and can therefore afford better fare. You will also realize that this community of meals among workers and neighbors has other great advantages, particularly that of inducing the masses to fraternize and also to simplify the housework for women. You may like to know how the distribution of the food is carried out. Nothing is more simple, but again you must admire. Distribution of food. You know firstly that the Republic is the sole grower and producer of all food and that it gathers and stores it in its innumerable and immense storehouses. You can easily imagine communal cellars like those of Paris and London, great storehouses for flour, bread, meat, fish, vegetables, fruit, etc. Each Republican storehouse has, like any of our bakers or butchers, the list of restaurants, workshops, schools, hospitals, and families which it must supply, and the quantity which must be sent to each of them. In the storehouse are to be found the employees, utensils, means of transport, and extremely ingenious instruments necessary to the distribution of food. Everything having been prepared in advance in the storehouse, the provisions for the year, the month, or the week and the daily provisions are delivered to the homes in the districts served by the storehouse. The distribution of these is organized in a charming way. I will not tell you of the perfect cleanliness which reigns everywhere as a matter of course, but I will not fail to tell you that each storehouse has a basket, a jug, a measure for each family marked with the number of its house and holding its provision of bread, milk, etc., and all these containers are double, so that when the full one has been delivered, the empty one can be brought back. Each house has, at its entrance, an alcove in which the delivery man finds the empty container and replaces it by a full one. In this way, the delivery, being always made at the same time, and announced by a particular sound, is carried out without disturbing the family and with no loss of time for the delivery man. You can understand, my dear friend, what an economy of time and what advantages this system of mass distribution possesses. Besides, everything is perfect in this happy country, inhabited by men who deserve the title of men, since, even in the smallest things they always make full use of that sublime reason which Providence has given them for their own happiness. Clothes. As with food, so it is with the law which regulates everything connected with clothes. A committee has consulted everyone, has examined the clothes worn in every country, has made a list of them with their shapes and colors, a magnificent book which every family possesses, has indicated which should be adopted and which must be avoided, and has classified them according to their necessity, utility, and pleasure. Everything that was extravagant and tasteless, has been carefully banned. Not a single shoe or headdress is manufactured without being first discussed and adopted according to a model plan. Everyone possesses the same clothes, so that there is no room either for envy or coquettishness. And yet one should not think that uniformity here is not without variety, for, on the contrary, it is in the clothes that variety combines most happily with the advantages of uniformity. Not only are the two sexes dressed differently, but each of them changes clothes frequently, according to age and condition, for the differences in clothes always indicate the circumstances and position of the person. Childhood and youth, adolescence and maturity, the condition of celibacy or marriage or widowhood or remarriage, the various professions and functions are all indicated by the clothes. All the individuals belonging to the same condition wear the same uniform, but 1,000 various uniforms correspond to 1,000 various conditions. And the difference between these uniforms consists sometimes in the difference between materials and colors, sometimes in the shape or a distinctive sign. Consider also that if the material and the shape is the same for all girls of the same age, the color varies according to their tastes or their suitability, a certain color being more fitting for blondes and another for brunettes. Consider also that the same person has a simple and comfortable suit of clothes for work and another for the home, an elegant drawing room suit and another for public meetings, and a magnificent one for the feasts and ceremonies, all of them being different. In such a way the variety in costumes is almost infinite. The shape of each garment has been fixed in such a manner that it can be manufactured in the most easy, rapid, and economic way possible. Practically all the clothes, hats, and shoes are elastic, in such a way that they can suit people of different sizes. They are nearly all done by machine, either entirely or in part, and the workers have little to do to finish them. Nearly all clothes are made in 4 or 5 different sizes so that the workers never need to take measurements beforehand. All the clothes are therefore manufactured in enormous quantities, like the materials, and often at the same time, they are afterwards deposited in immense storehouses where everyone is always sure to find immediately all the objects which he needs and which are due to him according to the law. I have been talking to you of the women, oh my dear Camille, how you would love these Icarians, you so courteous and so full of passion, as I am, for this masterpiece of the Creator, if you saw how they surround women with attention, respect, and homages, how they concentrate all their thoughts, their solicitude, and their happiness upon them, how they constantly endeavor to please them and make them happy, how they do all they can to make them more beautiful, though they are already so beautiful naturally, in order to have more pleasure in adoring them. Happy women! Happy men! Happy Icaria! Unhappy France! It will be unnecessary to describe in detail other aspects of social organization in Icaria, for they are all modeled after the same pattern. There is always a committee of experts which, after careful study, sets forth a model plan for the best town house, dining table, farm, program of study or monument. This is unanimously adopted by the whole nation and becomes law. The law has also fixed a rigid timetable for all inhabitants. They must all rise at 5 in the morning, work till 2 in the afternoon, enjoy themselves till 9, and after 10 o'clock scrupulously observe the curfew which lasts until 5 the next morning. It is the duty of every citizen to work for the Republic a certain number of hours fixed by the law. When boys leave school at the age of 18, and the girls of 17, they must choose a trade or profession. If there are too many applicants for a certain occupation, the fittest are selected by a competitive examination. To become a writer one must also pass certain examinations. Men are allowed to retire at 65 and women at 50, but work in Icaria is so light and pleasant that most of them continue in their employment after the retiring age. Work is made agreeable by allowing proper periods of rest, by keeping factories always clean, and by the extensive use of machinery. Cabot had been obviously deeply impressed by the industrial development of England at the time of his stay in this country, and though he did not underestimate the importance of agriculture, he aimed at making Icaria even more advanced, industrially, than England. He described so many inventions in his Utopia that one has the impression, at times, of consulting the files of a patents office. There are no degrading trades in Icaria, for the law prohibits any employment considered unhealthy or immoral. There are no tavern keepers, for example, and no one is allowed to manufacture daggers. A shoemaker is esteemed as highly as a doctor, and one of the highest magistrates in the country is a locksmith, while his daughter is a dressmaker. As wages have been abolished, work cannot procure a superior standard of living and thereby create a new aristocracy. Furthermore, education teaches each citizen that all trades are equally useful to the community and must be equally respected. Workers who distinguish themselves by accomplishing more than the task assigned to them or by making some useful discovery receive, however, some public distinction. Industrial production is carried out in large factories where most work is done on the belt system. At a printing works, for example, 5,000 workers are assembled in the same building where there are so many machines that they do practically all the work which would have required 50,000 workers. Everything is arranged in such a way that the rags are transformed into paper which is immediately used for printing, on both sides at the same time, and when dry is carried to the folding department where the collating, stitching, and binding takes place, and where the books are made ready for dispatch to the libraries. Work in a watch factory is carried out with military discipline. The factory given over to clock-making occupies a building of 1,000 square feet and has 3 stories supported by iron columns which replace the thickest walls, and in this manner each floor is composed of a single room perfectly lighted. On the ground floor there are bulky and heavy machines used for cutting the metal and rough casting the parts. The workers are on the top floor, and are divided in as many groups as there are parts to be manufactured, and each of them always manufactures the same parts. There is so much order and discipline that they look like an army. One of the workers explains how this small army carries out the work. We arrive at 5:45 in the morning and leave our clothes in the cloakroom and put on our working clothes. At 6 o'clock sharp we begin work as the bell sounds. At 9 o'clock we go down to the refectory and have our meal in silence while one of us reads the morning paper aloud. At 1 o'clock the work ends, and when everything is tidied up and cleaned, we go down to the cloakroom where we find everything we need to wash and where we take our outdoor clothes to go to dinner with our families and spend the rest of the day as we think fit. During our work we observe the most rigorous silence for 2 hours, but for another 2 hours we can talk with our neighbors, and the rest of the time we all sing for ourselves or for those who may listen, and we often sing together. Compared with the conditions prevalent in the factories of the 19th century, Cabet's ideal workshop must have seemed utopian indeed, but military discipline and the task of manufacturing the same piece of machinery during a lifetime can be as oppressive as unhygienic conditions. Though there are no rich and no poor in Icaria, no professional politicians and soldiers, no policemen and no prisons, we feel strangely uncomfortable at finding that it has so many features in common with the totalitarian regimes of the 20th century, the grandiose architecture reminiscent of Mussolini's Italy, the love of uniforms and discipline, the worship of the dead dictator Icar, whose image is prominently displayed in all public places and whose name is constantly evoked in songs and speeches recall painful memories. We are not surprised to hear that books were burned in Icaria when the regime was established, and that a rigid censorship controls the production of all works of art. We look in vain for a corner of life in which man's individuality can express itself. Cabet's insistence that the will of the people is sovereign leaves one skeptical, for he does not tell us how a whole nation can agree in every small detail of life. The all-pervading wisdom of his experts is even more difficult to accept, and one may wonder according to what principles they design the uniform for an Icarian remarried widow. The love of uniformity, centralization, and state control is to be found in most utopias, but in Voyage to Icaria it is carried to such extremes as to make it resemble, in many parts, the satirical utopias of our century. Lord Lytton. The Coming Race. Like most utopias of the 19th century, Lord Lytton's The Coming Race does not attempt to present a scheme for social improvement in a detailed and concrete form susceptible of realization. It is a romance of the shape of things to come type, interesting for the bold and rather terrifying vision which it depicts. 100 years ago, when this novel first appeared, it might have seemed altogether fantastic to imagine a race of men each provided with a vril staff, a kind of atomic bomb, so powerful as to be able to wipe out whole populations in a few seconds, but today we find scientists and philosophers, journalists, and the man in the street earnestly discussing the problems created by such a discovery. It is an ironical coincidence that Lord Lytton should have entrusted to an American the task of warning the world of the existence of a powerful nation, living in the bowels of the earth, capable of conquering the American people whenever it chose thanks to its atomic bombs. To drive home what seems to be intended as a lesson in humility, the members of this coming race resemble, in many respects, the Red Indians, and are not only infinitely stronger of form and grander of aspect than the men who dwell on the surface of the earth, but they have detachable wings which enable them to fly out of windows and dance in the air. The first contact of the American traveler with this race of supermen produces in him a state of feverish wonder, which drives him to attack his winged hosts, whereupon he is hypnotized into sleep and kept in that state for several weeks. When he is allowed to wake up he finds that, thanks to their marvelous powers, his hosts have learned his language and have taught him theirs, and an exchange of information about the world above the earth and that beneath takes place. The inhabitants of the underground world show the same contempt for the race to which the traveler belongs as Gulliver's hohums, and they forbid him from talking about the world above the earth for fear he may corrupt them. The language difficulty having been overcome, the traveler can now become fully acquainted with the civilization of the coming race. His first discovery is that they use vril, whose amazing potency he had already been able to judge. By one operation of vril they can influence the variations of temperature in plain words, the weather; by other operations, akin to those ascribed to mesmerism, electrobiology, otic force, etc., but applied scientifically through vril conductors, they can exercise influence over minds, and bodies animal and vegetable. This fluid is capable of being raised and disciplined into the mightiest agency over all forms of matter, animate or inanimate. It can destroy like the flash of lightning, yet, differently applied, it can replenish or invigorate life, heal, and preserve. By this agency they rend way through the most solid substances, and open valleys for culture through the rocks in their subterranean wilderness. From it they extract the light which supplies their lamps, finding it steadier, softer, and healthier than the other inflammable materials they had formerly used. It is the discovery of vril which has completely transformed the social organization of the underground nation which possesses it. The knowledge of vril and the practice of its agencies does not belong to the whole underground population but only to certain communities which call themselves vrilia, meaning the civilized nations, and which, of course, are in a position of superiority towards those nations which have not found the secret of vril. Among the civilized nations the secret did not remain in the hands of the governments alone, but came into the possession of the whole people and resulted in the abolition of governments as we know them, and in a complete change of the structure of society. The effects of the alleged discovery of the means to direct the more terrible force of vril were chiefly remarkable in their influence upon social polity. As these effects became familiarly known and skillfully administered, war between the vril discoverers ceased, for they brought the art of destruction to such perfection as to annul all superiority in numbers, discipline, or military skill. The fire lodged in the hollow of a rod directed by the hand of a child could shatter the strongest fortress, or cleave its burning way from the van to the rear of an embattled host. If army met army, and both had command of this agency, it could be but the annihilation of each. The age of war was therefore gone, but with the cessation of war other effects bearing upon the social state soon became apparent. Man was so completely at the mercy of man, each whom he encountered being able, if so willing, to slay him on the instant, that all notions of government by force gradually vanished from political systems and forms of law. It is only by force that vast communities, dispersed through great distances of space, can be kept together, but now there was no longer either the necessity of self-preservation or the pride of aggrandizement to make one state desire to preponderate in population over another. The vril discoverers thus, in the course of a few generations, peacefully split into communities of moderate size. The tribe amongst which I had fallen was limited to 12,000 families. Each tribe occupied a territory sufficient for all its wants, and at stated periods the surplus population departed to seek a realm of its own. There appeared no necessity for any arbitrary selection of these emigrants, there was always a sufficient number who volunteered to depart. The vril nations are ruled by a benevolent autocracy, but the role of the magistrate and of the council of sages is merely one of administration and to encourage the development of science. This singular community elected a single supreme magistrate styled THIRD. He held his office nominally for life, but he could seldom be induced to retain it after the first approach of old age. There was indeed in this society nothing to induce any of its members to covet the cares of office. No honors, no insignia of higher rank were assigned to it. The supreme magistrate was not distinguished from the rest by superior habitation or revenue. On the other hand, the duties awarded to him were marvelously light and easy, requiring no preponderant degree of energy or intelligence. There being no apprehensions of war, there were no armies to maintain; being no government of force, there was no police to appoint or direct. What we call crime was utterly unknown to the vrilia, and there were no courts of criminal justice. The rare instances of civil disputes were referred for arbitration to friends chosen by either party, or decided by the council of sages. There were no professional lawyers, and indeed their laws were but amicable conventions, for there was no power to enforce laws against an offender who carried in his staff the power to destroy his judges. There were customs and regulations to compliance with which, for several ages, the people had tacitly habituated themselves, or if in any instance an individual felt such compliance hard, he quitted the community and went elsewhere. There was, in fact, quietly established amid this state, much the same compact that is found in our private families, in which we virtually say to any independent grown-up member of the family whom we receive and entertain, stay or go, according as our habits and regulations suit or displease you. But though there were no laws such as we call laws, no race above ground is so law-observing. Obedience to the rule adopted by the community has become as much an instinct as if it were implanted by nature.